In the past, the nine-tailed demon fox, the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts, attacked the Konoha ninja village. The nine-tailed demon fox is unparalleled in strength, and the nine tails behind it are dancing like a group of demons, carrying the power of collapsing mountains and cracking the earth to destroy the Konoha ninja village. The Konoha ninja village was caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties and huge losses. Even though all the ninjas in the village worked together to defend themselves against the enemy, they were still no match for the nine-tailed demon fox's devastating power. Like ants. At this time, a ninja stood up. He relied on his powerful power to fight against the nine-tailed demon fox, and sealed the power of the nine-tailed demon fox in the body of a newborn baby at the cost of his life. He hoped that the baby would become a hero of Konoha and be recognized and respected by everyone. This ninja is the strongest in Konoha, the fourth Hokage and Namikaze Minato. And that baby was his child, Uzumaki Naruto. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto became sensible, he felt that everyone around him looked at him differently, with coldness and disgust, and the extreme hatred swallowed him up like a dark whirlpool. He has no parents and cannot enjoy the kind of love that parents treat their children. He only knew a bad old man with age spots on his face, but he was very kind. This is the only person he can talk to in the village, and he cherishes it very much. The old man only comes once a month and will give him a sum of money. Naruto will talk to him as much as possible, talking about what he likes and what he hates. The old man's eyes were different, with pity and tenderness, and something that Naruto didn't understand, which was different from the people in the village. In the village, there was one person that Naruto hated the most. She was a fat, middle-aged woman, wearing rough clothes, with big hands and feet, and spoke in a loud voice. She was the third generation responsible for taking care of Naruto. I hope she can take good care of Naruto. But after the woman saw Naruto, her face looked gloomy and ferocious. She would give Naruto expired milk and eat expired food every day, and even beat him severely when she was in a bad mood. Every time at this time, her face would look hideous and terrifying. She would laugh out loud, as if she was crazy, and she would say, "Damn fox, go to hell, go to hell." Every time, Naruto would be bruised, and Naruto was very scared. He wanted to tell the old man, but he would think of the eyes of the villagers, indifferent and disgusted. He was afraid of losing the only person he could talk to. He could only bear it. His small body was in great pain. On this day, the weather was sunny. Naruto was sitting on a stool. There was an open bottle of expired milk on the table. He poured a little into the cup and drank it. He wiped the corners of his mouth and smiled, his eyes blurry. Got up. Naruto was very happy. The old man will come over today. It had been a month since Naruto had spoken to a single person. Everyone ignored him. No one wanted to get close to him. Even the children of the same age would alienate him, stop playing with him, and some would even laugh at him and bully him. The lights in the room were dim, making it seem very warm at this moment. Boom! The room was violently knocked open, and Naruto's originally happy smiling face immediately collapsed. He stood up in fear, and Nyanyo took a few steps back. A gloomy face poked in. It was the middle-aged woman who took care of Naruto. She was breathing heavily, with a very scary look in her eyes. She walked up to Naruto step by step, raised her hand and slapped him. He hit hard, not caring that Naruto was a 6-year-old child. Snap! Naruto was slapped to the ground, and the left side of his face immediately became red and swollen. He did not dare to look at the middle-aged woman, so he covered his cheeks and shed tears involuntarily. The middle-aged woman smiled with satisfaction, sat down, and looked at the young Naruto with cruel eyes. "Today, that person will not come. Are you disappointed and scared? Ha ha, ha ha." Naruto looked up at the middle-aged woman, with blood at the corner of his mouth and empty eyes, muttering to himself, "It's impossible, you lied to me, you." Before she finished speaking, the woman kicked Naruto out, stood up and looked at Naruto condescendingly. "A wild child like you, damn you monster, who will care about you? No one will care about your life or death, no one will really care about you. Damn it, monster, ha ha." The woman laughed heartlessly, and the dim yellow light emitted a blood-like light. Naruto fell to the side, his mind filled with the cold and disgusting eyes, the scary adults, the mocking children, the warm family holding hands with their parents and laughing, and the eloquent old man and the man in his dream. "Parents I met." He lowered his head and muttered, "I am not a wild child, not a monster, not a bastard, not a monster. What are you if you're not a monster? What are you if you're not a bastard? You're a monster. You're a bastard." The middle-aged woman yelled hysterically, grabbing the cup on the table with her thick arms and throwing it at Naruto. Bang! Naruto's forehead was bleeding, and the cup was shattered on the ground. He collapsed on the ground, his face expressionless, and he was still mumbling nonsense. The middle-aged woman's eyes were gloomy and terrifying, with a blood-like cold light flashing through her eyes. She thought of her dead husband and children. On that night, the red monster destroyed her husband and children together. She had murderous intentions in her heart, her eyes were bloodshot and wide open, she was panting rapidly, forgetting all external factors, staring at the weak child in front of her, and letting out a weird smile. Finally she took action, laughing crazily, with a sense of relief. Raise the stool in your hand and it will be smashed down. At this time, everything seemed to have stopped, everything, including the moths. Floating under the light, the sweat about to drip from the face of the middle-aged woman, and Naruto's inaudible whispers. Fiery red energy rolled up around Naruto, tearing apart everything around him like a tornado, and an extremely evil aura suddenly erupted and enveloped the entire Konoha. This moment seems to return to that night 6 years ago. The fiery red energy condensed into a beast's head above Naruto's head, which was ferocious and terrifying, with blood-red eyes filled with murderous Intent, it stared at the middle-aged woman and roared, and the air wave directly knocked her to the ground. Her face was pale and her pupils were as narrow as embroidery needles. Shivering and trembling with cold teeth, his mind was occupied by the huge demon fox with its 9 tails flying. The whole room was reflected in blood red and filled with murderous intent. A pair of vertical pupils stared straight at the middle-aged woman, terrifyingly cold and evil. The surrounding fiery energy was absorbed by Naruto, as if he was walking from purgatory, walking towards the middle-aged woman step by step. He had a rough 6-striped beard on his face, sharp teeth, and a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. His steps were steady and powerful, leaving an inch-deep mark on the floor. He stared down at the middle-aged woman, his voice hoarse, "I'm not a bastard. I'm not a monster." Naruto's face was expressionless, with no trace of emotion visible. His blood-red vertical pupils were violently bloodthirsty. He raised his small right hand, and fiery red energy surged violently into his palm, covering Naruto's arm and turning into a bloody claw. The evil spirit, his anger spread, and he slapped the middle-aged woman on the head. At this moment, very suddenly, a figure appeared in front of a middle-aged woman, wearing a bamboo hat and a large white royal robe, with 3 big characters on the back, Saname. The old man had age spots on his face and was short in stature. His face looked very calm, his eyes were sharp and he was very energetic. He was holding a long, dark stick, which was very unusual. He looked at Naruto's right hand that was quickly falling, and gently moved the long stick in his hand. Ding! Naruto was blown away, and the fiery energy receded like a tide. He fell to the side, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. The evil aura that shrouded Konoha dissipated, and everything seemed to have never happened, leaving only the stunned Konoha ninja and a group of civilians. Lee Urin, a member of the Special Forces, unfortunately died during a combat mission. In the dark, a ray of remnant soul was pulled by heaven and earth, broke through countless dimensional barriers, and descended into the world of Naruto. In a gray space, a light curtain emitting soft light floats quietly. On the left and right sides of the light curtain, there are 2 bright and dim light balls. It can be vaguely seen that there are vague figures in the light balls, and they are Lee Urin and Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stared blankly at the image in the light screen. It was a weak child, skinny, walking in the cold winter. Wearing shabby and dirty clothes, covering the whole body, a mess of hair, and a dirty purple face. Walking alone, very lonely but without hesitation. His eyes were very bright, black and white, and he looked left and right. Naruto watched the child's life like a movie. Fighting with vicious dogs for food, sometimes without food for several days, fighting with children of the same age for tattered toys dug out of the garbage, even being beaten to a bloody head without flinching. 10 years have passed like this. 10 years later, the child was taken away by a group of people and taken to a secret place to receive hard and severe training. The hellish and painful training did not defeat the child. He persevered and enjoyed it. This place was much better than the days he lived before. It was like a paradise on earth, and he couldn't extricate himself. 8 years later, the child grew into a resolute, courageous, and powerful young man. He was assigned to an organization, and his daily task was to kill, and kill again. He enjoyed it endlessly and enjoyed the thrill of killing. In his opinion, this is a very honorable thing, and those who are killed are those who deserve to be killed. His power strikes fear into his enemies, but, on this day, he failed. He was surrounded by hundreds of enemies, with nowhere to escape. He was not afraid, killing people one step at a time, covered in blood, like an unparalleled devil. All the enemies were frightened, but at the same time he was exhausted and had no strength to fight anymore. He did not give in, burned his life, bloomed the last fire, and died together with the enemy. As he watched, Naruto shed tears unconsciously. Lee Urin also looked at the image on the light screen on the other side. The alternative world and the mysterious power all attracted him deeply. Children pregnant with monsters are not accepted by the villagers. The cold and disgusted gazes of adults, and the unbridled ridicule and humiliation of peers. This is a child abandoned by the world, an exiled life. He has a noble status, and his parents sacrificed themselves for everyone. They want their children to become heroes who save Konoha. It's a pity that fate plays tricks on people like this. The treatment that the child received was completely contrary to what they thought. No one in the village knew that the child with the 9-tailed demon fox sealed was the child of the Konoha hero. They vented all their resentment against Kyuubi on this young child, treating him as a curse and the source of Konoha's destruction. Lee Urin shed tears. For the first time, the man who could smile even in the face of death shed tears. The pain that the child Naruto Uzumaki endured was beyond his imagination. How much pain did the child named Uzumaki Naruto suffer? What was going on in his young mind? Are you bruised all over your body? But he is so optimistic and smiles at everyone. His face corresponds, and he longs to have friends and gain recognition from others. Hatred seemed to have never arisen in his heart. Maybe a 6-year-old child didn't know what hatred was. Lee Urin sighed secretly. His mind was more chaotic than ever before, and his soul and body were flickering. The light curtain disappeared, and the 2 light balls faced each other. Naruto looked at the man opposite him. This man with a tragic childhood made him want to comfort him. Lee Urin looked at the child opposite him. He didn't know what to say because of his tragic childhood. The atmosphere became a little weird, and the 2 light balls looked at each other in the quiet space. At this time, Lee Urin asked Naruto, "What do you want to do, Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto smiled at him, showing his white teeth, and said, "I want to be recognized by everyone, I want to be the most powerful Hokage, and I want more friends." Lee Urin smiled and said, "I want to become the strongest person in this world." Powerful power to protect the friends around us. This is Uzumaki Naruto and Lee Yurin, two people from different time and space who have similar ideas. A soft white light lit up in the space, illuminating everything. In the light, the two light balls slowly took off, hovering around each other, and finally merged together. A brighter light shines into space, making people unable to open their eyes. The middle-aged woman was frightened. At this moment, the god of death was so close to her. She was so scared that she didn't dare to take a breath. Her face turned purple and she almost stopped breathing. She couldn't move due to Naruto's extremely evil murderous aura. When her life is about to end, the Sandaime comes. A few seconds seemed like centuries before she was finally able to breathe, her heart nearly beating out of her chest. She watched Naruto being beaten away by the Sandaime, with a look of joy on her face, as if she had won. She screamed, "Kill him, kill this demon fox, damn demon fox." She crawled from the ground. He got up and yelled like a vixen, his face twisted. The Sandaime turned around slowly, his face expressionless, without saying a word. His eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, murderous intent flashed past in the depths. His aura was like a mountain of mortar, rolling towards the middle-aged woman, and said, "I hope you can put down your hatred and take good care of Naruto. Unfortunately, you are distorted by hatred and can't see everything, especially Naruto, who carries the seal of the nine-tailed demon fox, and you hold hatred for him." The Sandaime took a puff of cigarette and blew it out, filling it with smoke. The middle-aged woman's eyes were bloodshot and her face was full of anger. She said, "He is a demon fox. My husband and children died in his hands. What do I have left? Lord Hokage, I have nothing left. There is none left." The more she talked, the sadder she became. She burst into tears and fell to the ground, collapsed. The Sandaime watched quietly, puffing on his cigarette. After a long time, the voice came. The fourth generation Muse sacrificed his life with his wife in order to save Konoha. He sealed the power of the nine tails in his child's body, hoping that his child would become a hero who saves Konoha and be protected by all people's recognition and respect. The middle-aged woman suddenly raised her head, the tears on her face were not dry, and her eyes were incomprehensible. The Sandaime picked up Naruto and walked out of the room. "Go ahead and leave Konoha." The middle-aged woman was left sitting aside, at a loss. A building in Konoha. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around. It is a small house. There is a bedside table next to the bed with an alarm clock on it. To the right of the bed is a window with the curtains drawn. In the middle of the house is a table and two stools. It is a very ordinary house. There is a large mirror in the corner. The house has no characteristics and even looks a little deserted. Naruto got out of bed and walked to the mirror. A very thin boy, with thin arms and legs, dull golden hair, and a young face that looks very pale. There are 6 long beards on his face, 3 on the left and right, but his eyes are very beautiful, as if it is as clear as blue crystal, pure and bright. Naruto touched the beard on his face, smiled brightly, and said, "I am Uzumaki Naruto." Two souls from different time and space merged together. They had different lives and different encounters, but the two people were the same. Their passion for life and persistence and faith firmly combined them. Naruto moved his hands and feet, and all the injuries on his body were healed. The power of Kyuubi is so powerful, Naruto thought. The fusion of the two souls made him understand many things, including the disappearance of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki that had been blocked by Konoha. The condition of this body is also very bad. Naruto pinched his little arms and legs, frowned, looked around, and thought, "It seems that I have to train, at least to improve my body. As for chakra training, I'd better take it slow. The body is only good. It is the capital of revolution. The heart is not as good as action. First of all, you need to get some money from a third-generation old man." Naruto walked out of the room, the warm sunshine shining on his face. It's another beautiful day. Naruto building. Naruto office. The third Hokage was sitting on a chair, smoking a cigarette, surrounded by a group of Konoha ninjas. The ninjas around were talking about the big thing that happened last night. "Did you feel it yesterday? It was terrible." "Yeah, that evil chakra is so similar." "Then it's the Kyuubi. Just as evil, just as scary. You really can't keep that child." "Sage, I can't say that. They seem to have returned to that terrible night 6 years ago, the death of Konoha." The few jonin standing in front of all the ninjas said nothing. Maybe they felt that they didn't know what to say on this occasion. At this time, the third Hokage put down the pipe in his hand, looked at the chaotic group of ninjas, and said, "Everyone below the jounin, go back." Yes, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet, and ninjas walked out one after another. In the end, only 4 jounin were left. A rugged man with a beard, Jounin Sarutobi Asuma. A mushroom-headed, resolute man in green skin, Jounin Metkai. A lazy-looking, faceless one-eyed man with silver hair, Jounin Kakashi Hatake. The only woman among the 4, the sexy and beautiful red-eyed beauty, Jounin Ui Kurane. The third Hokage picked up the pipe on the table, took a puff, and said, "What do you think of what happened yesterday?" Jounin Metkai was the first to speak. "Even if I face the Kyuubi, I won't back down. Youth leaves no regrets." "Ah." He made a few kicking movements, which was very exciting. Everyone ignored him. Sarutobi Arma said seriously, "The power of the nine tails cannot be ignored. Ninjas who are out on mission should be recalled as soon as possible, just in case." After listening to his words, Ui Kurane frowned. She thought of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, a young child, and immediately retorted, "Hokage-sama, the power of the Kyuubi is only temporary, and it only lasts a few seconds. time. If the ninjas on the mission are recalled just because of this problem, Konoha's losses will be huge. And the Jinchuriki is just a child, so it is too unfair to him. This is no longer a question of fairness, but a moment of life and death for Konoha. Sarutobi Armas refused to give in and argued with reason. At this time, the third Hokage spoke. Kakashi, tell me. Hide Kakashi came back to his senses and said, the power of the Nine Tails is too powerful. I think everyone present should know it very well. Even if there is only 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot allow ourselves to relax. It was obvious that he agreed with Sarutobi Armas' suggestion. The disaster that the nine-tailed demon fox brought to Konoha was huge and painful, and no one wanted it to happen again. Especially Hide Kakashi. His teacher died that night. The room fell silent, with only the sunlight coming in from the window. After a long time, the third Hokage said, I have solved the seal of the Nine Tails. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I have never been recognized by the people in the village, and Naruto has also suffered great pain. Let this matter be like this. I believe Naruto can do it, give him another chance. But, Sandaime-sama, since the power of the Nine Tails has appeared, it will definitely reappear, and the power of the seal will eventually dissipate. Hide Kakashi walked out. His expression was very ugly. He remembered the teacher's back figure, the belief in protecting the Konoha ninja village, continued, if the teacher is here, Kakashi. The third Hokage spoke with a heavy tone, stood up, looked at Kakashi Hatake, as if he had made some determination, and said, You four must not talk about this matter to anyone. The air seemed a little uneasy at this moment. Yes. The four of them were solemn, with doubts in their hearts. 6 years ago, the fourth Hokage performed the ghoul seal at the cost of his life, stripping away the power of the Nine Tails and sealing it in the body of the newly born Uzumaki Naruto. The Nine Tails was unwilling to be sealed and resisted violently. The fourth Hokage and his wife died in the hands of Kyuubi in order to protect Naruto. The third generation took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled it, and continued, the fourth generation Hokage's wife is called Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Naruto people are their children. What the four of them opened their eyes wide, their minds were in a blur, and they didn't react for a long time. Uzumaki Naruto is the orphan of the fourth Hokage. How could it be possible? This is incredible, like a fantasy. How could the biological parents allow their own flesh and blood to be used as containers for the nine-tailed demon fox and become Jinchuriki? This is too cruel for a newborn child. Teacher Hide Kakashi opened his eyes wide, and it seemed as if the man with a bright smile, like the sun, appeared in front of him. He is the most talented ninja in Konoha and became the fourth Hokage at the age of 24. During World War III, a powerful existence was called Golden Flash by the enemy. Single-handedly saved Konoha from the nine-tailed demon fox. He is the hero of Konoha. Namikaze Minato. How come? Is this the teacher's decision? I agree with Ui Kurane's statement. The darkness of Konoha, the root organization in a dark place. Gen's leader Danzo was quietly listening to the information brought by his men. After a long time, Danzo said to his subordinates, Go back. Yes, with a whoosh, the figure in front disappeared. Are you telling me this, Sarutobi? Danzo stood in an empty and dark place, like a beast devouring people. Along the way, everyone around him didn't want to see Naruto. They still looked at him with cold and disgusting eyes, wanting to stay away. This time, Naruto didn't worry about gains and losses. He looked at everything around him curiously. At the same time, he was keenly aware that there were several eyes staring at him around him. Naruto casually observed around and found that in addition to 2 people disguised as ordinary people, there were several other people who he had not noticed. As the most elite special operations soldier, it can be said that nothing can be hidden from his eyes, but now he can't find the slightest trace. This is the so-called ninja's ninjutsu. I'm so curious. Naruto thought that the fusion of 2 souls made him understand a lot. The journey went smoothly to the Hokage building in my memory. The round red building is dozens of meters high. There is a circular mark in the middle with the Chinese character fire written on it. It is majestic. Naruto walked to the office where the third generation old man worked and opened the door directly. The third Hokage was reviewing documents and said directly without looking at Naruto, Naruto, why are you here? Naruto looked at the third generation old man curiously, but in fact he was very cautious. Although it was the first time they met, his instincts from many years of life and death warned him that it was very dangerous. The power hidden in the body of this sullen old man with age spots on his face who seemed to be knocked down by a push was beyond Naruto's imagination. Sandaime old man, I have no living expenses this month. Naruto spoke, touching his stomach, feeling aggrieved. The third generation glanced at Naruto, took out an envelope from the drawer, put it directly in Naruto's arms, and said, Use it sparingly, it's not a lot. Naruto squeezed it, it was almost 1 taels, and immediately left with satisfaction. At this time, the third Hokage stopped Naruto. Naruto, what do you think of Konoha? Naruto turned around, smiled brightly and said, It's a very good village, I like it here very much. This is the place my father and mother protect. The third generation looked at Naruto with an unfathomable look, and then said, But the people in the village are not very good to you. They care about your identity. Naruto put away his smile, but his eyes were firm and his voice was calm. I want to become the strongest Hokage and be recognized by everyone. Third generation old man, this is my belief. After that, he left directly. The third generation continued to review the documents. Believe it or not, Naruto has really grown. Coming out of the Hokage building, Naruto let out a long breath. That is indeed his belief. Not only Naruto but also Lee Yurin. With a huge sum of money, Naruto purchased some necessary food. In the past, it was because of that Obasan's abuse that he never gave Naruto decent food. Now it was time to replenish himself. After all, he had to train, so he couldn't be careless. Although the boss selling things looked reluctant, business must be done after all. After working all morning, it was finally done. Naruto was as tired as a dog, panting. Still insisting on getting up. I went to Ichiraku Noodle House and ordered a bowl of extra-large ramen. The Konoha Ninja Village is surrounded by dense jungle, with green trees and fresh air. Every tree has lush branches and leaves, is tall enough to be surrounded by several people, like a natural guard, protecting the leaves. After Naruto finished eating the ramen, he went directly to the outside of the village. When he saw all the exaggeratedly large trees, he was even more convinced that this world was extraordinary. The fusion of the two souls made Naruto fully prepared for his own training. First of all, due to eating expired food for a long time, Naruto's physical fitness is lower than that of his peers, let alone surpassing him, so the top priority is physical training, as the world calls it, is the practice of physical skills, and then there is the practice of chakra. Chakra is the foundation of becoming a ninja and the source of all the power of a ninja. It can be said to be the most important thing. Extracting chakra from cells in the body is also based on the strength of the body, so it is necessary to increase the strength of the body. As a special operations member, the intensity of his training is absolutely hell in the eyes of ordinary people. But to Naruto, that's nothing. After hard work, you will definitely gain something. This is a truth. Naruto only pursues one point of intensity in training: running 10 kilometers, punching 1,000 times, kicking 1,000 times, doing sit ups 1,000 times, and then meditating for an hour to feel the presence of chakra. In short, it is to squeeze out all the strength of the body and break through the body's limits. This is also what Lee Yurin's instructor said in his previous life. Naruto stretched his muscles. His weak body made him very tired today, but his ardent belief in pursuing strength has not dissipated. On the contrary, after meeting the third Hokage again, his unwillingness to be ordinary aroused infinite fighting spirit. The sun was shining brightly, and a young figure was surrounding Konoha, undergoing his hellish and arduous training. When Naruto ran 100 meters, he was out of breath, and large beads of sweat fell from his face. From his stumbling and twitching body, he knew that he had reached his limit. But Naruto is still running. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. Every time I raise my legs, it brings great pain to my body, and at the same time it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds, as if I am stuck in a quagmire. After 1 kilometer, Naruto's consciousness became a little blurry, and there was a row of footprints behind him, which were the sweat left on his body. 4 kilometers away, Naruto's eyelids drooped and his mind was in chaos. For 8 kilometers, Naruto ran like a machine, still persisting. After 10 kilometers, Naruto finally finished running. He was soaked to the skin, his whole body was twitching non-stop, his face was frighteningly white, and his eyes had lost their luster. It was all a belief that supported him. As the sun set, the remaining rays of light shined on Naruto through the gaps in the trees. He was practicing the second item, punching and kicking 1,000 times. His fists were weak, and every kick affected the sore muscles all over his body. 100, 200, 399, 699. Naruto punched and kicked like a machine, draining all the strength from his body, and his body's limits were broken again and again. 1000. Naruto stopped and was about to sit up when he passed out. After performing overloaded exercise, Naruto's body finally collapsed at this moment. Even after he passed out, Naruto's body was still twitching and spasming. If this continues, Naruto will probably become useless. Surrounded by endless dense woods, the gentle breeze rustled the grass. When the sun was completely hidden, the soft moonlight shone on Naruto's twitching body. On the silent grass, green light spots swayed and danced like fireflies. At this time, green light spots seemed to be attracted, rushing into Naruto's body, and Naruto was completely enveloped in a layer of green light. Something magical happened. Naruto's twitching body relaxed, his knitted brows relaxed, and his face that was twisted in pain also softened. He lay quietly on the grass, feeling more at ease and comfortable than ever before, as if he was lying in his mother's arms. Half a month has passed. Naruto got up before dawn. After half a month of hell training, Naruto has developed very good habits. Breakfast consists of a cup of hot milk, 2 eggs, and a large piece of barbecue weighing a pound. The arduous training squeezes all the energy out of the body. Every cell and every muscle requires a large amount of calories, so Naruto's food intake is also increasing day by day. Relatively speaking, Naruto's body has also received comprehensive nutritional development. Her hair is shiny and beautiful, her skin is white and rosy, her body is obviously healthier than half a month ago, and her energy are also very sufficient. Even among children of the same age, he is outstanding. At 6 o'clock, Naruto arrived at the entrance of the village on time. There were only a few pedestrians I met along the way, except for a few ninjas who were responsible for guarding. It's still the same training as usual. After 10 kilometers of running, Naruto was out of breath. Except for some soreness in his legs, there was nothing wrong with him. Then came 1,000 punches and kicks. Compared to the first time, Naruto looked cleaner this time. Then he did sit ups 1,000 times. After all the training was completed, Naruto was soaked all over, and his muscles were shaking continuously, consuming the energy in his body. Naruto sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, united his body and mind, and calmed his breathing. Naruto was sensing the changes in his body. As early as the second day of training, Naruto noticed the location of chakra. A ball of blue gas was like a ball of flame in Naruto's danchin. It was continuously extracted from countless cells, and a little bit of blue chakra was integrated into it to strengthen it. All of this seemed to coincide with a certain pattern. Naruto could clearly feel the blue chakra extracted from the limbs and bones like threads, entering the danchin, strengthening the chakra flame. Although it was only a little bit, Naruto was very happy. This proves that his training direction is correct, and the strength of the body is indeed closely related to chakra. It's just that Naruto can't use chakra yet, and he doesn't know how to use chakra. He can't learn it until he enters the ninja school. After confirming that the chakra training was correct, Naruto withdrew his consciousness and contemplated the plants and trees around him. The breeze blew gently. Little by little green light spots are generated in the flowers, trees, and air. Even under sunlight, you can clearly see where the green light spots are. They were flying like cheerful elves, and then seemed to be attracted by Naruto, surrounding him together, forming a small whirlwind, and finally integrated into Naruto's body. Naruto returned his consciousness to his body and could clearly perceive a green light spot, the size of a grain of rice, above the chakra flame in his danchin. This was the energy Naruto felt while meditating during his second training session. There's a difference with chakra, it's a whole new kind of power. But Naruto couldn't figure it out. According to Naruto's idea, when Naruto fainted during the first training and should have given up all his efforts, it might be this green light-like energy that saved Naruto. From this point of view, Naruto's analysis may have something to do with life and the like, which is at least beneficial and harmless to Naruto now. Originally, according to Naruto's expectations, the first stage of training would take at least 3 months, but since the green light energy entered the body, Naruto's physical fitness has been greatly improved, and the previous stage should be completed in 1 month. Trained. An hour later, Naruto opened his eyes, stood up, stretched, feeling comfortable and full of energy. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining high. Before I knew it, I had been practicing all morning. It's time to eat. Naruto ran towards the village very fast. This was the result of half a month of training. Cultivation emphasizes the balance between work and rest. Too much practice will be counterproductive, and Naruto is well aware of the powerful relationship between this. Back in the village, the road was full of pedestrians. Naruto walked with a swagger, not caring about the strange looks and whispers from the people around him. He is no longer the stupid Naruto he was before, and will not try to change himself because of others, but he still retains his original beliefs and is recognized by everyone. At the same time, the mature thought of another person's soul makes him demand more of himself. After finishing 3 large bowls of extra-large ramen at Ichiraku Noodle House, Naruto walked out satisfied with the shocked eyes of the customers and Uncle Ichiraku. The Yamanaka flower shop is quite a distance away from the Ichiraku Noodle House. It is run by the family of Konoha Jonin Yamanaka Keki and is very famous in the village. Naruto walked directly into the flower shop, put his hands behind his head, smiled and looked very happy, and said, "Aunt Yamanaka, bring me a carnation." Seeing no one responded, Naruto looked around and said doubtfully, "Is no one at home?" When Naruto was about to leave, a childish voice came, well, my mother is out. I want to come back later." Naruto turned around and saw a little head poking out from the counter, with bright yellow hair, a round face, and big green eyes. She grabbed the corners of the counter with both hands and looked at Naruto curiously but fearfully. The two stared at each other for a long time. Naruto walked up to her, making her shrink back quickly with a cry of fright. Naruto stretched out his right hand towards her, smiled brightly, and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." After a while, she slowly walked out, covering her eyes cutely with her hands, and secretly looked at Naruto through the slit. The golden hair is shiny and the blue crystal eyes are pure and flawless, giving people a very warm feeling. She stretched out her small hand and said in a clear voice, "My name is Yamanaka Ino." The two held hands together, and a small friendship was established. Naruto chatted with Yamanaka Ino heartily, talking about the happy things he had encountered and the embarrassing things he had encountered, which made the little Alita Yamanaka Ino giggle nonstop, and the laughter of the two of them echoed in the flower shop. Finally, when Naruto was about to leave, Ino still reluctantly kept telling her to come back tomorrow. Naruto promised with a smile and disappeared into the street. "Naruto, will you come back tomorrow?" Ino said in a sweet voice, looking at Naruto expectantly with her big blue eyes. "Yes, I will come back every day from now on. We are good friends." Naruto patted his chest and promised. "Great. Then you must come tomorrow, otherwise I won't play with you." Ino jumped up and down with a smile, and then said with a straight face, Naruto smiled and nodded, cherishing the hard-won friendship. Today, Naruto made his first friend in the world, a little girl in a flower shop, Ino Yamanaka. The cold winter has a different scenery. The entire Konoha leaves were covered with snowflakes and shrouded in silver. Naruto conducted arduous training around Konoha. In 4 months, Naruto's training volume also increased to a terrifying level. 50 kilometers of long-distance running, punching and kicking times, sit-ups times, and meditating for an hour. Thanks to the absorption of green energy, Naruto's physical fitness has greatly improved. The strength is equivalent to that of a 12-year-old boy. After long and hard training, his endurance has reached a height that ordinary people cannot reach. A snow white and quiet Konoha forest, with only the sound of Naruto training. Meditate cross-legged. Naruto's consciousness carefully felt the chakra generated from countless cells, flowing into his danshin, and growing the chakra flame. The progress of chakra cultivation is slow, but it can be clearly noticed that it is indeed growing. But the energy of the other green light spot has never been able to grow. It is more about nourishing the body and repairing the internal damage of the body due to overtraining. Therefore, the green light spot in Naruto's body is still as big as a grain of rice. But Naruto is already very satisfied. The importance of green light energy to Naruto now is self-evident. I believe that we will know other functions of this energy in the future. Naruto is not very anxious to know. Exhaling a breath, Naruto stood up. The time had reached 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky was almost darkening, so he walked towards Konoha. A little girl with white eyes was walking down the street with a confused face, like a scared little rabbit, at a loss and submissive. She walked aimlessly, frowning, looking around, and soon she was far away from the street. There was no one around, and she became even more nervous and scared. The little girl walked slowly with her head down, and suddenly bumped into a little boy in front of her. 3 little kids were playing a ninja game. One of the little fat guys was hit by a little girl, staggered and almost fell down. Seeing that it was a little girl, she was so weak that she cursed, "Asshole, don't you have eyes? It hurt me." He pushed the little girl down into the snow, and 3 people gathered around, laughing and cursing. The little girl was frightened and apologized non-stop, with a cry in her voice that was inaudible, I'm sorry. Her pure white eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and her kind and weak nature prevented her from resisting. Naruto was walking in the village and happened to see this scene. His innate sense of justice made Naruto stand up. He protected the little girl, stared at the 3 children in front of him, and said, "You are not allowed to bully her." The 3-person gang headed by the little fat man confronted Naruto. One of the children on the left saw Naruto and turned to the little fat man and said, "It seems like that monster." The child on the right looked at Naruto and shrank back in fear, and said in a somewhat uneasy voice, "Let's go, I." Before he could finish, the little fat man took a step forward and relied on his own strength. His tall and powerful body is not afraid of Naruto, the so-called yokai. He looked at Naruto with disgust and punched Naruto directly in the face. He had studied in a ninja school and had already begun to understand the use of chakra. The fists mixed with chakra could be called taijutsu. The power was equivalent to a full-out blow from a teenager, and he firmly believed that Naruto would be knocked out by him. It's a pity that Naruto's fighting awareness is extremely rich. After more than 4 months of hard training, a guy like him who is half-baked and can't even be called a ninja is fearless and can fight 10 times without losing breath. Naruto turned sideways to avoid the little fat man's punch, hit the little fat man on the stomach with a whip leg, and then directly punched the little fat man away. He couldn't get up for a while. His 2 playmates shivered with fear, turned pale, and ran away screaming, but at a very fast speed. Naruto looked at the little girl who was still squatting on the snow, pulled her up, and found that she was still apologizing, and immediately said, "I have beaten those bad guys away, are you okay?" The little girl raised her head, with a round baby face, white and rosy hair, and short dark purple hair. Her eyes were beautiful, pure white without a trace of dust, big and very cute. She looked at Naruto, her face was red, and her voice was like a mosquito, and she said, thank you. As she said that, she lowered her head and bowed to Naruto. Naruto stretched out his hand, rubbed the little girl's head, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, I've wanted to teach them a lesson, hee." The little girl raised her head. Naruto's hand was very warm, which made her little face blush even more. She was shy too easily. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, what's your name?" My name is Hinata. Naruto. Hinata, why are you here alone? I don't remember the way home. Naruto held Hinata's hand and searched for Hinata's home in Konoha. Unfortunately, nothing came of it. Seeing that it was getting dark, I had no choice but to go to the Yamanaka flower shop to look for Ino and see if she knew. When they came to the flower shop, they saw Ino looking at Naruto with an unhappy face and said, "Naruto, why did you come here so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time." She raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her waist, scolding Naruto. Yamanaka Hei and Ino's mother looked on with a smile. Naruto pulled Hinata forward and said, "Hinata forgot the way home. I am searching with her. I wanted to ask Ino if you know how to get to Hinata's house." Hinata bowed to Yamanaka Hei and said, "Sorry to bother you. I am Hayaga Hinata, please give me your advice." Yamanaka Hei returned the bow and looked at Hinata's pure white eyes. She called Naruto, who was sulking and explaining, and said, "I have sent flowers to the Hinata family before. I know how to get there. I will take you there." "Thank you, Aunt," Naruto said happily. Hinata also looked happy. Ino also said, "I'm going too." Following Yamanaka Hei, Naruto led 2 little girls and headed towards Hinata's house. Along the way, there were many twists and turns, and it took more than an hour to reach Hinata's house. The Hayaga clan is a famous ancient family in Konoha and one of the 3 major families in Konoha. It has been prosperous for a long time. The unique eye technique Byakugan is the basis for the survival of the Hayaga clan. At the gate of Hinata, there were 2 ninjas from the Hayaga clan guarding it. Yamanaka Hei explained the situation to them, and immediately a group of people came from the yard. The leader was the head of the Hinata clan, Hinata's father Hyaga Hinata. Hinata returned home smoothly and reluctantly watched Naruto and the others leave. Naruto rejected Yamanaka Hei's invitation, promised Ino that he would go to the flower shop early tomorrow, and went home. Drink. The sound came from the Konoha forest, and a figure could be vaguely seen practicing. He punched the wooden stake in front of him quickly, leaving an afterimage, as fast as the wind, and a banging sound came, and the entire wooden stake had been beaten beyond recognition. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes were sharp, he let out a big breath, and turned his fists into palms. His tiny arms swelled, his muscles were strong, and his veins were coiled. With a loud shout, he pushed his palms suddenly, tearing the air, with blue chakra lingering, and hit the wooden stake. Boom! There was a loud noise, like thunder. The thick wooden stake that one person hugged fell apart, and the energy spread out, blowing Naruto's hair to flutter. The power of this palm is terrifying. Naruto was breathing heavily, his right hand was twitching, and his arm was covered with tiny drops of blood. This is the result of his 2 years of training, a ninja technique created by combining the skills of his previous life with the chakra of this world. Sky-breaking palm, mobilize the chakra in the body to the arm, and continue to compress it until it reaches a critical point. It explodes through the meridians in the palm, generating an extremely powerful chakra shockwave. Chakra bursts out in the meridians like countless hair-thin chakra lines, piercing the target with astonishing destructive power. But at the same time, the damage caused to the arm is also great. If you kill 1,000 enemies, you will lose 800, so it can only be used as a last resort. In 2 years, Naruto has turned 8 years old. Naruto has grown a head taller in the past 2 years. The hard training has made Naruto's body very strong. His hair has never been cut, so it is very long and is tied back by Naruto. His golden hair, blue eyes, and confident look made Naruto very eye-catching. Naruto has always insisted on practicing hard, and the intensity of chakra has been significantly improved. The chakra flame in his body is burning brightly, constantly providing energy to the body. As for the green light energy, it has made progress in the past 2 years. The light spot the size of a grain of rice turned into a light spot the size of a fingernail, but I still don't understand its specific function. Naruto spent the rest of the time playing with Hinata, Ino, and the others. Because of Naruto, Ino and Hinata also became friends. However, Hinata was related to the Hyaga clan. They only had little time to play every day, but Hinata was very happy to see them. Every time she saw Naruto, Hinata would appear happy, but she would blush inexplicably. She is still so shy, very cute. One time, Ino came over with a little girl with pink hair. This girl is no Sakura, and everyone affectionately calls her Sakura. Sakura liked to follow behind Naruto and pull on his clothes, like a little tail. This made Ino unhappy every time, and her little mouth was so pouty that it could hang a bottle of oil. In the past 2 years, Naruto also took the 3 of them to practice together. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw Naruto's hell-like training. At the same time, they were worried about Naruto and persuaded him to give up such training. Finally, they let him go after Naruto repeatedly promised that nothing would happen. Naruto. During this period, Naruto also sparred with the 3 girls. At the beginning, Naruto relied on his strong physical strength to completely defeat Ino and Sakura. When he faced Hinata, he suffered the first tragic defeat in his life. Hinata is the only one among the 4 who knows how to use chakra, coupled with the top taijutsu unique to the Hyaga clan Rukin. It can be said that Naruto was tortured to death, and at the same time, Naruto learned the importance of chakra and its powerful power. Afterwards, Naruto shamelessly asked Hinata about how to use chakra. Hinata blushed and told Naruto hesitantly. The method of using chakra is extremely confidential. In Konoha, only if you enter a ninja school, the teacher will teach the students how to use chakra, and there are strict regulations. The method of using chakra is it is not allowed to be spread externally. At present, only the ancient noble families of Konoha retain the method of using chakra for their clansmen to use and strengthen the clan. After Naruto got the method of using chakra, he couldn't wait to practice it. By mobilizing the chakra in the body to circulate in the body, it merged into the major meridians of the body and circulated throughout the sky. He could clearly feel that his body was full of strength and relaxed. He tried to punch the tree. His fist did not feel any pain at all. Instead, there was a hole as big as a bowl in the tree. Naruto was speechless. The power of chakra is indeed very powerful. I heard that chakra combined with unique seal techniques can become ninjutsu. What a scene that would be. Naruto thought. After training, Naruto returned to the village. Today I agreed to invite Hinata and the others to eat ramen at Ichiraku Noodle House. The group of people walked towards your noodle house talking and laughing. In 2 years, Hinata and the 3 of them have grown up a lot. They are young and beautiful, and their silver bell-like laughter attracts the attention of passers-by around them. As for Naruto, the villagers of Konoha are no longer as hostile as they were 2 years ago, but they still don't like him very much. Arriving at the noodle shop, the 4 of them sat down one after another. The uncle of the Ichiraku Noodle House was one of the few people in the village who was enthusiastic about Naruto. When he saw Naruto coming in, he smiled and said, "Naruto, what do you want to eat?" Naruto said directly, "Extra large Ichiraku ramen and san get regular Ichiraku ramen, uncle." Ichiraku Noodle House is not a very good ramen restaurant in Konoha, but the owner here is very enthusiastic and his craftsmanship is very good. He is very good at making ramen and the price is very reasonable. Naruto would come here to eat several bowls of Ichiraku ramen every time after training, and he was a regular customer here. After a while, the ramen was ready, steaming hot and fragrant. I'm gonna start now. The four of them enjoyed the delicious food. A customer sitting next to Naruto was talking to Uncle Ichiraku. I heard that the Uchiha clan was wiped out yesterday. It was really tragic. The guest sighed. Uncle Ichiraku stopped what he was doing, nodded in agreement, and said, yes, the Uchiha clan is very powerful. If you say no, it will be gone. After that, he continued to work. The guest looked around, leaned his head in, lowered his voice and said, I heard it was Umbu who did it. No one survived. It's terrible. This time, Uncle Il ignored him, but placed a bowl of noodles in front of him and said, your noodles are ready, please use them slowly. The Uchiha clan, one of the three major families in Konoha, possessing the most terrifying eyes in the world, the unique blood inheritance limit, the Sharingan, it is said that the Konoha ninja village was jointly founded by the Uchiha family and the Senju clan. The status of the Uchiha clan can be said to be extremely high. It was a bit thought-provoking that someone was blood-bathed overnight, but Konoha didn't pay attention to it, and even deliberately blocked the news. Sakura, who was sitting next to Naruto, tugged at the corner of Naruto's clothes and said with doubts in her eyes, Naruto, is the Uchiha family very powerful? Yeah, Naruto nodded and said, the Uchiha are the most powerful family in Konoha, even more powerful than the Hinata family. Ah, Hinata exclaimed, frowning, and her voice was very worried, then aren't we in danger? Even the Uchiha have been wiped out. Naruto smiled at Hinata, gave a thumbs up, and said, don't worry, Hinata, I will protect you. Ino also raised his little fist and shouted that he would protect Hinata well, and Sakura also came to join in the fun. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata's face turned red again. After eating ramen, it was already getting dark. After Naruto sent Hinata and the others home, they also returned to their own homes. A year later, Naruto turned 9. He received a notice from the 3rd Hokage asking him to report to the ninja school today. The ninja school was founded by the 2nd Hokage of Konoha in order to ensure continued combat mobility and educational stability. Ninja school is the cradle of all ninjas in Konoha. From the initial enrollment, you learn the basic training to become a ninja, the use of chakra and the history of Konoha, ninjutsu theory, to the middle and late stages of actual combat acting, the use of ninja tools, and the basic 3 body skills. The study of techniques is all-encompassing. Finally, after passing the graduation exam, you can be divided into different groups, follow your teacher, accept tasks suitable for your level, and become a real ninja. Naruto took the notice and came to the door of the ninja school. The place was already crowded with people, all of whom were parents bringing their children to sign up. They were all smiling and happy. Naruto saw Hinata. Ever since what happened 2 years ago, Hinata had an extra guard beside her. He was a Chuunin from the branch of the Hyuga clan. I usually dislike Naruto, and I feel that Naruto has some agenda for approaching the eldest daughter of the Hinata family. Every time Naruto wanted to play with Hinata, he always had to avoid him, which was very nerve-wracking. Ino and Sakura also came with their parents, their faces looking very excited. Then a teacher from the ninja school came, holding a stack of forms, standing at the door and saying, please be quiet and listen to me carefully. Now we are going to divide the classes into classes. Those whose names are called, please follow their respective teachers. After the roll call, it was almost noon. Naruto and Hinata are both in Class B, which is good news. There is one person among them that Naruto is more concerned about. A child with black hair, but his cold eyes were incompatible with the people around him. He also came alone, standing on a branch and watching coldly. His name is Uchiha Sasuke, and he is the only survivor of the Uchiha clan. A year ago, the Uchiha clan was blood-bathed overnight, and he was the only one who survived. Naruto's teacher is called Irika, a Chuunin. He looks kind, but his strength cannot be underestimated. There are many ninjutsu that the Chuunin can master, which are very powerful. At least now, Naruto dare not say that he can defeat the Chuunin. At most, it is a split. Irika first asked Naruto and the others to introduce themselves, and then arranged the seats so that they could be freely combined. Naruto and Hinata were sitting together. Ino and Sakura were fine. Hinata, who was sitting next to Naruto, blushed all of a sudden, felt dizzy, and couldn't speak clearly. After arranging everything, Irika asked Naruto to go back. Tomorrow was the day of classes. One day passed like that. Next day Naruto ran around Konoha and came to Konoha Forest. Meditate cross-legged to extract chakra from cells and absorb green energy. 3 years have allowed Naruto to have a comprehensive understanding of himself. First of all, because to suppress the 9-tail seal in the body, the chakra that can be used is less than %, and the ability of the green light spot has been further understood. In addition to nourishing the body when absorbed, the green light spots will also deliver energy to enhance the body's strength when entering sleep. Now Naruto's full punch can reach a force of hundreds of kilograms, and the use of breaking sky palm is enough to shatter rocks. In addition, Naruto is also very proficient in the use of chakra. He can fly over walls like a real ninja, move around in any environment, and maintain high-speed movement. After the training was completed and it was time to go to school, Naruto headed towards Konoha, jumping on the trees like an ape, very fast. After Ichiraku ate 3 large bowls of extra-large ramen, Naruto came to the classroom. The courses taught in the ninja school are ninja knowledge, Konoha history, ninja tool use and basic 3 body techniques. Finally, there are actual combat exercises, and then you can pass the graduation exam and become a real ninja. Genin. Ninjas are divided into 3 levels: Genin, Chunin, and Jounin. In addition, there is the strongest leader ninja in the village, Kage level. The shadow level represents the strength of a village. Only the strongest ninja in the most powerful ninja village will be given the title of shadow. Such as the 5 major ninja villages represented by Naruto, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Mizukage. They are Naruto, Konoha Ninja Village; Kazekage, Sen Hidden Ninja Village; Tsuchikage, Iwagakure Ninja Village; Reikage, Kumagakure Ninja Village; and Mizukage, Kirigakure Ninja Village. The 5 major ninja villages represent the 5 major ninja nations: the land of fire, the land of wind, the land of earth, the land of thunder, and the land of water. The military strength of a country in Ninja Village is extraordinary. The ninja world has gone through 3 world wars. Before Naruto and the others were born, the entire world was in a period of war. After decades of war, the current structure has been achieved, maintaining a delicate balance in a seemingly peaceful era. Naruto crazily absorbed the knowledge of the ninja world and listened to Iruka's explanation attentively. Since there are still ninjas, there must be undercurrents surging in the shadow of the seemingly peaceful era. No one knows when war will be launched. Day after day, year after year. Time flies. Naruto lived a fulfilling life every day. He learned a lot in the ninja school, and the most satisfying thing was that he learned ninjutsu. Although it is the most basic 3 body techniques: clone technique, substitute technique, and transformation technique. But his strength has been qualitatively improved. Secondly, the use of ninja tools allows Naruto to no longer be restricted to close combat and has more means to defeat the enemy. He also has a certain understanding of the ninja world. After 3 years of studying in ninja school, Naruto learned about his chakra attribute, wind. A very rare attribute, the wind that tears everything apart. Unfortunately, due to the strict control of ninjutsu, Naruto did not get a wind release ninjutsu and could only learn from his teacher after graduation. Ninja schools do not teach ninjutsu other than the 3 body jutsu. At school, Naruto also met more friends: Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he still looked cold and had strong resistance to Naruto, which made Naruto very distressed. The relationship between Naruto and Hinata has become even closer. They stick to Naruto every day and prepare lunch for him. They look at Naruto differently than before, and they are more gentle. In his spare time, Naruto liked to tease Hinata. Hinata would blush every time and look at Naruto weakly, ready to cry. She is still so shy and can't help it. 3 years later, Naruto turned 12 years old. He has grown a lot taller, reaching 1.6 meters, which is much taller than his age. He has a well-proportioned figure and strong muscles, and Sakura Ino's eyes light up every time he looks at him. Naruto's long golden hair was tied back, his blue crystal eyes were full of confidence, and he had 6 beards on his face. Wearing a black shirt with a fiery red coat on top, there is a swirl mark on the back. His eyes are very warm, giving people a feeling of spring breeze, as if they are overlapped with a figure that is his father, the 4th Hokage. Naruto got up early in the morning. After eating a hearty breakfast, we headed towards the ninja school. He jumped on the house, chakra running, and he could fly more than 10 meters with each step, very fast. You can see that there are many more like Naruto. This is a ninja who has mastered chakra. Today is the graduation exam. 3 years of practice will yield a result today, and everyone can't wait. Genin is their target at the moment. The graduation examination is divided into 2 parts. One part is a theoretical test of ninja common sense, and the other part is a test of the 3-body technique. The total score of the theoretical examination is -points. If you can reach -points, you will be considered qualified and you can proceed to the next stage of the examination. The exam lasts for 1 hour and involves many types of questions, making it difficult for students who are not good at theoretical knowledge. It was very easy for Naruto, after all. He was a good student. After the theoretical knowledge test, it is the test of the clone technique. As the basic 3-body technique, the clone technique is very effective. Its main purposes can be summarized as luring the enemy, confusing, and exploring. Although it is not as useful as the substitute technique in actual combat, it is very practical in gathering intelligence. Exam site: the examiners are Konoha Chunin no Kai, Iruka, and Mizuki. Naruto, let's start. Iruka nodded to Naruto and said. Avatar: Naruto's hands turned into an after-image, and within a second, the technique was completed, and blue chakra was pulled within the body, surrounding Naruto. Bang, 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 a burst of smoke filled the air, and 7 identical Narutos stood in front of Iruka and Mizuki. Okay, Naruto, Iruka said in surprise. The test for the clone technique only required 3 clones. Naruto had 6 clones and passed the test. Iruka handed the forehead protector representing Konoha's genin into Naruto's hands. Looking at this boy who was almost taller than him, he felt very happy. Naruto was the most talented and the hardest working student among the students he had ever taught. Naruto was able to master everything he was taught, and could even draw inferences from one instance to another. Iruka said to Naruto, from today on, you are the ninja of Konoha. Naruto, the teacher is very happy to have such an outstanding student as you. Naruto put the forehead protector on his forehead, gave a thumbs up to Iruka, smiled and said, Iruka-sensei, thank you for your guidance. At this moment, Naruto glowed with a unique style, leaving the 2 of them happy. Naruto came out of the ninja school, and Hinata and the others were waiting at the door. As soon as they saw Naruto, Sakura and Ino flew towards him. Hinata also ran over and stood aside, looking at Sakura and Ino with envy, her cheeks red. After 6 years of getting along, Naruto and the others were more like close lovers. Konoha Forest. Naruto held 2 shurikens in his hands and swung them out. The shurikens mixed with chakra were very fast, swishing through the air and hitting a tree 10 meters away. Clang clang hit the bullseye. Naruto ran quickly, a kunai appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his arm, it turned into a black shadow and hit the bullseye again. It was so powerful that it shattered the target and embedded it in the tree. What Naruto was confused, he sensed something approaching him, very fast. 6 years of training and the baptism of green light energy made Naruto's perception very powerful, and he clearly sensed that something was coming towards him. Who is the one? Naruto and Hinata's aura are very clear, but this aura is not very familiar to Naruto. Let's see what happens. Naruto thought. Then he concealed his aura, jumped up, and hid behind a tree. After a while, a figure landed on the ground. Why is it Mizuki? Naruto thought and felt that things were not that simple. Mizuki was dressed like a Konoha ninja and had blue hair. He took down a huge scroll from his back and stroked it obsessively. His face was filled with ecstasy, his eyes were crazy, and he couldn't help laughing. His voice echoed in the forest, which was very captivating. I finally got it, I finally got it. The sealed book. I, Mizuki, am the strongest ninja, and I am the most powerful, ha 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 ha. He vented hysterically, sacrificing his most loved student for this sealed book. But everything is worth it. He, Mizuki, will become the most powerful ninja. On the way to strength, sacrifice is inevitable. Sealed book. Naruto's heart moved. Isn't that the forbidden book sealed by the first Hokage? The sealed book records the powerful ninjutsu in Konoha. There are thousands of them, most of which are forbidden ninjutsu. It is a taboo book kept secretly by Konoha. Only the Hokage was allowed to view it. How did Mizuki steal it? But I really should thank the teacher. I'm worried that I can't learn ninjutsu, so you came to bring me warmth. Naruto jumped down, stood in front of Mizuki, and said righteously, Teacher Mizuki, you have been discovered. Hand over the sealed book quickly, and I can plead with Lord Hokage. Naruto's face showed solemn and upright. Mizuki looked at Naruto, who suddenly jumped out. At first he thought it was a ninja chasing after him, and was startled. When he found Naruto, he breathed a sigh of relief. He put the sealed book away and put it on his back. He looked at Naruto with disdain and sneered, oh, it's Naruto. You, a brat who just graduated, want to stop me. He rushed towards Naruto, holding a huge shuriken in his hand and walking fast. At close range, the huge shuriken struck Naruto's head. Too naive, the fierce wind tousled Naruto's hair, but his expression remained unchanged, as calm as water. A kunai appeared in his hand, directly blocking the huge shuriken that was about to be struck. Ding, sparks are flying. The short kunai firmly blocked the huge shuriken, unable to get any closer. Everything happens in an instant. Mizuki's expression froze, and he looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto suddenly smiled, and with force in his hands, Mizuki flew out with a huge force. Mizuki adjusted his body and landed on the tree. He looked at Naruto with a solemn expression. The strange power just now was so strange that it even frightened him. The two looked at each other and fell into a stalemate. Suddenly, Mizuki put away his shuriken. He said to Naruto, Naruto, do you want me to tell you a secret that only you don't know? Mizuki spread his hands and looked at Naruto teasingly. Naruto understood clearly, pretending not to know anything, and asked, what's going on? Teacher Mizuki. 12 years ago, the village made a rule. What you don't know is that you are the nine-tailed demon fox that harmed Konoha 12 years ago. Mizuki opened his eyes wide and looked at Naruto carefully. Is this the case? I already know it. Naruto replied. He was so casual that you couldn't even see the change in his expression. Mizuki looked in disbelief and shouted, how is it possible? How did you know? No one will tell it. Naruto ignored Mizuki, put the kunai away, and said, Ms. Mizuki, nothing happened, I'll get on it. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto disappeared from the spot and a wave of air swirled up. In the blink of an eye, with no time to react, Mizuki's pupils narrowed and he was punched in the face. Boom! Mizuki flew out like a cannonball and hit the ground, stirring up dust. A big hole was made in the ground, and Shuima didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Naruto was sitting on a tree reading the Book of Seals, while Mizuki fell under the tree with blood on his face. There are many ninjutsu recorded in the Book of Sealings, most of which are forbidden jutsu or ninjutsu that require special requirements to be used. After Naruto filtered out these jutsu, there were still hundreds of ninjutsu. But Naruto did not memorize them all, but only chose 3 ninjutsu. These 3 ninjutsu are what Naruto thinks are most suitable for him, both in terms of power and in actual combat. At the same time, Mizuki's theft of the sealed book must have been known to Konoha, and they will catch up in a short time. Naruto is not given much time, so there is no need to waste energy on using all the ninjutsu. Naruto still understands the principle of biting off more than one can chew. The first ninjutsu is the multiple shadow clone technique, which is an A-level ninjutsu. It requires a large amount of chakra to support, can create thousands of physical clones, has part of the power of the caster and can use ninjutsu. This technique is very suitable for Naruto. Although most of his chakra is used to suppress the 9 tails, the chakra that can be used is also extremely considerable. The second ninjutsu is wind release. Wind Blade, an A-level ninjutsu. The wind-based ninjutsu fits perfectly with Naruto's chakra attributes and can exert greater power, and the power of this ninjutsu is also considerable. The third ninjutsu is the Raiznan, a class A ninjutsu that belongs to the secrets. The Muji ninjutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Naruto's father, consumes a lot of chakra and has terrifying power. The introduction in the Book of Ceilings is that it is very difficult to practice. It took the fourth Hokage 3 years to create this technique, but Naruto still wrote down the Reborn. In addition to his confidence in himself, he also had a sense of remembrance. After memorizing the 3 ninjutsu word for word, Naruto exhaled, rolled up the Book of Seals, and carried it behind his back. He jumped down from the tree, straightened his clothes, and stood next to Mizuki calmly. With a whoosh, several figures appeared next to him. It was the Konoha ninja who came to hunt Mizuki. The leading ninja looked at the scene. Mizuki fell to the ground, his face covered with blood. A long-haired boy was carrying the Book of Seals and wearing a Konoha forward protector on his head. "Did you solve him?" the black-faced ninja said to Naruto. Naruto handed the sealed book into his hand and replied righteously, "Mizuki-sensei stole the sealed book. As a Konoha ninja, I naturally can't just ignore it. It's just that the attack was a bit harsh, so it doesn't get in the way." Naruto spoke plausibly, with an upright look on his face, his brows slightly raised, and he looked a bit distressed, feeling sad for Mizuki's behavior. Several people had black lines on their faces and looked at Mizuki beside them, wondering if he would not be able to recover for a month, and they were also surprised at the same time. As a Chuunin of Konoha, Mizuki's strength should not be underestimated. This young man could kill Mizuki easily, and his strength was also extraordinary. Although Mizuki is a Chuunin, he has too few ninjutsu, and his taijutsu is even worse. He became a Chunin entirely by relying on the chakra in his body. In addition, Naruto's strength has reached the level of a Chunin, especially in taijutsu. He has powerful strange strength and is as fast as the wind. It is easy to deal with Mizuki. What Naruto lacks now is the experience of fighting between ninjutsu and ninjas, otherwise he would definitely have the strength of a Jounin. After a few people thanked Naruto, they carried Mizuki and disappeared into the forest, and went back to resume their lives. After Naruto was sure that the other party was gone, he decided to practice the multiple shadow clone techniques and the wind release. Wind blade first. Naruto closed his eyes and recalled the shadow clone technique in his mind. The fusion of the two souls made Naruto's brain far more powerful than ordinary people. The thinking and will can better understand the essence of things. I have sorted out the precautions and seal concepts of the shadow clone technique. After a few moments, Naruto opened his eyes. With a flash of light, he formed seals with his hands, and the chakra flames in his body rolled, being pulled, consumed rapidly, and surrounding Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the smoke dissipated, and dozens of Naruto stood on the ground, each one an entity and holding a part of the power. The multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. The reason why it has not become popular among Konoha ninjas is that it consumes a lot of chakra. The amount of chakra possessed by the average lower Chuunin is simply not enough to sustain the consumption of the shadow clone technique, let alone the multiple shadow clone technique. The clone of the entity is more likely to confuse the enemy and achieve unexpected effects. Even the boundaries of pupil techniques such as Sharingan and Byakugan cannot be distinguished, which has a very good effect in actual combat. Naruto looked at the dense crowd of figures and nodded, feeling very satisfied. Although he didn't have a good grasp of the strength of the first use, only dozens of them were separated. But with a good start, the rest just needs to be practiced and you will be able to master it easily. Naruto unlocked the ninjutsu, dozens of shadow clones disappeared, and continued to practice. Multiple shadows. Naruto office. The third Hokage was looking at Naruto through the crystal ball. His eyes were steady, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. After a long time, the third Hokage released the ninjutsu, and the image in the crystal ball disappeared. He returned to his chair and murmured to himself, "I hope Naruto can give Konoha new vitality." Since what happened 6 years ago, Naruto's changes have been seen by the third Hokage. Naruto's pursuit of power made the third Hokage's heart sink at the beginning, thinking that Naruto had the idea of revenge on Konoha. It was not until Naruto met Hinata and the others that the bond of friendship established made the third Hokage relieved. Maybe friendship can dissipate the hatred in Naruto's heart. The third generation old man secretly thought. But in fact, it was the guilt towards the fourth Hokage that prevented the third Hokage from taking action against Naruto. The increasingly similar appearance between the two made the third Hokage feel cruel and could only place his trust in Naruto. Sunset. Naruto continued to practice. His hands quickly changed the seal technique, and the technique was completed. Wind escape? Wind blade. Naruto stretched out his right hand, and a whirlwind condensed in his hand and spun rapidly. Naruto threw himself towards the trees 10 meters away. The whirlwind expanded in the air, and chakra acted as a sword blade, tearing apart the trees. White sword light danced wildly, and a large tree surrounded by several people was covered with traces of inches deep and riddled with holes. Naruto was panting heavily and practiced non-stop for several hours. The chakra in his body was exhausted and his physical strength was almost exhausted. However, the results are still gratifying. There has been great progress in the training of shadow clone technique and wind blade. They can be used freely, which has greatly improved Naruto's strength. As for the training of Reborn, he can only wait until later. After checking the sky, they had to group into groups tomorrow, so they couldn't delay, so they headed back to Konoha. Ninja School Class Ball Class B students who passed the graduation exam gathered together and were divided into groups today. Becoming a genin is a joy, but at the same time it also carries a lot of responsibility. Ninjas need to perform tasks, and death is a common occurrence for ninjas. To perform the mission, a Jonin and 3 Genin form a team, so they need to be divided into 3-person teams, and then handed over to the responsible Jonin. 3 newcomers followed 1 Jounin, which was a form of protection for them. In the entire ninja world, only a small number of people can become ninjas, and more are ordinary civilians. Therefore, every talent who can become a genin is the hope of Konoha and the backbone of the future. Naruto was talking to Hinata and the others. Sakura took Naruto's left arm, squinted her eyes, and said, I really want to be in the same group as Naruto. She was yelling in her heart, this way, she can dominate Naruto every day. Yeah, not to be outdone, Ino held Naruto's right arm and said to Sakura with a smile, I am the one who is in the same group as Naruto. Don't worry about your broad forehead. Sakura was not convinced, and the two quarreled. You have no chance, Inobo. It's you, broad forehead. Well, bore. Broad forehead. Everyone with dark faces. Hinata blushed and looked at Naruto, who was in a dilemma, and she also wanted to team up with Naruto. At this time, Irika came in and the noisy classroom fell silent. He looked at his students, very pleased, and said, from today on, you are ninjas who can stand alone, but you are just novice genin. The real test is yet to come. You will work in groups of 3, following a Jounin teacher on a mission. Let's start grouping now. The first group, Naruto Office. The third Hokage and a group of Jonin were watching Naruto and the others through the crystal ball. The crystal ball was facing Naruto. Kakashi's eyes froze. He looked at the roughly similar figure and whispered, they are really alike. Ui Korone heard this and looked at Naruto curiously. After hearing this, the surrounding ninjas also looked at Naruto, gradually overlapping with the figure in their minds, feeling surprised in their hearts. Group Uzumaki Naruto, Harano Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Yeah. Sakura hugged Naruto's arm tightly and made a victory sign towards Ino with a proud look on her face. Ino held her head to the side unhappily, regretting letting Sakura get to know Naruto and becoming jealous. Hinata lowered her brows and felt a little unhappy in her heart, so Naruto had no choice but to comfort them. Group Hinata, Kiba Inyazuka, Shino Abarame. Group Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji. The grouping is complete. Groups of 3 people get together to communicate. Naruto was walking on the road with Sakura beside him, and Sasuke ran off to nowhere. Suddenly, Sakura ran in front of Naruto and turned around, standing tall and beautiful. She has long pink hair, snow-white skin, wears a red cheongsam, and has a slim waist, ready to bloom. Sakura blushed with embarrassment and whispered to Naruto, Naruto, do you look good? Naruto's heart moved, and then he realized that Sakura had grown up, and was no longer the little tail that always followed behind her. He couldn't help but walked forward and put his arms around Sakura's slim waist. Sakura fell into Naruto's arms with a cry. He raised his head and put his cherry-red mouth towards her. The dream scene appeared in Sakura's mind. Her pretty pink face was covered with a blush, and her heartbeat accelerated a little. But what should Hinata and Ino do? Naruto's terrifying voice came. Go to hell, Naruto. Sakura roared angrily, punched Naruto out, and ran away angrily. Naruto was left alone and fell to the ground, speechless and choked. In the afternoon roof of Naruto building, Naruto and the 3 of them were sitting on the steps, and a silver-haired one-eyed man was sitting on the railing and watching with his eyelids lowered and a look of laziness on his face. Sakura was sulking, Naruto was comforting her, and Sasuke had a cold look on his face. Ahem attracted everyone's attention, Kakashi said, please introduce yourselves first. Naruto was the first to speak. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My best friends are Sakura, Hinata, and Ino. I like to be with them the most. My dream is to become the most powerful Hokage, have great power, protect the people around me, and get everything. People's approval. After saying that, he grabbed Sakura's little hand. This is the person he wants to protect. Sakura's face was flushed and she said, I know Sakura, my favorite thing is to be with Naruto, my dream is, what I want to do in the future is. She looked at Naruto shyly, her voice he got smaller and smaller as he spoke, and finally buried his head in Naruto's arms shyly. Ambiguous. Finally there is Sasuke. He sat there, motionless, with a cold voice, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't like anything. When he said this, there was hatred in his eyes, and, I have someone who has not only the ambition of the dream, to revive the Uchiha clan, and, kill that man. Is that so? Kakashi looked at Sasuke, and then said to the 3 of them, okay, this is the introduction of the 3 of them. I will also introduce myself. My name is Heite Kakashi, a Jounin of Konoha. What I like and what I hate. I don't want to tell you anything. As for my future dreams, my interests are all kinds of things. 3 people with contempt on their faces. Is it okay if you only know the name this way? Don't feed me so casually. Kakashi ignored the 3 people and continued, the mission will begin tomorrow. First of all, this is a mission that only 4 people can complete, a survival exercise. Naruto said doubtfully, weren't we already trained in survival drills in school? Kakashi smiled mysteriously and said, we will know when the time comes. Then, disband. Kakashi waved to Naruto and the others, and suddenly turned around and said, oh, remember not to have breakfast tomorrow. That's all. Is that really our instructor Jonin? He looks very unreliable. Sakura said blankly. Before she could understand him, the other person actually left like this. There should be no problem. Naruto scratched his head and was a little confused about this teacher. Sasuke was still cold and walked away silently. Hey, Sasuke, wait a minute, let's go eat ramen together. Naruto stopped Sasuke and invited him warmly. After all, they are teammates who will do missions together in the future, and they should also get closer to each other. I'm not going, you can go on your own, Sasuke said without looking back, and still left. In that case, let's go alone, Naruto, Sakura said with a smile, quite proudly. Isn't this good? Let's call Hinata and Ino together, Naruto suggested. Humph. Sakura snorted in displeasure, crossed her arms and angrily walked away, completely ignoring Naruto. Next day before dawn, Naruto and the other three gathered at the place Kakashi said. The sun had not yet come out and it was less than 6 o'clock. Sakura was leaning on Naruto's shoulder, drowsy and had not yet woken up from her sleep. Naruto and Sasuke, the spiritual mentors, were very good. They looked around and saw a quiet place. Kakashi hadn't come yet. Minutes passed by, sun on the branches. Kakashi just showed up. He greeted Naruto and the others and said with a smile on his face, "Hey, good morning everyone." Everyone despises. Kakashi tried to explain. When that one came, there happened to be a black cat standing in front of me, still despised. Ahem. Kakashi awkwardly took out an alarm clock and placed it on a wooden stake nearby, and set the time at 12 o'clock. He took out 2 bells from his arms and said to the 3 of them, "Today's task is to grab the bell from my hand before noon. Those who do not get the bell will be deemed to have failed the mission and will be deprived of their ninja forward protection and returned to school." Kakashi's words were like a bolt from the blue. The 3 of them looked at Kakashi blankly, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Sakura looked back at the alarm clock and it was already past 11 o'clock. There was less than 5 and 10 minutes left for the 3 of them, so they had to race against time. She couldn't help but look at Naruto, who had a relaxed look on his face, and her heart was full of worry. Among the 3, she could be said to have the lowest strength and the highest chance of elimination. Kakashi continued, "I hope you are determined to kill me, otherwise you won't get the bell. We're still hungry right now, so we can't use much strength at all," Sakura said with an annoyed look on her face. Ninjas will encounter more difficult situations when performing tasks outside. This can be regarded as a small test for you, Kakashi replied. Sakura reluctantly stepped aside. Then, the mission begins. Kakashi gave the order, and the 3 of them disappeared into the darkness. The Sandaime and Irika are playing chess. Sandaime-sama, why are Naruto and Sasuke in the same group? They have very good grades, so they shouldn't be in the same group. Irika was confused. The 3rd generation fell to the throne, looked at Irika and said, "The Uchiha clan was destroyed, and Uchiha Sasuke has hatred in his heart. When he gets powerful power, he will not let go of Konoha." His eyes were deep and revealing. Wisdom. Naruto is different. He has bonds with Konoha, Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, and Harano Sakura. These people who recognize him and become his friends are closely tied to Konoha. There is something in Naruto that Sasuke needs to learn from. Place, I believe he will definitely change. Irika thought for a while and asked, "What kind of person is Kakashi Jonin?" Kakashi, he will be a strict teacher. In the bushes, Sakura and Naruto were hiding together. Looking at Kakashi carefully, Naruto frowned and his eyes were serious. This man holding a romance book seemed casual, lazy, and full of flaws, but there was not a single flaw in Naruto's eyes, and he even felt indestructible, which was very troublesome. The difference in Jonin's strength can be seen just from the momentum. Not easy to deal with. At this time, Sakura tugged on Naruto's clothes and said worriedly, "Naruto, do you think I can get the bell?" Naruto put his hand on Sakura's head, with a gentle look on his face, and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Then he leaned into Sakura's ear and told her the plan he had in mind. Sakura looked delighted and nodded vigorously. Naruto jumping in front of Kakashi, with fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, I advise you to put the book away. I will not show mercy." He urgently needed to fight with ninjas to make up for himself. Inexperienced, Kakashi was just right. Kakashi looked at Naruto, put the book in his hand away and said, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto took action. He kicked off his feet and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Kakashi. He clenched his fist and smashed it down with all his strength. His fist broke through the air and made a whistling sound. Kakashi raised his hand to block, but was blown away. He was shocked in his heart, it was too strong. My armate. Naruto didn't wait for him to react, and rushed over, fists and kicks, with after images. Kakashi passively defended, and was suppressed for a moment. Sasuke in the dark was stunned. Shocked in my heart, how could Naruto be so powerful? Sakura's eyes lit up, thinking that he was indeed Naruto. He was so handsome. Suddenly, Naruto seized an opportunity and hit Kakashi on the chest with a fist as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Kakashi flying in the air turned into smoke with a bang, and a piece of wood was smashed into pieces. Substitute, Naruto's eyes widened, and a sinister voice came from behind. Ninjas not only have physical skills but also ninjutsu. Kakashi slashed Naruto on the back of the neck with a knife. Bang is another substitute technique. Multiple shadows Naruto formed a seal, chakra circulated, and dozens of physical clones rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi had no choice but to form a seal, and when the technique was completed, a light flashed in his eyes. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The lake next to him suddenly surged, and under the influence of chakra, the water swirled and turned into a water dragon, with a fierce momentum. With a roar, he rushed towards Naruto's clone. Dozens of shadow clones were rushed away and turned into smoke and disappeared. Boom! With an explosion, Naruto rushed out of the lake and entangled him in Kakashi's surprised eyes. Naruto's power was so great that Kakashi couldn't break free for a while. Sakura, Naruto yelled. Sakura, who had been prepared for a long time, ran out and stood in front of Kakashi, forming seals with her hands and running her chakra. The technique of Kazumi's servant invisible fluctuations affected Kakashi's visual senses. Kakashi was in a trance and woke up in his heart, but only for a second. Unfortunately, the bell on his waist had already been taken away by Sasuke, who appeared. The first collaboration between the three of them was a success. Kakashi looked at Naruto with mixed feelings in his heart. Although he didn't show much strength, it can be known that Naruto's strength is not as simple as it seems on the surface. If it weren't for Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke alone would not be able to accomplish this action. He is truly worthy of being a teacher's child, Kakashi sighed in his heart. So, have you decided? Who quits and goes back to school? Kakashi looked at the three of them. Kakashi's words were undoubtedly shocking. Naruto and the three of them frowned. They didn't know how to answer for a moment. The biggest question came. In silence. At this time, Sasuke threw the bell to Naruto and said calmly, I didn't make any effort, you can just hold the bell. Naruto gave the bell to Sakura and Sasuke and said, without your help, I wouldn't have been able to get the bell by myself. Sakura pushed the bell back to Naruto, not wanting it anyway. The three of them were pushing and shoving, but they still couldn't tell the difference. At this time, Kakashi leaned his head over and said with a smile, you are all qualified. 7 days later. For 7 days in a row, Naruto was doing D-level tasks, from taking care of children to shopping, weeding, looking for lost pets, etc. He did almost everything. Naruto, who is seeking powerful power, is already impatient with these tasks. Only by fighting powerful ninja can his strength be improved. Today, the sun is shining. Konoha mission reception team who had just completed their mission, stood aside. Next to them was a fat woman with heavy makeup, who was ravaging the kitten in her arms. Naruto complained to the sitting third Hokage, old man third generation, are there any high-level tasks we can do? I've been doing D-level tasks these past few days, and I'm really bored. The third Hokage looked at Naruto and said slowly, the tasks among ninjas are strictly regulated. You are just genin who have just become ninjas and are not suitable for tasks above D-level. Naruto simply acted rogue and said, if you don't give me high-level tasks, I won't do them. The third Hokage knew that Naruto's strength was not as simple as it seemed, so he thought about it and finally compromised. I can give you a C-level mission. You have to protect someone. Konoha Village exit. A group of 5 people set off towards the mission location. The extra person is the target of this mission, a drunken old man. His name is Dejuna. He comes from the Kingdom of Waves and is a famous bridge building expert. Through his narration, Naruto and the others also knew the purpose of their trip. Send him back to the country of waves intact and continue the unfinished project. A group of people walked in the forest, Sakura holding Naruto's arm and laughing happily. It was rare for Sakura to be alone with Naruto, and she cherished it very much. She felt very sweet in her heart. She was already thinking about how to defeat Naruto. She had no chance at all when she was with Hinata and the others. Suddenly, Naruto found a pool of water in front of him. He frowned. It had been sunny for several days in a row. How could there be any traces of water on the ground? Thinking about it, I couldn't help but become a little more vigilant. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who secretly nodded to him, confirming his suspicion. At the same time, he carefully sensed the surroundings. There was indeed something abnormal, and there were eyes watching them secretly. When Naruto arrived in front of Sakura, he said softly, Sakura, stand behind me later. Sakura nodded doubtfully, but Tajuna next to her knew something and went to Naruto without leaving any trace. Moved around. After passing the beach. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the water, with their faces covered and wearing black coats, with murderous intent in their eyes, whoosh at a very fast speed. He passed a group of people. The long chain weapon in his hand tied Kakashi at the front, and with a strong pull, Kakashi was torn to pieces. First one of the men shouted. Sakura was frightened and screamed. Sasuke walked over to Tajuna. The faces of the two of them were not very good. Only Naruto looked at it calmly and was prepared in his heart. The second one. The voice sounded from behind Sakura. It was too fast and she couldn't react. Sakura was so frightened that her face turned pale. An iron claw with a cold light grabbed at Sakura. It was a critical moment. In an instant, a strong arm wrapped around Sakura's slender waist, and Naruto held Sakura in his arms. Kicks the enemy away with both feet. With a bang, the two of them flew several meters away as if they were hit by a fast truck, breaking a tree. A mouthful of blood spurted out. I don't know how many bones were broken, and I fainted. Everything is so fast. In the blink of an eye, before Sasuke and Tatsuna could react, it was all over. Kakashi jumped down from the tree and looked at the fainted ninja, thoughtfully. Sakura lay crying in Naruto's arms. She was really frightened just now. After all, she was only a 12-year-old girl and she was still very weak at heart. Sasuke looked at Naruto, feeling very unconvinced. Tajuna beside him had sweat on his face, as if he had something to hide. At this time, Kakashi said to everyone, Naruto's performance this time is very good. Sakura, you rely too much on Naruto. It's also good that Sasuke can stand by Mr. Dajuna's side for the first time. Kakashi looked at Tajuna, his eyes became cold and he said, Mr. Tatsuna, shouldn't you explain it? What's the explanation, haha. Dazuna's face became even more sweaty. Looking at their attire, they should be fugitive ninjas in Chunin from Kirigakure. They are obviously here for you, Mr. Dejuna. Are you hiding something from us? Kakashi pressed forward step by step. Being able to send out ninjas to assassinate people is a B-level mission, not an ordinary C-level mission. This has exceeded the intensity of our mission. If Mr. Dejuna hadn't said anything, we could have terminated the mission. It seems that I can only tell you the truth. Dazna had no choice but to tell the truth. Naruto and the others listened attentively. It turns out that a year ago, Cardo, the leading rich man, took a fancy to the Kingdom of Waves. Cardo is a man who is desperate for profit. He secretly uses the mafia and ninjas to smuggle drugs and contraband in order to invade other companies and countries. He is a heinous villain. Using his financial resources and violence, he took control of the water transportation in the land of waves in an instant. For a small island country like the country of waves, controlling water transportation means controlling the vitality of the country, controlling the country's wealth, politics, and everything owned by its people. The only thing that scares Kato is the completion of the bridge under construction. That's why Cardo hired a fugitive ninja to assassinate Dejuna. The reason why Dejuna lied about the level of the mission was because the entire country of waves could no longer afford the amount required for the B-level mission. After listening to what Dazna said, Kakashi said to Naruto and the others, Kato will definitely send more ninjas here. Are you still willing to carry out this mission? Naruto said without hesitation, I came to perform the mission just to fight against stronger ninjas. I am willing to continue to perform the mission. Seeing that Naruto was willing to perform the mission, Sakura agreed. Sasuke's face was cold and he acquiesced. Tatsuna thanked Naruto and the others profusely. A group of 5 people continued to move towards the Kingdom of Waves, a dark forest in a wooden house. The short Kato cursed angrily at the man sitting. What a bullshit high-level ninja, it has no effect at all. Such a high price was wasted. The man sitting on the sofa pointed the big knife in his hand at Cardo. It was 2 meters long and pressed it against Cardo's throat. He said, next time, I will kill them with the decapitating knife in my hand. His voice was cold, his eyes were even colder, and he smelled of blood. Kaduo said tremblingly, however, the failure of the Ghost Brothers will definitely make them alert. Next time they will not be so easy to succeed. Is it really okay? Who do you think my uncle is? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the man sitting on the sofa, and his face covered with gauze made a hoarse voice, I am Zabuza Mamakai, known as the Ghost of Kirigakure. A group of 5 people took a boat through the foggy waters, arrived at the Kingdom of Waves, and headed towards the Dejuna family. At this time, a white shadow jumped out from the bushes. Sakura and Sasuke looked at it vigilantly, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a white rabbit. Sakura looked happy and was about to pick up the little white rabbit, but was stopped by Naruto. Naruto looked around, and he felt that there was a pair of eyes peeping at them, but the person's aura was well hidden, and Naruto was not sure exactly where it was. Kakashi glanced at the little white rabbit and was also observing the surroundings. It was a snow rabbit. The white fur only appeared in winter when the days were shorter. It was spring and it shouldn't appear. It seems that the guy sent by Cardo is here again. Zabuza in the dark glanced at Naruto one more time, paying attention, and then looked at Kakashi with a solemn expression. No wonder the Ghost Brothers are no match. It turns out to be Konoha's copy ninja, and Sharingan Kakashi is also here. Zabuza put his hand on the beheading sword and disappeared instantly. The decapitating sword was spinning, mixed with the sound of sharp wind, and flew towards Naruto and the others. Get down, Kakashi shouted. The beheading sword flew over everyone's heads, struck the tree, and penetrated several inches. Zabuza stood on the handle of the sword, looking at everyone coldly. War is imminent. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and joked, hey, isn't this Kirigakure's exiled ninja, Mamakai Zabuza? Then, he said to Naruto and the others with a solemn expression, follow this guy. This encounter is not at the same level at all, please protect Mr. Dazna. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and placed his hand on the forehead protector covering his left eye. It seemed that it was time to use it. I didn't expect to meet Konoha's copy ninja, Sharingan Kakashi, here. What an honor. Zabuza was extremely vigilant in his heart and was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. He glanced at Naruto and had the intention of retreating from this action. Sharingan, Naruto looked at Kakashi. Isn't that the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan? How could Mr. Kakashi have it? Sasuke on the side looked at Kakashi in surprise. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, and a scar lay across his eye. He opened his left eye, and a blood-red eye appeared, with 3 black megatama in the blood-red pupil. This is the legendary eye, the basis for the Uchiha clan's survival, the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a special kind of bloody limit. The power generated by the gaze is emitted using the pupil power. It can quickly see through taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu, and counterattack them intact. The power possessed by the Sharingan is extremely powerful, and its abilities are far beyond what is known. Zabuza's figure flashed and appeared in the water in an instant. He held his sword finger in his hand, one hand across his chest, and the other pointed directly to the sky. Chakra poured into the water, causing ripples. Thick white fog rose around him, severely obstructing his vision. Ninjutsu, Kirigaku no Jutsu, Zabuza said slowly, and his figure disappeared into the thick fog. Kakashi said to Naruto without looking back, "Naruto, protect Mr. Tatsuna and the others. This enemy is difficult to deal with. If you are not careful, you may die here." "Don't worry, Mr. Kakashi, leave it to me," Naruto responded. Zabuza was different from the ninjas Naruto had encountered before. He was full of murderous intent and was a ninja who had experienced the baptism of blood. Kakashi formed a seal, and chakra exploded outside his body, dispersing the mist within a foot around him. The intense murderous intent was confronting Zabuza, and the air seemed to have turned cold. Sasuke, Sakura and Tatsuna were like candles in the wind in this murderous intent. Their bodies were trembling, their faces turned pale, and their eyes were full of fear. Breathing seemed difficult. At this time, a fierce murderous aura blocked Kakashi and Zabuza's murderous aura. It was Naruto. The turbulent murderous aura spurted out of his body like a tide. The sky became clear, and the temperature dropped. The powerful murderous opponent made the air sizzle. In Naruto's blue eyes, there was a faint hint of black hidden very deep, flashing past. Kakashi and Zabuza in the dark looked at Naruto in surprise. It was hard to imagine how a 12-year-old child could have such surging murderous intent. Could it be Kyuubi? Kakashi thought. After a while, Zabuza's cold voice came from all directions. 8 places: throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid arteries, clavicle, kidneys, and heart. "Mr. Dasna, which one do you choose?" In an instant, a black shadow appeared behind Dasna. It was Zabuza. He looked at Dasna with bloodthirsty, and the beheading sword turned into a shadow, and he quickly slashed towards Dasna's waist. Naruto reacted instantly, all the muscles in his body tensed, and surging power exploded in his body. He struck first, and his right leg hit Zabuza's chest with a huge force. Boom! Zabuza was kicked to pieces, and countless water splashed everywhere, which was a water body. Behind Naruto, Zabuza slashed with his handheld decapitating sword, and Kakashi appeared instantly. The kunai in his hand pierced Zabuza's abdomen, leaving water out. The figure exploded, and there was another water body. "Go to hell, Kakashi." Zabuza held the knife in both hands and slashed at the waist. Kakashi squatted down and narrowly avoided it. Zabuza took advantage of his inertia and kicked Kakashi away. He switched his right hand to his left, pulled out the decapitating sword inserted into the ground, and rushed towards Kakashi quickly. A burst of energy scratched Zabuza's face painfully. He looked sideways and saw Naruto punching him with a fierce punch. He was helpless and Zabuza could only use the decapitating sword as a shield. Boom! The violent energy spread out, and Zabuza was blasted away by a huge force. His feet plowed several meters of traces on the ground, and a dented fist mark appeared on the blade of the decapitation sword. He looked at Naruto in shock, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. Originally, he thought that Naruto was only as powerful as a Chunin, but now he realized that he was wrong. Naruto's mentality, speed, and strength far surpassed that of a Chunin, reaching the level of a Jounin, especially his power. "Is this a strange force?" Zabuza was shocked. "Reminds me of the legendary son of Konoha Princess Tsunadeheim with unparalleled power." He looked at Kakashi and Naruto, retreated, and then said loudly, "Shiro, do it." Everyone was alert. Zabuza had helpers, and a cold voice sounded. "Secret technique. Kinsha Shui Xiang." The water in the lake turned into thousands of arrows and flew towards Naruto and the others, glowing with cold light. There were thousands of them, directly covering them. Zabuza seized the opportunity and quickly disappeared into the forest. Naruto and Kakashi ignored Zabuza and formed seals one after another to resist the sudden attack. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Wind Escape? Wind Blade. A water dragon roared up and dispersed most of the water senbon. Naruto took the whirlwind in his hand and swung it into the air. In an instant, the whirlwind expanded dozens of times and wrapped the remaining senbon. Cut by white cold light, it turned into rain. And now that the crisis is resolved and the war is suspended, in the steeple house the dim light was swaying, and Zabuza sat on the sofa without saying a word. Behind him stood a young man wearing a strange mask. After a long time, Zabuza said, "Shiro, can you beat that blonde boy?" "Mr. Zabuza, I'm very sorry. That boy is very powerful." I will try my best, Mr. Zabuza," the boy said slightly nervously. "Is that so?" Zabuza closed his eyes. The blonde boy appeared in his mind. With terrifying strength and agility. Is he really just a kid who just graduated? After the Zabuza incident, the group went smoothly and finally arrived at Tajuna's house. Sasuke seemed very silent along the way. After seeing Naruto's strength, he was deeply shocked and completely lost his mind. Sakura was also more or less affected and hugged Naruto's arm tightly. Tajuna's home is by the sea. There is a woman and children at home, Tajuna's daughter and grandson, Tsunami and Inari. As soon as the door was opened, Inari happily threw herself into Tajuna's arms. "You're back, Grandpa. Inari is an 8-year-old child with black hair and black eyes. He wears a hat. He glanced at Naruto and the others, expressionless, and said to Tsunami, "Mom, they will die. Anyone who resists Cardo will die." Tsunami is a long-haired young woman with a beautiful face and gentle temperament. At this moment, he put his hands on his hips and lectured, "Inari, don't talk nonsense. They are the ninjas who protect Grandpa, so say hello obediently." Inari ignored it, opened the door and went upstairs. "Because I was going to stay at Dazna's house for a few days, I had to go to town to buy some ingredients. Naruto couldn't move Sakura, so he had no choice but to follow him." Sakura held Naruto's hand with a happy face and followed Tatsuna towards the market. Affected by Cardo, the entire kingdom of waves was in a state of decadence. The people were in dire straits, with sallow faces and thin skin, and despair in their eyes. The food ingredients in the market were pitiful, and only a little was purchased. When they returned, a bald man stared at the bag around Sakura's waist. He stretched out a hand and was about to snatch it away when he was caught by Naruto. Naruto grabbed the bald man's hand and exerted a slight force. The bald man screamed in pain and struggled, but Naruto's hand was as motionless as an iron hoop. "Keep your hands and feet clean," Naruto said coldly to the bald man, with a cold light in his eyes that was frightening. The bald man was frightened and nodded crazily. Naruto let go of his hand, and the bald man disappeared in a flash. Dejina on the side said with emotion, "If that bridge had been built, the country of waves wouldn't be like this." He looked into the distance, his voice choked with sobs. "As long as that bridge is repaired, the country of waves will have the courage to do so. That is a bridge of courage." In the forest, Kakashi said to the three Narutos, "Zabuza will definitely come again. We will do some basic training in the past few days, but what we can learn in these few days is why we might as well teach us some powerful ninjutsu." Sasuke retorted. Naruto's strength had hit him hard, and now he desperately needed strong strength. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and said, "It's too early for you to learn ninjutsu now. You have to completely master chakra first, and that's what you need to do now. Let me first demonstrate the content of the training." After saying that, Kakashi walked towards a big tree next to him, and walked up the tree step by step under the surprised eyes of Sasuke and Sakura. While Kakashi was waiting to explain, Naruto's voice came from another tree. "Is that so? I already know how to do it." Naruto hung upside down on the branch, his feet pressed tightly against the tree body, and his arms crossed his chest. Immediately, he turned over and landed smoothly on the ground, his long golden hair fluttering, making Sakura look like a nymphomaniac. Kakashi was helpless towards this student, and immediately said to Sasuke and Sakura, "As long as you gather the appropriate amount of chakra under your feet and maintain a delicate balance, you can achieve what I just did." "Okay, then climb tree training has begun. You must work hard." Sasuke and Sakura quickly practiced, and seeing that Naruto had already learned it, they couldn't help but feel a little unwilling to admit defeat. At this time, Naruto said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, I want to practice somewhere else." Kakashi nodded in agreement. From the battle with Zabuza, we can see Naruto's strength. He was definitely at the level of a jounin, and he had nothing to teach him. After getting Kakashi's agreement, Naruto thanked him and quickly disappeared into the forest. Running wildly all the way, Naruto was extremely fast. The chakra in his body was consumed crazily, and every step would leave deep footprints on the tree. His figure was like a red flash of light, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Naruto had a painful expression on his face, with sweat covering his face. There was a surge of energy exploding in his body, which he suppressed. That was murderous intent. Naruto was very sure, after running for several kilometers, and making sure that Kakashi and the others would not be discovered, Naruto stopped. The suppressed energy in the body exploded crazily. "Roar!" Naruto shouted, roaring like a wild beast. The murderous aura that was as solid as a substance exploded in all directions, covering a kilometer in radius. It was full of energy, leaves fell one after another, invisible waves spread, and the creatures in the surrounding area shivered. The eyes of the creatures that were close had already turned white and they had fainted. The entire space was covered with a layer of light black, and Naruto's pupils were dark, like an abyss, and his tied hair was spread out and flying, like a god of death walking out of a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. A brand new power was generated in Naruto's body. 100 meters away from Naruto, a young man wearing a pink kimono, with snow-white skin, and as beautiful as a crown jewel looked at Naruto, his body trembling, his eyes wide open with fear, his breathing almost stopped, and his face was pale and bloodless. Sweat flowed down, and my back was soaked. So horrible, the handsome young man didn't even dare to move his eyes. He looked at the substantial light black murderous aura in the air and couldn't even swallow. His body was frozen there as if someone had cast a body-holding spell. Naruto passed out and fell to the ground, while the handsome boy stood stiffly. It's night. Starry Naruto opened his eyes, climbed up from his place with difficulty, and sat cross-legged to meditate. Although he passed out, his consciousness was still awake, and everything that happened around him was very clear. He was confused about the young man who appeared next to him, and the changes that took place in his body also made Naruto curious. The chakra in the body was exhausted, and the chakra flame became like a small flame. The green light energy emitted bursts of green light, repairing Naruto's body, and there was a light black airball next to it. This is the newly acquired power, the power generated by the concentration of murderous intent. It should be the ability that Naruto retained from his previous life, which was activated during the confrontation with Kakashi and Zabuza. Naruto tried to use it to no avail and had no choice but to give up. The green light energy wandering outside was absorbed into Naruto's body. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky. It was already very late. It's better to go back. Sakura should be worried. Naruto was extremely fast, lightning fast, and disappeared into the night. The originally handsome young man had long since disappeared. Sakura stood anxiously at the door of Dejun's house, looking into the distance with worry. Naruto has been out for a long time and has not come back yet. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Sakura. It was Naruto. His long hair was hanging behind his head, and his face looked tired. Naruto. Sakura threw herself into Naruto's arms and hugged Naruto's neck tightly with both hands. With tears in her eyes, her fearful heart finally calmed down. Naruto held Sakura in his arms and spoke softly. I made you worry, Sakura. 3 days later, Naruto and his group followed Dejuna to the bridge. The bridge was basically completed, but there were still a few final steps. On the way, Naruto couldn't help but said, I haven't seen Hinata and Ino for a long time. I don't know if they are in the village now. Sakura, who was holding Naruto's arm, raised her eyebrows, tightened Naruto's arm angrily, and walked forward angrily. Naruto glanced at Sakura's beginning to take shape, enjoying the beauty of it. When we arrived at the bridge, we saw several workers lying on the ground. Dazna ran forward and exclaimed, What is going on? Kakashi and Naruto looked around with solemn expressions as Zabuza arrived. Dazna's house. The two wandering warriors hired by Kado walked towards Dejuna's house with evil smiles on their faces. When they came to the door, the two of them looked at each other and pushed the knife away with their thumbs. The blade of the knife shone coldly. One of them, a tall, shirtless, one-eyed man, slightly arched his body and held the handle of the knife in his right hand. Just as he was about to cut the door open, a figure appeared between the two of them, stretched out his hands and lightly chopped the backs of their necks. Crack. The sound of fractures was heard, and the two men's eyes collapsed and they died. With a bang, the figure turned into smoke and disappeared, which was the shadow clone technique. Fog suddenly appeared on the bridge. It was so thick and gray that you couldn't even see your fingers. Faintly, several figures surrounded them. With a flash of light in Naruto's eyes, he used his taijutsu, and in the blink of an eye, he defeated it and turned it into a puddle of water, which was Zabuza's water body. Everyone, be careful. This is Zabuza's Kirigakure Jutsu, Naruto said, staring at the two people walking towards him. Zabuza and the mysterious masked boy. What a powerful brat. Shiro, you are no match for him. Zabuza looked at Naruto. The masked Shaolin on the side bowed slightly and said, Sir Zabuza, I'm so sorry. Zabuza said to Shiro, go and stop that boy. Heiko rushed towards Naruto quickly. 3 senbon appeared in his hand, and swept them towards Sakura, as fast as the wind. This is a tactic of attacking in the east and attacking in the west. Naruto instantly appeared in front of Sakura, with the kunao in his hand, knocking senbon away and fighting with Shiro. Missed concealment. Zabuza's figure disappeared into the thick fog, his voice vague and traceless. Kakashi, let me see your Sharingan. Kakashi stood ready, observing the surroundings with his blood-red Sharingan, but the fog was too thick, and even his Sharingan couldn't see clearly. Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi in an instant, with murderous intent in his eyes. The decapitating sword turned into a ray of light and struck Kakashi in the waist, causing a wisp of blood to fly. Boom! There was a burst of smoke, and the wooden pile was seen in 2 pieces. It was a substitute technique. Zabuza couldn't make a single hit and quickly disappeared into the mist, like a hunting wolf, consuming the opponent to death bit by bit. The other side of the battlefield, Naruto grabbed Shiro's right hand, and the 3 shadow clones clenched their fists and blasted at Shiro at an angle, a thin line between life and death. Suddenly, Shiro did something that surprised even Naruto, making a seal with one hand. I saw Bai's left hand forming a seal, and in the blink of an eye, the seal was completed. Chakra movement of physical and spiritual power. Secret technique. 1,000 killings. Water soaring. A pool of water on the ground turned into dozens of water senbons that shot towards Naruto and Shiro like arrows. Naruto made a quick decision and kicked Shiro in the chest. The two of them flew out together, and Shui Senbon pierced the 3 shadow clones. Bai slid on the ground for several meters before stopping. He stood up with difficulty, clutched his chest, and spit out a mouthful of blood on his mask. He looked at Naruto's complicated heart. This boy who was younger than him was so powerful that he was no match at all. Moreover, he still has that kind of terrifying power. Who is he? You are really powerful. I am no match for you, Bai said frankly, not feeling ashamed at all to admit that he was not as good as Naruto. Oh, then why are you still fighting with me? You should know that I will not show mercy. Naruto looked at the other party with blue eyes. Gujing Nyuha. Zabuza-sama is the only one who recognizes me. As Zabuza-sama's tool, I will do my best to complete Zabuza-sama's mission. Haku said slowly, forming seals with his hands quickly. Chakra was consumed crazily. Secret technique. Ice escape? Magic mirror ice crystal. 2-meter-high ice mirrors surrounded Naruto from all directions, forming an independent space. The cold air was sharp. Bai walked behind an ice mirror and actually got in. Shiro's masked image appeared in all the ice mirrors, holding a senbon in his hand, and said, "This is my unique ninjutsu, ice release? Magic mirror ice crystal. Is this the so-called blood inheritance limit?" Naruto looked around curiously, not feeling distressed at all about being in trouble. Ice escape, a brand new escape technique produced by the fusion of water and wind chakra, the unique blood inheritance limit of the original Kirigakure Suizuki clan. Later, under the attack of the Kingdom of Water on the blood succession limit, he disappeared, but he didn't expect to meet him here. "You will never get out of here." The white ones in the ice mirror shot the senbon in their hands at Naruto. Countless white lights crisscrossed each other, as fast as lightning. Naruto's body was covered with dense wounds, and his clothes were broken. It was so fast that even Naruto only saw a shadow. Whoops! A senbon left a blood mark on Naruto's face. He frowned and closed his eyes. Naruto sensed everything around him. The soundless spiritual world did not see the sky and the earth, and it seemed particularly silent. Suddenly, a ripple rippled in the spiritual world, like water ripples. Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, his semen surged, and he grabbed Shiro with his left hand like an iron hoop, and threw him out in Shiro's shocked eyes. Naruto's body spun around, not finished yet. The right hand expanded in a full circle, tearing the clothes, the muscles were strong, and blue chakra visible to the naked eye circled the arm. "Breaking sky palm!" Naruto shouted, and slapped his right palm in the air. The extremely concentrated chakra turned into a shock wave driven by the power of his body, destroying the space within 1 foot in front of him. Boom! A shocking roar, the space shook, and the fog suddenly dissipated, forming a clear area with a radius of 10 meters. Bai's body was covered with streaks of blood, and he flew out like a broken bag. The ice mirror shattered, and a 2-meter large pit appeared on the ground. Kakashi was wary of Zabuza's sneak attack, the surrounding area was in confusion, and the Sharingan was not very effective. The wind howled behind Kakashi's head, and he took out a kunai to deflect the flying shuriken. This was just Zabuza's test. Sure enough, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi in an instant and slashed at the waist with his decapitating sword. Kakashi could only defend with kunai. The beheading sword seemed as light as nothing in Zabuza's hand. It danced like a tiger with wind, and hit Kakashi's vitals. The two fought and retreated, sparks flew everywhere, and it was hard to tell the difference for a moment. After struggling for a long time to no avail, the two of them stopped in unison, and Zabuza hid in the thick fog. Kakashi saw that the fog was about to dissipate. He didn't need to worry about Naruto, but it was very dangerous for Tajuna. In addition, Sakura had been worried about Naruto. It would be difficult for Zabuza to find this breakthrough. He took out a scroll from his body, threw it into the air, wiped his thumb on the kunai, and traced his blood-stained thumb across the scroll full of incantations, then rolled it up, put it on both hands, and quickly made seals, slapping the scroll on the ground. Chakra circulates. Summoning ninjutsu. Earth escape? Fang chasing technique. A line of mantras came out of the scroll and disappeared into the thick fog. Zabuza was lurking in the darkness, and he couldn't help but feel worried about Shiro. Suddenly, he felt something strange, and there was a vibration under his feet. A ninja dog wearing a ninja uniform with a wide open mouth came out of the ground and bit Zabuza. He hurriedly avoided it, and then, ninja dogs with sharp fangs came out of the ground and bit Zabuza's limbs. Kakashi walked slowly in front of Zabuza. Zabuza had several ninja dogs hanging on his body. His whole body was bleeding and he couldn't get away no matter what. "My glasses and ears don't work, so I have to rely on my nose. These ninja dogs of mine have a keener sense of smell than any other dog. The blood stains on your knife before were intentional for this technique," Kakashi explained. "Is that so? You are worthy of the Sharingan, Kakashi. I thought I could seal your Sharingan with thick mist, so that I could easily kill you. I didn't expect." Zabuza looked at Kakashi squarely, and said nothing. "There is no feeling of being a prisoner." "Then come here, Zabuza." Kakashi formed a seal and curled his hands into claws. "I will defeat you with my own ninjutsu." Chakra swirled on the ground like a flame, blue lightning formed in Kakashi's hand, and chakra from the ground poured into his hand. Amidst the lightning and thunder, Kakashi's right hand seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning. "Rachel! How can chakra be seen?" Zabuza looked at this scene in shock. The thunder and lightning in Kakashi's hand made his heart jump and fear spread. "Death, Zabuza." Kakashi was about to kill Zabuza here. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the force was blowing like a typhoon. Sakura hurriedly blocked the skirt that was about to be lifted with her hands. Suzuki and Tatsuna blocked the force with their hands, and Kakashi and Zabuza also looked at her. Attracted. The surrounding fog was blown away, forming a 10-meter space inside, and everything was clearly visible. A figure fell in front of Zabuza, covered in blood. It was Shiro. Naruto jumped to Kakashi's side, his right arm was completely exposed, covered with dense small blood beads, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. Everyone looked at Naruto and were extremely shocked. What kind of ninjutsu can cause such destruction? Suzuki stared blankly at Naruto. The boy who was about the same age as him was far beyond him in every aspect. His crazy desire for power was deeply rooted in his heart. Sakura happily ran to Naruto's side and looked at him with concern. The crisis is over. Click, the mask worn by Bai was shattered, and a young man's face, as pale as snow, with bloodshot lips, and as beautiful as a jade, was revealed. It's him! Naruto was shocked. Bai was the beautiful boy in the woods 3 days ago. Although Naruto fainted at that time, his awareness of his surroundings had not disappeared. After Naruto was unconscious, Haku stood by Naruto's side for a long time and did not take advantage of Naruto's unconsciousness to kill him. Kakashi-sensei, I know this boy. I beg you to let them go. Naruto bowed to Kakashi and told the reason for the matter. Shiro, you are still so pure and kind. Zabuza looked at Shiro with tenderness in his eyes. Kakashi thought about it for a while, and finally dispersed Reikari, cancelled the psychic technique, and let Zabuza and the two of them go. The fog has cleared and it's all over. At this time, a group of people came towards Naruto and the others, led by Kato. He looked at the bloody Shiro and mocked. The ghost of Kirigakure village, Zabuza, can't even deal with a few brats. It cost me such a high price. He looked at the group of wandering samurai behind him and said, go up and kill these people. Zabuza glanced at Kato coldly, pulled out the decapitating sword behind him, and rushed over, causing a bloody storm. A few days later, the bridge to the country of waves was finally built. Tajuna asked Naruto to name it. Naruto thought about it and named it Bridge of Courage. Tajuna and the citizens of Wave Country cheered. Zabuza and Haku left and continued their escape career. I believe they will meet again soon. The 7th team successfully completed this mission and set off back to Konoha. This day, the weather is sunny. Naruto walked quickly towards the place of training. The scenery around him was blurry and he couldn't see his figure. He was going very fast. When you arrive at your destination, it's still the same place. Naruto sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, feeling the new changes in his body. It has been a few days since the mission to the land of waves, and Naruto's strength has been well determined, and he also has a comprehensive understanding of the battle between ninjas. Green dots of energy floated around Naruto, and were continuously inhaled into Naruto's body, nourishing the body and strengthening the energy in the body. Zabuza's strength is still far behind that of powerful Jounin like Kakashi, but it is still a bit stronger than the special Jounin. It will take some effort to defeat Zabuza with Naruto's strength. On the contrary, it was Haku next to Zabuza that made Naruto care. Unique blood inheritance limit Ice Shield, as well as his strong own talent. Naruto is optimistic about Shiro. Unfortunately, Shiro's character is not suitable for the killing among ninjas, and he is too kind-hearted. Looking inside, green energy the size of a fingernail exuded waves of energy ripples, strengthening Naruto's body. Next to it was a light black air ball, rolling and turning. It was the concentration of murderous aura, and it was Naruto's new energy. The power of, it's just that Naruto doesn't know the specific function yet. At the bottom is a burning chakra flame. Compared with some time ago, the chakra flame has increased significantly. Naruto also had more chakra at his disposal. An hour later, Naruto opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, his blue eyes filled with confidence. Naruto jumped onto the branch, chakra was circulating in his feet, and all the strength in his body was concentrated, and he kicked off. There was a muffled sound of bang, and the branches surrounded by one person broke. Naruto rushed into the sky like a cannonball, his clothes creaked, and his hair flew. More than 3 feet above the ground, Naruto looked down at everything. As far as he could see, it was a forest. It was green, full of vitality, and full of life. In front of him was a fan-shaped village, row upon row, with huts on the ground. It's the Konoha ninja village. With all his strength gone, Naruto landing firmly on the branch without making a sound, and then flew up again. Although the speed is not fast, it is very leisurely. There were constant sounds in the forest, and a figure could be vaguely seen in the distance walking towards the Konoha ninja village in the forest. Konoha was in front of him, and Naruto was admiring the scenery around him, when 2 figures caught his eye. Naruto took a closer look and rushed towards the 2 of them happily. Hinata was panting heavily, her face was wet with sweat, her dark purple hair was tightly stuck to her face, her hands turned into palms, and she slapped the wooden stake in front of her. Each palm is very particular. Chakra runs along specific meridians. The whole body exerts force on the feet, waist, and hands. The power contained in each palm is enough to knock an adult away, but the wooden stake does not move at all. No loss. This is soft boxing. The unique physical skills of the Hyuga clan are strong and powerful, while soft and powerful. Next to her is a mature sexy beauty with a slender figure. She is wearing a white striped shirt with black edges, her hands are wrapped in bandages, her left hand is sleeveless, revealing a jade arm, her right hand is wearing a red sleeve, and her lower body is in tight shorts. A pair of snow-white jade legs are slender and delicate. She has long black slightly curly hair, red eyes, and bright red lips. She is mature, beautiful, sexy and charming. It's none other than Hinata's team's Jonin teacher Yui Kurane. Yui Kurane crossed her arms and looked at Hinata with her bright red eyes, feeling very satisfied with this kind student. At this time, a figure flew from a distance, and the sound was heard before the person arrived. Hinata. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto appeared next to Hinata. Hinata, who didn't react, was confused. It wasn't until Naruto was carefully wiping the sweat on her face that she suddenly reacted. Her round face instantly turned red, and her pure white eyes seemed to be covered. Water mist. Ui Korone looked at Naruto in surprise. Naruto's speed just now was so fast that she didn't even react. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not an enemy. After Naruto carefully wiped the sweat from Hineda's face, he held Hineda's red cheeks and kneaded them. Feeling the tenderness and smoothness of the skin, he said with a smile, I haven't seen Hineda for a long time. I really want to stay here all the time. Together. Don't you think so, Hineda? Naruto would feel particularly comfortable every time he was with Hineda. Among the three girls, Naruto liked Hineda more. She was so kind and simple that people couldn't help but hold her in his arms and care for her. After hearing what Naruto said, Hineda groaned, feeling extremely shy. Although she missed Naruto every day, she still couldn't say it out loud. The atmosphere seemed to be unable to tolerate Ui Hong at this moment. Korone Ui broke the rare atmosphere, attracted the two people's attention, and then said to Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, why are you here? To the sudden appearance of Naruto, Korone Ui couldn't help but ask. Road. Naruto looked at Korone Ui carefully. Although he had heard from others that the teacher in Hineda's group was a sexy beauty, he had never seen it before. Now that he thought about it, it was well deserved. Korone Ui was indeed a beauty, sexy and charming, mature and noble. You must be Ui Korone Sensei. I heard that Ui Korone Sensei's illusions are very powerful. Hineda, please take care of me. Naruto bowed to Ui Korone, smiled brightly, and said with respect. Ui Korone was very happy to be praised, and she also had some recognition of Naruto, but also had some doubts. Naruto has a calm personality and a sunny and handsome face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Is he really the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi? She couldn't help but look at Naruto, with his long golden hair, slender figure, and the gentle look on his face, teasing Hineda that there was no trace of loneliness or resentment towards Konoha in him. Is this the child of the fourth generation of adults? Ui Hong suddenly felt a little sentimental. Naruto has never met his parents and does not know his own life experience. People in the village are resentful and disgusted with him. How did he live alone until now? In Naruto, Ui Korone seemed to see those sights that she couldn't bear to look at directly, the kind of eyes that were treated with cold eyes and hatred by everyone, a person curled up in a dark corner, his eyes revealing helplessness and longing. Naruto felt something, looked at Korone Asahi, smiled, and nodded slightly. The blue crystal-like eyes are clear and translucent, showing no haze, exuding a confident look. Hineda, let's finish training today. Why haven't we seen Naruto for a long time? You guys have a good chat. Ui Korone said to the two of them gently. Okay, teacher. Hineda said softly with a blush on her face. Naruto was also very happy and invited Ui Korone. Ms. Korone, you should call me Naruto. How about we go to have barbecue together? We should celebrate meeting Hineda and Korone today, but it's not appropriate for me to go. Ui Hong refused. It's okay. I'll call Sakura by the way. I still hope that Teacher Hong can teach me some knowledge about illusions, please. Naruto said sincerely. Suzuki was automatically ignored. That's it, okay then. Ui Hong was thinking about the wasabi octopus, and finally agreed. Naruto happily held Hineda in his arms, and headed towards Konoha amidst Hineda's exclamations, with Korone Ui following closely behind. Yesterday, guests and hosts had a great time at the barbecue restaurant. Because Ino was on a mission, there were only 4 people including Naruto, Hineda, Sakura, and Ui Korone. As for Suzuki, Kakashi, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino, they were directly ignored by Naruto. Ui Hong changed completely when she entered the barbecue restaurant. She was crazy and had no noble temperament at all. She even got drunk in the end. He kept saying that Naruto and the others were still very young and could not drink, so she could only drink alone. He also put his arm around Naruto's neck and asked her if she was beautiful. This made Naruto so embarrassed that he couldn't even ask about genjutsu knowledge. Finally, after all the hard work, Ui Korone was finally sent home. After everything was settled, Naruto sent Hineda and Sakura home and returned to his den. By this time, the bright moon was already high. Next day before dawn, Naruto got up to practice. The village was silent and there was no one around. It was only 4 o'clock now and most people were sleeping. Only the ninjas who patrolled and guarded were still at work. Naruto was like a wild goose when he arrived at the entrance of the village. The guarding ninja was already very familiar with Naruto and did not find it strange. Instead, he greeted him warmly. For 6 years, the wind and rain have gone hand in hand without stopping. Naruto has always insisted on his own practice. This is his belief and the way to become strong. Running around Konoha was Naruto's warm-up exercise. Now Naruto's physical strength has reached a critical point, and ordinary physical training can no longer make Naruto break through. What he did more was to extract the chakra from the cells in his body and absorb the green light energy. The green light energy could slowly strengthen Naruto's body, and the body's enhancement over time was considerable. Naruto's speed was very fast, like a red lightning fast. The muscles all over the body are tense, and the body is consuming a lot of energy. Every step makes a hole in the ground, dragging thick dust behind him, and the momentum is fierce. In front of Naruto, 2 figures were running. They were wearing the same green tights, the same black mushroom hairstyle, and the same thick eyebrows. 1 is a middle-aged man, showing off his white teeth, and the other is a young man, his eyes burning with blazing passion. Xiao Li, the passionate training has just begun. Let's work hard together, Xiao Li. The middle-aged man turned his head, looked at his disciple affectionately, his teeth were shining, and said solemnly, "Yes, teacher Akai." The boy named Xiao Li nodded fiercely, his eyes burning with the fire of struggle. Hot-blooded youth, they both yelled, call out. A strong wind blew past Xiao Li's side, and thick smoke enveloped the passionate two people. There was also a faint voice in my ears. Hey, I think I saw two people, cough cough, cough cough. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the hot-blooded green-skinned duo kept coughing. Teacher Akai, what is going on? Xiao Li raised his head and looked at the plowed ground next to him, feeling a little shocked. Metkai was thoughtful. He only saw a blurry figure just now. The speed was too fast, and even he couldn't take a closer look. Metkai looked at the ground and saw a long ravine. Not only the speed, but also the power was terrifying. Xiao Li Metkai looked straight ahead, turned his head suddenly, pointed at Xiao Li and said, let's have a passionate youthful game. Catch up with the guy in front. Use all your strength, Xiao Li. He gave a thumbs up and smiled, his white teeth shining. Xiao Li nodded solemnly, his eyes burning with fighting intent. He squatted down, took off the weight tied to his leg, and threw the two pieces of lead iron into the woods nearby. There was a loud boom, smoke and dust billowed, and the two pieces of lead and iron were made of unknown materials. Hot-blooded youth. The green-skinned duo were full of fighting spirit. With a bang, it disappeared instantly. They flew by, chakra was consumed crazily, and all the power in the body was fully used. The body functions were fully operational at this moment, and the surrounding scenes were illusory. They were thousands of miles away in an instant, and their eyes could not keep up. Youth! Metkai roared, and his speed increased to another level. With the afterimage, he instantly left Xiao Li behind. Every step seemed to shake the earth, and he appeared behind Naruto in the blink of an eye. Xiao Li behind him is not reluctant to show weakness. He jumped into the woods, using the trees as a driving force, and followed closely behind Metkai. The three of them formed a line and were temporarily in a stalemate. Naruto looked behind him and saw a guy wearing green leather tights shouting repeatedly. He was only 20 meters away from him, and the distance was getting closer. Behind the green-skinned man, there was a green-skinned boy following him. It must have been these two guys just now. Naruto thought to himself, ignoring it at the moment and silently carrying out his training. Metkai didn't know what Naruto was thinking, but it was Naruto's speed that aroused the passion in Metkai's heart. He put on a look that he thought was handsome and said to Xiao Li behind him, Xiao Li, come on. You can't lose the youth game. He looked up to the sky and roared. The chakra shook away the energy around him, his legs were slightly arched, chakra and body power exploded at the same time. At this moment, boom, there was a loud noise, and a circular pit with a diameter of 2 meters appeared on the ground. In an instant, Metkai's figure appeared next to Naruto, spanning a distance of 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Xiao Li behind him was also infected by his teacher. A powerful physical force exploded in Xiao Li's body, and the chakra became a little violent. His feet were firmly attached to the tree, and then he suddenly exploded. The strong wind was raging, and a large tree with a diameter of more than 1 meter collapsed. Xiao Li's figure appeared on the other side of Naruto like an arrow, as fast as lightning. The three of them lined up, and Naruto looked at the two of them curiously. Metkai's breathing was a little rapid, and Xiao Li was breathing heavily, but the two of them looked at Naruto happily and full of fighting spirit, which made him somewhat confused as to what was going on. Xiao Li, this is the passionate youth. Metkai looked at Naruto. No, it should be the green-skinned boy next to Naruto shouted. Yes, teacher. But the game is not over yet, teacher Akai. Xiao Li turned to look at Metkai and said, that's right, Xiao Li, youth. The two yelled together again, and their speed increased again, leaving Naruto behind. Oh, a competition. Then let me see how powerful you are. Naruto smiled, his blue eyes full of fighting spirit. At this point, the three of them still have something in common. Naruto took a deep breath, the muscles all over his body were pulsating, chakra condensed in his legs, each step spanned several meters, and each foot crushed the ground. His whole body was extremely violent, like a beast, with unparalleled momentum. There was some gap between Xiao Li, Metkai, and Naruto. His physical strength was almost exhausted and there was not much chakra left. In the blink of an eye, he was surpassed by Naruto and was eliminated first. Metkai was surprised by Naruto's terrifying speed and endurance. The two refused to give in to each other, and their figures could no longer be seen, and their speed reached a terrifying level. A road surrounding the village was considered abandoned by them. It was full of potholes and broken branches, as if it had been devastated by artillery fire and typhoons. Fortunately, it was outside the village, otherwise this would have required a considerable amount of maintenance costs. The three of them were lying on the grass, breathing heavily, their chests rising and falling violently. The life-threatening running race around the Konoha ninja village has come to an end. Naruto relied on his abundant chakra volume and strong physical fitness to obtain number 1. With a subtle advantage, Metkai ranked second, and Xiaoli ranked last. The three of them didn't know each other before, so they introduced each other. Metkai Konoha Jounin, Lee Rock Konoha Genin, and Metkai's disciple, Uzumaki Naruto, just graduated this year, the 7th team, teacher Kakashi. Looking at Naruto's leading figure, Metkai's eyes looked very complicated. He turned back to Rock Lee and said, Xiaoli, this is the so-called genius ninja. Naruto Uzumaki, he is a hardworking person. Genius ninja. Rock Lee clenched his fists. He was not frustrated at all, but more motivated that he has a new goal, to surpass Naruto. Naruto, let's compete again next time. Rock Lee shouted loudly to Naruto. There was fighting intent in his eyes were bright, and he would not give in. Yo Shi, Xiaoli. Let's continue practicing. Metkai was pleased for his disciple, roared, and slapped Xiaoli on the face with a sharp kick. The Konoha Whirlwind. Early this morning, Naruto was dressed neatly and specially. He had an appointment to go shopping with Hinata and Sakura today. After closing the door, Naruto walked leisurely on the road. The weather is nice today, the sun is shining, perfect for going out. Arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, this is the meeting place they agreed to meet. After a while, Hinata and Sakura arrived. Hinata still looked timid, and her face turned red when she saw Naruto. She remembered that Naruto loved to tease her, and said shyly, Naruto, morning. Sakura was still wearing the same fitting cheongsam, put on a little makeup and pink lip gloss, and happily hugged Naruto's left arm. Her fragrance was pleasant and youthful. Naruto was also very happy, letting Sakura cling to him and holding Hinata's little hand. Hinata lowered her head shyly, her face red, and the three of them started today's date. No, it was shopping. Konoha Ninja Village is very prosperous, with a dazzling array of products on the streets, whether it is snacks or accessories. There are many stalls and vendors, and there are even large supermarkets and clothing stores, not to mention countless sushi, barbecue, and the like. Hinata and Sakura, two beautiful young girls, attracted the attention of a large number of people. This was because Ino was out on a mission, otherwise the three beautiful girls would have blinded their eyes, and Naruto gloriously became the target of their jealousy. I don't know how many times I have been killed. Naruto was also very considerate of them and paid directly for whatever they bought. He had a smile on his face and was so handsome that he surprised many young girls in the spring. Perhaps shopping is a woman's nature. Even Hinata, who was easily shy, seemed very active. She and Sakura walked around here and there, looking everywhere, and completely forgot about Naruto. Naruto, come here quickly. The things here are very beautiful. Sakura said happily to Naruto behind her. Naruto took a closer look and saw that there was a stall of small trinkets with colorful crystal clear trinkets. For some little girls, it is very lethal and cannot be resisted at all. Sakura is looking at it with bright eyes, and even Hinata is very excited and watching intently. Sakura picked up a drop-shaped earring, which was crystal clear and decorated with a pink flower inside, shining brightly in the sun. Naruto, what do you think of this? Does it look good? Sakura put the earrings to her ears and said to Naruto. Naruto looked at it carefully, nodded with satisfaction, and said, well, it's very good. It suits you very well, Sakura. After hearing this, Sakura smiled happily, put the earrings back, and continued to choose other accessories. Hinata, you should also choose. See if there is anything suitable for you, Naruto said to Hinata. Hinata raised her little head, as if she had made some kind of determination, and put her hands on Naruto's chest. Her pure white eyes were shy, and her voice was like a mosquito. Naruto, this is for you. The little hand spread out, and inside was a necklace with a diamond-shaped blue-white agate the size of a fingernail strung on thin blue threads. Naruto put the necklace around his neck and said gently to Hinata, I like it very much, thank you, Hinata. Next, Naruto chose a bracelet made of colorful thin threads for Hinata and a sky-blue headband for Sakura. Both of them were very happy. Sakura gave Naruto a special gift, the drop-shaped earrings. At noon, the two women's enthusiasm had cooled down, but they were hungry. Naruto I had to take them to the nearest sushi restaurant and have a big meal. After eating, the three of them took a walk on the road, enjoying the rare peace. There were three children playing ninja games in front of them, having a great time. A little boy at the front was running and suddenly bumped into someone, and fell to the ground. With an ouch. It was a man with a pattern on his face. He was tightly wrapped in dark clothes, with only his face exposed. He was carrying a round thing wrapped with bandages. He had a fierce look on his face. He was followed by a pretty girl, carrying a big fan on his back, looking at the child who fell on the ground jokingly. After the man was hit, he stared at the child coldly and said, Kid, you hit me so much. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the child's neck. Whoosh! Naruto instantly appeared between the two of them, and with a snap, he grabbed the man's wrist tightly like an iron hoop. The wind blew, and the man looked at Naruto in surprise. He didn't react at all, and his hand was grabbed by someone. The girl beside him was also frightened, and jumped away suddenly, putting his hand on the big fan behind his back, with a very serious look in his eyes. Dignified. He is just a child, and I apologize to you on his behalf. That's it, Naruto said slowly, staring into the other person's eyes. The opponent tried to pull his arm back, but Naruto's hand seemed to be made of iron and did not move at all. He gritted his teeth and looked at Naruto with hatred, choosing who to eat. There was a cold light in his eyes, and an invisible murderous aura enveloped Naruto. Let me go, kid. Oh, do you want to kill me? Naruto felt the murderous intent of the other party and remained unmoved. Compared to Zabuza and Kakashi, his murderous intent was weak and pitiful. Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, a faint black flashed through his blue eyes, his gaze seemed to be piercing the other person's heart, a terrifying murderous aura hit the other person's mind like a vast ocean, and the cold murderous aura was like a blade. The other person's body. The man's face was frighteningly white, sweat was pouring down, his whole body was shivering, his eyes were dull and full of fear. Naruto let go of his hand, and the man lost his only support and fell to the ground. Kankuro, what's wrong with you? Is this what's going on? The handsome girl shouted loudly, standing ready and looking at Naruto with a bit of fear. This man defeated Kankuro without any effort. How powerful is he? The pretty girl thought to herself secretly. Beads of sweat streaked down her cheeks, and she seemed to feel the same terrifying aura on this young man. She stared at Naruto, worried. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared, right under her nose, in the blink of an eye, gone. Her mind was extremely shocked, her eyes were full of disbelief, and her fear was infinitely magnified. A hand was placed on her hand holding a large fan, and Naruto's voice came from behind. I bear no ill will towards you, fellow sand ninjas. The girl looked up and back to see Naruto with a kind look on his face. A thin line of sand gathered behind Naruto and turned into a boy. She has short red hair, dark eye circles, a red word love engraved on her forehead, and a huge gourd behind her. He crossed his arms and looked at everything coldly. His emerald green eyes were emotionless and he said coldly, let them go. The atmosphere was a little depressing. Hinata and Sakura looked at Naruto worriedly. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, too fast, and the red-haired boy who just appeared was so weird that people couldn't help but be afraid. Naruto let go of his hand and appeared in front of Kankuro in an instant. He looked at the red-haired boy and said, there is a treaty between the country of fire and the country of wind. Ninjas from both sides are not allowed to enter their respective territories. How did you get in? From the village. The handsome girl quickly showed her pass and said, we are here to take the Chunin exam, and we don't mean to offend. Let's go, Temari. Without waiting for Naruto to speak, the red boy ordered the girl named Temari. Temari lifted Kankuro up from the ground and followed the red boy. Although Naruto didn't release too much murderous intent, Kankuro's current strength was enough for him to bear it, and he wouldn't be able to recover for at least a few minutes. He was too careless and underestimated Naruto's strength. The red boy stopped and turned to look at Naruto, his voice still cold. What's your name? Konoha Genin, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto looked directly at the other person, and this red boy had a feeling he was familiar with. Sandstorm Gaara. The red boy introduced himself and continued, I look forward to seeing your strength in the Chunin examination hall, Uzumaki Naruto. After the three people left, the three little guys looked at Naruto with admiration and insisted that Naruto be their boss. Naruto had no choice but to agree. Through some introductions, Naruto also knew the names of his three younger brothers. The kid with a scarf who hit someone was named Konohamaru, who was the grandson of the third Hokage, two big pigtails, a quirky little girl, cute. After the three brats ran away happily, Naruto, Hinata and the others continued today's date. No, it was shopping. On a big tree, Sasuke gritted his teeth and watched everything that happened. Both Naruto and Gaara were much stronger than him. The pursuit of power took root and sprouted crazily in his heart. He punched the tree with his fist, and the leaves fell one after another. The cold light in his eyes reminded people of the figure in his heart, a pair of blood-red eyes with three Megatama eyes, looking at him with pity. In another place, a group of three people were also watching what just happened on the tree. They were wearing musical note-shaped forehead protectors. They were genin from the Sound Ninja village and were taking the Chunin exam. An eagle spread its wings and flew high in the sky, sending out some kind of strange signal. Hokage building, Chamber of Commerce. The third Hokage sat on it, and beneath him stood dozens of Konoha ninjas, all of whom were Konohas Chunin and Jounin. Then, before the Chunin selection examination begins, please first ask the teacher responsible for guiding the new genin to come out. The third Hokage said. Kakashi, Ui Hon and Uenfei Asuma came out. The third Hokage continued. Kakashi, Kurane and Asuma, among the genin you guide, are there any candidates worth recommending? Formally, the recommended genin must have completed more than 8 tasks. This is also I don't need to say anything more. Iruka in the crowd nodded secretly. It was indeed too early for Naruto and the others to take the Chunin exam. After all, it was not a war era. After saying that, the third Hokage looked at the three Kakashi and said slowly, then, let's start with Kakashi. Kakashi placed his right hand on his chest, formed the seal of the end, and said, the 7th team under Kakashi's jurisdiction Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura. The above three, Kakashi, it is recommended to take the Chunin selection examination. Class Dash under Kurane's jurisdiction Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, and Abarame Shino. The above three are recommended to participate in the Chunin selection examination in my name, Ui Kurane. The 10th class under Asuma's jurisdiction Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Koji. The above three are recommended to participate in the Chunin selection examination in the name of Asuma Sarutobi. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a discussion below. All three recommended their own students. It's too much to ask newbies to take the Chuunin exams. Is this really okay? The Chuunin exam is too cruel. Irika stood up with a worried look on his face and said, "Please wait a moment." The noisy room immediately fell silent. The third Hokage looked at Irika and said, "What's wrong, Irika?" Everyone's eyes turned to Irika. "Lord Hokage, forgive me for being unreasonable, please allow me to say a few words." Irika said eagerly, "The 9 children I just mentioned are all my students. They are indeed very talented students, but let them participate. It's still too early for the Chuunin exam. They should be allowed to accumulate some more experience before taking the Chuunin exam." After hearing what Irika said, the surrounding ninjas nodded secretly. Indeed, Naruto and the others had only graduated a few months ago, so it was too early to take the Chuunin exams. "Irika-sensei, I know what you are worried about. This is not a test for Naruto and the others. I could have taken the Chuunin exams 6 years earlier than Naruto and the others," Kakashi said to Irika. "Naruto, they are different from you. Do you want to destroy those children?" Irika waved his hand and said angrily, "Forget it, Kakashi." Ui Kurane persuaded Kakashi. "Irika-sensei, you have to know. They are now my subordinates and are no longer your students," Kakashi said without any doubt, but Irika was still a little unwilling. "Okay, Irika," the third Hokage spoke. "For newcomers, we will conduct a special pre-selection. That's it." The third Hokage looked at the ninjas and gave the order. "The Chuunin exam is scheduled to start in 7 days, July-ST. You go and prepare." "Yes." A bridge somewhere in Konoha. Team all gathered, and Sakura cuddled up against Naruto. In the past few days alone, the relationship between the two had gotten closer. She had already made a plan to occupy Naruto in her mind, but Sasuke still had a cold face. After a while, Kakashi squatted on the torii gate and greeted everyone playfully. He handed the application form for the Chuunin exam into the hands of Naruto and the others, and said, "This is the application office for the Chuunin exam. Although I signed up without your consent, the recommendation is not mandatory. Is it necessary? It's your decision to take the exam." Naruto looked at the application in his hand and couldn't help but think of the guy who called himself Sandstorm Gaara, and he happily accepted it. Sakura didn't need to say more, she was following Naruto anyway, and Sasuke also looked happy. "In this case, then you will sign the application form and send it to room 301 of the school before 3 o'clock in the afternoon 6 days later. Then that's it, bye." Kakashi waved to Naruto and the others, and disappeared in an instant. The sun sets in the west and the sky is filled with glow. Countless foreign ninjas have entered Konoha Ninja Village, and the annual Chuunin examination is imminent. Next day Naruto was walking on the road. He had no mission today. Sakura was at home with her parents, but she didn't stick to Naruto. The 3 of Konohamaru were playing in front. Seeing Naruto, Konohamaru shouted happily, "Boss, come play with us." Naruto thought for a while, but he had nothing to do anyway, so he immediately agreed, "Well, okay, it just so happens that there is no mission today." At this moment, a figure appeared silently behind Meng Huang. Naruto's eyes flashed, his figure was illusory, and he appeared next to the person in an instant. He blocked Meng Huang behind him with one hand, and the other holding a kunao in one hand. His eyes were fixed on the other person. In the flash of lightning, the person who came did not react. As expected of Kakashi's student, "I hope you can survive the Chuunin exam, haha." The person jumped on the torii gate and fled, and the hoarse voice reached Naruto's ears. The same thing happened to Konoha newcomers taking the Chuunin exams. The moon hangs high. A figure appeared next to Kakashi, wearing a coat, a hat, and a veil. It was the ninja who attacked the newcomers in Konoha. All 9 newcomers passed the specially prepared preliminary examination, the ninja said. Bang! A burst of smoke dissipated, and Irika appeared on the spot. It turned out to be the ninja he transformed, responsible for examining the strength of the 9 newcomers. "As you said, their strength has increased greatly. Especially Naruto, his strength is very powerful, even I can't see through it," Irika said. "This level of strength is not enough for the real Chuunin exam," Kakashi said, while thinking to himself, "Even I can't see through Naruto's strength." Deep in the woods 3 ninjas stood together. They were all wearing black tights and a gray-white coat. They had a purple hemp rope wrapped around their waists and tied with a bow behind their backs. The leader was wearing a bamboo hat, with long hair, and a feminine face. On both sides of him were 2 rough-looking men with crazy faces. They wore forehead protectors on the bamboo hat, which was the symbol of Kusanagi village. "It's been a long time since I've been here. Konoha is really a quiet and peaceful ninja village, he. The leader of the men said with a soft voice that made people feel chilly. He glanced at the 2 people beside him and said, "Don't forget your actions in 4 days. "Yes." The 2 responded quickly, their voices trembling a little, and it was obvious that they were afraid of this feminine man. The feminine man's eyes were filled with fire, as if he saw something he liked very much. In a hotel, Gaara looked at Kankuro in front of him. His height was no more than Kankuro's chest, but his aura was very powerful and he felt condescending. "Don't forget our plan, Kankuro. Gaara said coldly. From the mouth of the gourd behind him, fine yellow sand slowly flowed out, circling like a spiritual snake. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. A murderous aura enveloped Kankuro, and Gaara ignored it and walked out of the room. Temari sighed and said helplessly, "Hey, what a terrible brother." Kankuro's eyes were sinister, and he gritted his teeth and said, "That hateful yellow-haired kid, I will definitely take his life the next time I meet him." He placed the round object wrapped in bandages heavily on the ground behind him, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. The murderous aura was so terrifying that he still has some psychological shadow. Is that Uzumaki Naruto? He's quite handsome. Temari recalled what happened that day, her bright eyes full of curiosity. On Naruto's body, she felt the same aura as Gaara's, but it was a little different. The few days in a row were uneventful, and in a blink of an eye, the Chunin exams began. Naruto and Sakura came to the ninja school together, and Suzuki was already waiting for them there. Suzuki had been a little taciturn recently and rarely talked to him. Naruto and the others came into contact. The three of them walked into the school. As soon as they arrived at the stairs, Naruto felt something strange. He looked around and realized that there was nothing wrong with it. The third floor was already crowded with people, both inside and outside. After finally squeezing in, they happened to see Lock Lee being beaten out by the two gatekeepers. "Do you still want to take the Chunin exam?" one of them said. "It's better to quit," another person continued. "You young boys, listen, I'm still here for your own good. The Chunin exam is the real difficulty. We've seen bad things like giving up at the beginning of the exam, or people being beaten until they can't stand up. The Chunin is already at the captain level. He must be responsible for the failure of the mission and the death of his subordinates." The two of them said each other one by one, "As if I was thinking about you, and I said this for your own good." Sakura whispered to Naruto beside her. "Naruto, something is wrong here." Naruto leaned close to Sakura's ear and said, "There must be a genjutsu barrier here." "It's okay." Sure enough, Suzuki walked forward and said to the two guards, "You'd better untie the enchantment of the illusion as soon as possible. I still have to hurry." Well, there were 2 moments, but just seeing through wasn't enough. The red-nosed man on the left raised his eyes, turned around, put his hands on the ground, and kicked Suzuki with a sound of wind. Lock Lee on the side was about to stop him, but with a hiss, Naruto instantly appeared between the two of them, grabbing the red-nosed man's kick with one hand, looking down at him, and said softly, "You are too slow." Naruto let him go, and the red-nosed man endured the pain in his leg, looked at Naruto deeply, and retreated quickly. Naruto ignored him and turned to say hello to Lock Lee, who was wearing green skin. "Hey, Lee, are you coming to take the Chunin exam too?" "Naruto, you are indeed here. We must give it a good try this time." Xiao Li walked towards Naruto, followed by 2 teammates. One was a long-haired cataract boy named Hinata Niji, who was Hinata's cousin, and the other was a Chinese-style Manchu with 2 round hairstyles. A girl full of vitality, every day. "Let's work hard together, Xiao Li." Naruto responded. "Are you Uzumaki Naruto? My name is Hinata Niji, and I'm looking forward to a duel with you." Hinata Niji said to Naruto. In the past few days, Xiao Li has been telling his 2 team members that there is a powerful guy named Uzumaki Naruto, who is a newly graduated genin. He is so powerful that even he was defeated by the opponent, which makes him very sad. It's curiosity. Hinata Niji looked at Suzuki and thought to himself, "This should be the descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Suzuki. Hello, my name is Tenten. I can't believe you are a 12-year-old brat, you are so tall." Tenten smiled playfully, surprised by Naruto's height. Indeed, Naruto is now nearly 1.6 meters tall. He can be said to stand out among his peers, standing a full head taller. The body is also very strong and masculine, giving people a real sense of security. Perhaps this is why Hinata and the others rely on Naruto very much. "No, haha." Sakura hugged Naruto's arm and said embarrassedly, the proud blush on her face betraying her heart. Everyone's face was black. "Hey, this is not talking about you." After separating from Xiao Li and the others, Naruto headed towards the 3rd floor. In the darkness, the 2 ninjas who were originally guarding watched all this. With a bang, they released their transformation skills and revealed their true colors. One of the ninjas lifted up his right trouser leg, and there was a purple-green palm mark on his leg. The pain hit him, making him frown. The other ninja took a deep breath and looked on in shock. That yellow-haired boy is really extraordinary. As soon as they arrived on the 3rd floor, Sakura seemed a little nervous and held Naruto's hand tightly with her little hand. Naruto gave a reassuring look and pushed the door open. As many as 200 ninjas are gathering in room 301, most of them are high-minded, ruthless, and rebellious people. There was a lot of noise and discussion, and there were even some dissenters who were confronting each other. When they heard the sound, they all looked at Naruto and his group, and for a moment there was silence, like a pin drop. The atmosphere was a little restless at this moment. Naruto looked at them fearlessly, while Suzuki spat coldly and glanced to the side. Sakura squeezed behind Naruto with some fear. It seemed like a long time, but it was only a blink of an eye. Everyone withdrew their gazes and continued their own affairs. Noisy voices started to sound again, and the atmosphere became lively again as they laughed and cursed. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but said, "I'm scared to death. Why are there so many people? At this moment, a beautiful figure rushed toward Naruto, opening his arms with joy on his face. Naruto quickly hugged the other person's small waist and held her in his arms. The fragrance was astonishing. Naruto, long time no see, have you missed me? Ino put her hands around Naruto's neck and looked up at Naruto with a watery face. Before Naruto could answer, Sakura became dissatisfied. She pointed at Ino and said angrily, "Don't pester Naruto like this, pig-headed Ino." The last thing in Sakura's heart began to happen. Sakura is here too. Your forehead is still so big, you're so ugly. Ino let go of Naruto, unwilling to be outdone. The two were arguing here, with Naruto in the middle looking embarrassed. When he saw the two people approaching, he quickly greeted them enthusiastically. "Hey, Shikamaru, Koji, long time no see." It was Ino's two teammates who came. The one with drooped eyelids and an impatient look was Nara Shikamaru. The chubby one was Akimichi Koji, who was eating snacks. "Naruto, you guys are also here to take the Chunin exams." Shikamaru put his hands in his pockets and said to Naruto, "Let's work hard together." Naruto smiled. Koji was still eating snacks, which was his favorite. "Ah ho, we found it. Now everyone is gathered together." Inyazuka Kiba said with a sharp gaze on his head as a puppy lay on his head. Behind him followed a young man wearing sunglasses and a Kota Barame Shino, and Hinata. Wang Wang. The puppy on the tooth head barked happily, jumped on Naruto's shoulder, and licked Naruto's face enthusiastically. "Oh, Akamaru also wants to take the Chunin exam," Naruto said to the puppy on his shoulder. "Woof woof," Akamaru shouted proudly. "Damn it, Akamaru, you guy, come here quickly." He gritted his teeth and his eyes almost burst into flames. Akamaru let out a low cry and reluctantly returned to his head, listlessly. What Kiba disliked the most was meeting Naruto. The reason also started when he first entered the ninja school. At first, Akamaru didn't like to be close to Naruto. Later, I don't know what kind of magic Naruto cast on Akamaru, which made Akamaru like to stick to Naruto. There were times when Akamaru cried. In the end, Kiba was very unfriendly to Naruto and tried to avoid him as much as possible. Hinata. Ignoring the resentful teeth, Naruto happily greeted Hinata. Just when she was about to get close and intimate, Hinata was pulled aside by Ino and Sakura, who didn't know what they were talking about. A slender ninja with silver hair and black eyes and a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead walked towards Naruto and the others. "Hey, you guys are the 9 newcomers this time. Don't make any noise here, we are not going for a hike now," he said to Naruto and his group. "Who are you? You look great," Ino said dissatisfied. "I'm Kabuto Yakushi. Let's ignore this for now. Look around." He smiled slightly and glanced to the side. Everyone looked around. Dozens of people were staring at them with fierce and extremely unkind eyes. They wore forehead protectors with 4 vertical bars on their foreheads, which were the symbols of the Rain Ninja Village. They are the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village. They are all a group of guys who can't stand their anger. Yakushi Kabuto explained. Sakura asked Kabuto Yakushi about the general knowledge of the Chunin exam, and Kabuto Yakushi answered patiently. During the conversation, they learned that this was Kabuto Yakushi's 7th time taking the Chunin exam, and they all deeply admired his persistence. Naruto was observing Kabuto Yakushi with a glint in his eyes. He felt an unusual aura from Kabuto Yakushi, which was the memory in another part of his soul that this person is not as simple as he seems on the surface. So unusual, he is too enthusiastic. In the crowd, 3 strangely dressed ninjas looked at Naruto and the others. "Come up," one of them said, "let's go." The 3 of them flashed and moved very fast, moving back and forth among the crowd, silently. Kankuro looked at all this and couldn't help but want to make a move, but was blocked by Gaara. While breathing, they rushed over. One of them jumped high, 2 kunao appeared in his hand, and fired towards Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto Yakushi concentrated his attention, quickly retreated, and opened more kunao, but another person came one after another, with a bandaged head, only one left eye exposed. With a fierce light he raised his right arm and struck with a punch. At this time, the wind sounded, Naruto suddenly appeared next to the 2 of them, seeming to leave an afterimage on the spot. He clenched his fist and punched the person coming. The man suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing, and the terrifying aura of death enveloped him. His face suddenly turned pale, and the strong wind hurt him. His whole body was frozen, and he was on the thin line between life and death. "Stop." A group of Konoha ninjas appeared on the podium instantly, and the leader shouted loudly. Naruto immediately stopped and stood beside Hinata and the others, as if the scene just now had never happened. But the man was breathing heavily and looking at Naruto in fear. At that moment, he smelled the smell of death. "Hey, what's going on with you?" his companion asked in confusion. I'm fine." His teeth were chattering unnaturally, and his body was cold. The ninjas around him all looked confused. Weren't they just pretending? What's going on? Only a few people know what happened. Everyone was shocked at Naruto's speed. It was too fast and there was no trace. "You guys from the Sound Ninja Village, do you want to be disqualified from the exam before you even take the exam?" The leader of the Konoha ninja with a scar on his face pointed at the ninja who had just attacked Yakushi Kabuto and said sternly. The attack failed, and the 3 of them felt a little shameless and walked aside silently. "Let me say something here. Without the examiner's permission, you are not allowed to engage in any kind of fighting or fighting. And even if you have permission, you are not allowed to engage in behavior that may kill your opponent. After saying this, he glanced at Naruto vaguely. He continued, anyone who just disobeys my order will be immediately disqualified from the exam, do you understand? His eyes were piercing, leaving no room for doubt that it was quiet down below. The man nodded with satisfaction and said, then the first Chunin selection examination will begin immediately. Submit the application form here to receive your number plate, and sit according to your number plate. Written test papers will be issued later. He took out a card with the number 1 written on it and showed it to everyone. After arranging the seats, Naruto coincidentally sat with Hinata, while the others were separated. Hinata, let's work together. Naruto held Hinata's little hand and encouraged Hinata. Well, thank you Naruto. Hinata's face was red and she was very shy. The test paper was handed out and Naruto took a rough look at it. The 10 questions were not very difficult. The ninja wrote a rule on the blackboard. Article 10 each person starts with dash points. There are 10 questions in total, each question is worth 1 point. Article dash, the examination will be judged based on the total score of a pair of 3 people to determine whether they pass or fail. Article 2, if you cheat or engage in similar activities during the exam and are identified by the invigilator, dash, points will be deducted each time. It is possible to cheat on the exam poorly. Any group with a 0 score will be disqualified from the exam. By the way, the answer to the last question will be announced 45 minutes after the exam. The total exam time is 1 hour. Then the exam begins now. The genin below were astonished beyond measure, and all of them had ugly expressions on their faces, especially those who scored 0 marks would be disqualified from the exam of a team of 3 people. It was really disgusting. Naruto was doing the test papers seriously. This knowledge was very simple for Naruto. As for the rules mentioned by the examiner, it is no problem for their 7th class. Suzuki carefully considered what the examiner said and smiled with understanding. His eyes turned blood red, and 2 black megatama were spinning in his eyes. It was the Sharingan. He observed carefully, selected a target who was writing, and relied on the powerful eye power of the Sharingan to copy the opponent's movements, and the answers were gradually written on his test paper. The power of the Sharingan is evident, and it is worthy of the powerful blood succession limit. Gaara manipulated the fine sand to form a third eye in the palm of his hand, standing on top of his head. The vision of the third eye is very powerful, like an autofocusing video recorder. Everything around him can be seen extremely clearly, and the answer is clearly transmitted into Gaara's eyes. Xiao Li's brain was of no use in dealing with these written test questions. But he also had his own way. He and Tian Tian worked together, using the mirror placed on the roof early in the morning and Xiao Li's extraordinary eyesight to share the answer. Ino relied on his own secret technique, the heart-turning technique, to control Sakura's body and copy Sakura's answer word for word. The heart-turning technique of the Yamanaka clan is similar to the secret technique of body seizing. By inserting one's consciousness into another person's body, one can perfectly control that person's actions and language. It is a very powerful technique. Kiba relies on the ability to talk to Akamura to get the answer, Shino relies on the insect to get the answer, and Hinata Niji directly turns on the Byakugan. Don't be too simple. In the examination room, everyone shows off their abilities. However, there were also some genin who couldn't bear the psychological pressure and chose to withdraw. There were also some who relied on clumsy cheating methods and were discovered by the invigilator and had no choice but to withdraw from the competition. Not everyone has a mind like Naruto's, nor does he have the blood inheritance limit of fear. Soon, there were only 15 minutes left in the exam, and the answer to the last question was about to be announced. Okay, let's stop writing, said the leading examiner. Although confused, the remaining people stopped and looked at him. First of all, let me introduce to you, my name is Marino Iaki, Kanaha Umbu, captain of the torture unit. He said word by word. The dark windbreaker, the resolute face and several terrifying scars, the invisible pressure forced the sitting genin. Do you accept the examination of this 10th question? Everyone was shocked. What does this mean? What do you mean? What will happen if you don't accept it? Said Tamari, a handsome girl from Sand Ninja Village. If you choose not to accept it, the candidate will immediately receive 0 points. Marino Iaki stated, and then he showed a sneer and said, that is, he failed, and the 2 people in the same group will also be treated as failed. This is how the same thing? Having said that, of course I choose to accept it. You can't hurt others. There was discussion below, and Ibuxi continued. Those who continue to accept but fail to answer correctly will be permanently disqualified from taking the Chunin exams from now on. A bolt from the blue, the sound stopped suddenly, and there was a long silence. What kind of rule is this? It's not just those taking the Chunin exam for the first time. Ya pointed at Ibuki and shouted angrily, and NBSP, haha, it's your bad luck. I set the rules this year. Ubuxi sneered, with a scary look in his eyes. Then he changed the subject and said, it's not that I don't give you a chance, I don't have confidence. People can choose not to accept it and wait until next year or the year after that to take the exam again. This is undoubtedly a big ups and downs, and everyone present has a feeling of worrying about gains and losses. As long as you give up this time, you can still take the Chunin exam in the future, but if you choose to accept it this time and fail, you will have no choice in the future. A hand was raised. It was the examinee next to Naruto. I give up, I can't accept it. He has a beard, is in his 30s, is very old, and does not have the courage to accept this test. The invigilator beside the wall read into the book in his hand, number 50 failed, and so did number 130 and 111. He stood up and said helplessly, I'm sorry, you too, hateful. The three of them walked out of the examination room. The next three people responded, one after another raising their hands and choosing to leave. Ibixi looked on expressionlessly. In the end, only 60 people, or 20 groups, were left. It's not like anyone quits next. Ibixi thought to himself, looked at the invigilators, and nodded affirmatively. The determination is good. Then I declare that everyone here now has passed the first exam. Ibixi said. Everyone looked at Ibixi in surprise, some of them unable to react. Immediately, Ibixi explained to everyone that the first 9 questions were nothing more than a test of their intelligence gathering abilities, while the last question, whether to accept or not, was a test of their will. Those who place their hopes on the next Chunin exam, but do not have the courage to risk their lives, and those who are shaken and unable to grasp the opportunity, are not qualified to become Chunin. After hearing this, everyone was happy, and all 9 newcomers to Konoha were qualified. Clapped. The black shadow broke through the window, the debris flew away, 2 kunai were nailed to the wall, and a curtain was pulled down to right. Second examiner Mitere Anko's meeting. Now is not the time to be happy. I am the examiner of the second exam, Anko Mitere. Hurry up and take the second exam, follow me. A beautiful girl full of energy said loudly, raising her fists. She wore a grid-like tights and a beige windbreaker, which completely covered her graceful figure. She had purple hair, a proud look, and a silly and cute look. Everyone looked at her with unreliable expressions. No one cares about you. Ubixi made a good repair. 60 people, 20 groups. Just so. Anko Mitarashi disapproved and sneered, forget it, let's reduce the number of people to less than half for the second exam. There are many outstanding people this time. Ibixi said, this is fun. Anko Mitarashi said to Ibiki. Immediately, Mitere Anko said to Naruto and the others, 4 detailed instructions, please ask the Chunin teacher in charge when you arrive at the examination room tomorrow, the time and place of the examination. That's it, disband. Candidates left the venue one after another. It's almost dusk. Ibiki was collecting today's test papers. He picked up Naruto's test paper and looked at it carefully, with surprise in his eyes. What an awesome kid. The Death Forest is located in the southwest of Konoha. It is a circular primeval forest with a diameter of 20 kilometers. Wild beasts are rampant and poisons are everywhere. It is a famous life forbidden zone. It is surrounded by barbed wire and is covered with no passage warnings. Konoha ninjas and ordinary people are usually prohibited from entering. The group of people stood on the outskirts of the Death Forest. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time, and the pitch-black interior was like an abyss. This is the second examination room, number 44th training ground, also known as the Forest of Death. Mitarashi Anko said to the group of people. The wind suddenly picked up and rustled, as if mixed with some kind of smell. The tall trees towering into the sky and the iron gates tightly bound by chains all showed that this was definitely not a place for hiking. This place is really scary. Sakura frowned and said uneasily. She squeezed Naruto's arm, seeking safety. Haha, I will let you understand right away why this place is called the Forest of Death. Mitarashi Anko said proudly. Oh, then I want to see how powerful this Forest of Death is. Naruto couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, wanting to try out the horror of the Forest of Death for himself. It seems that you are very confident, kid. Mitarashi Anko narrowed her eyes. A ray of cold light hit Naruto. Naruto stretched out 2 fingers and pinched it gently. He turned around and placed the kunai in his hand on the neck of Mitarashi Anko behind him. In a flash of lightning, the situation was reversed. Examiner Anko, throwing kunai around is very dangerous. Naruto looked at Anko jokingly, the kunai in his hand shone with a cold light. Anko looked at Naruto calmly, her heart was turbulent. With this kid's strength, that kind of reaction and speed, was he really a kid who had just graduated? The ninjas present looked at Naruto, surprised at his strength. Standing behind Naruto, a feminine man wearing a bamboo hat stretched out his long tongue and licked the corners of his mouth, and a strange laugh came from his mouth. Anko snatched the kunai from Naruto's hand and walked forward to calm down. Then I will give you this before the second exam starts. Hongdu took out a stack of consent forms from her arms and said, this is the consent form. Those who take the exam must first sign it. Why? Someone asked. His face was ugly, a little pale, and his eyes were evasive. Someone may die in this exam, so I need to get your consent first, otherwise I will be responsible, haha. Hongdu looked at it casually as a joke. The man's body trembled, and he retreated with despair. Even his 2 teammates lowered their heads, feeling regretful in their hearts. Everyone around them was shocked. The Chunin exam was not easy. This place could satisfy the ninja's desire to kill. Life and death were common occurrences. It's cruel and thrilling, it can train people better, and those who survive will be the elite. After handing out the consent form, Hongda took out a scroll and spread it out. On it was a map of the Death Forest. This number 44th exercise ground is surrounded by 44 locked gates. There is a forest, a river, and a tower in the center. It is about 10 kilometers from the tower to the gate. In a limited space, you have to conduct survival training. The content is an unscrupulous fight for the scrolls. Hongdu took out 2 more scrolls, one, the Book of Heaven, the other, the Book of Earth. The scrolls are divided into the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. There are 20 groups that pass the exam, which means 10 groups hold the Book of Heaven and 10 groups hold the Book of Earth. Stealing other people's scrolls is your purpose, Hongdu said. So what are the qualifications? Suzuki asked. The 3 of them hold 2 scrolls of heaven and earth together and reach the central tower. But they must be within the time limit. The second game, the exam, lasts for 120 hours, which is 5 days. Hongdu said. What about eating? Dingji asked eagerly. This is the issue that concerns him most. Solve it yourself. Hongdu answered neatly. It's really troublesome. Shikamaru lowered his brows and said lazily. After the group dispersed and signed the consent form, they could go and collect the scroll. The receipt of the scroll is confidential and only the members of your team know about it. This undoubtedly increases the chance of death, but the battle between ninjas is what it is. The best will survive, and everyone will move forward. The consent form details the regulations to be followed during the exam, as well as several situations in which the exam may fail. After writing their names, Naruto and the 3 received their own scrolls. One after another, all the groups received the scrolls and waited for the start of the game. Time passed by minute by second, and soon it was 2 o'clock. Hongdu looked at his watch and said loudly, the team that received the scroll will follow the person in charge of each gate to move towards the door. We will start together in 3 or 10 minutes. Naruto and the others gathered at gate number 12. Sakura looked at Naruto and felt safe in her heart. After all, Naruto was very powerful. Naruto paid attention to the locations of Hinata and Ino, as well as the locations of the other 3. They were a trio from the Grass Ninja Village, especially the feminine man at the head. Naruto felt a dangerous aura about him. Door number 16. Hey, survival training is what we are best at. Hinata, don't hold us back, Yas said excitedly. Yeah. Hinata replied weakly, feeling depressed and worried about Naruto in her heart. No 20 door Dinkai was digging through the food he had brought, and his mouth was watering. Shikamaru looked like he hadn't woken up and was mumbling something. Ino looked at the 2 of them helplessly, feeling worried about Naruto in her heart. Gate no. Other teams may think so too, spending 5 days with these guys is terrible. Kankuro looked at Gaara and thought to himself. Temari on the side also lowered her brows, feeling very reluctant. Door no 15. Let's find someone new to attack first, a fat man said with a fierce look. It doesn't matter if you start killing people now, it will be easier now, the feminine man said. Humph. Another ninja geared up, with a cruel smile on his face. No 40 door teacher Akai, I will work hard, Naruto, let's have a good fight. Sally clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Time is 10 minutes. The second Chunin selection examination begins now. Following Hongda's order, the candidates rushed into the forest of death. Door no 15. The 3 people from Cao Ninja Village chased after each other, and their figures quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Find those brats, the feminine man at the head ordered. The fat man next to him said, it must be those 3 people. Danger is approaching, and this will be the most difficult life and death battle Naruto has ever experienced. In the silent forest of death, murderous intent lurks. The 3 of Hinata stood on the ground, and Yes said to Hinata, okay, let's go find that thing first. Are you okay, Hinata? Yes. Hinata nodded, forming a seal with her hands, and a force acted on her eyes. The blood vessels in her eyes bulged, making them look ferocious. White eyes. The scene within a radius of 1 mile was accurately presented to Hinata's eyes. This is the Byakugan, a pupil technique as famous as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and the unique blood inheritance limit of the Hyuga clan. They were talking, and Akamaru, who was lying on his head, moved his nose and looked around without revealing his teeth. On a big tree, 3 ninjas from the Rain Ninja Village looked at Hinata and his party. Those brats stay in such a conspicuous place, it's too easy to be discovered, said the young man with patterns on his face. Although we feel our presence, it seems we don't know the specific location yet, said a person standing upside down in the tree. Suddenly, the patterned young man's face turned pale, and something was crawling on his back. What's wrong? Why do you look so ugly? Someone asked with concern. A fat brown bug emerged from the clothes, and then densely packed bugs fell from the branches and landed on them, looking very penetrating. What? The screams were heard far away, and they were so shrill and strange. In another place Naruto stopped and said to Sakura and Suzuki, I want to go find Hinata and Ino. I'm a little worried. Naruto frowned, feeling worried. The situation here is too serious, especially when there are several very dangerous beings, Gaara of the Sand Ninja, the feminine man of the Grass Ninja, and the 3 Sound Ninjas. These three people are all very powerful. He was worried something might happen. Sakura also knew that now was not the time to be jealous, so she agreed with Naruto's suggestion. As for Sasuke, although he was cold, he agreed. Thank you, Sasuke. Naruto thanked Sasuke. At this moment, several shurikens struck at the back of Sakura's head along with the sound of wind. Naruto kicked his feet and jumped up. The kunao in his hand flicked the shuriken away, causing sparks to fly. Sasuke, protect Sakura. Naruto landed on the branch and gave an order to Sasuke. With his eyes focused, the kunao shot out, like a bolt of lightning, very fast. Boom! A bowl-sized hole exploded on the giant tree within 100 meters in front, and kunao penetrated through it. A figure jumped out, casually throwing out two kunao, and nailed them to the branches at Naruto's feet. The detonator is burning. Naruto dodged back, and with a bang, smoke and dust billowed. The man wearing a gas mask stabbed Naruto in the back of the neck with a kunao. The cold wind hit him. Naruto used his waist to turn around in the air and hit the man with a kick. Waist. Click! That one flew out like a cannonball, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and it seemed like it was falling apart. I don't know how many bones were broken. Naruto landed gracefully. That person was not enough to warm him up. Naruto, are you okay? Sakura asked quickly. I was worried to death just now. The forest of death was full of murderous intent. Things like this would happen again in the future. The battle between Chiyunin was originally carried out in the midst of killing. Naruto nodded towards Sakura, still looking around cautiously. The sense of crisis in his heart has not dissipated yet. He senses the plants and trees around him and sees potential crises ready to strike. Sakura, Sasuke, please protect yourselves later. Naruto reminded solemnly. Time passed by minute. Deep in the dark woods ahead, a gust of wind suddenly blew up, flying sand and rocks, and the strong wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. What's going on? Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he resisted the strong wind. As if in response to Sasuke, a giant brown python rushed out. Its huge body was more than 100 meters long and 2 meters wide. It was carrying a sinister wind, its eyes were shining with light, and it opened its bloody mouth and hit Naruto. Naruto was not affected at all. Chakra swirled outside his body, his right hand swelled in a circle, blue chakra circled like a ribbon, and he shot out with one palm. The extremely compressed chakra rushed out, the space was shaking, and the shock wave directly shattered the huge snake head, turning it into a blood mist. The headless snake corpse stopped abruptly, and blood flowed out gurglingly. After the strong wind died down, Sakura and Sasuke looked at the headless snake corpse bleeding out. In shock, their minds went blank. He harsh laughter echoed through the forest. A man came from the darkness, wearing a bamboo hat, long hair, and a hemp rope around his waist. He had a feminine face and cold eyes. He was the man from Kusanagi village. That feminine man. What a powerful ninjutsu. Even I'm a little excited, haha. The feminine man smiled and said, Naruto Uzumaki, I really didn't expect that a brat who just graduated could have such great strength. Sakura, Sasuke, protect yourselves. Naruto ordered, and said to the feminine man, I am also very curious about you. Your strength is not what genin possess. Who are you? The feminine man took out a scroll from behind, which was the Book of Earth. He stretched out his long tongue, wrapped the Book of Earth around it and swallowed it directly into his stomach. He looked at Naruto and took off the bamboo hat, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yours is the Book of Heaven. If you want the scroll, try to kill me. Fight for the scroll with your life. He pulled down the eyelid of his left eye, and murderous aura erupted in his bloodshot eyeball. The cold murderous aura broke out in him, even the space would freeze, and a spiritual power hit like a tsunami. Roar! Naruto shouted loudly, roaring like a wild beast. The whole person looked like a god of murder walking out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His blue eyes were covered with a layer of light black, and the substantial murderous aura burned in his body like a light black flame. Two powerful murderous auras were confronting each other, the air was distorted and the temperature dropped. Sakura and Sasuke fell to the side, their faces pale. Even though Naruto blocked most of the murderous intent, Sakura and Sasuke's faces were still very ugly, and they couldn't regain consciousness for a long time. Such murderous intent, the feminine man was horrified, and a substantial light black murderous aura was visible before his eyes. Even the entire space was covered with a layer of light black, which was horrifying. Although he also possesses murderous aura, he has never heard of it being as tangible as Naruto's. This has transcended the ranks of invisible momentum such as murderous aura, and is enough to be called power. The feminine man's murderous aura receded like a tide, and Naruto also dissipated his own murderous aura in a tacit understanding, and the two faced each other. Sakura and Sasuke's faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Sasuke turned his head mechanically to look at Naruto. The gap between this teammate who was the same age as him but could stand alone and him was getting wider and wider. What a scary kid. Uzumaki Naruto, I can't wait any longer. Ha ha. The feminine man stretched out his slender tongue and licked the corner of his mouth with an extremely dangerous look in his eyes. You can come and give it a try. Naruto mobilized his chakra and rolled up a whirlwind outside his body. His body's strength reached its peak. This was destined to be a difficult battle. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, like a poisonous snake, with murderous intent lurking. Then let's get started. The feminine man threw a kunao at Sakura. Naruto quickly moved forward and knocked the kunao away. He was in front of the feminine man in an instant, and the kunao went straight for his heart with a sound of breaking through the air. The feminine man resisted with his right hand, and the two kunao collided, causing sparks to fly. Naruto's eyes flashed and he started a close combat with the feminine man. The figures of the two were flying, each punch and kick was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The kunao in their hands pierced each other's vital points. Sparks flew out during the confrontation, and the kunao was in tatters. However, the two of them remained unmoved, holding tightly together. Staring at each other, chakra spreads all over the body. Caught in a fierce battle. Sakura watched worriedly, feeling uneasy as she had never felt before. Even when facing Zabuza, she could not see Naruto being so solemn. Sasuke opened his Sharingan and could only capture illusory after images. The speed of the two of them was really real. It was too fast, even Sasuke's Sharingan's power couldn't keep up. Chong, the two tattered kunao finally broke into pieces. Naruto seized the opportunity, and with lightning speed, he struck the feminine man with a punch mixed with chakra, making a harsh sound through the air. The feminine man quickly used his arms to resist. Boom! A burst of energy spread, and the feminine man flew directly, his feet sliding several meters on the ground. He used this force to distance himself and quickly formed seals with his hands. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Countless venomous snakes as thick as arms flew out from his cuffs and attacked Naruto with their gleaming fangs. The two were only a few meters apart, and in the blink of an eye they were in front of Naruto, and a dark curtain enveloped him. Naruto shouted. Chakra suddenly erupted, shaking away part of the venomous snakes. His right hand swelled, and the palm wrapped with chakra smacked out boldly, breaking the empty palm. The light blue shock wave directly shook the snakes into blood mist, leaving deep pits several meters long on the ground. The power of the sky-breaking palm is so powerful. The feminine man stood on the branch and looked at Naruto with interest. The other person's physical skills and strange strength reminded him of someone, and the ninjutsu he had never seen before also made him very curious. What a good ninjutsu! There are not many ninjutsus that don't require seals, the feminine man said in a conspiratorial tone. Naruto did not return, and was very worried. The two uses of sky-breaking palm put a certain burden on his right hand. Looking at the opponent's appearance, the battle just now did not cause any damage. Who are you? Naruto's eyes were like swords, pointing directly at the other party. The breeze blew and the smell of blood was strong. Sakura and Sasuke also looked at the feminine man. With your strength, I think it's impossible for you to be an unknown person, and it's impossible for you to take the Chunin exam. Who are you? What's your purpose here? Naruto expressed his doubts. The opponent's strength is unfathomable, and in his opinion, he is much stronger than Kakashi. As for the third Hokage, Naruto has never seen him take action and can't comment on it, but it won't be too different. Why would the opponent come to take the Chunin exams if they had such great strength, and why would they go out of their way to stop them? The breeze blows, the smell of blood fades away, and the leaves rustle. The feminine man standing on the branch showed a cold smile. Haha, you won't survive anyway, so it's okay to tell you. The feminine man's voice became hoarse and heavy, and a pair of yellow vertical pupils looked at Naruto and the others like poisonous snakes. My name is Orochimaru. Naruto was shocked, his heart beat a lot faster, his eyes shrank like needles, and he was shocked like a thunderbolt from the blue. Then he came back to his senses and guarded Orochimaru's every move with extreme fear. Naruto, who is familiar with the history of Konoha, is very clear about the meaning of the name Orochimaru. He is a disciple of the third Hokage, a powerful being called the Three Ninjas during the Second Ninja War, and a Konoha super who pursues the art of immortality. An S-level rebellious nin whose strength has already surpassed the cage level. I never expected to see this legendary character here. Naruto, who is Orochimaru? Sakura asked from behind. This is a completely unfamiliar name, and there is no formal connection between the two parties. It's nothing. Sakura, take good care of yourself. Naruto gave a reassuring smile and turned to Sasuke and said, Sasuke, take Sakura out of here when you get the next chance. I may not be able to be distracted. Protect you, he said with a solemn expression, leaving no room for doubt. Oh, it seems you know my identity. I really didn't expect that a kid who just graduated could remember me, Orochimaru. Ha ha. Orochimaru smiled proudly. What is your purpose here? Naruto asked. I don't need to tell you this. Orochimaru's hoarse voice came from behind Naruto, with a sinister smile, and his cold eyes pierced Naruto's skin. Orochimaru stretched out his right hand and penetrated Naruto's chest directly, causing blood on his hand. His speed was so fast, he was completely different from before. This is the strength of the film level. No! Sakura screamed sadly, her heart was filled with despair, and everything seemed to have lost its color. Bang! The smoke dissipated, and with a pop, a piece of wood fell to the ground. It was the most basic substitute technique. Naruto's figure appeared above Orochimaru, and you could see a wound on his back, with blood flowing out. Just now, Naruto had narrowly avoided a fatal blow with his super sense. Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, his vertical pupils shrank like needles, his hair stood on end, Naruto's right hand swelled, blue chakra was wrapped around like a ribbon, and he shot out brazenly. Boom, the light blue shockwave destroyed everything under his palm, and the smoke and dust billowed, as if he had experienced an earthquake. Naruto jumped in front of Sakura and Sasuke, warning of the potential crisis. He didn't think that he could kill the opponent just now, and the name of Sunan was not for nothing. Naruto! Sakura murmured, tears streaming down her face after falling down. I felt my own powerlessness for the first time. When the smoke and dust dispersed, a huge crater with a diameter of 3 meters and unknown depth was revealed. Orochimaru's figure did not know where he had gone. Uzumaki Naruto, you can't kill me just by doing this. Orochimaru emerged from the ground without any visible damage. Yeah, that's not necessarily the case. Naruto's momentum did not drop at all. Boom, using force from his feet, Naruto rushed towards Orochimaru like a cannonball. Orochimaru quickly formed seals with his hands, and his chakra circulated. Snake step. 2 huge snake heads burst out of the ground and crashed towards Naruto. Naruto's speed did not slow down. He opened his bow with both hands and slapped 2 palms in the air. The shock wave directly blew the snake heads into pieces. He approached Orochimaru and punched him. Orochimaru quickly dodged, retreated a few meters, threw a shuriken at Naruto, and formed seals with his hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens transformed into thousands of shapes, like a dark rain curtain. Naruto attached chakra to the solace of his feet, stood on the tree, kicked his feet and instantly approached Orochimaru, forming a seal quickly. Wind escape, blade of wind. A whirlwind expanded infinitely, covering a 10-meter space, enveloping Orochimaru, and the white blade cut Orochimaru's body. Bang, the white smoke dissipated, and a piece of wood was split into countless pieces by the wind blade. The hair on Naruto's body stood on end and he broke out in cold sweat. With a bang, Naruto was kicked away by Orochimaru, spitting out a mouthful of blood, spinning several times in the air, half kneeling on the tree, breathing heavily, with a touch of blood at the corner of his mouth. The fiery red sleeve of Naruto's right arm was wet with blood. Humph, that's really interesting. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was full of pleasure. The dust is flying, and the threat posed by Orochimaru has not dissipated. It seems that your arms are already overwhelmed. The extreme destructive power brought by the huge chakra compression must have caused considerable damage to the body. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru looked at Naruto's right arm and revealed the secret of Naruto's sky-breaking palm. Indeed, the power of the sky-breaking palm is impressive, but the loaded places on the meridians of the right arm is very severe. It kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800, which is absolutely true. The sky-breaking palm is a ninja technique that I created 3 years ago by imitating the Hyuga clan's soft fist technique and adding my own understanding. It caused great damage to the meridians of the arm, and I haven't found a better solution yet, Naruto added. He didn't hide anything and truthfully told the secret of his unique skills. For a powerful ninja like Orochimaru, there are no secrets to the sky-breaking palm. What a powerful talent. It reminds me of someone. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and was surprised. The power of the sky-breaking palm was extremely terrifying. It was enough to be invincible even against a Jonin. Especially Naruto's speed is very fast, which further increases the hit rate of the sky-breaking palm. The only drawback is the extra damage it causes to oneself. Orochimaru. Suddenly Naruto shouted loudly. You are now a traitorous ninja of Konoha. If you disrupt the Chunin exams, aren't you afraid that the third Hokage will find out? Oh, are you talking about that bad old man? Orochimaru's neck was like a python, and he shot towards Naruto. Across a distance of several meters, a pair of amber vertical pupils came close to Naruto's eyes, filled with murderous intent. If I kill you all, no one will know. Naruto instantly stepped back, the kunao in his hand shot out, and Orochimaru's neck contracted, avoiding the kunao. I don't think you will kill us, Naruto said calmly. If I guess correctly, your purpose is, in the battle just now. Naruto quickly analyzed Orochimaru's purpose here. If there were no benefits worth paying, he felt that he would not step into Konoha. After all, Konoha's strength is there. It would be difficult for Orochimaru to leave alive alone. Apart from the Sky Scroll, Naruto then thought of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails power is very powerful in the world of ninjas, especially its almost infinite chakra. It makes sense for Orochimaru to come for the Nine Tails, but when he thought that the seal of the Kyuubi was still there, and that the chakra fluctuations that would unlock the seal would definitely make Konoha aware of it, Naruto rejected this idea. Knowing that he had accidentally seen Sasuke's blood-red eyes, Naruto instantly then I figured it out. Sharingan. What I said is right, Orochimaru. The scene fell silent. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Sakura looked at Sasuke, who looked at Orochimaru in horror. Is it really what Naruto said? What a keen kid. Orochimaru praised. Why did you come to snatch my eyes? Sasuke yelled at Orochimaru, hysterically. The blood inheritance limit unique to the Uchiha clan, one of the 3 major pupil techniques. second only to the terrifying pupil technique of the Samsara Eye. Why don't I want to have it, haha. Orochimaru asked in return. Then he bit his finger, smeared the blood on the spell on his left hand, and quickly formed seals with his hands. No time for small talk, let's end it here. Psychic. A gust of wind swept through, and a huge brown python appeared under Orochimaru's feet. There was also a python coiled on the tree, staring at Naruto with its thick core spitting out. A python was approaching Sasuke and Sakura. The python under Orochimaru's feet raised its thick body and rushed towards Naruto. Naruto dodged and there was a roar. Broken wood flew. The giant python hovering on the tree opened its mouth wide, spitting out fishy wind and lightning. Like attack. Naruto turned over, hung upside down and struck the python on the roof of his mouth. Hiss. The giant python whined, its eyes bled, and its body fell limply to the ground. Naruto kicked his feet on the branch, and quickly punched Orochimaru. Boom! The head of the giant python under Orochimaru's feet was bleeding, and it was killed by Naruto's punch. Orochimaru was like a python, coiled around the tree, and moved quickly. Naruto chased after him, pressing forward step by step. His hands swelled in a circle, wrapped around the chakra ribbon, and slapped it down. Shock waves destroyed the big trees. Orochimaru had no choice but to leap into the air, but his arm was grabbed by Naruto, who was already prepared. I've got you, Orochimaru. Naruto panted, his hands were covered in blood, his face was pale, and his chakra was almost exhausted. What's the use of this? Orochimaru twisted his body, tied Naruto tightly, and said close to Naruto's ear. Naruto looked at Orochimaru, his blue eyes fearless. This is the time you've been waiting for. Naruto raised his right hand, curled his fingers into claws, chakra gathered crazily in his hand, a blue chakra sphere condensed in the palm of his hand, and terrifying energy seemed to explode at any time. Orochimaru looked at it in horror, his heart sinking. Spiral pills. Naruto printed the Raise-nan on his abdomen, where Orochimaru's coiled body was. A force of rotation suddenly exploded, the blue chakra energy expanded dozens of times, and a blue light ball several meters in diameter bloomed in the air. Boom, Naruto and Orochimaru hit the ground hard, and the dust dispersed. Naruto was lying in the circular pit. Next to him was Orochimaru's body like a python, with a wound as big as a bull, and blood flowing out. Cough cough. Naruto coughed up a large mouthful of blood and stood up with difficulty. His whole body was in severe pain. His two arms seemed to be broken. They were swaying and blood was dripping down. Ahead, Sasuke and Sakura kill another giant python. Naruto! Sakura shouted happily, tears streaming down her face, and she ran towards Naruto. Don't come over. Naruto yelled and said to Sasuke, you guys go quickly, take Sakura and go back to the way you came, go quickly. Naruto's voice was loud and hoarse. He was exhausted. This battle was too difficult. The gap between him and Orochimaru was too big. He even had to risk his life to hurt Orochimaru. Now he has no strength to fight. Sakura and Sasuke will definitely die if they stay here. It seems there is no chance, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said in a conspiratorial tone. Orochimaru was covered in mucus, jet black hair, pale face, and amber vertical pupils. This is his true face. Beside it was a shriveled body, and Orochimaru had just emerged from the mouth of that body. That is his unique clone technique, which can eliminate a large amount of damage received by consuming a huge amount of chakra. It is a very practical ninjutsu. I didn't expect you to even learn the Raise-nan. It's beyond my expectation. Orochimaru said in admiration, it's such an enviable talent. It's so similar to that person. So dazzling. Psychic snake curse. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands, summoned two big snakes from his sleeves, wrapped them around Naruto, and tied them tightly. The snake heads, which were bigger than Naruto's head, bit Naruto's shoulders, completely blocking Naruto's body. Action. Then it's time. Orochimaru looked at Sakura and Sasuke. The two of them were holding kunai and their eyes were filled with fear. Let's start with you first. Orochimaru's terrifying murderous intent attacked the two of them. Boom! Sakura and Sasuke's minds went blank, their eyes collapsed, and they fell to the ground. They seemed to have seen the scene of themselves being killed, and their hearts were filled with pain and despair. Sakura's body was trembling, tears streaming down her face. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru in shock, his blood-red Sharingan showing struggle. He inserted the kunai in his hand into his thigh, using the physical pain to drive away the fear in his heart. Sasuke fell to the ground, breathing rapidly. Death was approaching them step by step. Is this Orochimaru's murderous intent? Naruto, how powerful are you? Before the two of them could react, Orochimaru's neck stretched infinitely, winding and circling to Sasuke's side, and bit Sasuke's neck. Orochimaru's neck returned to its original shape and he licked the corners of his mouth with satisfaction. Ah! Sasuke grabbed his neck, and the burning pain swept through his body. He couldn't help but roll on the ground, and a strange power was bred in his body. Naruto looked at all this, his eyes were splitting, his teeth were almost broken, but he was unable to do anything. Haha, this is a great gift from me. If you want to pursue power, come with me. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was full of temptation. Sasuke was still screaming, but soon it became quiet, and Sasuke fainted. After saying that, Orochimaru looked at Naruto, a kunai appeared in his hand, and then he turned to look at Sakura. Let's start. The kunai pierced the air with a cold light, only taking out Sakura's forehead. Naruto's eyes widened instantly, the weird blood-red vertical pupils seemed to be dripping with blood. Spiral snap. A stream of light was as fast as a shooting star, trailing a blue and red flame tail, attacking later. Ding. The kunai was broken into 2 sections, and the flowing light was still strong, piercing the thick tree surrounded by several people. Hot air waves swept around, and fiery red chakra erupted from Naruto's body. Chakra like fire burned on Naruto's body, and an evil aura enveloped Orochimaru. Hissed the big snake on Naruto, whined in pain, then turned into dust and dispersed. Naruto's pair of blood-red demon eyes exuded bloodlight. With a flick of his finger, the remaining chakra and the chakra of the 9 tails condensed on his fingertips, and a stream of light flew away. The blink of an eye is thousands of miles, and the speed is like a meteor. Boom. Naruto's speed increased again, and he forcibly broke through the air, producing a powerful sonic boom. In Orochimaru's shocked eyes, he punched him away. Orochimaru was like a ragbag, his body rubbed and slid on the ground for dozens of meters, and a trace was clearly visible. Naruto stood in front of Sakura, with fiery red chakra condensed outside his body, a pair of pointed fox ears forming on his head, and a slender chakra tail flying behind him, like a living creature. The endless resentment of Kyuubi corroded Naruto's mind, and the evil spiritual power tried to take over Naruto's body. Naruto resisted with all his strength. The fused soul was powerful and tough. The Kyuubi's attacks were blocked time and time again, but Naruto was seriously injured in the end, and most of his mental energy was consumed. He gradually became unable to withstand it, and was finally forcibly invaded by the Kyuubi. Roar. Naruto roared to the sky, his teeth were sharp, and the 6 beards on his face were rough. The fiery red chakra was intertwined around his body, braided into a tornado. The heat wave swept through the remaining clouds, and a pair of demon eyes bloomed with blood-red fierce light. Orochimaru stood on the branch and watched quietly, with blood bleeding from the corner of his mouth. He had been careless just now. Sakura looked at Naruto in shock, and her heart was shocked as never before. Is this evil and terrifying person really Naruto? The energy dissipated, and Naruto's body was covered with a layer of translucent fiery red chakra, shaped like a demon fox. He suddenly turned his head to look at Sakura. With a flash of red light, he instantly appeared in front of Sakura. His blood-red demon eyes were violent, and his fist wrapped in 9 tails chakra hit Sakura. Naruto! Sakura's eyes were red and she shouted hysterically towards Naruto. In the endless darkness, Naruto lay there quietly with a look of pain on his face. Naruto! It seemed particularly loud in the silent darkness. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around blankly. It was pitch black and I couldn't see my fingers. Who is calling me? Naruto couldn't help shouting. It's a pity that he couldn't make any sound, as if he was talking silently. Naruto! The voice was closer, and it sounded familiar to Naruto, but he still couldn't remember who it was. Who is it? Who are you? Naruto held his head and squatted down with a painful expression. Naruto! The sound rang in Naruto's ears, clear and sweet, but it exploded in Naruto's mind like thunder. Naruto stood up suddenly, memories flooding into his mind. It's Sakura! Orochimaru! They are in danger! A green light bloomed in front of Naruto. It was a green bead the size of a fingernail, emitting a soft light. Naruto walked forward and picked up the bead. It was the energy condensed by green light spots. Naruto had never known the ability it had. It was usually only used to nourish the body and strengthen the body. Does it have any other uses? Naruto secretly thought. The green beads emitted a ripple, slowly floating up, and the green light dyed the space green, and then penetrated into Naruto's abdomen. Naruto's movement stopped, and his fist was less than an inch away from Sakura. The evil aura dissipated, the violent chakra calmed down, the fangs disappeared, the beard recovered, the blood-red demon pupils also receded, and a green light shone in Naruto's eyes. In a flash, blue eyes returned. In Naruto's abdomen, green beads emitted ripples to repair his body. The evil spiritual power of 9 tails was cleared from Naruto's mind and receded like a tide. Naruto looked at Sakura tenderly. The girl was frightened, with a pale smile and red eyes. Sakura is okay, Naruto said softly. He didn't dare touch her cheek with his hands. The Kyuubi's chakra had not dissipated, it was still there. He couldn't use it freely yet. Is it really Naruto? Sakura couldn't believe it. Naruto nodded at her and turned to look at Orochimaru. With his fiery red fox ears swaying, the slender tail flying on his back, and his whole body covered with a translucent fiery red chakra coat, Naruto at this moment is the human form of the 9 tails. Orochimaru, let's continue, Naruto said. Orochimaru stood in front of Naruto and looked at Naruto in surprise. You actually have your own consciousness. Do you control the power of the 9 tails? Orochimaru looked at Naruto with burning eyes. Who doesn't want to have the power of the strongest tailed beast? Just try it and you'll know. A red light flashed, wrapping the 9-tailed chakra's fist enlarged in Orochimaru's eyes. Orochimaru's heart was awe-inspiring, and he quickly blocked with his arms. He only saw a blurry after-image. Naruto's speed was even faster. Boom! Orochimaru was knocked out, and there was another red light. Naruto followed up instantly and kicked Orochimaru in the abdomen. Orochimaru's whole body arched up, like a meteorite falling to the ground, creating a deep pit and scattering dust. Naruto formed a seal with his hands, and a fiery red whirlwind covered the deep pit. The glowing red sword blade cut everything, and the ground was covered with sword marks about a foot long. Naruto landed on the ground and looked at him coldly, his tail flying behind him. You are worthy of the power of the nine tails. Naruto-kun, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Orochimaru emerged from the ground with no scars on his body. What was in the deep pit was an earth double. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, looking serious. Orochimaru rushed towards Naruto, his speed was no worse than Naruto's, Naruto was fearless, and the two fought together. Chakra confrontation, energy exploded, every punch was extremely heavy, and every kick was extremely sharp. Although Orochimaru didn't like to use taijutsu in close quarters, it didn't mean that his taijutsu wasn't good, at least when compared with the current Naru. People are equally matched, not even better. The two men's chakra-covered fists collided, and the chakra exploded. The ground cracked, and it continued to break with the two people at the center. Orochimaru's speed increased again, and he struck first, kicking Naruto high into the air. His hands quickly formed seals, and the chakra circulated. Multiple hidden shadow snake hands, countless venomous snakes flew out of Orochimaru's sleeves, densely packed and overwhelming, screaming and biting at Naruto. Naruto adjusted his body in the air, swelled his hands in a circle, and clapped several palms. The fiery red shock waves shattered the snakes. The fiery red tail behind him extended infinitely, piercing the space and whipping towards Orochimaru. Boom, smoke and dust billowed. Naruto's tail returned to its original shape, and a gully several meters long lay across the ground. Naruto landed on the ground, exerted force on his feet, and rushed towards Orochimaru, dragging the afterimages with him. Orochimaru quickly retreated, distanced himself, and formed seals with his hands. Destroy the snakes. Several huge brown pythons burst out of the ground, roaring and biting at Naruto. Naruto's figure flashed repeatedly, dodging the attacks. A lurking giant snake suddenly appeared and swallowed Naruto in one bite. Evil snake wrist burst. Affected by Orochimaru's chakra, the giant snake suddenly exploded, strong wind shot out, fire filled the sky, and thick black smoke enveloped the surrounding area. Orochimaru stood on the ground, his amber vertical pupils capturing Naruto's figure. A red flash flickered in the thick smoke, and a fiery red figure approached Orochimaru like a shooting star. In Naruto's right hand, he held a fiery red Rasengan, which was extremely powerful. Zuyu Spiral Pill. Orochimaru suddenly raised his head, quickly formed seals with his hands, and slapped them on the ground. Chakra was consumed like a flood. Psychic technique, first level Rashomon, boom. The white smoke dissipated, and a huge door more than 1 foot high stood between Naruto and Orochimaru. The green-faced fang facade was lined with rows of sharp horns. The eyes on the facade looked at Naruto with a mocking look on his mouth. Squeak. The vermilion Rasengan was imprinted on Rashomon. The powerful rotation force caused the wind to dance wildly. The balance between chakra was broken. A violent force burst out. The fiery red chakra bombarded Rashomon. Rashomon, the devil's face showed a look of fear, and he closed his eyes in fear. Click cracks appear on Rashomon, but that's just it. The chakra dissipated, Rashomon still stood, and the devil's face opened his eyes, mocking Naruto even more. There was a smile on Orochimaru's lips. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, a fiery red shadow flew Orochimaru away. It was the chakra tail behind Naruto. The psychic spell was lifted and Rashomon dispersed. When the smoke dissipated, you could see Naruto breathing heavily. The demon fox coat outside his body had dissipated. The power of the nine tails was exhausted. The severe pain caused by the overload of the body made Naruto dizzy. Perseverance supported Naruto's body. He can't fall down yet. Orochimaru walked out of the dust, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth, and his breathing was somewhat rapid. Even he couldn't bear the large consumption of chakra, let alone being attacked several times by Naruto. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, whose legs were trembling, and had many thoughts. The other party is an extremely outstanding genius in terms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and mental perseverance. At the age of 12, his strength has surpassed most jounin. In addition, he can freely control the power of the nine tails. The threat it brings is absolutely huge. With murderous intent in his eyes, he walked towards Naruto step by step, the kunai in his hand shining with cold light. Orochimaru raised his right hand, but didn't move it down. After a while, Orochimaru put away his kunai and his body slowly escaped into the ground. I really want to see what this kid will look like in the future. What a scene that will be like. Naruto stood there without giving in. Death could not threaten him. Only after Orochimaru left, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Severe pain swept through his body and he fell to the ground, breaking out in cold sweat. Naruto? Naruto! Sakura searched for Naruto and shouted in surprise when she saw him. In order to prevent Sakura and Sasuke from being affected, Naruto and Orochimaru moved several hundred meters away. Sakura was really worried. After hiding Sasuke, she couldn't wait to find Naruto. By the time they got here, the battle between the two men had already ended. Naruto, how are you? Sakura cried and squatted next to Naruto, her face dirty and embarrassed. Naruto's pale lips forced a smile towards Sakura, and he said weakly, Sakura, there's nothing wrong with me, I'm just too tired and need a rest. Don't scare me. Naruto, don't scare me. You can't fall asleep. Sakura shook Naruto's arm and shed big tears. It hurts, it hurts. Naruto shuddered, as if ice water was poured on his body, and the severe pain in his arm stimulated Naruto's groggy brain. Sakura was also frightened, looking at Naruto innocently with her big watery eyes. Sakura, the rest is all up to you. Naruto rolled his eyes at Sakura, rolled his eyes, and finally fainted. Outside Konoha, 3 corpses were lying near a statue. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the statue was also covered with blood. It was very strange. This is really cruel, said the crouching Konoha ninja. A ninja wearing glasses behind him couldn't help but swallow. The faces of the 3 corpses lying on the ground were gone. It's true that something went wrong so quickly. The squatting ninja scratched his hair and ordered, "Go tell the examiner of the second session, Anko." Yes. The bespectacled ninja took the order and disappeared from the spot. Well, the dumplings really need to be paired with red bean soup. Honda sat on the eaves, with the forest of death behind him. She took a sip of red bean soup and finished the last dumpling happily. She threw the wooden stick out and inserted it into the tree with a bang. There are Konoha marks carved with wooden sticks. I guess the faster ones have already passed, and I should go to the other side of the tower, Anko said with contented eyes, narrowing her eyes. The bespectacled ninja was half kneeling and said urgently, "Lord Anko, it's not good." What happened? Hongdu disagreed. 3 corpses were found, but they are very strange. Please take a look. The man reported, strangeness? Come to the statue. Judging from his belongings and identity certificate, he is a Kusagakure ninja who took the Chunin exam, but as you can see, the ninja next to him said. Hongdu looked at the shameless corpse, frowned, and couldn't help but clenched his fists. Her heart was like lightning, and her eyes suddenly opened wide. I thought of a figure with a big snake coiled around him. This ninjutsu, how did he get here? The matter is very serious. You hurry up and inform the Hokage-sama. Apply to send more than 2 teams of Umbu to the Death Forest. I will chase them first. Anko ordered immediately. Yes, the 3 of them disappeared instantly, and Anko quickly headed towards the Forest of Death. Boo. A large number of birds flew out of the sky over the Death Forest, neighing as if they were frightened. The setting sun is setting. The dim sunlight shone into the Forest of Death through the gaps in the leaves. Anko felt the connection between them, and quickly ran through the woods, heading in the direction of Orochimaru. On a branch, Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged. Anko landed in front of Orochimaru, with deep fear in her eyes. Oh, Anko, long time no see. Orochimaru opened his eyes, his amber vertical pupils filled with nostalgia. Suddenly, Orochimaru's face flashed with pain, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. You are injured. Anko looked at Orochimaru in shock, shocked at how come. Her mind flashed through all the candidates taking the Chunin exam, who could injure Orochimaru. He is a difficult kid. He is indeed a 4th-generation child, Orochimaru said coldly. The 4th-generation Hokage child. Hongdu felt that everything that happened today was too wonderful, and her heart could not be calm for a long time. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the youngest Hokage in the history of Konoha, an all-round ninja with excellent talents, was extremely dazzling during the 3rd Ninja World War and was called the Yellow Flash of Konoha. It is a serious problem for other ninja villages, and it is ordered that anyone who encounters Konoha's Yellow Flash can immediately abandon the mission and escape without being punished. Blonde hair. Hongdu Meng suddenly woke up. In my mind, the 2 figures overlapped. Is it Naruto Uzumaki? Anko exclaimed. Anko, you are still so sharp. Orochimaru praised, and continued, I don't think you just came to see your teacher, he. Orochimaru, you are now a registered Super S-level rebel ninja in Konoha. Konoha is no longer the place you should be. Anko held a kunao in her hand, with murderous intent in her eyes as she remembered the purpose of this trip. This teacher she once had has now completely betrayed Konoha. As his disciple, Anko's current mission is to kill him. I just came here to find a more talented student. Orochimaru told Anko the purpose of his trip. Is it Naruto? In this case, I should stop you. Anko threw the kunao in her hand towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru stretched out his right hand and gently pinched the kunao with 2 fingers. No, it's Uchiha Sasuke, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru explained. No matter who you are, I won't let you do whatever you want. Hongdu shouted angrily. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. For venomous snakes flew out of the cuff of Anko's left hand and bit Orochimaru quickly. There was a bang, and Orochimaru's figure had long disappeared from the tree where the poisonous snake was. Orochimaru appeared behind Anko and made a seal in his hand. Anko screamed, put his right hand on the back of his neck and knelt on the ground. There are 3 black Megatama stones there, which are curse seals, the forbidden power that Orochimaru developed for his own immortality technique after years of research. Orochimaru walked up to Anko, with a strange smile on his pale face. He squatted down and stroked Anko's cheek. His amber vertical pupils were as sinister as a poisonous snake. Anko, I hope you don't terminate the Chunin exams. I also have 3 people taking the exams, so let's enjoy it. If you disturb my fun, then Konoha will be finished. At this time, Anko suddenly burst out, and the left hand hidden behind her quickly moved towards Orochimaru. The kunao in her hand flashed with cold light, snapped. Orochimaru easily held Anko's left hand, and with a little force, the kunao in Anko's hand fell to the ground. Orochimaru stood up and walked slowly behind him, his figure disappearing into a puff of smoke. Anko believes we will meet again soon, Orochimaru's husky voice echoed through the woods. Damn it, Anko shouted bitterly. The onset of the curse seal prevented her from using even a trace of chakra. Soon, two Umbu members wearing catface masks came to Anko. What's going on? One of them said, looking at the painful Hungdu. The identity of the visitor has been confirmed, it's Orochimaru. Anko stood up and said the legendary name. What? The two exclaimed. One of them hurriedly said, in that case, the Chunin exam should be terminated immediately and the Hokage-sama should be notified as soon as possible. If it is Orochimaru, we will not be able to deal with it. No, not now, Anko said forcefully. Let's go see Hokage-sama as soon as possible, and I will explain the reasons to Hokage-sama in detail. Branches on the moon in a tree hole. Naruto and Sasuke were lying on the ground breathing evenly, but still didn't wake up. Sakura wiped Naruto's face with a handkerchief and looked at Naruto's face. It was not too handsome, but very charming. She couldn't help but stretched out her white and tender hands to touch Naruto's face. Feeling the friction between skin, a blush appeared on her face. She lay down, her little head resting on Naruto's chest, and after a while, she fell into a deep sleep. Everything that happened today was too much, and she was very exhausted both physically and mentally. In a bush, three figures loomed in the moonlight. Two men and one woman. One man has an arrogant face and fierce eyes. The clothes he is wearing have the word death written on them. The other has a bandage on his head, only one left eye is exposed. The other has long black hair. A beautiful girl. They were the three sound ninjas who attacked Yakushi Kabuto at the beginning of the Chunin exams. Zack, Das, and Jin. Found it. According to Lord Orochimaru's order, we will start at dawn, and the target is Uchiha Sasuke. Das said with a bandage on his head. But if the other two people get in the way, it's okay to kill them. Zack, with his arms folded, said coldly. Of course, Das replied. Jin Zi, the girl with long black hair and straight hair, looked at the three people in the tree hole with a cold expression. Late at night, green light spots like fireflies lit up in the tree hole. They were attracted by something and got into Naruto's body. The faint green light enveloped Naruto's body. The moonlight is still there and the storm is coming. In the dark sewer, a space of several feet, and a water surface of several feet deep, there are constant water droplets dripping into the water from above, causing ripples. Naruto looked left and right with a curious face, walking in the water. The sound of rushing water was very loud in the dead sewer, and there was unknown darkness ahead. I don't know how long it took, but Naruto finally reached the end. It was a huge iron door. It's several feet tall. In the center of the iron door is a circular keyhole, with a palm-sized talisman attached above it, filled with incantations, which is a sealing technique. Is anyone there? Naruto called. No one answered, and there was dead silence. Who's in there? Naruto's voice was much louder, and echoes came from the distance. Still dead silent. Suddenly, a fiery heat wave roared through the cracks in the iron door, blowing like a hurricane, causing Naruto's hair to fly and his clothes to rustle. The calm water surface suddenly became rough, and a huge wave hit Naruto. Naruto was like a rock, motionless and still standing. When the weather calmed down, inside the dark door, a huge blood-red vertical pupil opened, and a fiery red fox head slowly poked out in the darkness, with long pointed ears and sharp fangs. Roar! The fox head roared at Naruto, and like thunder, a more powerful heat hit, and the water was blown away in an instant, revealing the smooth ground. I'm going to kill you, Uzumaki Naruto. The voice was extremely depressing, full of resentment and anger, and exploded directly in Naruto's mind. Are you the nine-tailed demon fox? Naruto's voice was full of curiosity. He had long wanted to see this tailed beast that had been sealed in his body for 12 years. This is where you will be sealed. It's really not that good, Naruto said casually. I want you to die under my claws. Uzumaki Naruto, I want to kill you. Nine Tails roared repeatedly, and several tails could be vaguely seen dancing behind it. He mistakenly thought that Naruto was mocking him, which was definitely not what he said he would tolerate. Naruto ignored Kyubai's words, took a few steps forward, and said to Kyubai, "Anyway, luckily you lent me your chakra today, thank you." Naruto bowed heavily to Kyubai. To be honest, Naruto really misunderstood what Kyubai meant. At that time, Naruto's desperate and angry consciousness made Kyubai feel that he had an opportunity to corrode Naruto's soul, but he did not want to be repelled by the green beads, allowing Naruto to temporarily control Kyubai's chakra. This made Naruto think that it was the power lent to him by Kyubai. There was silence in the space. Kyubai blinked his eyes, and his brain was a little unresponsive. After a long time, Juwei moved his body to ease the awkward atmosphere, but his blood-red demon eyes were still full of resentment and anger. Where does the life force in you come from? Kyubai's voice sounded in Naruto's mind. Life force? What life force? Naruto looked at Kyubai in confusion. Kid, do you still want to lie to me? Kyubai roared and said angrily. Naruto thought hard, and soon his eyes lit up. He remembered the green bead, the energy of the green light spot. Is the energy absorbed from all things in nature the power of life that Kyuubi said? Is it a green energy? Naruto raised his head and asked, "Where did you get it?" Kyuubi's voice rose a little higher. "This is what I absorbed into my body unintentionally when I was training." Naruto told Kyuubi the source of the power of life. "At that time, I was extracting chakra from the cells in my body." Kyuubi listened silently, with a turmoil in his heart. He couldn't help but look at this kid. He had a slender figure, long golden hair tied back, 6 beards on his face, bright blue eyes, and all his body. He has great power hidden inside, and he is very similar to the ninja who sealed him. "That's enough, kid, you're too noisy." Kyuubi's impatient voice interrupted Naruto. Naruto looked at Kyuubi's huge head and asked another question. "Do you know what the power of life does?" This is the energy that Naruto possesses through training, but he doesn't know its specific function. He has tried to release ninjutsu like chakra, but it has no effect at all. "I don't know," Kyuubi said. Naruto felt disappointed for a while. Although he knew the name of the green energy, he still didn't know its specific function. "Okay kid, get out of here. You're not welcome here." Kyuubi's head retreated into the darkness. Naruto felt an irresistible force pulling his body backwards quickly. Sakura opened her eyes, and what caught her eyes was Naruto's cheek. She looked very ambiguous at the moment. Half of her body was squeezed into Naruto's arms, and she could see a wet mark on Naruto's chest, which was a small the saliva left behind after Sakura fell asleep. She exclaimed and jumped up immediately, her face flushed, recalling the scene last night, and she fell asleep without realizing it. Sunlight filtered in through the gaps in the trees. This was the second day in the Death Forest, and there were still 3 days until the end of the exam. Sakura wiped her groggy eyes. Naruto and Sasuke were still unconscious. Naruto was not seriously ill, just Sasuke still had a fever. Sakura put on another towel for Sasuke and stood guard outside with a kunai in her hand. Both Naruto and Sasuke have lost their fighting ability, and now it is her who protects them. Whizzing soon, there was a strange movement in the grass directly ahead. Sakura was on guard when a squirrel jumped out and ate the pine cone in her hand. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief and threw out a kunai to scare the squirrel away. At the same time, a kunai was shot at Sakura quickly. Sakura quickly took out the kunai to block it. 3 black figures jumped out from the grass and stood in front of Sakura. They were the 3 sound ninjas. "I didn't expect to meet again." "Humph," Das said with a playful smile. "Call Sasuke out quickly, we're going to have a fight with him." Sak shouted at the side. "These guys." Sakura was on full alert, ready to fight to the death. "I know you guys, you and Orochimaru are in the same group, right? After defeating Naruto, you came to attack Sasuke, and now you come to challenge Sasuke. What on earth are you doing?" Sakura said angrily. Shouted. "What are you thinking, sir?" The 3 of them were shocked, and Das whispered to himself, "But since what you said, we can't ignore it. I will deal with this woman, and Sasuke too," Sak said to Das, with a sneer on his lips. "Wait, Sak." Das stopped Sak, took a few steps forward, squatted down, and touched the grass and said, "You are so stupid. The soil here is the color of having just been turned over, and there is no soil here. Grass grows. Design the trap so that no one can see it." He picked up a leaf and looked at Sakura. "So that's it." Sak suddenly realized. The 3 of them jumped up and attacked Sakura. Sakura was in danger. Kunai cut a thin wire on her side, and a huge log crashed into the 3 Oto ninjas like a piece of wood. "It's useless," Das mocked, and stamped his right hand on the tree. Chakra exploded, shattering the broken wood. Then 3 shurikens were shot at the chests of the 3, but they were easily blocked by the 3. The figure was approaching, and at the moment of death, Sakura was at a loss. After all, her strength was still too weak. She had been protected by Naruto and had too little actual combat experience. The Konoha whirlwind. A green figure instantly appeared among the 3 of them, kicked them away 3 times in a row, and landed steadily in front of Xiao Ying. The thick-browed mushroom head was none other than Xiao Li. Xiao Li put up a posture to protect Xiao Sakura, with a little squirrel standing on his shoulder. "Why are you here?" Sakura looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. Now the 2 of them were enemies. "You are Naruto's companion, right? I am the only one who can defeat Naruto." Xiao Li showed a bright smile to Sakura, his teeth shining brightly. Sakura's mind went blank and she was speechless. "Come on, little guy, thank you." Xiao Li put the little squirrel down, and the next guy disappeared in a flash. It turned out that Xiao Li had just rescued this squirrel with a detonating charm attached to its back when he was on the road. He was confused and looked around, and happened to see the scene. Realizing that Sakura was Naruto's companion, she rescued her. "Sark, I'll leave Sasuke to you, I'll deal with them." Das threw the Book of Earth to Zack, ordered, kicked off his feet and rushed towards Xiao Li quickly. He made a fist with his right arm and punched Xiao Li. Xiao Li met hard and caught it with his fist. A strange device was placed on Das's arm. A powerful gas was ejected from the round hole, an invisible sound wave spread, The energy exploded and Das was knocked away. Xiao Li was even better in physical skills. What Xiao Li screamed and held his head. His vision was blurred and distorted. His head seemed to have been stabbed by a needle. Blood flowed from his left ear. A strange force hit him silently. This is a sonic attack. The sonic attack is generated by the high-frequency vibration of chakra and air. No matter how fast you are, it cannot match the speed of sound. Das walked up to Xiaoli and said calmly. Poor Xiaoli was defeated by the enemy's strange attack before he even showed 1/10 of his strength. The sonic attack firmly restrained Xiaoli, who only knew physical skills. Then it's just you. Das looked at Sakura cruelly with his left eye, and rushed over with his right arm raised. 3 shurikens flew towards Das from the flank at a very fast speed. Sark stood in front of Das and blew out a strong wave of air from his hands to knock the shurikens away. 3 figures stood condescendingly on the tree. They were the Ino Shika butterfly trio, Ino, Shikamaru, and Koji. Don't act rashly, Ino said loudly. The situation is reversed. Oh, really? Can we move now? Jin, who had been silent, finally took action. She stood behind Sakura, grabbed Sakura's hair with one hand, and said arrogantly to Ino. The situation reversed instantly. Jin pulled Sakura's hair hard, her beautiful face looked ferocious. Is this a vixen? How can he take good care of his hair? Snapped. A hand patted her shoulder silently. Can you let go of your hand? That's my favorite hair. The cold voice made Jin shiver, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her hair stood up like a sharp edge on her back. Das and Sak looked behind Jin in horror, as if there was something that frightened them. Jin swallowed, and the fear in her heart magnified infinitely. She turned her head mechanically to look behind her, her bright black pupils unable to stop. Trembled. A figure came into her eyes, with blonde hair and blue eyes, looking down at her. The sunlight behind him made the man look like a god descending from heaven. However, the blue eyes were cold and ruthless, and the invisible pressure hit her heart. There was a voice in her heart that was hysterical. Go away. Get away from this person, warning her, driving her. But it was as if a freezing spell had been cast on her. Her whole body was frozen, and only cold sweat was dripping down. Naruto. Sakura's tears finally flowed down, and she said in a slightly crying voice, endless grievances bursting out. Yes. Naruto nodded towards Sakura, then turned to look at Jin. His blue eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of light black, and the invisible murderous aura cut through Jin's body and mind like a sharp blade. Jin's eyes collapsed, and his hands he let go of Sakura's hair uncontrollably, and his body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of soft mud. There was drool at the corner of his mouth, and his whole body was convulsing as if he was undergoing great torture. The extremely terrifying murderous intent defeated Jin's spiritual will, which is something that ordinary people cannot resist. In an instant, the sound ninja lost one person. Das took a step back in fear, recalling what happened that day. With just a look, he felt as if he had walked through hell. The overwhelming murderous aura was so terrifying. In Naruto's body, he felt the same sense of oppression and terror as that adult. The 3 Ino people also looked at Naruto in shock. Just one look made the opponent lose his fighting ability. How terrifying is Naruto's strength? Really, it's really scary. Shikamaru also changed his previous laziness, his expression was solemn, and his tone was a little unnatural. Ino and Koji nodded silently. Damn brat, what did you do to Jin? Sak yelled at Naruto angrily. Naruto walked up to Sakura, looked at Jin who was lying on the ground and said, You mean it's nothing, she just passed out. Seeing Naruto's casual look, Sak couldn't help but feel angry. Damn brat, are you laughing at me? Sak gritted his teeth and aimed his hands at Naruto. The terrifying air pressure was released like a cannonball, destroying everything in front of him. Zangkon Jaibo. No, Da said with a trembling voice, obviously too late. The strong air pressure caused by the sky zamping extreme wave lasted for several seconds before dissipating, and a ravine was blasted out of the ground that extended to Naruto's feet before stopping. I saw Naruto holding out his right palm, looking calm and unhurt, and the same was true for Sakura behind him. How is it possible? This is impossible. Sak yelled in a daze. The Skyjan Hippo was his most powerful ninjutsu. He had killed countless ninjas with this technique, but now he was easily blocked by others and was unscathed. How can this be? It seems that you are very optimistic about your moves. Before he finished speaking, in less than a blink of an eye, Naruto appeared in front of Sak, his right palm less than an inch away from Sak's eyes. Then let's see how I do this. Naruto's arm swelled in a circle, and blue chakra visible to the naked eye coiled around Naruto's arm like a ribbon. Sak's heartbeat suddenly stopped, his eyes were filled with darkness, and a ball of blue light flashed in his heart. Continuous amplification. The breeze blew across Sak's cheeks silently. Boom, everyone felt vibrations coming from the ground. A large circular pit with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters appeared in the tree surrounded by dozens of people 10 meters away from Sark. What? Everyone gasped, extremely shocked. What kind of ninjutsu is this? What's that chakra visible to the naked eye? The destructive power is so amazing that it can be rated as an A-level ninjutsu. This is not a technique that a genin can master. Hyagon Niji and Tenten who came over were also shocked. In Byakugan's vision, the terrifying power of this palm can be clearly seen. The extremely concentrated chakra makes Naruto's entire arm seem to be made of chakra. After the hand meridians are activated, he deliberately avoids it. With Sak, the shockwave formed by chakra was like countless hair-thin threads densely packed, penetrating the tree body in an instant. If it really hit that person, it would cut him into blood mist in an instant. What a terrible technique. Hyuga Neji felt a terrible smell on Naruto for the first time. Can my return to innocence really be blocked? He couldn't help but feel confused. The surrounding area fell into a brief silence. How is my jutsu? Naruto's voice sounded, and he said to Sak, who was in a dazed terror, this is the voice of everyone. Sark was obviously frightened. He fell to the ground, soaked to the skin and with no color on his face. Do you want to try it too? Naruto turned to Das and said, No, no. Das waved his hands quickly, walked quickly to Sark, took out the Book of Earth from his body, presented it with respectful hands, and said, I don't dare to offend, this is ours. The Book of the Earth, I am willing to give it to you. His voice trembled, he was truly frightened. The opponent's strength is far beyond theirs, and they are simply unmatched. Naruto took the Book of Earth and let them go after thinking about it. He was just an inconsequential clown, not worthy of his action. Dustin suddenly felt that life was a good life, and he left with Sark and Jin running away. After a storm dissipated, Xiao Li was taken away by Ning Si Tian, and Naruto expressed Xiao Li's rescue grace to them. Ino happily hugged Naruto's arm, and kept complaining that Naruto didn't come to her because he didn't care about her, which made Naruto very anxious. At this moment, a figure threw herself into Naruto's arms. It was Sakura. She hugged Naruto's neck and cried loudly. At this moment, the grievances that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time finally burst out. Okay, it's okay. Naruto comforted Sakura by patting her back. But Ino, who was standing next to Naruto, was not happy. Let go of Naruto, you broad forehead. Ino pulled Sakura's arm. I won't let you go, you wild boar. Sakura showed no sign of weakness and glared angrily. I saved you just now, broad forehead. I don't need your help, Inobo. Broad forehead. Well, bored. Maybe this is Ino's unique way of comforting Sakura. A voice groaned. Suzuki wakes up. Suzuki walked from the tree hole, with a strange purple aura surrounding his body, covered with flame-like black spells, a pair of blood-red double Megatama Sharingan eyes that were violent and crazy, and a hint of anger at the corner of his mouth. Sneer. On the back of his neck, where Orochimaru bit him, 3 black Megatama glowed strangely. Naruto frowned and looked at Suzuki at this moment. After waking up, Naruto was very sensitive to the aura, and the evil aura on Suzuki's body was particularly strong. Different from the evil aura of the Kyuubi that was full of resentment and anger, the one on Suzuki looked very violent and crazy. What a powerful force. Is this the gift Orochimaru said? It feels really good, Suzuki said happily. He felt powerful power emerging continuously from his body, and the powerful power gave him greater self-confidence. Naruto, Sakura, everyone is here, my power is so powerful now. Ha ha. Suzuki laughed, and the dark spell on his face made him very ferocious. Suzuki, how did he do this? Shikamaru said in confusion. You guys step back, Orochimaru must have done something to Suzuki. Naruto said to Shikamaru and the others. Shikamaru and the others nodded. Something was indeed wrong with Suzuki now, and they stepped aside. Naruto took a few steps forward and said to Suzuki, don't be fooled by Orochimaru. All he wants is your eyes, he can't give you any so-called power. Shut up, Naruto. I am an avenger, and I am willing to sell myself to the devil for power. You don't understand my feelings at all. Suzuki's blood-red eyes were full of hatred, thinking of the massacre. Destroyed the Uchiha clan and killed his biological parent's brother Uchiha Itachi, the murderous aura surges. I've long wanted to see how powerful you are, Uzumaki Naruto. The purple aura around Suzuki became more intense, the dark flame spells on his body burned, and a more powerful force penetrated Suzuki's body. He formed seals quickly and his chakra circulated. Fire escape, Phoenix immortal fire technique. Suzuki spit out several flames shaped like flying birds from his mouth and quickly rushed towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes flashed, chakra circulated throughout his body, and his body power exploded. He stomped his feet hard, and the ground exploded. Several huge rocks stood in front of Naruto like natural barriers. Flames exploded on the rocks, and dust flew up. At the same time, Suzuki formed another seal, took a deep breath, and then exhaled. A larger flame rushed towards Naruto, twisting the air. Naruto jumped into the air helplessly, and 3 shurikens came quickly and shot at Naruto's vitals. Naruto took out the kunao and threw them under his crotch, and then threw the kunao out. As fast as lightning, a black light penetrated Suzuki, bang, the white smoke dissipated and a wooden stake fell to the ground. It was a substitute technique. Sasuke's figure appeared above Naruto's head and kicked him down, but Naruto quickly blocked it with his arms. Boom, the energy exploded, and Naruto was hit directly to the ground, with dust billowing out. Suzuki stood on the ground and looked at Naruto in front of him. Naruto was standing on a branch. He had just used the shadow clone technique to avoid Suzuki's blow. Naruto looked at Suzuki. The opponent's strength had obviously increased several times, and his speed and strength had increased dramatically. What did Orochimaru do to Suzuki? Naruto thought to himself. Are you so scared by my power, Uzumaki Naruto? Suzuki said loudly and arrogantly. Sasuke, please wake up. After all, it is not your power. Orochimaru must be harming you. Naruto was still admonishing Sasuke. When I defeat you, you will know that you were wrong. Sasuke said impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto in an instant. His right fist covered with curses only hit Naruto's face, and the wind of the fist roared. Naruto didn't fight Sasuke forcefully, he just used his arms to resist. Naruto he was knocked back again, his feet slid on the ground for several meters, and his arms were a little sore. Sasuke followed closely, punching one after another, releasing the power in his body like a vent. Ha 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 ha, Uzumaki Naruto, you should take action. Why, can't you keep up with my speed? Ha ha ha. Sasuke looked like he was crazy, punching to the flesh with a bang, showing no mercy. Being suppressed and beaten by Sasuke all the time, his arms were numb and sore, and Naruto felt angry in his heart. Drink! Naruto finally took action, using both hands to knock Sasuke's punch away, and kick Sasuke in the chest. Sasuke parried with both hands. Boom! A huge force knocked Sasuke flying. Sasuke flipped several times in the air before releasing his strength. As soon as he landed, he felt a blur in front of his eyes. Sasuke, the power you control is the most powerful. Naruto's voice came from behind Sasuke. Sasuke opened his eyes wide, the hair on his back stood up, and his heart was beating fast. He jumped out of the way in an instant and looked at Naruto warily. I was shocked, it was so fast, even with his current Sharingan, he couldn't see clearly, it was too fast. Is Naruto that powerful? Sasuke, this is the power I gained through training. Naruto said to Sasuke. He stretched out his right hand, interlocked his index finger and thumb, and the chakra condensed into a blue miniature spiral pill at the fingertip, shaped like a marble. A little light was generated inside, and then amplified, like starlight. A huge amount of chakra is condensed into one point, giving up the range of power to enhance the lethality and penetration of a single target. Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan shrank like a needle, and the starlight was filled with a massive amount of chakra, which was at least twice as much as the total chakra in his body. His heart was pounding and it was difficult to breathe. The danger warning started from stronger than ever before. Naruto flicked it gently, and the starlight flashed like a shooting star. Time froze, a ray of light passed through Sasuke's ear, with a hint of short hair, and hit the tree. The starlight made a small hole in the tree body. I don't know the depth, Sasuke was frozen there as if he had been cast a restraining spell. Death just now was only an inch away from him. Naruto appeared behind Sasuke and knocked him unconscious with a hand knife. The dark spell on his body also dissipated like a tide, turning into the original 3 black Megatama on the back of Sasuke's neck. The 4 people watching the battle were a little confused. They only saw a flash of light on Naruto's hand. Naruto instantly appeared behind Sasuke, and Sasuke fainted, and the matter was over. Naruto, is there anything wrong with Sasuke? Sakura asked with concern. It seems that there is nothing serious now, but I don't know what will happen in the future. It seems that we have to rush to the tower as soon as possible, Naruto said with a reassuring look. Ino, do you want us to leave together? I can also protect you and Sakura on the way, Naruto said to Ino. He still didn't worry about Ino. After all, there was a potential threat from Orochimaru and the Death Forest Bell, and the Sand Ninja Gaara was not a kind person either. With the strength of the 3 of them, he was still a little worried. Ino looked at Shikamaru and Koji beside him, and said with a smile, Naruto, we are the most powerful trio, and we will not lose to you. That's right. We are a trio of pigs, deers, and butterflies. Chisai was still eating snacks in his mouth. What a troublesome guy. Shikamaru looked lazy and listless. I can protect myself, don't worry, Naruto, Ino said confidently. Naruto looked at Ino. She was no longer the little girl who came to Naruto to cry when she was bullied. She was no longer the girl who looked arrogant and fearless but was actually weak at heart. A ninja with a strong heart who can stand alone. Well, then you should be careful. If you encounter a red-haired kid carrying a gourd in a Kusanagi village ninja wearing a bamboo hat, hide as far away as possible. You must remember this, Ino, Naruto asked again and again, solemnly. Emphasized. Only when the 3 of them nodded in agreement were they allowed to leave. After the 3 people left, Naruto carried Sasuke and Sakura towards the central tower. They had gathered all the scrolls of heaven and earth, and all that was left was to reach the tower. As night falls, the beasts in the Death Forest roar again and again. Now is the time for them to look for food. A fire was raised near a tributary, and the warm light dispelled the cold. Sakura sat by the fire, next to Sasuke who was still unconscious. Naruto went off to find food, leaving Sakura to protect Sasuke. The roar of wild beasts could be heard in the distance. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, hugged her knees, and waited for Naruto's return. Only the crackling sound came from the fire. Sakura, I'm back. Naruto's voice came from far away. Sakura stood up in surprise and saw a fat boar on Naruto's shoulder, weighing hundreds of kilograms. Naruto, can we finish eating such a big wild boar? Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. Although she knew that Naruto had a big appetite, this wild boar was still too big. It's okay, I haven't eaten for 2 days and I'm already hungry. This wild boar is just right. Naruto looked at the wild boar on his shoulder and swallowed. After not eating for 2 consecutive days, Naruto's physical strength was greatly exhausted, especially during the battle with Orochimaru. Now even if Naruto was given a cow, he could eat it alive. After everything was done, the wild boar was put on the grill, and the fire continued to grill the wild boar fiercely. The aroma of meat slowly wafted out, and the wild boar was full of oil. Grunt Naruto and Sakura couldn't help but swallow, their stomachs growling. Time passed by, and the wild boar was roasted until it was golden. At this time, Naruto took out a bottle of condiments and sprinkled it on the wild boar little by little, and a richer meat aroma wafted over. Naruto, are you okay yet? Sakura looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Almost. Another minute passed like this. Naruto, aren't you okay yet? Hold on, another 1 minute. Naruto, aren't you okay yet? Okay. Naruto's voice couldn't help but get louder, and Sakura jumped for joy. The wild boar meat is roasted golden, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a shiny layer of oil on the surface. It is steaming hot and fragrant. It looks very delicious. Naruto used a kunai to cut a large piece of meat from the boar's hind leg, weighing 3 or 4 kilograms, inserted it into the kunai and gave it to Sakura. Sakura took it and took a deep breath. The aroma of the meat filled her nose with a look of enjoyment. Be careful, it's very hot, Naruto said. Oh, Sakura pouted her little mouth and blew hard for a few times. She felt that it was almost done. She took a big bite and her mouth was covered with oil. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It had the right salty taste. Not only did it not have a greasy texture, on the contrary, it is extremely refreshing. My appetite suddenly increased, and I took a few bites, filling my mouth. Naruto, it's really, really delicious. Naruto smiled slightly, pulled off one of the wild boar's big hind legs, and gnawed on it regardless of whether it was boiled or not. In less than a while, Naruto had finished the 40 or 50 kilograms of meat. After 40 or 50 pounds, Naruto was still very hungry, so he pulled another one back and continued to nibble. Time passed very quickly, and Naruto slowly ate more than half of the whole wild boar, weighing 200 to 300 kilograms. Sakura just ate that piece and couldn't eat anymore. Her belly was bulging and she was so satisfied. At this time, Sasuke, who had been in a daze, woke up. He was holding on to his strength, but his head was still a little groggy. Sasuke, you finally woke up, Naruto said happily. The two of them gathered around Sasuke and looked at him with concern. Naruto, Sakura, I'm really sorry for what happened today. I couldn't control it at all. Sasuke looked apologetic as he thought of what happened today. Don't worry, Sasuke. That must have been Orochimaru's fault. I looked at the wound on your neck and there were strange marks there, Naruto said solemnly, squinting his eyes. Hearing this, Sasuke touched the place where Orochimaru bit him and remembered what Orochimaru said. If you want to pursue power, come with me. For a while, the scene fell silent. Stop talking about this, Sasuke, you must be hungry too. Come and eat something, Naruto's barbecue is delicious. Sakura broke the silence and said to Sasuke with a smile, that's right. I'll ask Kakashi-sensei then to see if we can solve it. Let's fill our stomachs now. Naruto also strongly agreed. He cut off a piece of meat and put it on Sasuke's hand, and pulled it off himself. One front leg was chewed. Naruto, you've eaten too much. Sakura's voice was filled with surprise. I'm only 60% full. It was noon on the third day, and there were still 2 days left before the end of the exam. Naruto and the three of them were running quickly through the woods, getting closer and closer to the tower. What? Naruto in front stopped and stood on a branch, looking ahead. Under his perception, he could clearly sense an evil aura in front of him. That aura had some similarities with the 9 tails in his body, and was filled with resentment. Who is the one? Naruto secretly, a red figure appeared in his mind. Is it him? Naruto, what's wrong? Sakura asked. Did you find something? Sasuke said from the side. Yeah, Naruto nodded and said, if I guessed correctly, they should be the 3 sand ninjas. It's him. Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed. The sand ninjas' Gora gave them a great shock, and the other party's terrifying aura left a great impression on them. Then what should we do? Do we still have to go there? Sakura asked worriedly. Well, let's go and have a look. Let's hide and avoid conflict for the time being. Naruto thought for a moment and said. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other, nodded, and agreed. The three of them headed forward. Arriving at the destination, Naruto waved his hand, and the three of them gathered their breath, hid behind the dense leaves, and watched everything happening below. It was indeed Gaara who was leading the group of sand ninjas. In front of them, 3 rain ninjas were facing each other. I say boy, you should choose your opponent carefully, you will die, said the leader of the rain ninja with a hideous scar on his face. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started. Uncles of you ran. Ileluo said calmly with his arms folded on his chest. Who is holding the scroll and what kind of scroll it is? Kankuro thought to himself and said to Gaara, hey, I'm here, shouldn't I follow the opponent and collect information before taking action? If the scrolls are the same, there is no need to fight extra battles. What does that have to do with it? Gaara interrupted Kankuro's words, his voice full of murderous intent. I will kill everyone I see. So I hate hanging out with guys, Kankuro thought helplessly in his heart. The rain ninja opposite him spat disdainfully, took out 6 umbrellas from his back with both hands, threw them into the sky, and formed a seal with his hands. Secret technique. Like rain and dew on thousand books, the 6 umbrellas rotated rapidly, and the senbon shot out like locusts all over the sky. The senbons controlled by chakra all attacked me, and there was no way to avoid them. Smoke and dust billowed, countless thousands of copies hit Gaara. Snort, really vulnerable. Wei Ren showed a ferocious smile, knowing that he was sure of victory. Is that the only way? Gaara's calm voice came. The dust dispersed, and Gaara stood unscathed. The sand formed a hard protective shield around him, blocking all senbon. It's so possible, not even one hit. Damn it! Ren looked in disbelief, and then formed another seal. Senbon controlled by chakra rushed towards Gaara again, and the sand under Gaara's feet automatically formed a shield to block senbon. Is this the rain of 1,000 needles? I want a bloody rain here. Gaara said ferociously. The shield formed by the sand slowly disintegrated and gathered at his feet. The 3 rain ninjas looked wary, and began to retreat inwardly. Naruto, what should we do? Sakura said. Just wait and see what happens, Naruto said, looking at Gaara. Don't underestimate people. The leader of the rain ninja quickly rushed towards Gaara. Sandbound coffin. Gaara formed a seal with his hands and held a claw in his right hand. The quicksand on the ground was guided by Gaara's chakra like a living creature. It turned into palms and wrapped around the rain ninja's body, binding him tightly, leaving only exposed. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't move at all. I can't move, the rain ninja said in panic, trying to resist, but couldn't even move a finger. Gaara took a step forward, picked up the fallen umbrella and held it above his head, and said emotionlessly, although I can stop your verbose mouth first and then kill you, but that would be too cruel. Gaara stretched out his right hand, and the rain ninja, which was bound by the sand, slowly floated to the sky, as if it was held in the palm of Gaara's hand, and then Gaara tightened his right hand. Sandstorm funeral. The sand that restrained the rain ninja suddenly exploded, the wind roared, and the rain ninja was blown to pieces, and the sand stained with blood rained down. The 2 rain ninjas screamed in terror, and sand mixed with blood was poured all over them. The scene was too bloody. A person actually died in such a cruel way. This was really unacceptable to these genin who didn't have much experience. It was too cruel. Please let us go, we can give you the scroll. Please, please. A rain ninja shook like a sieve, took out the scroll on his body, and looked begging. Yes, yes, I'll give you the scroll. Just let us go. The other rain ninja's face turned pale, his legs were trembling, and he felt extremely regretful. However, at this moment, Gaara was already aroused with murderous intention and was not moved at all. He threw away the umbrella in his hand, holding his claws with both hands, and the sand on the ground was like an arm, tightly binding the 2 of them. No, no! The 2 men screamed heartbreakingly, and the terror of death shattered their souls. Another rain of blood fell. Suzuki and Sakura, who were hiding in the dark, looked shocked, with cold sweat streaming down their faces. That red-haired kid is so scary, their strength is not at the same level as them, and the other party's methods are also extremely cruel. It is really a nightmare to have such an opponent. Sakura's body trembled. This scene reminded her of the man who called himself Orochimaru. He was just as cruel and evil. At this time, a big hand held her hand, and warmth spread throughout her body. She turned around and saw Naruto looking at her gently, with a calm smile on his face. She felt peaceful in her heart, and the haze cleared away. As long as Naruto is by her side, she is no longer afraid of anything. Kankuro picked up the Book of Heaven from the ground with a smile on his face. It happens to be the Book of Heaven. He turned to Gaara and said, okay, let's go to the tower. Shut up. I don't think it's enough. Gaara looked at the grass beside him with a murderous look on his face. Forget it, Gaara. Kankuro tried to persuade. You're scared, coward. Gaara said hurtfully. Gaara, you may not be related, but it is too dangerous for us. 1 set of scrolls is enough, any more will be useless. Kankuro walked up to Gaara and tried to reason with him. If you keep nagging me, I'll kill you. Gaara's tone was very calm, as if he was describing a small matter. Kankuro grabbed Gaara's clothes and said angrily, how can you talk to your brother like this? I have never regarded you as brothers. Gaara looked at Furui Weibo, opened Kankuro's arm, held the claw in his right hand, and pointed it at the grass beside him, and the fine sand gathered in his palm. Gaara, let's forget it. Temari said cautiously. Naruto on the tree looked in the direction of Gaara's palm, his blue eyes shrank suddenly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Snapped. A figure instantly appeared in front of Gaara, and his right hand directly grabbed Gaara's wrist. Hey, isn't this the ninja of sand hidden? It's been a long time since I last saw Gaara. With a bright smile on his face, Naruto let go of Gaara's arm and greeted him warmly. Kankuro and Temari were stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and quickly took out the weapons behind them, monitoring Naruto's every move. Kid, why are you here? Kankuro blurted out with fear on his face that if he was to say who the enemy he least wanted to encounter in this forest of death was, it would undoubtedly be Naruto. When he first entered Konoha, the opponent just used murderous intent to scare him into losing his ability to fight. Regarding Naruto's strength, Kankuro had a rough idea of Naruto's strength without even thinking about it, and felt that he would be no worse than Gaara. These two are monsters. I happened to be passing by and came to take a look, Naruto said casually. The little devils are so annoying. Kankuro looked unhappy. Do you want to stop me? Gaara said to Naruto, not at all surprised by Naruto's sudden appearance. If I don't stop you, I won't come out. Naruto looked directly at Gaara, tit for tat between the two. Gaara suddenly felt something he had never felt before. The blood in his heart was burning, and his body trembled. It was not fear, but excitement. He desperately wanted to fight Naruto, who had similarities with him, and he wanted to kill Naruto himself. Let's fight. Gaara's voice was trembling, with an unprecedented expectation that the sand around him was swirling around him, ready to move. Naruto put his head close to Gaara, his blue eyes stared at Gaara's green eyes, and said word by word, not now, I'm afraid I will kill you. Light black flashed across Naruto's eyes, and surging murderous intent surged. The momentum between the two collided, and the temperature dropped. Kankuro and Temari, who were staying beside them, felt cold in their hearts and found it difficult to breathe. They are too weak for two monsters. The terrifying aura came and went quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if nothing had happened. Gaara stuffed the gag in his hand into the mouth of the gourd, turned around and left. Kankuro and Temari looked at Naruto deeply and hurriedly followed. Come out, Naruto said to the grass. The three people slowly walked out of the grass. It was Team Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. Naruto strode over and hugged Hinata in his arms. Hinata exclaimed, her face instantly turned red, and her pure white eyes were covered with mist. Hinata, I'm so glad you're okay. In the past few days, Naruto had been worried about Hinata all the time. Seeing that Hinata was safe, his heart finally settled down. Naruto. Feeling Naruto's heart, Hinata was filled with emotion. In this dangerous forest of death, she was worried about Naruto. After Shino's explanation, Naruto and the others finally knew why they were here. It turns out that Akamaru sensed the enemy scent, and Kiba wanted to go take a look to see if he could grab the scroll. And they had already gathered a set of scrolls, so Hinata and Shino opposed Kiba's decision. Kiba ignored it and went alone. Hinata and Shino had no choice but to follow, and what happened after that was what Naruto and the others saw. After listening to Shino's explanation, Naruto and Sakura looked at Kiba with unkind expressions, which made Kiba feel anxious and scared. Thinking that Naruto didn't even dare to provoke that scary sand ninja brat, he must be very powerful, and he felt uneasy. How about we go together? It would be great if we all gathered the Book of Heaven and Earth, Naruto suggested while holding Hinata's little hand. Sakura next to her had a displeased look on her face, and she felt very uncomfortable seeing the two of them holding hands. In her heart, Hinata is the real thorn in the side of Naruto. Kiba and Shino looked at each other and agreed to Naruto's proposal, while Suzuki looked cold and acquiesced. So, a group of 6 people headed towards the central tower. Central tower top floor. Hunga sat on the sofa, pressing the curse mark on her neck with her right hand. The stinging pain kept coming, and she couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Does the curse seal still hurt? The third Hokage standing in front of her asked with concern. Fortunately, it's much better thanks to you, Hunga replied. A ninja standing next to Anko said, in any case, Orochimaru is one of the legendary 3 ninjas in Konoha. He is a fugitive ninja that even the Umbu dare not attack easily. He is listed in the Super S level wanted book. But I heard that he died. But why are you here now? Another ninja asked doubtfully. It must be Suzuki, the third Hokage said with certainty. 3 generations of adults. Anyway, the Chunin exams will continue, but we still have to pay close attention to his movements. The third Hokage interrupted Anko and ordered, Sandaime-sama. Anko stood up and stared at the other person closely. What's the matter? Anko, Sandai asked in confusion. I would like to ask, Lord Third, whose child Uzumaki Naruto is? Anko asked respectfully. Compared to Orochimaru's goal of this trip, Anko is more concerned about the children of the 4th Hokage that Orochimaru said. Sandai took out the pipe from his mouth, his eyes flashed under his hat, and he said calmly, Did Orochimaru tell you that? When I intercepted Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, I found that he was actually injured. What? The 2 ninjas behind Anko were shocked when they heard this, and at the same time they wondered what this had to do with Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, Orochimaru said, he is indeed a son of the 4th generation. Based on Orochimaru's goals and Naruto's appearance, I boldly speculated whether Uzumaki Naruto could be. Anko looked into the eyes of the 3rd Hokage and said one word. Said in one sentence. Well, Anko, you are right. The 3rd Hokage interrupted Anko, turned to look out the window, and revealed the secret that had been hidden for 12 years. Naruto is indeed the 4th Hokage, Minato's child. What? The 2 ninjas exclaimed, their heads still feeling dizzy. Anko looked as if this was the case. She was not surprised by the result, but the 3rd generation's own admission still surprised her. Then why didn't Naruto's identity be announced to the public, and why did he keep it secret for so long? What would the 4th master think if he knew it? The 3rd master. Anko doubted, feeling indignant in her heart. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, died in order to save the entire Konoha ninja village at the age of 24. The most talented and beautiful ninjas of his generation, who dominate the entire ninja world, are crowned with the honor of Yellow Flash, and their speed is unmatched. But his child was not known to everyone, and Konoha hid it for 12 years. The hero's child is hated by everyone in Konoha. 12 years ago, the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. The fourth Hokage sealed the Nine Tails in his newborn child, Naruto, at the cost of his life. Unexpectedly, the Nine Tails resisted violently. The fourth Hokage and his wife wanted to protect themselves. The child died in the hands of the Nine Tails. At that time, we made a decision to block the true identity of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto so that he could grow up like an ordinary child. The third Hokage paused, with a complex look in his eyes. The light continued. I didn't expect that the villagers' resentment towards Kyuubi would be transferred to Naruto. The servants responsible for taking care of Naruto's life would actually beat and abuse Naruto. I really can't imagine that Naruto is how do you survive. Sandai stopped, his eyes shining brightly. If that's the case, then why did the third generation reveal Naruto's identity in the first place? Would Naruto, who lives in endless resentment and disgust, still care about Konoha like his father? Anko said angrily. At this moment, she did not regard the third generation as Hokage. I feel really guilty for the fourth Hokage. Not long after the Ninja World War, the conflicts between Konoha and Kumogakure continued. Making Naruto's identity public would only harm him and even pose a threat to Konoha. After all, Naruto is still the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, said the third Hokage. It's really disgusting. Hongdo cursed through gritted teeth. I didn't expect Naruto's strength to grow so fast. Ever since Naruto's nine-tailed chakra was leaked 6 years ago, his whole person has changed, and his pursuit of his own strength has never been stronger. For Konoha, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse, the third Hokage said with emotion. Then is it possible that the third generation has been hiding Naruto's identity like this? Anko asked. As Naruto's strength continues to increase, Naruto's identity becomes increasingly difficult to conceal, and Naruto and Minato are becoming more and more imaginative. Those who are interested will know sooner or later. The third Hokage challenged. He raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, when the Chuunin exams are over, I will find time to recall that everyone in Konoha announced this matter, and Naruto will have the strength to protect himself. The third Hokage promised. Then he looked at the three Anko and said solemnly, as for Naruto's identity, I hope you will not leak it. Yes. The sun is setting in the west. At dusk. Naruto and his party of 6 finally arrived at the central tower. Classes Dash and Dash successfully passed the survival test in the Death Forest. There are still 2 days until the end of the exam. There were 3 teams that arrived at the central tower, including Konoha's Kakashi class and UI Benefit class, and Gaara's 3 Sand Ninjas. Because they still had to wait 2 days, Naruto and the others could only stay in the tower. During this period, Naruto caught several wild boars from the forest to eat. Now his appetite is extraordinary. 1 meal is enough to eat a whole wild boar, a veritable loser. The 2 groups gathered around and ate with their mouths full and their stomachs full. They all praised Naruto's cooking skills and were extremely surprised by Naruto's appetite. When Hinata saw Naruto eating a full 300 to 400 kilograms of meat, her little mouth opened roundly, her eyes blinked cutely, with a look of disbelief on her face. Naruto also specially invited Gaara and the others to eat together. Gaara leaned against the wall with a cold face and ignored Naruto. Kankuro and Temari were also embarrassed, so they also pretended to be cold. With no other choice, Naruto had no choice but to give up. On the 4th day, Xiaoli and Ino arrived at the central tower. Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura surrounded Ino with happy faces. Naruto was relieved that Ino could reach the central tower safely. During this period, Naruto couldn't help but want to look for Ino. But in the end I endured it. In this way, Konoha's 12 little heroes have all passed the exam. That night, Naruto went out to catch 2 wild boars to celebrate. After eating Naruto's barbecue skills, Shikamaru and the others were full of praise for Naruto, especially Koji, who almost got into the barbecue. After seeing Naruto's terrifying appetite, they were stunned. They compared Naruto and Koji, and looked at Koji with pity, which made Koji want to die. The 2 wild boars weighed 700 to 800 kilograms in total, and Naruto ate most of them by himself. The 5th day of the second exam is the last day. The 3 sound ninjas arrived at the central tower in the morning, and Naruto was not surprised that they could get here. The attack methods of these 3 people are very strange, and they are % reliable against ordinary genin, which is expected. After passing the game. At noon, Kabuto Yakushi and his teammates, who had been in contact with Naruto and the others during the first exam, also arrived at the central tower. Naruto was still wary of this Yakushi Kabuto. If he guessed correctly, this guy must be related to Orochimaru. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the second test of the Chunin selection examination was announced to be over. There are 7 teams in total that have passed the second exam, 5 from Konoha Naruto's team, Hinata's team, Lee's team, Ino's team, and Yakushi Kabuto's team, Sand Ninja, Gaara, and Gaara, as well as 1 group for Sound Ninja and 1 group for DOS. Central Tower -st floor in a long venue. The 7 teams that passed the second exam stood there. The third Hokage of Konoha stood in front of them. On the left and right sides were the examiners responsible for the Chunin exams, and behind them were the instructors of the Genin. Kakashi and the others looked at their students and nodded with satisfaction, feeling relieved. Not to mention Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke, Hinata and the others are all famous and prominent families in Konoha, not to mention Hinata, the first heir of the Konoha Hyuga clan is here. Once something happens, it's not easy to deal with. It is indeed a gratifying thing that Konoha's 9 newcomers have passed the competition. Hyuga Niji looked around, and as he thought, the people who passed by were more concerned. He looked at Naruto in front of him with fear in his eyes. I really don't want to meet this brat. Das and Kankuro looked at Naruto and thought to themselves. The tooth beside Naruto stared at Naruto with red eyes. If his eyes could kill, Naruto would have died countless times. Akamura lay on Naruto's shoulder, looking obedient and fawning, with his tongue hanging out. The guy who eats everything, hateful, he gritted his teeth and looked at it, unable to attack due to the current situation. Behind Naruto, Sasuke had a look of pain on his face, and bursts of stinging pain came from the wound on the back of his neck. The curse mark placed by Orochimaru was constantly eroding his body. Naruto didn't care about the looks around him, but looked at a fair-skinned man behind the third Hokage, who was the instructor of the 3 sound ninjas. The man seemed to feel Naruto's gaze, and the two looked at each other, and the man gave a meaningful smile. On his body, Naruto felt a cold aura, which was very similar to Orochimaru's. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Next, Hokage-sama will explain the third exam. Everyone should pay attention. Anko turned to look at the third Hokage and said, then, Hokage-sama, please. Yes. The third Hokage nodded, took a step forward, and said to the genin in the audience, the third test will be held next. Before I explain it, I want to tell you one thing clearly. About the real purpose of this exam. The real purpose? Sakura looked confused. Why do allied national medicines hold exams together? The third agent took off the bamboo hat on the doctor's head and said, I hope you don't misunderstand its true meaning. This exam shows that. The third Hokage took out the pipe in his mouth, squinted his eyes and blew out a puff of smoke, then opened his eyes and looked at Naruto and the others with sharp eyes. Said, it is the epitome of the war between the allies. A crowd. The genin was stunned. How could the Chunin exam have anything to do with the war between the allies? Besides, since they are allies, why is there any so-called war? What's going on? Tian asked. If you look at history, you will understand that the current allies were neighboring countries that did not want to continue fighting in the past. The ancient country chose this battle site in order not to waste its combat power needlessly and avoid both sides losing. This is the beginning of this Chunin selection exam. The beginning. The third Hokage explained. Why does it have to be like this? Isn't the exam just for selecting Chunin? Sakura continued to ask. It is true that it is also for the purpose of selecting ninjas with Chunin strength, but on the other hand, it is also a place where ninjas who bear the country's prestige fight with all their strength. The third Hokage said the reason. For this third exam, we will invite daimyo, famous figures, and ninja leaders from various countries who have entrusted us with our work to watch your battle. If the gap in national power is obvious, then powerful countries will receive more entrustments, and those who are recognized will. If the country is weak, the number of entrustments will be reduced. At the same time, it will also give neighboring countries a deterrent that our village is so powerful, which means it can achieve the effect of putting pressure on diplomacy. The third Hokage will take the Chunin examination. The stakes are explained. Even so, why do we need to fight to the death? Yas said dully. The strength of the country is the strength of the ninja village, and the strength of the ninja village is the strength of the ninja. The strength of the ninja can only be born in a desperate battle. This exam is an opportunity to show the strength of the ninjas of our country and let the other side understand it. That's right. Because the exam is meaningful, because it is risking one's life, and it is precisely because of this that the ancestors would take the exam with the dream that this is a goal worth striving for. The third Hokage answered one by one. But why is there such a thing as friendly? Tian still can't understand the meaning. So I said before, don't misunderstand its true meaning. The habit of maintaining balance through killing is the so-called friendliness of the ninja world. Fight with your life for your dreams and the prestige of the ninja village. Naruto listened to the third Hokage's words and didn't feel there was anything wrong in his heart. There is a more complex world deep in his memory. There is a so-called friendly balance between countries, between forces, and between people. This is an eternal theme that remains unchanged from ancient times. It doesn't matter. Let's quickly talk about what we must fight desperately. Gaara said with an impatient look. The third Hokage nodded, raised his fist and said, well, although I want to start explaining the third test now, in fact, ahem. The third Hokage coughed, and a special Jonin standing next to Anko teleported to the third Hokage. In front of him, he knelt down on one knee. Hokage-sama, please forgive me for being rude. Now please leave it to me, the judge, Moonlight Hayate. The man said respectfully, please. Moonlight Hayate stood up, turned to look at Naruto and the others, and said feebly, everyone, this is our first meeting. Before the third exam, I need you to do one thing. Cough, cough. The man was wearing Konoha's ninja costume, his face was sickly pale, his eyes were dim, and he coughed violently without saying a few words. He looked like he was about to die soon. Naruto and the others looked at the sick Moonlight Hayate with curiosity, and couldn't help but worry for him. That's the preliminaries related to whether you can take the official exam. Moonlight Hayate said weakly. What's going on with the preliminary selection? Shikamaru said loudly. He always hated trouble, but what he couldn't stand was this troublesome exam. Because the first two exams this time were too easy, there were too many people left. Therefore, pre-selection must be carried out according to the rules of the Chunin exam to reduce the number of people participating in the third exam. Mr. Hokage also said the third time just now there will be many guests during the exam, so the exam cannot be delayed, and the time is also limited. So, those who are unwell, cough. Ahem. Before he could finish his words, Moonlight Hayate couldn't help coughing. Got up. The teacher seems to be unwell. Hinata secretly thought worriedly. I'm sorry. Moonlight Hayate finally calmed down, took out a notebook and said, the competition is a single-person competition, and contestants are free to raise their hands to withdraw. Please report it now, because the preliminaries will begin soon. Sakura looked at the pained expression on Suzuki's face and couldn't help but said, Suzuki, why don't you quit? After all, your injury has not healed yet. I won't quit, don't say it, Suzuki said firmly. But, forget it Sakura, let Suzuki make his own decision. We have to believe Suzuki. Naruto interrupted Sakura and said to Suzuki, Suzuki doesn't want to lose to a mere curse seal. Yes, Suzuki nodded firmly. The third generation, Anko and Kakashi standing on the stage looked at Suzuki and were arguing over whether to let Suzuki participate in the preliminaries. In the end, the third Hokage made the final decision and chose to let Suzuki continue to participate in the preliminaries, but he must watch him carefully and stop it immediately if the curse seal occurs. During this period, Kabuto Yakushi chose to withdraw from the preliminary examination. Although his decision was unexpected by most people, it did not attract much attention. So the preliminaries exam began. A group of people stood in the stairs, watching the electronic screen on the wall flashing names, then stopped after a few seconds. The first match of Red Body Armor vs Uchiha Suzuki. A sneer appeared at the corner of Suzuki's mouth, and the wound on the back of his neck stung again, making him frown. At this time, Kakashi walked behind Suzuki and said, don't use the Sharingan. Suzuki was stunned and said, do you know, if the curse mark on your neck breaks out, you will die. Anyway, the game will be terminated by then, and I will stop you. Please take care of me. After saying that, Kakashi walked towards the stairs. Suzuki touched the curse mark on the back of his neck, feeling extremely solemn about this competition. The long venue is very spacious, and there is a huge sculptured building near the wall. It is a pair of hands with the seal of the end, which looks majestic. Referee Moonlight Hayate stood in the center of the field. In front of him were the two contestants this time, Akane Kai and Uchiha Suzuki. Then please start. Moonlight Gale ordered. Suzuki and Akane Kai quickly took out their weapons. The red body armor threw the three shurikens in his hand towards Suzuki, and three black shadows came at him quickly. The kunao in Suzuki's hand was slashed in the air, and with a clang, the three shurikens flew away. But Suzuki, who was using chakra, activated the curse mark on the back of his neck, and bursts of stinging pain made Suzuki scream in pain and fall to the ground. At this time, a figure in red armor quickly appeared in front of Suzuki and struck him with a heavy punch. Suzuki reacted instantly and narrowly avoided a donkey roll. Then he inserted the kunao in his hand on the ground, forcibly blocked the retreating body, kicked Akane Kai's right hand, and the Akane armor lost it. When he was balancing, he locked his legs around Akane Kai's neck and grabbed Akane Kai's left arm with both hands. For a while, the two were in a stalemate. Hibari, whose face was covered in red body armor, sneered. His left hand caught by Suzuki grabbed Suzuki's collar, and a ball of chakra like fire burned in his hand. My power, Suzuki looked at Akake's left hand in horror. The strength and chakra of his body were being devoured by the opponent, his whole body felt limp and his hands seemed to have lost all feeling, and he automatically let go of his red body armored arms. The red body armor raised his left arm and hit Suzuki's chest hard. Wow! Suzuki let out a scream and covered his chest with both hands. His body struggled violently, but he was still unable to move and couldn't exert any strength. At this time, the red body armor rushed towards Suzuki, and his right hand directly grabbed Suzuki's head, wildly devouring Suzuki's remaining strength. Suzuki resisted violently, and after a while, his arms hung loosely, as if the bones in his body were being pulled away. You took me, my chakra, Suzuki said with difficulty. Hey, did you realize it now? Chihakai laughed wildly. That you bastard. Suzuki felt a surge of power in his heart and kicked the red body armor away. I didn't expect you still have power, you experimental subject. Chikara secretly said. Then he held a claw in his right hand, with chakra flames burning in his hand, and rushed towards Suzuki. Suzuki stood up from the ground with difficulty, avoiding the attack of the red body armor. The claw of the red body armor was directed towards Suzuki's face. Suzuki quickly dodged, but he didn't want his hair to touch the hand of the red body armor, and the strength of his body was absorbed again. Suzuki's steps were shaky, and the feeling of weakness in his body made his whole body feel weak. What's wrong? Is that all you can do? Akane Kai looked at Suzuki and mocked. Is this all I can do? Suzuki, who was feeling completely weak, couldn't help but think on that bloody night, his nominal brother killed his parents with his own hands. The man he hated treated him like trash. My stupid brother. Sasuke woke up suddenly, his hatred in his heart was constantly being eroded by the curse seal. The flaming curse seal gradually climbed up his face. Sasuke looked at the red body armor coldly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. What? Where? Akane Kai looked around in panic, trying to find Sasuke. I saw Sasuke appear under the red body armor, kick him into the air, his limbs bounced up instantly, and gradually overlapped with the red body armor's figure in the air. A cruel smile appeared on Sasuke's face. Sasuke, wake up! Naruto shouted loudly, paying attention to Sasuke. It was like thunder exploding in a closed space. Sasuke's eyes suddenly opened wide, recalling what Naruto had said. Sasuke, don't lose to a mere curse seal. This is the power I gained through practice. A star flashed in Sasuke's heart. Hateful, how could I lose to Naruto? A powerful belief burst out of Sasuke, and the flaming curse seal dissipated like a tide. Sasuke's eyes regained clarity and he kicked Akane Kai in the head. Too naive. Chibukai raised his left hand to block it. Sasuke's eyes flashed, his body flipped in the air, and his left arm hit Akane Kai's neck directly. The two of them fell rapidly. Sasuke adjusted his posture and kicked Akane Kai in the abdomen with a sharp kick. Kai's whole body arched up, his internal organs were ruptured, he spit out a mouthful of blood, and the floor beneath him cracked. Sasuke sat on the ground, panting heavily, and when his body was about to collapse, Kakashi appeared behind him. Good job! Kakashi took the kissing paradise and praised it casually. Moonlight Hayate looked at Akane Kai and saw that the opponent had lost consciousness. He stood up, pointed at Sasuke and said, I will terminate this match now. The winner of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke, who passed the preliminary selection. The fair-skinned man standing on the stairs stared at Sasuke closely, with endless expression in his eyes. Desire. At this time, a medical ninja walked up to Sasuke and said, please accept our proper treatment. If you can't deal with this, leave him to me. Kakashi knelt down, leaned into Sasuke's ear and said, seal this curse. Let's wait until the preliminaries are over. I also want to see how far Naruto's strength is, Sasuke said. No, don't get angry in a hurry. If you let it go, it may become irreversible. I can't listen to you a second time, Kakashi said firmly. There was no other way, Sasuke had no choice but to leave with Kakashi. Everything was ready, and the electronic screen on the wall was drawing a list again. After a few seconds, the two names appeared on it. The second match, Sakura vs Abarame Shino. Moonlight Hayate coughed again before he finished speaking. The two walked down the stairs and stood in front of Moonlight Hayate. Then the second round begins now. Sak rushed towards Shino with a grin on his face, and punched him with his left hand. Shino held his hands in front of his chest to resist. Sak's eyes lit up, and he curled his right hand into a claw and aimed at Shino's abdomen. Chopping waves, chakra surged into his arms, and powerful air waves erupted in the small holes in Sak's palm. Boom! There was a loud noise and smoke billowing, and Shino was knocked to the ground. Sak showed no mercy, jumped up, and aimed his hands at Shino. Chakra poured into his arms and was consumed crazily. Zankan Jibo. More powerful air waves bombarded the ground, rocks flew, and a hole was directly blasted out of the ground. Shino, Kiba standing on the stairs couldn't help shouting. Hinata standing aside was also worried, and Ui Korone also looked very unhappy. Haha, that kid must have been blown to pieces. Sak said arrogantly. He is very aware of the power of his own ninjutsu. Shino didn't know whether he was alive or dead in the pit. A small black insect came out of his skin, and then groups of black insects came out of his body, densely packed and large, and Shino disappeared in the pothole. It was just an insect clone. When did this happen? Sak looked at the dense black bugs on the ground in shock. He had just launched a series of attacks, and how the other party used his clones to dodge them. Deep in the central tower, Sasuke took off his clothes and sat on the ground wearing only a pair of shorts. Kakashi stood behind him, writing complicated spells on Sasuke's body with his bloody fingers. It's done. Kakashi waited and surrounded Sasuke's body with complicated spells. Be patient for a while, and you'll be fine soon, Kakashi said to Sasuke, forming a series of seals with his hands. Seal of Evil sealing. Kakashi placed his palm on Sasuke's curse seal, and a white light lit up. What? The heartbreaking pain made Sasuke scream, and the spells all over his body poured into the bottom of Kakashi's palm like a living thing. The whole process lasted for just a few seconds. Kakashi let go of his hand and sealed the curse seal in a circular seal. The key to this seal is your willpower. If you don't believe in your own power, this seal will be useless, Sasuke. Kakashi looked at the fainted Sasuke and thought to himself, I didn't expect you to even know the sealing technique. You've grown a lot, Kakashi. Kakashi's hoarse voice sounded, and a figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Kakashi's eyes widened instantly, a chill rising from the bottom of his heart. He turned his head and saw Orochimaru standing behind him. It's you, long time no see, Kakashi. Orochimaru's amber vertical pupils exuded a dangerous light. Orochimaru, Kakashi's heart sank to the bottom of his heart, and the person he least wanted to see appeared in front of him. Why did you find Sasuke? Kakashi asked. You are very good, you have already got that thing. Didn't you have that before, the Sharingan in your left eye? Orochimaru wore black hair and a pale face with fanaticism. Kakashi was startled, then reacted. I also want to get it, including Uchiha's power. Orochimaru's voice echoed in the darkness. Despair. Orochimaru took a step forward. Don't get close to Sasuke, Kakashi shouted, holding a claw in his right hand. Thunder-like chakra condensed in his hand. A ball of thunderlight was held in Kakashi's hand. Lightning and thunder. Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin, I can still die with you now, Kakashi warned. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed, looking at Kakashi coldly with his amber vertical pupils, and said, what you say and what you do are completely different. Compared with your students, Kakashi, it's still a little bit worse. What do you mean, Orochimaru? Kakashi asked in surprise. It's a pity that Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have what I want, otherwise he would be my proudest disciple. Orochimaru said. What do you want to do to Naruto? Kakashi's eyes were cold, and the raikiri in his hand became even more dazzling. In order to seek strength, Sasuke must come back to look for me. Orochimaru turned and walked away, suddenly stopped and said, you just said you wanted to kill me, you can try it, if you can. A terrifying murderous aura struck Kakashi's brain, and his breathing seemed to stop for a moment. The raikiri in Kakashi's hand automatically dissipated, and his whole body trembled as he looked at Orochimaru's disappearing figure in horror. Die together. I'm so stupid. Pre-select Venue Shino stood up from the hole. When Sak attacked, he immediately used the insect clone, and the main body hit underground, avoiding the damage of Sak's sky's anking wave. On his face, small black bugs broke through the skin and came out. This is a parasite that lives in the body and can suck the chakra of others. The combat ability of this kind of bug is not very strong, but its numbers are terrifying, and it is not afraid of death. It is a very difficult bug to deal with. How could you avoid my attack? I obviously hit you, Sak asked in confusion. He aimed his palms at Shino, and the astonishing number of black parasites on the ground made his scalp numb. It's a bug clone. The ninjutsu I used when you attacked, the trump card cannot be easily revealed to others, Shino said calmly, holding the parasite on his fingertips. The bugs on the ground were getting closer and closer to Sark. In this case, I will destroy you and your bugs too. With a ferocious look on his face, Sak jumped back a step, chakra pouring into his arms crazily. Jean Con Jaibo, Sak shouted crazily. Sak's arms swelled up, and then it shriveled up like a deflated balloon. The chakra that could not be released burst open Sak's arm and spurted out. What Sak screamed in pain, his whole body softened, his hands hung precariously, there were countless holes in his arms, and blood flowed out. That was the damage caused by the chakra being unable to be released and forcibly breaking through the skin. Sak twisted his face and looked at the small holes in his palms in disbelief. Black parasites crawled out of the holes one after another. I told you, you can't show your ace to others easily. Shino's calm voice reached Sak's ears. Moonlight Hayate confirmed Sak's injury and immediately announced Abarame Shino wins and passes the preliminaries. Ui Korone's group all breathed a sigh of relief and were happy for Shino. Kiba looked at Shino with an unhappy face, as the other party had already threatened his status as captain. The electronic screen flickered for a while and then stopped. The third round, Sword Triangle vs Kankuro. Moonlight Hayate announced it's finally my turn. Kankuro smiled cruelly and walked down the stairs. Sword Triangle is Akankai's companion. He wears the same black ninja costume, a turban on his head, a black veil, and a pair of glasses. He looks like a middle-aged man. Kankuro and Kensuno stood in the center. Moonlight Hayate glanced at them and announced, then the game begins. I will fight quickly. Kankuro took off the things on his back and looked at the other party with disdain. I won't let you take action, strike first. The sword triangle rushed towards Kankuro quickly. The two were 3 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Kankuro, and punched Kankuro sharply in the face. Kankuro reacted quickly and blocked the sword triangle's attack with his left hand. Hahajian Sanjiao sneered. Chakra circulated throughout his body, and his whole body was like a soft and boneless snake. His limbs tightly wrapped around Kankuro's limbs, blocking Kankuro's movements. How disgusting! Sakura hid her face behind Naruto and said in disgust, I can dislocate all joints and use chakra to control the soft body at will. So I can keep you entangled before your bones are broken, so give up quickly. Sword Triangle said to Kankuro. The arms wrapped around Kankuro's neck became tighter and tighter. Click, there was a crisp sound, and Kankuro's head hung down at a weird angle. Kankuro's neck seemed to be broken in the entanglement of the sword triangle. Boring Gaara said disdainfully as he watched everything that happened. I was killed by my excessive force. Jian Sanjia said calmly. At this time, something fell off Kankuro's face and fell to the ground. Immediately, Kankuro's head, which had broken his neck, turned to the triangle of swords in an incredible way. Inside the faceless part was a puppet. What? Jian Sanjian was startled and horrified. It's my turn now. A voice came from the puppet. Several jointed arms tightly bound the sword triangle, and the human-shaped puppet seemed to be laughing at the sword triangle. A hand poked out from behind Kankuro, and then Kankuro himself came out of the bandage. His left hand condensed chakra, and the threads turned into chakra controlled the puppet. Kankuro is a puppet master, and the puppet was specially made by Kankuro, and it's called Crow. I abstain, Jian Sanjia said tremblingly. Wouldn't it be better to use your ninjutsu by breaking your bones? Kankuro ignored Sword Triangle's words. The chakra thread controlled the crow, and the knotted arms tightened tighter and tighter. Wow, Jian Sanjiang screamed. The medical staff then carried the Sword Triangle away, and the winner of the third round was Kankuro. The electronic screen was screened again, and the names of 20 people quickly passed by and finally stopped. The fourth round, Harano Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino. Moonlight Hayate announced. Sakura and Ino were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other. Too, they have been the best sisters since childhood, but they don't want to meet with swords here. Sakura, come on Ino, Naruto shouted loudly to the two people in the middle of the field. Ino looked at Naruto and waved happily. Sakura on the side looked at Ino, and some thoughts flashed through her mind. Then she said to Ino, haha, Ino, Naruto won't like you. With a sly smile on her face, Sakura looked at Ino with regret. What are you talking about, wide forehead? Ino clenched his fists and said angrily. I've been with Naruto all the time. Every day we, all, Sakura had a happy smile on her face, and then she seemed to think of something indescribable, and she moaned, her little face red. She closed her eyes shyly. Damn that broad forehead, Ino shouted angrily, and then the anger on his face disappeared instantly. He looked at Sakura with a smile and said, I think you must have thought I would say this. Sakura, yeah, Sakura nodded cutely, then reacted and said in a panic, aren't you angry? Ino looked at Sakura, her green eyes seemed to be able to see through her, and she said, I know Naruto better than you do, so don't think that this can distract me. Besides, there's no way Naruto would like a broad forehead like yours. Ino flipped her long hair and looked at Sakura with teasing eyes. What did you say? Sakura was filled with anger. A wide forehead was a taboo for her. Even if he likes it, Naruto also likes me with a figure as good as yours. Ino said softly, glancing at Sakura's breasts. Damn Inobor, Sakura roared furiously. Damn broad forehead. Ino refused to be outdone. Well broad forehead. Moonlight Gale looked at the two girls here as if they were scolding each other. It's the promised game, I'm the referee. However, Moonlight Gale only dared to complain a few words in his heart. Stopping them at this time was tantamount to asking for trouble. All the ninjas around looked at Naruto speechlessly. After a few words, it was like this. How could he fight? Kakashi next to Naruto took a deep look at Naruto, and finally found the only difference between him and his teacher. Naruto pretended to cough to relieve his embarrassment. With so many people watching, he couldn't help but blush. I don't know how long it took, but the two girls finally stopped. It seems like there's no way to tell the winner, Sakura said, breathing heavily. Well, if this continues, we won't have to compete. Ino finally discovered the key to the problem. If it is like this, Sakura and Ino half closed their eyes. A flash of light flashed through them, as if they had made some kind of determination. Then let's take Naruto as a bet, Sakura said. Whoever wins can date Naruto. Ino continued. The two looked at each other with fighting intent, automatically excluding Hinata. Then the game begins. Yu Guangfeng gave the order at the right time. The two of them rushed towards each other, jumped into the air, turned their hands into fists, and struck each other directly in the face. It's also scary when women fight. Sakura seized an opportunity and hit Ino's face with her left fist. Ino quickly blocked it with her hands. Her right fist came straight towards Sakura's cheek, but Sakura blocked it. The two of them competed with each other for a long time to no avail. They stepped back in tacit agreement, and at the same time took out shurikens in their hands and shot at each other. Ding, the shurikens collided and bounced to the side. Sakura and Ino were almost exhausted and had very little chakra left. But still stared at each other closely. The two of them knew each other very well, and naturally knew the ninjutsu that they were good at, so they also had a tacit understanding and started a close battle to prevent the use of ninjutsu. Haha, Sakura. I didn't expect you to become a lot stronger, Ino said with a smile. You have become a lot stronger, Ino, Sakura said seriously. Although the two of them were harsh on words, they still recognized each other in their hearts. But don't forget, I met Naruto before you. Ino's eyes were firm as he rushed towards Sakura. I'm in the same group as Naruto. Sakura snorted, not to be outdone, and rushed over. The two of them struggled together again, punching me one after the other without giving in. The chakra in his body has been exhausted, but he still doesn't give up. He wants to decide who can date Naruto. Fist bump. The two of them each took a step back, their hearts trembling. His hands immediately formed seals, and the only chakra on his body was consumed. The art of Xia follower, the art of body turning and mind turning. The mental power exerted on them exploded in their minds, and their exhausted bodies finally collapsed. Naruto instantly appeared between the two and hugged the two who were about to fall. In the fourth round, both sides fell to the ground and could not advance. Moonlight Gale announced. Sakura and Ino were leaning against the wall, both waking up. Flutter. The two smiled at each other and looked at Naruto standing at the railing. I won't lose to you, Sakura, Ino said firmly. Me too, Sakura said with piercing eyes. The electronic screen flashed again and then stopped. Round Tenten vs Tamari. Moonlight Hayate announced. Tian Tian is a female ninja in Xiao Li's group. She wears a pink Chinese-style cheongsam and a small side-breasted top, with her hair in a double-hanging bun. She has a delicate appearance and is petite, but she has a fighting spirit in her heart and a heroic appearance. Temari is a ninja from Sangakur and the sister of Gaara and Kankuro. Her blonde hair was divided into 4 strands and tied back. She had eyebrow-length bangs in front of her eyes. She was wearing white clothes and a sand ninja forehead protector around her neck. Her dark blue eyes were very bright, and her brows were heroic and thoughtful. Behind her was a huge iron fan, which was her unique ninja tool. The two faced each other tit for tat, ready to go. Moonlight Gale glanced at the two of them and immediately ordered, "Then the game begins." Tenten jumped back to close the distance between the two, carefully observing Temari's actions, trying to find her flaw. Are you waiting and watching? Let me make it clear first. If I start attacking, I will kill you in one fell swoop. Temari said with a sneer on her lips, menacingly. Tenten was forced by Temari's momentum and couldn't help but take a step back. If you want to show off, wait and see my movements first, but you don't have the ability yet. Don't worry about attacking me first. Temari made a disdainful gesture toward Tenten. You can say that, then I'm welcome. Tenten jumped up and quickly fired the 3 shurikens at Temari. Ding ding ding. 3 shurikens were embedded in the ground, and Temari stood motionless. Naruto's eyes lit up on the stage and he took a deep look at Temari. Temari's speed just now was too fast and she moved 1 step instantly, causing this visual illusion. Why, are you experimenting with me? Or are you afraid that's why you didn't aim at me? If that's the case, it would be meaningless. Temari looked at Tian Tian and taunted her heartily. Be calm. Tenten remained unmoved and carefully measured the distance between the two, and then started running around Temari, looking for the perfect attack point. She was measuring the distance, so it was time for her to use a powerful move this time. Temari thought to herself, placing her left hand on the big iron fan behind her. Tian Tian found her position, took out a scroll in her hand, and jumped up. She looked like a flying fairy, with the scroll constantly circling around her body. Dozens of different styles of blades were thrown from the scroll towards Temari by Tenten. With a cold light. A strong wind suddenly rose, shaking all the blades away. The big iron fan behind Temari was held in her hand and opened a third of the way. Impossible, my darts are all. Is there any mechanism in that fan? Tian Tian stood on the ground and exclaimed. Temari looked at Tenten and said with a smile, "This is 1 star, and there are 2 more. When you see all 3 stars, that's when you fail. Tian Tian, you can't be underestimated by your opponents. Keep a normal mind." A normal mind, Xiao Li said loudly to Tian Tian on the stage. I originally wanted to save it for the official competition, but it seems I have to use it now. Tian Tian took out 2 scrolls from behind, stood on the ground, formed seals with his hands, and mobilized chakra. Xuanshenglong, a large cloud of smoke enveloped the entire competition venue, making it impossible to see everything clearly with the naked eye. Expensive it was like a dragon roaring, 2 long dragons turned into white smoke circled up, which were Tianation's 2 scrolls. Tian Tian jumped up and stood in the long dragon of the scroll, with his figure flying. He looked really good looking, but he had a murderous intention. Hundreds of gleaming blades rushed towards Temari at very fast speeds, forming a black curtain. Temari calmly faced the danger and fanned the big iron fan in her hand. A strong wind blew all the blades away and fell to the ground one after another. It's not over yet. Tenten jumped into the air again, using chakra to control all the blades along the thin threads in his hands, and once again quickly attacked Temari. The big iron fan in Temari's hand finally opened, and a stronger wind hung the blade and Tenten to the ground. 3 stars. Temari hit her figure behind the big iron fan. As soon as the iron fan turned, her whole person disappeared from Tianation's eyes. Disappeared. Where is it? Tenten looked around trying to catch Temari's figure. Here. Temari's voice came from behind. Oops. Tian Tian felt a chill in his heart and sank to the bottom of the valley. Temari squatted on the big iron fan, floating and landing in front of Tenten. Ninfa attack it. Temari took a big iron fan and slammed it, and a hurricane mixed with chakra blew Tenten up. The wind-like chakra was shaped like a blade, constantly cutting Tianation's body. In less than a few seconds, Tianation's body was covered with blood, full of wounds. Tian Tian. Xiao Li on the stage couldn't help shouting worriedly. Tenten fell down and hit Temari's big iron fan with her slender waist. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The Kingdom of Wind is really scary. The third Hokage on the stage looked at Temari, worried about the opponent's strength and the potential of the Kingdom of Wind. The winner of the 5th round is Temari. Moonlight Hayate announced immediately. Temari showed a sneer, and the Tenten on the big iron fan was thrown out by her, and the ground was full of sharp blades. Not good. Xiao Li's expression changed drastically and he was about to take action. A figure has followed Tenten. It is Naruto. Naruto held the unconscious Tenten and looked at Temari expressionlessly. Temari felt like she was facing a formidable enemy, with some cold sweat on her face. Although the opponent had not shown any strength, the scene of forcing Gaara back was still fresh in her memory. Unfathomable. This is Temari's opinion of Naruto. Excellent game, you're very strong. Naruto smiled gently at Temari. Temari blinked her eyes, looking at Naruto with a smile on his face. Her heart jumped suddenly, and her face turned red because of the feeling she had never felt before. No, thank you, Temari suddenly hesitated, not knowing how to answer Naruto. I'm looking forward to competing with you, Naruto continued, then jumped on the stage and handed Tenten over to Xiaoli and the others. Only Temari stood there in a daze, and it took a long time for her to react, and her heartbeat accelerated a bit. Next up is the 6th round. Nara Shikamaru vs King. Jin is one of the 3 sound ninjas. He uses a weapon like a thin needle. There is also a bell tied to the needle. Through the use of chakra, the bell can emit ultrasonic attacks that the human ear cannot withstand. The Shikamaru family's secret technique is the shadow imitation technique, which can control the shadow under any light source to control the opponent's body. It is a secret technique not passed down by the Nara group. The battle between the two was not very exciting, but in the end Shikamaru won the game with his own wisdom. The electronic screen selected players again and stopped for a few seconds. Round, Hyaga Niji vs Hyaga Hinata. Moonlight Hayate's voice echoed in the field. Everyone turned their attention to the two of them, the fight between the main family and the branch family of the Hyaga clan. Naruto looked at Hinata standing in the field, frowning, and was very worried in his heart. Hinata Niji's strength was definitely not something Hinata could defeat now. I really didn't expect that my opponent would be you, Miss Hinata. Hinata Niji said calmly, but his eyes had a sharp look. Brother Nisi. Hinata called out weakly, feeling very unwilling to fight with Niji. Naruto, will Hinata be okay? Sakura said worriedly. Believe in Hinata, she has always worked hard. Naruto turned to look at Sakura, recalling the scene of training with Hinata. Among the 3 Hinata girls, Hinata and Naruto have been practicing the longest. She has been working hard and strong to improve her strength. Even if she is bruised, she has no regrets. She had always hoped to be recognized by everyone, including Hinata Niji. Let the game begin. Moonlight Gale said. Hinata stood there restlessly, with a sad look on her face, and she was very unwilling to fight with Niji. I want to give an explanation to Miss Hinata here, abstained. Nisi's eyes were sharp and he said, you are not suitable to be a ninja at all. You are too kind, always hope for peace and avoid all disputes. Always it is to cater to other people's ideas. You have no confidence in yourself, and you have always had an inferiority complex, so you always thought that being a genin would be enough. The Chunin exam requires 3 people to go together, so you have no way to refuse their invitation. You can only hear we come. That's right, Miss Hinata. Ninkai pressed forward step by step. His tone was calm, but it was very harsh to Hinata. She hesitated and explained in a panic. No, it's not like that. I just want to change myself through my own efforts. The more she spoke, the more she laughed, as if she was worried. Her kind nature made it impossible for her to refute firmly. Ningji looked at Hinata quietly and said firmly, people can't change themselves no matter what. Those who hold back are those who hold back. This kind of character and strength cannot be changed. It is because people cannot change that differences will arise. That's why we have the so-called elites and the lagging behind. We judge others, or are judged by others, by their appearance, brains, abilities, body shape, and character. People are suffering from these unchangeable factors, just like we are separated from you. Just like the Zone family. Niji's words were like sharp knives piercing into Hinata's heart. Everything she had worked hard and pursued became worthless. The huge pain made Hinata tremble all over and looked at Niji in horror. Naruto stared at Niji closely, twisting the iron railing with his hands, with anger deep in his eyes. Naruto, don't be impulsive. Kakashi behind him said to Naruto. Naruto didn't answer, and still looked at the 2 people in the audience. The grievances between the Hyaga clan and the branch family have lasted for decades, and now Niji has severely suppressed Hinata. The resentment towards the clan has been subtly transferred to Hinata, the eldest daughter of the clan. Niji formed a seal with his hands, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. Roll your eyes. The meridians in the eyes bulge, and the pure white pupils exude strange power. Niji stared closely at Hinata's eyes, locking Hinata with an invisible aura. Hinata was shocked, her eyes widened, and she kept dodging, not daring to look at Niji. The sharp gaze was as sharp as a sharp edge, and Hinata's eyes stung. The resentment of the split family represented by Niji made Hinata feel very depressed. It was not her responsibility. Niji looked at Hinata mockingly and said unforgivingly, you see, this is what holding you back. People change no matter what. Shut up. Hinata Niji. Naruto on the stage finally couldn't bear it any longer. He roared angrily, like thunder, and the entire competition venue seemed to be shaken. Everyone's eyes were drawn to Naruto. Naruto stood there like an erupting volcano, with pressure sweeping all around. Sakura and Ino beside him looked at Naruto in panic. They could feel that Naruto was really angry. I don't want to know what the relationship between the Hyaga clan and the branch family is like, and I don't want to know what opinions you have on the clan, but Naruto's blue eyes flashed, and he paused decisively. Said, Hinata is not a drag, she has always been the hardest working and strongest girl. She is a powerful ninja. Naruto, Hinata had tears in her eyes, and her heart was surrounded by warm emotions. Hinata has been very attached to Naruto since she was 6 years old. In that cold winter, she was moved by this boy's smile. For this reason, she has been working very hard, hoping to always stand by his side and accompany him all the time, being able to fight on equal footing with Naruto. Don't transfer your resentment towards the clan to Hinata. If you really want to prove something to me, then defeat Hinata. Don't talk nonsense here. What the ninja world needs is strength. Naruto said astonishingly. After facing Orochimaru, Naruto knew that only power is the language of this world. The strong have nothing to fear, while the weak linger on. Thank you, Naruto. The knot in Hinata's heart that had never been resolved was finally resolved. She had been working hard and had a firm goal. I hope to be by Naruto's side, even if I'm watching from a distance. Brother Neji. Hinata raised her head and looked at Neji firmly with her pure white eyes. Hinata formed a seal with her hands, and chakra boiled in her body. She opened her eyes, her pure white pupils were fearless, and her voice was loud. Let's have a showdown. The two of them set up the starting position of the soft fist. Chakra was circulating in the body, the needlepoint was facing the wheat light, and the battle was about to break out. Bring it on. Hinata slapped Neji with a palm, and Neji raised his hand to block. Chakra burst out. Hinata attacked again and again, very fast, and his palms turned into afterimages, but they were easily blocked by Neji. The two of them were going back and forth, strong winds were blowing, chakra was constantly erupting, figures were dodging quickly, and for a moment no one could do anything to the other. Soft fist is the most powerful existence in taijutsu. Compared with taijutsu such as Naruto's sky-breaking palm, which requires extremely strong physical fitness, and steel fists such as Xiao Li's which are famous for their power, soft fist appears to be the most powerful one. The power and visual shock brought by it may be a bit worse. However, the damage caused by Ro fist to the enemy is indeed very terrifying. Ro fist mainly uses acupuncture points as an attack method, driving its own chakra into the opponent's acupuncture points, thereby destroying the chakra channels and internal organs of the human body. This attack is silent and can often kill the opponent without even realizing it. For example, Naruto's sky-breaking palm was created based on the meridians of Ro fist, but Naruto gave up the terrifying continuous damage ability of the soft fist in pursuit of powerful destructive power. Bang bang. The two palms faced each other, and chakra exploded, making their hair fly. Hinata's white eyes saw all of Neji's actions clearly. With a movement in her heart, she gathered chakra in her left palm, increased her speed, and slapped Neji's abdomen with one palm. It's here, chakra exploded, and Hinata's winning palm was dodged by Neji as much as possible. Neji jumped back, widening the distance between the two. Although Hinata's palm just missed him, the unique characteristics of soft fist made his chakra a little unstable. The chakra erupted from that palm had already affected his chakra flow along his meridians. Hinata's foot flicked, her figure pressed closer, her palms turned into afterimages, and the two of them were fighting together again. Bang bang. Chakra continued to erupt in the palms of the two of them. Hinata almost hit Neji several times, but Neji narrowly avoided it. After dozens of palm strikes, Hinata was already a little exhausted, her breathing was a little short, and most of her chakra was consumed. At this time, Neji rolled his eyes, and slapped Hinata's chest with his chakra-covered right palm. Hinata's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and he did the same with his right palm without giving in. Chakra came out of the body, and Neji's right palm pressed against Hinata's chest. The concentrated chakra on his fingertips penetrated Hinata's acupuncture points. He pinched the sword finger of his left hand and touched the acupuncture points on Hinata's right hand. Hinata's right palm, which had not touched Neji, suddenly burst out with a blue chakra palm print, hitting Neji's chest directly, and a palm print was clearly visible. Puff. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Neji staggered back a few steps and looked at Hinata in shock. What? Everyone on the stairs opened their eyes in surprise, and their hearts were shocked. Even Ui Korone looked at Hinata in disbelief. What happened? What kind of physical technique is that visible chakra palm print? What kind of taijutsu is this? There is absolutely no such taijutsu recorded in Rukwin. Ninkai's pure white eyes revealed a shocked and complicated look for the first time. Naruto's words echoed faintly in his ears. He had deliberately exposed his flaw, but Hinata almost focused on it. There was a sharp pain in the place, and his eyes were even more frightened. That kind of terrifying ninjutsu makes full use of the unique acupoint attack of Ro fist. Hinata's face looked tired and a little pale. The ninjutsu just now consumed a lot of chakra, and there was not much chakra left in her body now. But she still looked at Neji firmly, and now she would no longer back down. This is the ninjutsu that Naruto and I created together, palm within palm. Hinata's voice spread to the ears of everyone present. Palm in the palm of your hand. Everyone turned their attention to Hinata and then to Naruto. This man seemed to be very steady and unmatched for a 12-year-old boy, making him look very mysterious. Orochimaru in the dark looked at Naruto with interest. He was not very curious about Naruto's ability to create his own ninjutsu, but he was very interested in the weirdness of that ninjutsu. Yes, this is a ninjutsu that Hinata and I created together, Naruto said with certainty. Impossible. Neji looked at Hinata in disbelief. How could this weak girl create such a terrifying ninjutsu? At that time, when I created my own Peking palm, I quoted the meridian circulation characteristics of the Hyuga clan's soft fist. I originally wanted to teach Hinata how to use it, but Peking palm requires very high physical fitness. With her body, the quality cannot withstand the damage caused by the sky-breaking palm, so I can only simplify the sky-breaking palm to reduce the harm it brings, and the corresponding power is much weaker. Orochimaru and Sakura in the dark both looked at Naruto's arm after hearing the sky-breaking palm. The battle with Orochimaru made Orochimaru have a strong interest in Naruto's sky-breaking palm. That kind of terrifying, even if the power is great. Shimura didn't dare to resist head-on. Sakura, on the other hand, thought of the harm caused by Naruto's use of the sky-breaking palm. The bloody arm left Sakura's memory fresh and frightened. Naruto looked at Hinata with pity and said softly, "But Hinata is very kind. After I gave her the simplified breaking the sky palm, she made great improvements herself, and changed the breaking the sky palms. There is almost no improvement in power, but it also gave me a big surprise. Hinata's improved sky breaking palm can no longer be called breaking the sky palm. It is more like a concrete use of chakra. It is combined with soft fists to condense a sufficient amount of chakra in the meridians of the palm to form chakra. The palm print silently hits the opponent's acupuncture point, which is equivalent to extending the attack distance by many inches and increasing the hit power of the soft fist." Naruto told everyone about the nature of the palm in his palm. Neji, Master and Apprentice Xiaoli and the third Hokage, who were familiar with the essence of the Hyuga clan's soft fist, were all shocked that this is no longer within the scope of ninjutsu, but beyond the scope of ninjutsu. It is more like a secret technique. Don't teach secret techniques. It greatly enhances the actual combat ability of Rofist. If it can be popularized, the combat ability of the Hyuga clan will increase in a straight line. Later, Hinata and I named this ninjutsu the palm of the palm. Naruto said with a smile, giving Hinata a thumbs up to encourage him. Palm in the palm of your hand. Everyone pondered it carefully and nodded secretly. It was indeed a better name. Is this the child of 4 generations of adults? What a terrifying talent. Anko looked at Naruto's side face and sighed. Tamari among the sand ninja looked at Naruto, her eyes sparkling and a faint blush on her face. Wow, Hinata suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood and squatted down. Her face was as pale as paper. She rolled up the sleeves on her arms tremblingly. There were several small red dots on her snow-white jade arms. Those small dots, the points, correspond to the acupuncture points on Hinata's arm. Neji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, calmed his breathing and said to Hinata, "Miss Hinata, this is the difference in strength. In the battle just now, I deliberately sold you a few flaws to lure you into being fooled. I hit several acupuncture points on your body, but I didn't expect you to have such a weird physical technique as palm in the palm. One last time, give up. Even if you master the taijutsu like palm of the palm, you still can't defeat me." Neji raised his sword eyebrows and tried to persuade Hinata. "I won't admit defeat, drink." Hinata stepped forward, condensing chakra in her palm, and slapped Neji with her palm mixed with blue light. Another palm seemed to be derived from her palm. The chakra palm print penetrates 3 inches of the body, but it is extremely thrilling. Neji dodged and avoided close combat with Hinata. Now Hinata can be said to be invincible in close combat. Within 3 inches, there is no opponent. Hinata slapped her palm several times in a row, her chakra was exhausted, and Neji's acupuncture attacks were causing more and more damage to her organs. Every movement made Hinata's whole body feel severe pain. Puff, another slap, and Hinata finally couldn't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood spat out and the person fell to the ground. Neji looked at Hinata, who fell to the ground and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His situation was not optimistic. Although the chakra consumption was not very large, he was hit several times by Hinata's palm, and the acupuncture attack had already hit his acupuncture points. There was some damage to the internal organs. "Hinata, I have to say that you have indeed grown a lot now. However, this alone cannot change anything," Neji said slowly. Hinata slowly got up from the ground, her pure white eyes still firm, and her heart filled with steely will. I just want to catch up with Naruto and stand with him." Hinata's voice was very soft and small but firm and decisive. Drink. A surge of power emerged from Hinata's body. She rushed towards Neji, her palms wrapped in blue chakra, and the chakra palm prints that penetrated 3 inches of her body went straight to Neji's chest. Neji closed his eyes, and chakra mobilized his whole body. He quickly spun on the spot, and his figure gradually became illusory. Blue chakra lingered outside his body, forming a circular shield to protect Neji. The powerful rotation, the force caused strong winds all around. Back to the days. With a bang, Hinata was thrown away by Kaiton's powerful spinning force before she could get close to Neji, and she spit out blood again. Naruto appeared on the field instantly and hugged Hinata, who fell down. The girl frowned tightly, and the severe pain in her body made her little face twist together, and her bloodless lips seemed to be mumbling something. "Hinata, have a good rest. I will not leave you." Naruto looked at Hinata dotingly, his blue eyes extremely tender. "The winner of the 7th round is Hinata Neji," Moonlight Hayate announced. "Hinata didn't lose. I will beat you in a formal match." After leaving a word, Naruto returned to the stairs without looking back. The electronic screen flashed again. There are currently only 6 people who have not competed: Uzumaki Naruto, Sandstorm Gaara, Rock Lee, Inyazuka Kiba, Akimichi Koji and Das of the Sound Ninja. Kiba, Koji, and Das glanced at Naruto and Gaara, praying that they would never meet these two monsters. It's a pity that the goddess of fate did not favor the tooth. The 8th round, Uzumaki Naruto vs Inyazuka Kiba. Moonlight Hayate said loudly. One after another looked at Naruto, all with curiosity. They were eager to know what level Naruto's strength had reached. Kakashi looked at Naruto complicatedly. He had the same dazzling light as his teacher, a light that could not be concealed even in the most difficult predicament. Naruto's eyes lit up, and the bellicose blood in his body had already made him feel uncomfortable. The aura spread and Naruto stood in the center of the field. Guangfeng's eyes froze, and at that moment he couldn't help but want to jump away, as if there was danger approaching. Moonlight Hayate looked at Naruto deeply and suppressed his restless heart. While the tooth-headed Akaina glanced at Naruto and let out a plaintive cry. Hateful, Kiba looked at Naruto jealously and jumped directly into the field. Ever since he entered the ninja school, Kiba felt that he was inferior to Naruto in everything. No matter in terms of personality or study, he was always inferior to Naruto, even when it came to making friends with girls. Naruto was surrounded by girls every day at school, but he could only be with his dog. Later, even his dog kept leaning on Naruto, completely forgetting his master. Who has been living in Naruto's shadow, desperately hopes to have a chance to step on Naruto, and today this opportunity has come. However, after seeing Naruto's extraordinary qualities, always felt uneasy. While he expected to defeat Naruto, he was also afraid of being taught a lesson by Naruto. Hey, wait and work hard, I won't be merciful. Naruto half squinted his eyes, and the dangerous light made Ya's heart feel cold. Haha, I won't be merciful. Ya's confidence was obviously lacking. Then let the game begin. Moonlight Blast always does his job well. Ya watched Naruto's every move, trying to find the slightest flaw, but unfortunately Naruto was completely impregnable. As time passed by, his breathing became heavier and heavier, and he felt restless inside, and cold sweat dripped down his face. Naruto exuded an extremely dangerous aura, constantly pressing against Kiba, and even Akaina next to Kiba looked at Naruto in fear, and murmured uneasily. What's going on with ya? Dinkai said in confusion while eating snacks in his mouth. The teeth on the field seemed to be in great pain, and the whole person was stunned and breathing rapidly. Armas next to Shikamaru looked at Naruto, his eyes narrowed, and he was very shocked. This child, what kind of strength does he have? Armas secretly thought. Naruto's strength is no longer comparable to that of ordinary genin. Sakura, he has surpassed you by a lot. The voice of Kakashi's own student on the field in his right eye reached the ears of Sakura and Ino. Even I may not necessarily be Naruto's opponent. Hateful, Kiba looked at Naruto in horror. The other party's mere momentum made him so scared that he couldn't move. Get moving, Yaksen kept roaring and his body twisted mechanically. Attack here. Naruto's voice floated into his ears, and the aura dissipated. Ya breathed a sigh of relief, his chest heaving, and the great humiliation made his eyes blood red. Why am I always inferior to Naruto? Stop stalling, show your true strength. I said, I will not show mercy. Naruto looked at Ya with scorching eyes, fighting spirit bursting out. If that's the case, then you should keep an eye on it, Naruto. Ya tried his best to calm down and took out 2 black military ration pills from his pocket. Akamaru, don't let Naruto look down on us. Ya threw a soldier food pill to Akamaru. Akamaru ate it in one bite, and his snow-white hair turned red. His breath was violent, and he stared at Naruto with his teeth bared. Ya ate another one, the chakra in his body doubled, and his violent momentum was unparalleled. Go to Akamaru, beast-like ninja technique or clone. Kiba squatted down, and Akamaru jumped on Kiba's back. A burst of smoke dissipated, and Akamaru turned into Kiba. Chakra lingered around Kiba and Akamaru's bodies, and power penetrated the whole body. Oh, interesting. Naruto looked at Kiba and Akamaru with interest in his heart. Kiba and Akamaru rushed towards Naruto very fast, and their hard and sharp claws went straight to Naruto's vitals. Naruto dodged left and right, as if strolling in a garden, just in time to avoid Kiba and Akamaru's attacks. 2 fast black shadows intertwined back and forth in the field, but Naruto never moved a step, always avoiding Kiba and Akamaru's attacks with a subtle gap. What a terrifying fighting talent, Akai said in surprise. Xiao Li and Niji looked at Naruto solemnly. The strength of the other party was really unfathomable. On the other side of the stairs, Gaara was trembling all over and looking at Naruto in the field with crazy eyes. He eagerly hoped to have a formal battle with Naruto. This was their agreement. After a while, the chakra may be exhausted. Show your true ability, Naruto said casually as he dodged the attacks of Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba and Akamaru, who had failed to hit the target, rushed towards them again. Kiba roared and their bodies spun rapidly. The secret of Orc Clone, Yatonga. 2 tornadoes shaped like drills swept over Naruto, and the power of the Yatonga was enough to injure Naruto. Naruto kicked his feet, causing the ground to crack. His figure quickly retreated, and in the lightning flash, Naruto roared angrily. Drink, rumble, a massive amount of chakra exploded in his body. Naruto stamped his feet on the ground, and a hurricane swept around. Kiba and Akamaru were the first to be knocked away, and Akamaru's Orc Clone was automatically released. Everyone on the stairs used their hands to resist the strong wind, their hair was blown wildly, and their eyes could not be opened. Bang, Kiba and Akamaru fell to the ground, and Akamaru's hair turned into a normal snow-white color, which also meant that Gattaca could no longer be used. Just stood up with difficulty and looked at Naruto complicatedly, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth. The place where Naruto stood was already cracked, and the ground was covered with cracks that looked like spider webs. Naruto took a few steps forward, his blue eyes showing an eager look, and he said to Kiba, "Yeah, since you used your own ninjutsu, I'm here to show you my newly created ninjutsu. Look." Naruto's words were shocking, and everyone looked at him with unconcealable shock in their eyes. A newly created ninjutsu? Is it easy to create your own ninjutsu now? This is the ninjutsu I learned in the exams these days. I had an idea before, which is to create my own taijutsu. Naruto took off all the clothes on his upper body, revealing his muscular body. The explosion of physical strength was absolutely terrifying. The sky-breaking palm I created was created for my own taijutsu from the beginning. Naruto raised his right hand, his arm expanded in a circle, and the blue chakra visible to the naked eye circled Naruto's arm like a ribbon. Boom chakra spurted out from the palm, and a light blue shockwave blasted a 4-meter circular pit into the ground. Countless hair-thin chakra lines cut everything within 4 meters into nothingness. Everyone's eyes widened. The power of this kind of fear. Kakashi thought of his mission in the land of waves. This is the destructive power that A-level ninjutsu can achieve. The third Hokage said in surprise. Xiao Li and Akai looked at each other. They were familiar with physical skills and were even more shocked by the power of the air-breaking palm hair. Naruto ignored the dull teeth and looked at his right arm, where there were tiny blood beads covering the entire arm. But the damage caused by the sky-breaking palm to the arm is also huge. I looked through Konoha's Taijutsu classics in the hope of finding useful information. Unfortunately, these classics were of no use to me at all. They only covered what I saw. After the introduction of Tsunade, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, in Konoha's history, Kaiju Jutsu made my eyes shine. The competition ground was quiet except for Naruto's voice. Everyone listened quietly, very curious about Naruto's newly created ninjutsu. However, there is no record of how to use strange power techniques, so I thought about creating a physical technique by myself. It wasn't until the battle in the past few days that my body's strength was further enhanced that I developed this physical technique. Naruto's body exuded blue chakra flames, and the terrifying power caused the ground to crack, and powerful air waves spread outward in waves. The terrifying breath came out just as quickly. After a while, everything calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at Naruto in confusion. Did it fail? This ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. Even with the amount of chakra I have, I can only use it for 1 minute. After 1 minute, all the chakra in my body will be exhausted. Naruto's 2 arms swelled, then recovered, and then swelled and recovered again. After repeating this several times, substantial blue chakra floated out of Naruto's wrists. 2 chakra ribbons floated out from each wrist, nearly 3 meters long, flying continuously in the air, making Naruto even more extraordinary. Call Naruto exhaled a breath, his blue eyes sparkling. This taijutsu is based on the sky-breaking palm. It releases the damage to the meridians of the arm at once, pursuing the ultimate explosive power and destructive power in a short period of time. The chakra ribbon at the wrist is just a small part of the massive chakra overflow. Naruto said slightly tiredly. If that's the case, can't the amount of chakra be reduced? Unexpectedly, Temari from the Sand Ninja was the first to say. Naruto shook his head and said regretfully, "It's not possible yet. This technique is still in the experimental period, and there is still a long way to go before it becomes perfect." Naruto, what's the name of this technique? Sakura asked happily. The stronger Naruto became, the happier she became. At this time, everyone looked at Naruto. Regarding the power of this taijutsu, they wanted to know the name of this taijutsu. Washuan, Naruto said seriously. Ignoring them, Naruto turned to look at Kiba, his eyes flashing. Naruto moved and appeared in front of Ya in the blink of an eye. His right hand turned into a palm and gently patted Ya's face. Not good. The hearts of all the Jounin tightened, and the teleportation technique was activated. Within a snap of a finger, they appeared in front of Naruto, but the palm still fell. Boom, the strong wind blew Ya back a step and fell to the ground. On the wall behind him, a large circular hole penetrated the wall, with rocks flying and smoke billowing. This is the unparalleled power. Naruto's voice spread through everyone's minds, and the chakra ribbons around his wrists dispersed. He turned around and walked over to put on his clothes. As for Ya, he fell to the ground and could not recover in a short time. The winner of the 8th round, Uzumaki Naruto. Moonlight Gale announced. The electronic screen continues its work. Gaara on the stairs closed his eyes, and his body turned into yellow sand and fell on the field. The electronic screen stopped, and it was Gaara vs Rock Lee. "Yoshi, it's finally my turn," Xiao Li shouted excitedly, punching out one punch after another, doing warm-up exercises. "I have some useful advice for you before the game," Akai said solemnly to Xiao Li. "Yes." Xiao Li listened solemnly and carefully. Perhaps no one has noticed now that the gourd is suspicious. The master and apprentice looked at the gourd behind Gaara with solemn expressions. "That's it." Xiao Li suddenly woke up and quickly took out his notes to write down this experience. "No need to take notes. I won't have time to read them to you during the battle." "You idiot. Akai said as a lesson. That's it. Xiao Li then wrote it down in his notebook. This pair of treasures. Sakura looked at the green-skinned master and apprentice with disdain. Naruto walked to Xiao Li's side and reminded Xiao Li, don't underestimate Gaara. He is not as simple as he seems. Don't worry, Naruto. I'm going to have a showdown with you. Xiao Li patted his chest and showed off his white teeth. Okay, go, Li. Akai waved his hand and pointed straight ahead. Oh, Xiao Li jumped down the stairs with his eyes burning with the fire of battle. I didn't expect to fight you so soon. It's so exciting. Xiao Li pointed his right palm towards Gaara and took a stance. A black shadow came towards me, and Xiao Li easily caught it. It was the stopper of Gaara's gourd. Please don't worry, Xiao Li said softly. Okay, then the 9th round begins. Moonlight Gale announced in a timely manner. Xiao Li immediately rushed forward, jumped up, and kicked Gaara with a strong and powerful kick. The Konoha whirlwind hit Gaara crossed his arms, and without any movement from him, the sand automatically blocked Xiao Li's attack. Then the sand changed, turning into a sharp cone and stabbing at Xiao Li's face. Xiao Li dodged backwards, leaned forward, and was hit with another kick. Sand automatic defense. Xiao Li's figure flew quickly around Gaara, and every powerful and heavy kick was blocked by the sand. It's not suitable for melee combat at this time. You should use ninjutsu at a distance. Why should you use taijutsu? Sakura said in confusion. It's not that he doesn't use ninjutsu, it's that he doesn't know how. Xiao Li doesn't know any ninjutsu or illusion at all. Akai on the side replied. How is that possible? Sakura exclaimed. The sand kept attacking Xiao Li. The sand mixed with chakra was very aggressive and was far beyond what Xiao Li's body could stop. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Xiao Li dodged, feeling very depressed. Gaara looked at Xiao Li with an indifferent expression, and the gourd behind him kept pouring out yellow sand. Suddenly, things took a drastic turn. The speed of Gaara's sand suddenly increased, directly locking Xiao Li's right foot, and then threw Xiao Li out. Xiao Li hit the wall directly. Before he could recover, sand followed closely. Xiao Li quickly dodged, but unfortunately the ground was already covered with sand. Xiao Li's feet slipped, his body lost balance, and sand covered Xiao Li's sight. Danger! Sakura exclaimed. Sand fell directly, and the force was so strong that it cracked the ground. There, Sakura. Naruto reminded Sakura. Following his gaze, Xiao Li stood on the fingertips of the sculpture intact. Gaara looked at Xiao Li, and the sand around him was about to move. Sure enough, Gaara will end up unscathed again. Kankuro looked at Xiao Li with pity. If people like Naruto are born geniuses, then Xiao Li must be a genius who works hard. Xiao Li, take it away, Akai said loudly. But, Teacher Akai, didn't you say that it can only be used when protecting the most important people? Xiao Li said in confusion. It's okay, I allow it. Fight, Li. Akai gave a thumbs up to Xiao Li, his white teeth shining. Well, Teacher Akai. Xiao Li happily sat down and took off the leggings on his legs to reveal the weight inside. It was a weight with the word root written all over it. It was something that Xiao Li always wore for exercise. He only took it off when he first met Naruto, and now he took it off again. Xiao Li took the weight in his hand, stood up, and said happily, great, it's much easier to move now. Then he threw down the said load. It's really boring. Kankuro glanced at it and said disdainfully. It's just a slight weight reduction. Temari thought to herself. Naruto kept looking at Gaara, unable to guess what he was thinking. Boom, the weight fell to the ground, creating 2 large craters in the ground. Smoke and dust billowed, and the entire central tower seemed to be shaken 3 times. What? Everyone took a breath. It was no longer about the weight. Even Gaara's face that had remained unchanged for thousands of years showed a look of surprise. Then I'm on. Xiao Li jumped up, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Gaara, and punched him. Sand is broken up directly. Xiao Li's figure was flying around very fast, with fists and kicks, but the sand's automatic defense gradually couldn't keep up with Xiao Li's speed. Gaara looked around in panic, trying to catch Li's movements. My eyes can no longer keep up with Xiao Li. Xiao Li appeared on top of Gaara's head. The sand could no longer keep up with Xiao Li. He kicked Gaara on the head. Taking advantage of the victory, he attacked and knocked Gaara away with one punch. In the blink of an eye, the situation took another turn. How come? Temari and Kankuro looked at everything happening in the field in disbelief. Is Gaara going to lose? Clidra's face kept falling off sand, which was his sand armor and his second line of defense. Gaara raised his head and looked at Xiao Li. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was ferocious and murderous. The series of high speed attacks just now did not hurt him at all. The sand slowly condensed on Gaara's body, repairing the damaged sand armor. Gaara regained his cold expression and crossed his arms. What a terrible defense. If I couldn't break through that layer of sand, my attack wouldn't be able to harm him at all. It seems that the only option is to use lotus flowers. Xiao Li's eyes flashed and he untied the bandage wrapped around his hand. In vain, Xiao Li appeared under Gaara and kicked Gaara in the chin. Xiao Li then put his hands on the ground, ejected upwards, and continued to kick Gaara high into the air. Beauty Lotus. Then the bandage wrapped in chakra was wrapped around Gaara's body, and Xiao Li restrained Gaara's limbs. The two of them spun at a high speed and fell to the ground. Boom, strong winds swept across, air waves erupted, and the hard ground was directly smashed into pieces. Gaara's body was covered with cracks, and it seemed that he was not going to die soon. Xiao Li fell aside, breathing heavily, indicating that Lianhua was very drained on himself. Moonlight Hayate walked forward to confirm Gaara's condition. Click. A slight sound was heard, and a piece of Gaara's face broke into pieces. Then, like a chain reaction, Gaara's body slowly disintegrated until it turned into a pile of sand. Hum. Sand rose up behind Xiao Li, and Gaara's figure poked out from the sand. The sand armor on his body was full of cracks, but his eyes were full of violence and madness, and an aura of terror enveloped Xiao Li. Gaara formed a seal with his hands, and the sand turned into 4 long dragons behind him, rushing towards Xiao Li with the force of thunder. Xiao Li was affected by the lotus flower and could only resist with his hands, and was directly knocked away by the sand. Xiao Li fell to the ground, his legs trembling for a while, indicating that the side effects caused by the lotus flower had not yet dissipated. Gaara's eyes glowed dangerously, and he formed the seal again, and the sand turned into huge waves, crashing down. Boom, Xiao Li couldn't resist and was hit directly. His whole body hit the wall, and his blood surged. Naruto, what should I do? If this continues, Xiao Li will die. Sakura said worriedly. Having seen Gaara's cruelty, she knew that Gaara would never show mercy. Naruto shook his head and said, none of us can stop Xiao Li, this is his battle. Bang. Gaara's sand was so powerful that it directly penetrated the hard floor, and Xiao Li dodged to avoid it. There was light in his eyes, blood boiling in his heart, and the word Nindo gained a new meaning. He smiled and stood in front of Gaara fearlessly. A breath exploded on Xiao Li's body. I don't know ninjutsu or genjutsu. If this continues, Xiao Li will definitely lose, Sakura said eagerly. No, Konoha's lotus will bloom again. Akai turned to look at Sakura and said firmly, could it be that? Kakashi looked at Kai in shock. The gravel on the ground floated up under the powerful force, and the chakra flame in Xiao Li's body burned blazingly, as if it was about to burst out. 8 Gates Dunjia, the most powerful taijutsu secret among the taijutsu secrets of Konoha, it can lift the body's restriction on chakra and unleash a power dozens of times greater than the original. Piao Lianhua is the product of the 8-door Dunjia. By opening the first door, he can release the restrictions of the mind on the body and fully master the powerful physical skills exploded by the power of the body's muscles. The 8 gates of Dunjia are respectively the open gate, the closed gate, the living gate, the hurt gate, the do gate, the seen gate, the shocked gate and the death gate. Now Xiao Li is opening the first and second doors, opening and closing doors. Drink, the violent airwave cracked the ground, and the chakra flames in Xiao Li's body spurted out, burning on the surface of his body, and the skin all over his body turned red. The third gate, the gate of life, is open. The blood in his whole body boiled like boiling water. Xiao Li's hair rose to the sky, and only the whites of his eyes remained. The fourth door, open the injury door. Xiao Li roared, the blood vessels in his body burst out, and his chakra instantly increased dozens of times. Xiao Li stood up and jumped, and the powerful force exploded instantly. The airwaves raged like a typhoon, and the entire venue was shattered. Boom, smoke and dust billowed, and Gaara was knocked away. The sand armor on his body was full of cracks, and the sand could no longer keep up with him to protect Gaara. Do you want to use the sand armor again? How about this? Xiao Li instantly appeared in front of Gaara, knocked Gaara away with his fists, and then followed up with a random blink of an eye and knocked Gaara away again. There was an explosion in the air, and Xiao Li's figure could no longer be captured. Gaara was hit continuously by Xiao Li like a sandbag in the air, and very little of the sand armor on his body was peeled off. Naruto looked at Xiao Li's current state and couldn't help but clench his fists. This is my final blow. The fifth door, Duman, opens. The muscles in Xiao Li's body were broken, and blue light flashed on Xiao Li's body. I can't defend myself, is this still possible for humans? There was unprecedented panic in Gaara's eyes, and he subconsciously held his hands in front of him. Boom, Xiao Li instantly hit Gaara's abdomen, the power suddenly exploded, and Gaara's figure fell to the ground like a cannonball. A bandage tied Gaara tightly. Xiao Li raised his hand and poured all his strength into his right fist and right leg, striking Gaara's body like lightning. Lianhua. Gaara fell to the ground, the hard floor shattered, and smoke billowed. The terrifying airwaves were released, like a Category Typhoon. Xiao Li fell directly to the ground, his muscles were broken, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. He had a spasm, he risked his life to prove his forbearance and shined with the most dazzling light and heat. This is a fearless belief. The dust dissipated, and Gaara was lying on the ground, with soft sand beneath him. The sand armor on his body was dilapidated, but he was not fatally injured. At the critical moment, the gourd behind him turned into sand to protect him, offsetting most of the damage. Gaara stretched out his right hand tremblingly, and under his guidance, the sand slowly wrapped around Xiao Li in the distance. Xiao Li struggled to get up. The inside of his body was already riddled with holes. The damage caused by 8-door Dunjia was fatal. Time passed by second, and Xiao Li moved his body with difficulty, but the speed of the sand was obviously faster than Xiao Li, and it was obvious that he would get entangled. Naruto watched expressionlessly, with blue stars twinkling on the fingertips of his right hand. Snapped, Akai grabbed Naruto's wrist with great strength, like an iron hoop, and his voice was calm and hoarse. This is Xiao Li's battle. Naruto looked at Akai, and there was a light shining in this man's eyes, leaving no room for doubt. The starlight on Naruto's fingertips disappeared and he looked at Xiao Li in the field. The sand entangled Xiao Li's left hand and left foot. Xiao Li struggled to break free, but his body was weak. The trauma of the 8-gate dungeon prevented Xiao Li from exerting any strength. Sand-bound coffin. Gaara clenched his right hand, and the sand wrapped around Xiao Li suddenly exploded. What? Xiao Li let out a scream and fell straight to the ground, his left hand and foot bleeding profusely. But the sand hadn't finished its attack yet and bombarded Xiao Li again. The sand was scattered, and Akai stood in front of Xiao Li. His eyelids were drooped and his eyes were full of anger, but he suppressed it with all his strength. Gaara stood up from the ground, the sand automatically repairing his sand armor. Why save him? Gaara said in confusion. Because he is my most beloved subordinate, Akai said in a deep voice. Gaara was startled, then he held his head and screamed, his mind was in chaos, and the pain came over him. He walked slowly towards the stairs. The game was over. The winner of the 9th round is Gaara. When Akai rushed to the field, Xiao Li had already lost. Xiao Li. Sakura's voice turned Akai's eyes to Xiao Li, and he couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. Sakura stood up tenaciously and got into an attack stance. All the muscles in his body were broken and his bones were shattered, but he still stood up. He is proving his forbearance and confirming his existence. He was just relying on his consciousness to support his body. Everyone looked at Xiao Li in shock, with respect in their eyes. This is a truly powerful ninja in consciousness. The brave are fearless. The medical team rushed over and confirmed Xiao Li's condition. They all shook their heads with regret. Although I couldn't bear it, I still told Akai about Xiao Li's situation. Xiao Li's body has been severely damaged by the forcible use of 8-door dunjia, with comminuted fractures and muscle ruptures all over his body. It will take a long time to recover from these injuries. The most serious ones are Xiao Li's left hand and left foot. I'm afraid I won't be able to become a ninja again. Akai listened quietly, unable to guess what he was thinking. Be gentle, don't shake him. The medical staff gently placed Xiao Li on the stretcher and rushed to the ninja hospital. Akai stood there blankly, his head lowered, his fists clenched and dug into his flesh, 2 lines of hot tears streaming down his face, with annoyance and regret in his eyes. Naruto and Kakashi stood behind him, not knowing what to say to comfort him. I shouldn't have stopped Naruto. Akai choked. Akai, it's just like you said. This is Xiao Li's battle. He is a respectable ninja. Stop being sentimental, let's go, Akai, Kakashi advised. But he can no longer be a ninja. Akai turned his head, his eyes red, and said excitedly. Kakashi was stunned, speechless, and fell silent. Naruto's eyes lit up, he remembered something, and said eagerly, Teacher Akai, maybe Tsunade among the 3 ninjas can heal Xiao Li's injury. Naruto felt happy for a while and then said, it must be possible. I have read the history of Konoha. It is recorded that Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, was very powerful in medical ninjutsu. During the 3rd Ninja War, he cured many people who were on the verge of death. A ninja. If it's her, it will definitely work. Akai's eyes lit up, hope ignited in his heart, and then he said darkly, however, Tsunade-sama has left Konoha for more than 10 years, and no one knows her whereabouts. If Tsunade-sama deliberately avoids it, by virtue of we're just afraid we won't be able to find her. It's no problem, Mr. Akai. I believe we will be able to find Tsunade-sama. Xiao Li will definitely be able to recover, and he can still survive as a ninja. Naruto said firmly. Naruto's voice is not loud, but it is very powerful. He firmly believes that Xiao Li should not live in such a bleak way. He has the fearless spirit of a strong man and deserves everyone's recognition. Akai looked at Naruto. This young man's eyes were very firm and had a unique charm that made people want to believe every word he said. He showed a smile and nodded heavily. The 3 of them returned to the stairs, and the last 2 stood in the field. Das vs Koji, Dinkai is not a warlike ninja, he is more willing to live a peaceful life, and against the cunning Das, Dinkai is destined to fail. Sure enough, Das won the 10th round in the end. The pre-selection competition is over, a total of 9 genin passed the pre-selection. Naruto and the others lined up in the field, with the 3rd Hokage and the 1st examiner standing in front of them. Now let me talk about the 3rd exam. The 3rd Hokage looked at the ninjas under his banner and said, the 3rd exam will be scheduled in 1 month. At that time, the Kaze Kage and I, as well as the famous names and famous figures from various countries will be present. Appreciate your fighting. So I hope you can use your strength without regrets and go all out. Fight with all your strength for your dreams and the prestige of your own ninja village. 1 month, Naruto glanced at Neji and Gaara, both of whom had a belief that he must defeat. Anko took out a box and everyone selected a piece of white paper from it. Naruto spread out the white paper in his hand and wrote 1 word on it. The importance of pre-selection is to allow you to understand your opponent's attack methods. In the official 3rd game, you will be able to use your full strength to deal with this exam. This also gives you a stage. The great names have arrived one after another, which is also very good for your reputation and the prestige of the ninja village. Ibiki, please tell me the order of the competition. The 3rd Hokage said earnestly, and turned to look at Marino Ibiki. Ibiki stood up, holding the order list for the 3rd game in his hand. The first match was Naruto vs Neji, the 2nd match was Gaara vs Suzuki, the 3rd match was Kankuro vs Shino, the 4th match was Tamari's Bai, and the winner after Das vs Shikamaru faced Tamari. Gaara looked at the list and clenched his hands. He glanced at Naruto and turned away directly. Temari and Kankuro had no choice but to follow. Gaara could not be allowed to act alone now. Okay, now that it's been decided, let's disband. The third Hokage coughed and announced the end of this preliminary competition. Somewhere in Konoha, Orochimaru looked at the scenery of Konoha, looking calm and peaceful. What a peaceful world, Orochimaru said with emotion. Konoha is indeed a stable place, but when Lord Orochimaru comes here, this place is destined to be destroyed. Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully. How's it going with the sand ninja, Kabuto? Orochimaru asked. Kabuto Yakushi walked to Orochimaru's side, adjusted his glasses, and said, I think there should be no problem. After all, they have been patient for a long time. This quiet village needs some noise. Orochimaru-sama. Humph. Kabuto, you are too confident. Konoha is not as simple as it seems. Orochimaru's amber vertical pupils looked at Yakushi Kabuto coldly, with a cold smile on his pale face. Didn't you solve everything? Kabuto Yakushi asked, but he was very confident, as if he had a pearl of wisdom in his hand. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto Yakushi quietly for a while. The atmosphere was a bit depressing. Kabuto Yakushi felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Orochimaru, this dangerous existence hidden behind the scenes, even if he is Orochimaru's closest subordinate, he cannot guess what Orochimaru is thinking, and he is as cautious as a tiger accompanying him all day long. That's not what I meant. What is that? The Sunin is not here. What else can stop your plan this time, Orochimaru-sama? Yakushi Kabuto asked quickly. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru looked at the water in the pool, his narrow vertical pupils flashing with cold light. Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto Yakushi recalled the 9 newcomers to Konoha he met in the first exam, and the blonde Naruto came to mind. He is just a kid who just graduated. No matter how powerful he is, he can't stop this plan. Orochimaru-sama, you are worrying too much. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, his lenses flashed white, and he did not put Naruto at all in eyes. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru sneered, turned to look at Yakushi Kabuto, and said, you can't compare him with ordinary guys. His talent is the most unprecedented in my life. If he has the Sharingan, it will definitely be my most perfect body. Kabuto Yakushi glanced at Orochimaru in surprise. He was very aware of Orochimaru's arrogance. Even he could admit Uzumaki Naruto's talent. So how powerful is Uzumaki Naruto? Why not kill him? Orochimaru-sama, after all, you only have one chance. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head and looked at Orochimaru from the corner of his eye. No, the goal has been achieved. Moreover, I may not be able to kill him. After all, he has the power of the 9 tails in his body. Besides, what this world needs is more chaos. Orochimaru said with a sinister look in his eyes. He looked towards the Hokage building. Then how about I solve Orochimaru-sama's hidden dangers? Kabuto Yakushi said. Orochimaru glanced deeply at Yakushi Kabuto, his cold eyes seeming to pierce Yakushi Kabuto. If you want to die. Orochimaru's voice reached Yakushi Kabuto's ears. His heart skipped a beat and his black pupils shrank. There was a long silence for a while. Lord Orochimaru, I will negotiate with the Sand Ninjas. What should Sasuke do? Kabuto Yakushi said. Sasuke, don't worry. As long as Naruto is there, he will definitely be looking for me. Orochimaru said. Yes, Medicine Master. Kabuto turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Orochimaru looked at the scenery in the distance, thinking about the battle with Naruto. Don't go looking for trouble with Naruto, Kabuto. Humph. Next day Naruto got up early and meditated for an hour. The energy of the green light spots between heaven and earth could still be absorbed by Naruto, but since the Kyuubi incident, the power of life has never moved again. After returning home, Naruto finished breakfast and walked to Ino's house. He had agreed to visit Hinata with them today, and by the way, he would also see Lee and Sasuke. Naruto, here. From a distance, I saw Sakura waving to Naruto. Today, Sakura was slightly dressed up. The well-fitting cheongsam made her beautiful figure very charming. Her long pink hair was tied at the end with a blue hairband, making her look cute and playful. Sakura, you've been waiting for a long time. Naruto walked up to Sakura and said apologetically as he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Naruto, no. Sakura stood there coquettishly, twisting her little hands together, with a blush on her face. What's wrong, Sakura? Naruto looked at Sakura strangely and asked with concern. Didn't you find anything? Sakura said softly. Naruto looked at Sakura carefully, frowned and looked closer. The girl's fragrance was refreshing. Sakura looked at Naruto, thinking of some dream scenes in her mind, and slowly closed her eyes, acting as if she was letting him do whatever he wanted. Sakura, you put on the hair tie I gave you. It looks really good. Naruto said happily to Sakura. He stretched out his right hand and stroked the girl's silky long hair, showing no taboo between men and women. Aha. As long as Naruto likes it. Sakura reacted quickly, her pretty face turned red, and she quickly responded. After all, Naruto-kun said, do you like my hair? Sakura said as thinly as a mosquito. Naruto, you are finally here. Ino smiled happily, threw herself into Naruto's arms, and wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck, showing no signs of shying away from the crowd around her. She is so carefree, has her own ideas, will not be influenced by others, and dares to love and hate. Damn Ino. Sakura clenched her pink fists and looked at Ino fiercely. The good atmosphere was ruined by her. Naruto held Ino's slender waist, and the warm palm made Ino's face blush, and he quickly let go of Naruto. Let's go. Naruto greeted, and the three of them headed to the ninja hospital talking and laughing. The ninja hospital is located near the Hokage building in the southwest, and the Chuyunin Hall is right next to it. Ninja hospital is the largest medical department in Konoha and plays a very important role in Konoha. Generally, injured ninjas in Konoha will be sent to Konoha Hospital for treatment. There are 10 guards in Konoha Hospital, and there are many Umbu personnel hidden in the dark. Naruto and the three of them arrived at the hospital smoothly and asked the nurse about Hineda's ward. Arriving at the second floor, Naruto knocked on the door. Come in. Hineda's gentle voice came. Naruto opened the door directly and walked in. What caught his eye were two people. One was a follower responsible for protecting Hineda, and the other Naruto had met several times. He is Hineda's father, a very serious man. He has long hair, neat clothes, and is not angry but powerful. He is the head of the Hyuga clan and the leader of the clan. Naruto-kun, you are here. Hineda said happily. Hineda was lying on the hospital bed, her face still looked a little tired, but there was nothing serious. Although Niji's attack was sharp, it was not fatal. Hello, uncle. The three of Naruto bowed slightly to Hineda Hinashi as a greeting. Hineda, you seem to be getting better, so I'm relieved. Naruto walked directly to Hineda, touched her white forehead, and said happily. Hineda his a frown but didn't say anything. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Hineda's face turned red as she hesitated. His father was still here, and Naruto's intimate behavior made Hineda, who was already extremely shy, confused. Sakura and Ino also gathered around and said hello to Hineda, and the three of them chatted together. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? At this time, Hineda Hizu asked calmly. Well, we have met a few times. Uncle. Naruto turned around and responded. Hineda Hizu secretly looked at Naruto, feeling something familiar, but couldn't remember it for a while. Thank you for your concern for my little girl. Hineda nodded to Naruto, and then went back with Hineda's entourage. Hineda, your father looks so strict. Sakura said playfully, sticking out her tongue. No, father is very good. Hineda explained quickly. After the three of them chatted with Hineda for a while, the nurse came in and told Hineda to get more rest. Naruto and the three had no choice but to leave. After visiting Suzuki and Xiaoli again, the three of them returned home from the hospital. At night, the full moon hangs high, somewhere in Konoha. This is the Sound Ninja's plan. Kabuto Yakushi handed a scroll to the Sand Ninja with half his face covered. Maki, the instructor of the three Garas. Maki took the scroll and looked at the smiling Kabuto Yakushi with his right eye warily. If your plan fails, we Sand Ninjas will evacuate immediately. Maki said. Don't worry, Konoha's plan to destroy Konoha will definitely go smoothly. Kabuto Yakushi said with a smile, then frowned and his voice was a little low. However, there is a kid named Uzumaki Naruto, you should pay attention to it. Oh, Lord Orochimaru values him very much. Uzumaki Naruto. Maki muttered, remembering the strength Naruto showed in the preliminaries. That kind of powerful ninjutsu really left him fresh in his memory. This was a monster-level brat on the same level as Gaara. One person's power is limited after all. This plan cannot be reversed by just one person, Maki said with certainty. Haha, that's good if you have such determination. The moonlight blast behind the wall was cold, with a look of shock on his face. He never expected that he would overhear a shocking conspiracy. The Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja actually conspired to rebel against Konoha. The third generation must be informed of this matter immediately. It seems like a mouse is following us. Leave the aftermath to us. After all, as allies, we Sand Ninjas also have to do something. The voices of Yakushi, Kabuto and Maji reached Moonlight Height's ears. His heart beat violently and he disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Figures shuttled on the roof, Chakra was consumed crazily, and his sickly face was bloodless. Mag flashed in front of Yu Guangfang, his murderous intent surging. Moonlight Gale pulled out the sword behind him, held it in his hand, and rushed towards Maji. Konoha Ryu, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The figure of Moonlight's swift wind turned into several after-images. Maji's eyes blurred, and a shadow covered him. Maji looked up, and the moonlight blast raised the tachi with a cold light and struck Maji on the shoulder. Nourished the blade penetrated less than half an inch, and a trace of blood flowed out. Is this Konoha's Mikazuki dance? How can you do this at such a young age? Konoha is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Maki stared at the moonlight blast and directly grabbed the blade with his left hand. Moonlight Gale looked at Maji in shock, with cold sweat dripping from his face. My sword skills are good, so it's natural that I can block the sword. But no one can block the wind blade with 5 skills. Maki raised his right hand, and a whirlwind enveloped Moonlight Height, and the wind chakra blade cut Moonlight Height's body. What? Moonlight Height screamed in pain. His body was covered with wounds that were about a foot deep and could penetrate into the bones. He fell to the ground, blood was flowing all over the ground, and his breath was gone. The plan for the collapse of Konoha is still in progress, and the Chunin examination will officially start 1 month later. In the leaf forest, Naruto came to the place where he usually practiced, sat cross-legged on the ground, breathed out, and absorbed the energy of the green light spots between the sky and the earth into his body. The pearl of life in Naruto's body continued to emit green ripples, strengthening Naruto's body. Power and chakra are also slowly extracted from the cells. Naruto opened his eyes, and the green light energy in the space dissipated. He stood up, twisted his body, and his whole body made a sound like a firecracker. His body was extremely powerful. It can be said that in this world where ninjas respect ninjutsu, Naruto's physical fitness can be said to be the most powerful. Of course, the premise is purely based on the strength and power of the pure physical body. The third Chunin examination is still a month away, and Naruto is not slacking off at all. Naruto has his own persistence in pursuing power. Now his fighting style has a clear direction, mainly focusing on physical skills, followed by ninjutsu. This is mainly due to the combination of Naruto's ninjutsu Muzu and Naruto. The current Naruto can still bear the consumption of chakra, and the Reborn in ninjutsu can also become one of Naruto's trump cards. As for the wind release and wind blade that Naruto had previously learned, after careful consideration, Naruto decided to give it up. Considering the future battles, the disadvantages of seal ninjutsu are too great. The duel between strong men changes rapidly, and the superiority and inferiority are determined. It is really impossible to use seal ninjutsu like wind blade. Furthermore, the wind blade does not match Naruto's fighting style, and its power is not as powerful as Naruto expected. However, the Reborn fits Naruto extremely well. It is tailor-made, and the combination with Wushuin is even better. Exhibits several times greater power. Naruto took a deep breath, expanded his hands and arms in a circle, and burst the sleeves. The strong arms expanded and contracted repeatedly, and blood dripped down. All the damage to the arms exploded in an instant, and then returned to their original shape. The blue chakra flame burned on Naruto's body, and the powerful force caused Naruto's feet to sink into the ground. The ground under his feet cracked and spread for several meters like a spider web. The chakra flame dissipated, and 2 blue chakra ribbons floated out from each of Naruto's wrists, dancing all over the sky. They were nearly 3 meters long, like living creatures, and made Naruto even more extraordinary. Ninja taijutsu unparalleled. Ever since Naruto's mission to the Land of Waves, Naruto had a bold idea. That is to create a physical art system. The birth of Wushuin was the prototype of taijutsu in Naruto's mind. Wushuin and Skybreaker Palm are very similar. The only difference is Wushuin's continuous attack power. The basic power of Wushuin is to consume the chakra in Naruto's body. Once the chakra is consumed, Wushuin cannot continue to use it, and the chakra ribbon will dissipate. But Wushuin's consumption of chakra is much lower than that of Breaking Air Palm, which is almost 1/5 of the consumption of Breaking Air Palm. The birth of Wushuin has an important relationship with the enhancement of Naruto's physical strength. In the battle with Orochimaru, Naruto exploded with all the power he could use, even the power of 9 tails. Although he was still unable to defeat Orochimaru, the life force in his body strengthened Naruto's physical strength and broke through the original limitations when preventing the resentment of the 9 tails from corroding Naruto. In fact, Naruto wanted to find out what Kyuubi said about the power of life, but since that time, the power of life has never moved. It just stayed in Naruto's body, absorbing the green light spots. Energy. Naruto had no choice but to give up the idea. Secondly, the light black air mass in Naruto's body aroused Naruto's alertness. That very familiar feeling, the deep, bone-chilling cold, made Naruto feel creepy. Murderous look. Naruto was very sure that it was definitely murderous intent. But Naruto had never heard of such substantial murderous intent, and the combination of 2 souls did not allow Naruto to figure out what was going on. Every time Naruto had murderous intentions in his heart, the black energy would become very active, and Naruto could even feel that it was growing continuously. This murderous aura seemed to be tempting Naruto to continue killing and becoming stronger. The potential desire to kill made Naruto dare not touch the black energy easily. At present, he has not found any way to resist the black murderous aura. Naruto looked at his wrist. The blue chakra ribbon was not as useless as Naruto said before. This kind of chakra ribbon, which is continuously purified from chakra, has a very terrifying lethality. The secret of Wushuin taijutsu lies in the chakra ribbon. Attack methods similar to the sky breaking palm are the remaining power released by Wushuin taijutsu to relieve the chakra ribbon from leaving Naruto's control. Naruto's figure continued to shuttle through the forest, for chakra ribbons flying in the air. Naruto clapped his hands, the roar continued, the giant tree surrounded by 10 people broke in the middle, and the wood fragments shattered by the Wushuin taijutsu were like bullets. Sputtering and whizzing sounds kept coming from the air. Naruto's figure shuttled through the woods, and with several more palm shots, a solid rock over a foot high was shattered. Dust billowed in the forest, and gravel hit the trees inches deep. Naruto's figure moved around, chakra ribbons flying, and he accidentally touched a big tree in the forest. He cut the tree as easily as cutting tofu. The fracture was smooth, and the chakra ribbons were so terrifying. The body's strength is constantly being consumed, and the muscles all over Naruto's body are constantly exploding with powerful power. The power of Muzu taijutsu lies in the terrifying explosive power and destructive power produced by the combination of chakra and body power. Naruto's palm turned into a fist, and he punched the tree surrounded by dozens of people. Every time a punch landed, a 1-meter deep pit would explode. This is not just the power of chakra, the power of the body also plays a role at the same time that when the palm of the hand turns into a fist, chakra cannot burst out from the meridians to form countless chakra thin lines, causing the same power as the air-breaking palm. However, with the blessing of Wushu Taijutsu, the chakra wraps around the fist, and the power is also very impressive. Naruto was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, destroying everything within a mile. The forest within a mile seemed to have experienced a natural disaster, with broken branches and broken trees, countless potholes on the ground, all the trees were destroyed, and the ground seemed to be empty. Was read over again. Naruto was lying on the ground, soaked to the skin, his face pale, and the Musa Taijutsu was automatically released. His body had no strength at all, his chakra was depleted, and his whole body ached, but his eyes were bright and he was full of excitement. Naruto wreaked havoc for a full 5 minutes, and Wushu Taijutsu was brought into full play. Although there was not much breakthrough, he had a certain understanding of the understanding and application of Wushu Taijutsu, and the subsequent development of Wushu Taijutsu also gradually became effective. Got some insights. The current Wushu Taijutsu is only useful for Naruto's hands. In his opinion, the perfect Wushu Taijutsu should be applied to all parts of the body. When it is truly completed, it will be able to traverse the world. Unparalleled Taijutsu will definitely become Naruto's most important method in the future. As time passed, Naruto slowly stood up. His body finally recovered a little strength, and his chakra also recovered by 1 to 2%. He looked at his arm, which was covered with blood scabs. Although the Musa Taijutsu did not cause as much damage to the body as the sky-breaking palm, Naruto continued to use it for 5 minutes, and the burden on his arm was also huge. Naruto looked around at the forest he had destroyed, and scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems that the place of cultivation should be changed. He was not worried about his injuries. The power and life force of the 9 tails made Naruto's recovery ability very shocking. This kind of minor injury will be fine in a short time. Only the recovery of chakra and physical strength takes time to recover slowly. He hunted a wild boar, roasted it and devoured it directly into his mouth. The exhaustion of physical strength left Naruto's belly empty, and this wild boar was just enough for him to have a full meal. After eating a wild boar, Naruto burped with satisfaction, and his round belly was visibly recovering. The demand for food due to his strong physical fitness and strength is also extremely terrifying, not to mention that his physical strength has just been exhausted. Naruto rushed towards Konoha. It was already afternoon and dusk was shining. Dots of dim sunlight shone in the dense Konoha forest, and Naruto's figure was flying quickly. Although his strength had not yet reached its peak, his energy seemed to be very good. The creation of the Musa Taijutsu allowed Naruto to avoid taking a lot of detours, and the rest was the training of the Rasengan. This ninjutsu created by his father will definitely become famous in the ninja world in his hands. There is still half a month left before the third exam. Naruto has had very little contact with Hinata and the others in the past half month, and has been practicing Musa Taijutsu hard. In half a month, Naruto's understanding of Wushu Taijutsu became more thorough and he became more and more proficient. Naruto is very satisfied with the potential of unparalleled Taijutsu. This new ninjutsu, which is different from Hyuga Soft Fist and Konoha Steel Fist, is very much looking forward to its subsequent improvement and development. Another part of Konoha Forest in half a month, there were many tree debris destroyed by Naruto in the Konoha Forest, forcing him to find a new place to practice. The power of Wushu Taijutsu has transcended the limitations of ordinary Taijutsu, and its destructive power is so powerful that even Naruto's ordinary punch is enough to shatter a hard rock. The essence of Wushu Taijutsu is far more than that. Naruto stood in front of a giant tree surrounded by dozens of people, 1 foot apart. Chakra circulated in the meridians of his arms, stimulating the acupuncture points on his arms, making his body stronger. 4 1-foot-long blue chakra ribbon stretched out from Naruto's wrists, fluttering in the air. There is a blue halo flowing on the chakra ribbon that is less than a palm wide. The terrifying chakra power is extremely restrained, making the ribbon look ordinary, but it is very eye-catching. Naruto looked at the chakra ribbon on his wrist with satisfaction. This was his achievement in the past half month. Although the power of Wushu Taijutsu has not been improved, it has not been further perfected. However, Naruto's understanding and proficiency in Wushu Taijutsu has made a huge improvement, and the consumption of chakra has become more and more perfectly controlled. Using Wushu does not require a certain amount of time to accumulate power as before. Once the chakra is condensed, Wushu can perform it. Today Naruto decided to try the combination of Rasengan and Musa Taijutsu. Rasengan is a kind of Muji ninjutsu, a super A-level ninjutsu developed by the 4th Hokage after 3 years. In terms of power alone, the Rasengan is very powerful. The Rasengan training method is very unique. Through the powerful chaotic rotation of chakra, it is controlled to form a round energy ball in the hand. In terms of attack method, it is very different from the sky-breaking palm pioneered by Naruto. The sky-breaking palm condenses a large amount of chakra on the arm and bursts out in an instant through the meridians of the palm. Its attack characteristic is to turn chakra into countless hair-like chakra threads, causing a shock wave attack. In terms of destructive power, the damage caused by The sky-breaking palm is terrifying, a kind of damage that is close to annihilation and destruction. Reborn also requires a large amount of chakra, which is condensed in a rotating manner in the palm of the hand, and is continuously compressed to increase the rotational force. After hitting the opponent, the Reborn will explode instantly, and the powerful rotation force will tear the opponent's body, and the chakra power will enter the opponent's body and cause secondary damage to the internal organs. Naruto raised his right hand, and blue chakra was condensing in his palm. It was constantly rotating and gathering in the palm of his hand. For a moment, a blue energy ball condensed in his palm. It was filled with chaotically rotating chakra, and terrifying power was ready to be unleashed. Father's talent is indeed extraordinary. Naruto sighed as he felt the powerful power of the Reborn. The lethality of the Reborn may not be as great as that of the Pokong palm, but the stability and potential destructiveness of the Reborn are not comparable to that of the Pokong palm. Another point is the danger to oneself. The requirements for physical fitness of the sky-breaking palm are very strict. Even if Naruto uses the sky-breaking palm, it will cause certain damage to the arm muscles and meridians. Continued use will even cause devastating damage to the arm. However, the Reborn reduces the damage to itself to zero. All it requires is difficult training and a large amount of chakra, but its power is very terrifying. Muji is even more powerful than the Reborn. The terrifying power of Super A-grade ninjutsu combined with the instantaneous damage caused by Muji is unmatched by anyone. From these points, we can see the powerful talent of the fourth Hokage, and he is worthy of the title of Genius Ninja. He is so proud of his contemporaries that no one can match him. Naruto moved his feet and covered a distance of 10 feet in the blink of an eye. The powerful body power of Wushu and Taijutsu pushed the Reborn, and the blue light flashed and was imprinted on the body of the giant tree. Boom! The air wave swept across, the Rasengan's balance was instantly broken, chakra exploded, and the extreme power of rotation instantly destroyed the tree body with a hole as big as a bowl, and then exploded. The blue-white ball of light expanded to a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, and a 3-meter hole was made directly in the giant tree. The strong wind blew, and the chakra ribbon on Naruto's wrist whistled. Immediately, Naruto opened his bow with both hands, and the chakra in his body was consumed crazily. Unparalleled taijutsu was displayed vividly. Several palms were slapped down, and countless chakra threads as thin as hair were blasted towards the giant tree. Rumble. The giant tree surrounded by dozens of people broke in half and fell to the ground with a crash, kicking up heavy dust and shaking the ground 3 times. Naruto exhaled a breath, his blue eyes sparkled, and the chakra ribbon on his wrist dissipated. Naruto released the Musa Taijutsu and looked towards in the direction of Konoha. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of Naruto, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and pure white eyes. He was a young man, a ninja from the Hyuga clan. Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata-sama invites you. The man lowered his head, not daring to meet Naruto's eyes. He looked around, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. The area within 100 meters was completely destroyed. There were potholes and countless broken trees everywhere. The power of this kid made him feel fear, and his voice was trembling. Naruto thought for a moment and understood Hinata Hizu's thoughts. Ever since he and Hinata created the palm and the palm, he knew that such a day would come. Let's go. Naruto said something and the figure disappeared into the forest. The Hyuga ninja glanced at the place destroyed by Naruto again, swallowed, and quickly followed. The Hyuga clan is the oldest prominent family in Konoha. Possessing the blood inheritance limit Byakugan, the Byakugan is as famous as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and has absolute advantages in insight and detection. It played a role that cannot be ignored in the ninja war and laid a solid foundation for Konoha's victory. It is definitely not that simple that the Hyuga clan can stand in Konoha for decades and live in peace and harmony. It can even be as famous as the Uchiha clan who founded Konoha and become the only ancient and famous clan in Konoha. Following the attendant through the heavy corridors, he finally stopped. The woman said respectfully to the door, Hinata-sama, Uzumaki Naruto has arrived. Well, come in. Hinata Hizu's voice came out. The woman opened the door, invited Naruto in, then bowed and slowly retreated, closing the door. Naruto took a look. Hinata were sitting on the mat, and Hinata was sitting on his left, with her head lowered. When she saw Naruto, her eyes lit up, and she subconsciously glanced at her father. Please take a seat, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata said to Naruto, pointing to the opposite side of him. Naruto nodded, sat opposite Hinata, and winked at Hinata. Hinata Hizu looked at the kid in front of him who was as big as his own daughter, and felt very complicated in his heart. The opponent's talent is worthy of the title of Genius Ninja. Even the most talented ninja of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji's light is a little dim. In the battle in the central tower, you should be very familiar with the ninjutsu used by Hinata. Hinata Hayashi said, that's a ninjutsu that Hinata and I created together. Naruto said and glanced at Hinata. Hinata's face turned a little red, and she lowered her head and glanced at her father. The jutsu of the palm. Maybe you don't know the impact and function of this ninjutsu on the Hyuga clan, but I hope you can hand over this ninjutsu to the Hyuga clan. Hinata Hizashi lowered his head slightly and spoke sincerely. The palm in the palm is a ninjutsu created by Hinata. It has nothing to do with me. Hinata-sama does not need my consent. Naruto said. Hinata looked at his daughter and said to Naruto, Hinata hopes to obtain your consent before she is willing to hand over the palm jutsu to Hinata. Hinata Hayashi's eyes were filled with surprise. He was still shocked that Hinata rejected him for the first time. For the first time, he felt that his weak daughter had changed, became firm, and became more like a ninja. And all this was because of a boy of the same age, which made Hinata Hisashi a little curious about Naruto, so he invited Naruto to his home. This, after all, Naruto, this is the ninjutsu that you have worked hard to practice. I can't decide on my own. Hinata blushed and said softly. Naruto's heart was touched, and this weak girl who had been by his side gave him a warm feeling. Naruto smiled slightly and said affirmatively, I agree. If Hinata-sama has anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. In this case, on behalf of the Hyuga clan, I would like to thank you for your generosity. If there is anything I can do to help you, you can always ask. Hinata Hizo had a look of joy on his face and bowed slightly to Naruto. The matter was finally resolved. Hinata stood up and said to Naruto and Hinata, I have some things to do first. Hinata, you go see Naruto off. He turned and walked out. Naruto and Hinata were walking in the Hinata's house. Hinata followed Naruto closely and her plain white clothes made Hinata look pure and graceful. Naruto turned to look at Hinata, with a warm smile on his face, and held Hinata's little hand tightly in his right hand. Thank you, Naruto, Hinata said shyly with a blush on her face. As long as you're happy. Naruto held Hinata's soft little hand. This girl was worth his efforts. On this day, Naruto got up early, and his strong physical fitness made him very energetic. After eating an astonishingly large breakfast, Naruto tidied up his appearance slightly and went out. I bought a few bouquets of carnations at Ino's flower shop. The pure white flowers make people look very comfortable. Naruto, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ino's mother, Hey, asked. Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I have been practicing recently. Naruto smiled. It's not that I care about you, but our Ino has been talking about you since we haven't seen each other for a few days. Hei said in an ambiguous tone with a smile in her eyes. Then please ask Auntie to say hello to Ino for me. I have to leave beforehand. Naruto waved and walked out of the flower shop. What a nice boy. Ino, please work hard. Hei looked at Naruto and nodded with satisfaction. As we walked along, Konoha Ninja Village was very prosperous, with a dazzling array of products on the streets, pedestrians laughing and joking, and a sense of peace and tranquility. Slowly, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and Naruto came to a forest. There was no one around, and in front of him was a large blue diamond-shaped crystal. This is the hero's monument of Konoha, bearing the heroic spirits who have contributed to Konoha. Naruto walked to the front of the hero's monument and placed the carnation in his hand on it. He came closer and stretched out his right hand to touch the hero's monument, feeling the touch. In 3 days, I will take the Chunin exam. Bless me, father and mother. Naruto said softly with gentle eyes. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated. In the quiet place, the wind blew by and the leaves rustled. As time passed, Naruto opened his eyes. He stood up, looked at the hero monument, and showed a bright smile. We will definitely meet. I have always believed that in the near future. Naruto said confidently, with light shining in his eyes. He turned around and left slowly, and a middle-aged man with white hair passed by him on the road. Watergate. The man suddenly turned his head and exclaimed, What's the matter with you? Naruto stopped and said doubtfully, My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Did you recognize the wrong person? It was a middle-aged man with long white hair, wearing red clothes, a forehead protector with the word oil on his forehead, and wearing wooden clogs on his feet. He looked at Naruto blankly, with a lot of thoughts, and a figure appeared in his mind. He was wearing a god robe with the words Yandame, a young man with long golden hair and warm eyes. Uzumaki Naruto? What a good name. The man came back to his senses and praised. Thank you. Naruto bowed slightly to the man with a gentle smile. If nothing happens, I'll leave first. Naruto was about to go back, but the man stopped him. Kid, are you a ninja from Konoha? Well, I am a genin of Konoha. I will take the Chunin exam in 3 days, Naruto said to the man. The man circled around Naruto, nodded, and said, Kid, how old are you today? 12, Naruto said, his eyes wary. You are 12 years old. It seems that you have been practicing very hard. The man nodded with satisfaction. Want to practice with me? I'm very powerful. The man crossed his arms and said with a proud look on his face, Who are you? Are you very powerful? Naruto looked at him suspiciously, but he couldn't tell that he was very powerful. The man lowered his head and let out an inexplicable laugh. A burst of smoke filled the air, and the man's voice spread. I am the Toad Elf Xiansu Taoist of Miyama Mountain, known as the Toad Immortal. That's right. The smoke dissipated, and the man, the so-called Toad Immortal, stood on a huge fiery red toad, posing in a weird posture, with a majestic look on his face. Serious. Naruto looked at the white-haired old man with a wretched look, somewhat confused, and simply turned and left. Hey, wait. Wait. Toad Sage quickly jumped off the toad and caught up with Naruto. I still have to practice, don't bother me, Naruto said impatiently. I can teach you very powerful ninjutsu. Be my disciple. You must know that I also taught the fourth Hokage. Toad Sage winked at Naruto and said proudly, Are you Sunin Jiraiya? Naruto said uncertainly. Toad Sage looked at Naruto in surprise and said, how do you know? There was no room for surprise. After all, he had disappeared for nearly 20 years. He was not even present when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, and Naruto was not born yet. I have read some history of Konoha, and there is a record in it that Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, was the teacher of the fourth Hokage. I never expected to meet you, one of the three ninjas. It is such an honor. Although Naruto said respectfully as he spoke, his expression was calm and he was not shocked at all by Jiraiya's identity. I really didn't expect that someone in Konoha would remember me, and I'm still a brat, Jiraiya said with emotion. Jiraiya-sama, why are you here? Naruto asked. Jiraiya turned around and looked at the monument to Konoha's heroes, with nostalgia and reminiscence in his eyes. I'm here to see my most proud disciple, the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya said. Then he saw the carnations in front of the monument, looked at Naruto and said, what are you here for? I'm here to visit my father and mother, Jiraiya-sama, Naruto said as he looked at the hero monument. Could it be, do you already know? Jiraiya looked at Naruto in surprise, the secret sealed by Konoha. What's the use of knowing it? Naruto turned his head and looked at Jiraiya, with an inexplicable brilliance in his eyes. Hey, when the third-generation old man made this decision, I opposed it. It was too unfair to Minato, Jiraiya said helplessly. None of this has anything to do with me, as long as I know it in my heart, isn't it? Naruto smiled brightly, not feeling disappointed at all. The fusion of the two souls gave Naruto his own perspective on everything, but he always retained Naruto's firm belief to become the Hokage of Konoha, just like his father. I'm really happy that you think so, boy. Jiraiya looked directly at Naruto. This kid's mind was not as simple as it seemed. Naruto. Jiraiya stopped Naruto and said solemnly, I hope to teach you your father's ninjutsu, Jiraiya said solemnly. It's the Rasengan, Naruto said, stretching out his right hand, and chakra condensed into a blue ball of light in his palm, filled with the power of rotation. Jiraiya's jaw almost dropped to the ground, as if 10,000 zombies were rushing past. How could you do this? Jiraiya said tremblingly, his tongue was unable to move. Learned it from the Book of Sealings, Naruto said as he took back the chakra in his palm. Jiraiya squinted his eyes, horrified in his heart, and was completely shocked by Naruto's talent. Who taught you this? Jiraiya asked again. I learned it myself. It's a very powerful ninjutsu. Naruto smiled. Jiraiya looked deeply at Naruto and couldn't help but admire him. You and Minato's talents are truly extraordinary. Then I'll teach you another ninjutsu. How about the psychic technique? Jiraiya thought for a while and said. Naruto looked at the big fiery red toad behind Jiraiya, shook his head, and said firmly, forget it. I can't accept summoning a toad. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with disgust, turned around and left. Hey, wait. Jiraiya stopped Naruto and said with a sly look in his eyes, the fourth generation has also practiced. Somewhere in the Konoha forest, surrounded by trees, Jiraiya formed a seal with his hands, slapped his right hand on the ground, the chakra flame burned, and the circular mantra spread. The art of psychic, a burst of smoke dispersed, and a large fiery red toad wearing armor squatted there, looking very naive. This is the art of channeling. It is a type of time and space ninjutsu and has very practical combat capabilities. Jiraiya said with a smile. He has great confidence in the toad's psychic technique, and Naruto will definitely learn it. Naruto curiously walked up to the red toad and patted the big toad on the head. The toad turned its head to look at Naruto and blinked. Jiraiya, who is this kid? The toad opened its mouth and spit out human words. It can still talk, Naruto said in surprise, circling around the big toad and marveling, what a magical creature. The big toad was stared at by Naruto with blazing eyes. He felt uncomfortable all over and even broke out in cold sweat. But he looks weak, Naruto said to Jiraiya. That he lacks interest and is not optimistic about things like toads that have no fighting ability. Jiraiya smiled mysteriously and said to Naruto, this is the Iron Arm Toad of Miyama Mountain. It has amazing defense and can block most physical damage. Quack! The big toad narrowed its eyes and looked very happy. It raised its head and let out a frog cry. Are you sure? It was okay that the big toad didn't scream, but when it did, Naruto felt even more unreliable. Ahem, Jiraiya coughed in an attempt to ease the awkward atmosphere. He turned around and said to the Iron Arm Toad, now let me show you the defensive power of the Iron Arm Toad. He condensed chakra into his fist and hit the Iron Arm Toad with great force. Naruto could feel it, weighing as much as 1,000 pounds. The toad's eyes flashed, and its aura changed. It remained as still as a mountain, with its arms wrapped in hard armor blocking the front. The strong wind spread, and Jiraiya's fist hit the armor with a dull sound. The Iron Arm Toad's hind legs remained motionless, as steady as a mountain. The attacks of Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, were completely ineffective. How about Naruto? The Toad clan of Mayaboku Mountain is a very large group, and the Iron Arm Toads are just a little weaker. Jiraiya said, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. Naruto crossed his chest, his blue eyes seeming to see through the iron-armed toad. This kind of time and space ninjutsu interested Naruto very much. Where is Mount Miyamu? Naruto asked. Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he explained to Naruto enthusiastically. Mt. Miyamu is one of the 3 holy places in the ninja world. It is as famous as Ryaji Cave and Shikbone Forest. It is an unknown and mysterious place in the ninja world. The Toad clan is the master of Mt. Miyamu. The group is huge, and the leader is even legendary. The great Toad Sage who has been around for thousands of years. The psychic technique I taught you is the technique of the Toad clan of Mt. Miyamu. Naruto listened quietly and gained a deeper understanding of the ninja world. This world is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The 5 major ninja countries, the major ninja villages, and the 3 holy places hidden in the world, coupled with the super S-level terrorist rebel ninjas and mercenary organizations in each ninja village, are extremely complicated if you think about it carefully. What is space-time ninjutsu? Isn't there only 5 attributes of chakra? Naruto asked again. It's beyond my expectation that you can know the attribute chakra. As for the time and space ninjutsu, I don't know about it. It requires a strong talent to understand, but the psychic technique does not require the understanding of the time and space ninjutsu. Just you are the only one I know. The 4th Hokage and the 2nd Hokage are proficient in space and time ninjutsu. Jiraiya answered patiently. Naruto nodded and smiled. Then please teach me the art of channeling, Lord Jiraiya. Haha, that's right. I, Jiraiya Toad Sage, am here. I will definitely help you master the art of channeling as soon as possible. Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder with his big hand like a leaf fan, beaming with joy, his eyes narrowed to a slit, without any powerful demeanor at all, and he looked quite vulgar. Let's get started, okay. Jiraiya took a large scroll from behind, placed it on the ground and spread it out. The scroll is nearly 2 meters long and is only less than 1/3 open. It is divided into several grids and strange incantations are painted on both sides of the scroll. Necromantic technique is one of the time and space ninjutsu. It can summon creatures from different spaces to one side to assist in fighting. The seals of necromantic technique are Hai, Su, Yu, Shen, and Wei. But there is a prerequisite, signing a contract. Jiraiya said clearly. The generation of the contract allows you to use necromancy, otherwise you cannot summon it. Jiraiya pointed to the scroll on the ground and said, just write your name and make a signature. There were already 5 names on the scroll, including the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Naruto took Jiraiya's pen and signed his name in a flash. He pinched the cage with the tips of the 5 fingers of his right hand, and the chakra pricked the surface, and the 5 fingers were imprinted under the name. After everything was done, Jiraiya put the scroll away and put it back behind. He greeted Naruto and said, psychic techniques require a lot of chakra and have great requirements on the chakra of the caster. However, if you can practice Raise Nan, there should be no problem. The only thing left is to be proficient in channeling, the use of spiritual magic. He formed a seal with his hands, slapped his right palm on the ground, and spread the spell. A burst of white smoke dissipated, and a large fiery red toad with a necklace around its neck appeared at his feet. This is the use of necromancy, one of the time and space ninjutsu that consumes a lot of chakra. Now you come and try it. Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, feeling the chakra flame in his body, forming seals with his hands. The chakra flame was burning, and a large amount of chakra poured into his hands. Naruto slapped his right hand on the ground, the dark spell spread, and the blue chakra was like a whirlwind. A suction force came from under his palm, and with a thought from Naruto, chakra poured into it crazily, and a strong wind blew around him. A large amount of white smoke filled the air, covering dozens of meters. In radius. How can it be? This kind of momentum is. Jiraiya was shocked, jumped down from Todata, and looked solemnly at the thick white smoke in front of him, and there was a pressure pouring out of it. The white smoke dissipated, and a huge fiery red toad lay there, the size of a hill, 5 or 6 floors tall, with a pipe in his mouth, a long and narrow scar on his left eye, wearing a ninja uniform, with a sword on his waist. He is very fierce. Is it really him? I didn't expect that Naruto would summon him the first time. What a terrifying talent. Jiraiya was shocked inside, and for the first time he felt the meaning of the words of the genius ninja. Wow, I didn't expect there to be such a big toad. It's amazing. Naruto exclaimed as he stood on the giant toad's head and had a panoramic view of the entire Konoha forest, stretching as far as the eye could see. This big toad was at least a dozen or 20 meters tall, which was beyond Naruto's knowledge of toads, and he couldn't help but be surprised that I originally thought that the 2 big toads had mutated and evolved, but I didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying giant toad. It seems that this psychic technique has paid off. Naruto thought. Jiraiya, why did you call me here? The big toad turned his head and scolded Jiraiya in an extremely loud voice. Gamabunta, I didn't summon you. Jiraiya waved his hands and explained with a smile. Then who else can summon me? Gamabunta opened his mouth wide, and his voice became much louder, like thunder. Naruto jumped off Gamabunta's head and landed firmly next to Jiraiya. He waved his hands to Gamabunta and said happily, "It's me, I summoned you." The surroundings became quiet and a breeze blew by. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Gamabunta raised his head and laughed, his mouth cracked into a circle, revealing a mouthful of white flesh. He suddenly stretched his head in front of Naruto's face, staring at Naruto with his huge yellow eyes like lanterns, horizontal black, the pupils flashed with cold light. Little brat, do you want to summon me, the Toad boss? You're not mistaken. Toad roared angrily, blowing out a strong blast of wind from his open mouth, and the woods around Naruto bent, as if they would break at any moment. Naruto stared straight into the Toad boss's eyes. The strong wind was like nothing to Naruto and was not affected at all. He was as stable as a mountain, his legs seemed to be rooted in the ground, and only his golden hair was flying. Gamabunta closed his mouth, took his head back, and said to Jiraiya, who is this brat? Uzumaki Naruto, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled and extended his right hand to introduce himself. Does it feel a bit familiar? He is the 4th generation's child. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, with nostalgia in his eyes. The 4th generation, Gamabunta said in surprise that he looked at Naruto. Indeed, this kid is very similar to that man, with the same blonde hair and the same confidence. Since you are the 4th generation's child, I won't hold you accountable this time, kid, Gamabunta said generously. Wait, you were indeed summoned by me. Naruto interrupted Gamabunta and said firmly, even if you can summon me, I will not admit a brat like you, even if you are the child of the 4th Hokage. Gamabunta said without any doubt that he has his own strong heart, and he cannot use its power without his approval. Do you think my power is not strong enough? Gamabunta. Naruto's eyes flashed, and an invisible momentum spread out. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as if he felt something, and there was a force condensing in Naruto's body. If you can get my approval, I will recognize your power. Gamabunta narrowed his eyes and twisted his huge body. In that case, let's give it a try. Gamabunta. Naruto took a step forward, and 2 3-meter-long blue chakra ribbons floated out from each wrist, flying in the air. For the first time, Wushuin Taijutsu will demonstrate its powerful power. The first battle of the best taijutsu in the ninja world begins. For a month, Naruto has been practicing Wushuin Taijutsu, becoming more and more proficient and approaching perfection. Now he is very eager to have a battle to test the power of Wushuin Taijutsu, so Gamabunta comes. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya exclaimed. After searching through the known ninjutsu recorded in his mind, none of them were like Naruto's. The fluttering chakra ribbons made him feel throbbing and creepy. Gamabunta was also shocked. Although this kid looked very weak, the feeling that the chakra ribbon gave him was so terrible that he could even feel the biting chill. This is the ninjutsu I created, unparalleled. Naruto said that he is not worried about leaking the secret of Wushuin. In this ninja world, there are definitely less than 5 people who can practice Wushuin Taijutsu. Musa Taijutsu requires too much chakra. To maintain Musa Taijutsu for 1 minute requires at least 10 times the amount of chakra of a Rasengan, which only Naruto's huge chakra can provide. More importantly, Wushuin Taijutsu has even stricter requirements on the body. From Naruto's point of view, one needs to open at least the first 5 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia and break through the limits of the human body before one can master Wushuin Taijutsu. You developed your own ninjutsu. How old are you? Jiraiya was shocked, and his heart was shocked. Naruto is not yet 13 years old. How much knowledge does he have about the principles of chakra and ninjas? How can he create ninjutsu? Jiraiya didn't believe it. It was hard to believe. After all, Naruto was too young. Even if it's a ninjutsu developed by a brat like you, its power is only average. Jiraiya, what's the exaggeration? Gamabunta said with disdain. The creation of Wushuin Taijutsu took less than 2 months. I don't know how powerful it is. I just want to try it on you. Naruto was eager to try it, his eyes bursting with fighting intent. Then come on, kid, I, Toad Boss, am not just a small character. Gamabunta refused to give in, and there was amazing power hidden in his body as big as a mountain. I won't show mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's foot flicked, and a deep pit exploded directly on the ground. Naruto's figure was like lightning, spanning a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye, and he aimed his right palm at Gamabunta's frog face and shot it from the air. The space rippled, the chakra ribbons on Naruto's wrists danced wildly, and the shock waves formed by countless thin chakra lines destroyed him forward. Danger, Gamabunta! Jiraiya shouted. Gamabunta felt a chill all over his body, and his face was stinging. He reacted instantly, quickly pulled out the sword from his waist, and blocked the front of his face with a flash of cold light. Boom, the chakra shock wave bombarded Gamabunta's huge Tachi blade, strong winds stirred up, chaotic chakra danced wildly, a huge force penetrated the blade, and Gamabunta's palm holding the sword felt numbed. Is this still physical training? Gamabunta was horrified and looked at Naruto with his yellow eyes. How powerful is this kid's body? Naruto stood firmly on the top of the tree, with 4 chakra ribbons flying around him. Uzumaki Naruto, I underestimated you. Gamabunta said cautiously. He holds the knife in one hand and rests his left hand on the ground, ready to unleash terrifying power at any time. This time he listed Naruto as an equal opponent. You haven't seen the power of Musa Taijutsu yet, Gamabunta. Naruto jumped slightly and disappeared from the spot. So fast, Gamabunta's heart skipped a beat, and his yellow eyes turned to capture Naruto's figure. There was a gust of wind, Gamabunta's eyes flashed, and his sword turned into cold light and struck out instantly. Unparalleled! Naruto roared angrily, and the right fist he swung was burning with blue chakra flames. The two chakra ribbons at his wrist stretched straight and stabbed Gamabunta's body like lightning. The distance between the two was only 10 feet, and a terrifying aura swept across all directions. Here, the chakra ribbon pierced Bunta's sword, but the sword disappeared. The sharp and wide blade was still slashing at Naruto, threatening to split Naruto in half. Naruto's skin was burning and painful as the invisible sword energy stabbed him. At this time, a blue shockwave erupted from Naruto's palm, hitting the sword and deflecting it, and chopped it off from Naruto's side. Naruto pinched his fingers with his left hand, and a little starlight emerged from his fingertips, shining in one direction. Spiral snap. Naruto flicked it lightly, and the starlight shot out like a shooting star, dragging the tail of flames directly towards Gamabunta's left eye. Don't think about it. Gamabunta moved his mouth and raised the huge pipe upward, blocking Naruto's spiral finger. Bang. He screwed his fingers through the metal pipe, more than a foot deep. Gaowen's strong hind legs jumped like a cannonball, and his huge body rushed to several places. 10 meters high in the air. This was already a height that Naruto could not reach. Kid, have a taste of my power. Taipeo Kobunta screamed, spitting out 5 or 6 huge water balls in a row, and quickly attacked Naruto. The water balls containing a large amount of chakra were in the air. With a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, it is powerful enough to destroy everything within a 10-meter radius. Well done! Naruto was fearless and full of fighting spirit. Chakra flames burned, a faint blue light emerged on Naruto's body, Washun Taijutsu exploded in full force, and the physical power stirred up. Naruto jumped up and faced Teppanyama, his fist wrapped in chakra. Bang bang bang, Naruto opened his bow from left to right, and his fists with huge power directly smashed the iron cannon jade into pieces. After several punches, a huge amount of chakra was consumed. The old strength has gone and the new strength has not yet been born. The last iron cannon jade blasted towards Naruto, and Naruto's eyes flashed and he roared. Unparalleled! For chakra ribbons intertwined into a chakra net in front of Naruto, like a shield, protecting Naruto. Boom! The iron cannon jade bombarded the chakra net, and Naruto smashed into the ground like a comet, stirring up tens of feet of dust. Gamabunta's attack was particularly intense, covering the sky and the sun, and the shadow directly covering the ground. He held the sword high in both hands and slashed it down at high speed. A fan-shaped white curtain formed in the sky. The fierce wind bent the trees on the ground, and the invisible sword energy destroyed everything. Toad cuts with a short knife, boom, the entire Konoha forest seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. The huge Tachi struck directly at the spot where Naruto landed. Countless rocks and broken wood flew away, and a strong wind raged in all directions. 100-meter-long crack opened directly on the ground, like a chasm. What a terrifying power! Naruto exclaimed as his figure appeared on Gamabunta's blade. Kid, I recognize your power. Gamabunta looked at Naruto with his big yellow eyes, ranking him among the strong and able to gain his power. Naruto fell to the ground, the chakra ribbon on his wrist dissipated, and the Musa Taijutsu was released. He sat on the ground, his chest heaving. The consumption of chakra and physical strength was too great, but fortunately it was over. Gamabunta looked at the 2 cracks on the blade, which were easily penetrated by Naruto's chakra ribbon. The hard blade, which was more than 1 meter wide, was like tofu and useless. With the sword sheathed, Gamabunta looked at Naruto. This kid has huge power and terrifying talent hidden in him. Jiraiya, who was hiding far away, stood beside Naruto and said with concern, "Is there nothing serious about you?" Naruto shook his head, smiled, and said, "It's nothing, it's just too much chakra and physical exertion. It'll be fine in a while. That kind of ninjutsu must be very harmful to the body." Jiraiya frowned, looking at Naruto's trembling hands. Naruto nodded, looked at his hands and said, "Musa Taijutsu will cause a lot of damage to the arms, but with the strength recovery of the 9 tails, the damage has been minimized." What a powerful ninjutsu! You and your father are both terrifying genius ninjas, Jiraiya said with emotion. The power of Musa Taijutsu can be seen in the duel with Gamabunta. The terrifying power that gives the caster dozens of times the power made him, a Sunin, terrified. It's better to use less in the future, Jiraiya advised. There is no problem. The subsequent improvement of Musa Taijutsu will definitely solve this problem. There are no taboos in the ninjutsu I created, Naruto said firmly. He has absolute confidence in Washun Taijutsu and himself. In his opinion, there is no need to worry about what Jiraiya is worried about, and all problems will be solved easily. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's firm eyes and sighed helplessly. This kid was too stubborn compared to his father, which made him feel like he had no way to start. 10 minutes later, Naruto's strength had recovered somewhat. He said goodbye to Jiraiya and Gamabunta and returned to Konoha. Jiraiya, have you seen that kind of ninjutsu before? Gamabunta said, looking in the direction where Naruto was going. Never, Jiraiya said with certainty. In this case, that brat Naruto is too scary. Gamabunta recalled the experience of fighting Naruto. The sharp-edged taijutsu made him feel chills in his body, and he sighed. Like his father, he cannot be reasoned with by common sense. Perhaps Naruto is even more terrifying. Jiraiya said slowly. 3 days later, at the scene of the third Chunin exam, many characters arrived one after another, and the third competition began. The third examination venue is a circular arena with a diameter of 1 mile, surrounded by fences tens of meters high. It is an open-air venue. The auditorium is located on the periphery of 3 ancient buildings, with the Hokage and Kazekage on the top floor of the tallest building in the middle. Both of them are the strongest people in the ninja world. The leaders of the 2 major ninja villages are so powerful that the big names would be taboo about them. Naruto and 8 people were standing in the venue. Das didn't know where he went. He didn't arrive. He probably quit. Sasuke wore a black outfit today. Orochimaru's curse was sealed and seemed to have lost its influence. He and Kakashi were undergoing special training this month, and Naruto only saw him once in the hospital, and they didn't see him again after that. Sasuke looked at Naruto, with a smile on his lips and confident eyes, and Naruto nodded towards Sasuke. Gaara's condition didn't seem to be good, his body was shaking slightly, his eyes were bloodshot, and the look he looked at Naruto was full of violence, and that evil aura made Naruto frown. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara worriedly, feeling uneasy in their hearts. What a group of young people full of vigor, the third Hokage in the audience exclaimed. It seems that Hokage-sama also knows that he is getting old, so he should quickly confirm that he is the 5th Hokage. The 4th Kazekage said sarcastically. He was wearing a white royal robe, a bamboo hat, and a veil, revealing only a pair of sinister eyes that made it impossible for anyone to look at him. The cage-level leaders of the 5 great ninja villages all have the same attire, but the colors are different. The Hokage's hat is red, while the Kazekage's hat is blue. Ha ha. The third Hokage laughed, the wrinkles on his face squeezed together, and said loudly, "Don't think of me as an old man, I can still work for 5 years." He walked to the railing, and a low voice reached everyone's ears. "Dear guests, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to you all for gathering here today to take part in the Konoha selection exam. The formal exam for the 8 contestants who have passed the pre-selection will now begin. Please enjoy watching." Woohoo, the audience cheered. "I have something to say before the game." The examiner this time, Shiranui Genma, took out a form from his arms and said, "There are some changes in the battle table. Please confirm once again who your opponent is." Due to Das's withdrawal, Shikamaru, who was supposed to fight Das, now only needs to fight Temari once. This made him relieved. After all, he was the most afraid of trouble. Naruto looked at the battle table, and his eyes met Niji's. Both of them had goals that they had to fight. After a while, Shiranui Genma put away the battle table and said to the 8 people, "Listen carefully, although the battle venue has changed, it has not changed much from the preliminaries. The competition will last until one party dies or admits defeat. But I think the winner when the game is divided. I will terminate the game, no resistance." Shiranui Genma said seriously, holding a piece of grass in his mouth. He looked at the silent 8 people and said directly, "In the first game, Naruto Uzumaki and Niji Higeki will stay, and the others will leave." Sasuke and the other 6 retreated, leaving only Naruto and Niji facing each other. The referee was Shiranui Genma. Shiranui Genma looked at the 2 of them and waved his right hand. "The first game begins." Niji looked at Naruto solemnly, his whole body tensed up, and he set up his soft fist posture, ready for the attack. "Niji, I told you that Hinata hasn't lost yet," Naruto said with burning eyes. He stood there, feeling a kind of pressure that was constantly spreading. He didn't see any movement, but Niji's eyes became more and more solemn, and Shiranui Genma also looked at Naruto in surprise. "Hey, it seems that Konoha is really not simple." The 4th Kazekage glanced at Naruto in surprise, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. The 3rd Hokage glanced at the Kazekage and continued to look at the 2 people in the field. As time passed by, Niji's Byakugan carefully observed Naruto's every move. He was looking for Naruto's flaws and thinking about countermeasures. "What's wrong, Niji? You haven't attacked yet." Naruto stood there casually and said slowly, "Call out." Before he finished speaking, Niji turned into an afterimage and rushed in front of Naruto at high speed. He turned his hands into palms and struck Naruto's acupuncture points with soft fists. Naruto dodged left and right to avoid Niji's soft fist attack, and the wind from his palm blew Naruto's hair into chaos. Niji rolled his eyes and carefully observed the movement of Naruto's chakra. The soft fists came one after another, as fast as if they were invisible. Naruto kept dodging and retreating, gradually being at a disadvantage. "Naruto, come on!" Ino and the audience shouted loudly to cheer for Naruto. "Naruto, come on! Naruto, come on!" Not to be outdone, Sakura waved her fist. Hinata tangled her 2 little hands together, her eyes filled with worry. "It's here." Niji's eyes lit up, chakra poured into his right palm, and hit Naruto's chest. Naruto's feet had just landed on the ground before his new strength was fully developed. When he saw that he was about to hit, Naruto exerted force on his waist and twisted in the air, missing it by a hair. Of avoidance, with a muffled sound, Niji's right palm emitted a burst of blue light, condensed a chakra palm out of thin air, penetrated 3 inches of his body, and hit Naruto's chest. Naruto felt a pain in his chest, quickly distanced himself, and looked at Niji in surprise. "This is Hinata's palm." Naruto said in surprise. Pain shot through the acupuncture points on his chest. He had no idea that Niji had learned how to use the palm of his hand, and was injured due to carelessness. It seems that Hinata-sama has passed on the palm-in-hand technique to the clan. I didn't expect you to have learned it. It's really not easy. Naruto thought for a moment and was surprised by Niji's talent. There was a burst of cheers in the audience, and a fierce decisive battle could arouse their interest. Niji still maintained his posture and concentrated on it, knowing full well that Naruto didn't think it would be an easy solution, and he hadn't yet used that kind of taijutsu that he had never seen before. The warm-up is over, now it's time for me to attack. Naruto moved his body and said to Niji. Are you coming? Niji thought to himself, his eyes suddenly widened. Naruto standing in front of him was gone, as if he had disappeared. How fast? Over there. Niji was shocked, his eyes widened, and he observed his surroundings 360 degrees without blind spots. A black shadow came into his eyes. He immediately reacted and his chakra exploded. Back to the days. Ninji's body rotated at high speed, and chakra was pulled outside the body, surrounding Ninji, forming a blue shield to protect Ninji. The powerful force of rotation repels everything close to him, and a whirlwind blew around him. Naruto appeared behind Niji, his body strength concentrated in his right fist, and the fist wrapped in chakra hit Kaiten. Boom, chakra exploded, and Naruto was directly rebounded by the force of rotation. He flipped in the air and landed on the ground. His right hand was numb. Although it was just a collision of chakra, Naruto's fist was too close and was still affected. Niji stopped, and a small circular pit appeared next to him. Kaiten's power finally prevented Naruto's attack. But he was not relaxed. The amount of chakra consumed by Kaisen was so huge that he couldn't hold on for long. If he continued like this, he would be defeated sooner or later. This is Kaisen. It is indeed a very powerful defense. Naruto praised. Kaiten, as the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, is extremely difficult to practice. Even Hinata has not mastered such a defensive ninjutsu. Uzumaki Naruto, you are indeed very powerful. Niji said. His body was slightly arched, his hands were spread out, and chakra was flowing through the meridians throughout his body. But it's over here, Niji said in a low voice. Oh? Naruto became interested and had no intention of stopping Niji. Through the short exchange just now, Naruto already knew the gap between the two of them, and the current Niji could not pose a threat to him. Soft fist technique. Bagua 64 palms. A glowing green gossip spread from Niji's feet and enveloped Naruto, and chakra turned into thin threads, imprisoning Naruto's ability to move. Niji was very fast and rushed in front of Naruto like a flash of lightning. He pinched his sword fingers with both hands and slapped the acupuncture points all over Naruto's body with heavy afterimages. 1 palm, 2 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Niji landed one palm after another, and chakra followed the acupuncture points to destroy Naruto's internal organs, cutting off the connection between chakra. The last palm fell, and Naruto was sent flying several meters and fell heavily to the ground. Woohoo! The audience cheered, deafening. Niji was panting heavily, and his physical strength was severely exhausted. The 64 Bagua palms were very demanding on the body, and he was already trying his best. Suddenly the audience fell silent, and it seemed extremely strange and dead. Naruto, who fell to the ground, turned into white smoke and dissipated. Shadow clone. Niji opened his eyes wide and was horrified. His Byakugan didn't even see when Naruto used the shadow clone technique. Niji, you lose. A calm voice sounded behind him. Niji turned around and saw a dazzling star shining on the fingertips of Naruto's right hand. A surge of death aura hit Niji's body. His face suddenly turned pale and he felt uncomfortable breathing. When did you use the shadow clone? Niji asked weakly. When you use Kaiten, Naruto said calmly. How could it be? Niji said in a daze, struggling with his body and continuing to fight. Naruto's right palm was aimed at Niji's face, and chakra erupted. Bang, invisible waves spread, and Niji's body was thrown several meters away, falling to the ground and passed out. In the first match, Uzumaki Naruto wins. Shiranui Genma announced. Boom, the audience burst into violent cheers. Ino and Sakura happily hugged each other and jumped up and down. Hinata's pink face was red and her pure white eyes were shining with joy. Konoha really has no choice but to come. This kid is so awesome. Isn't he that kid? I didn't expect him to be so powerful. The audience was buzzing with comments. The outside ninjas were shocked by Naruto's strength, and the villagers and ninjas of Konoha were even more shocked by Naruto's strength. For the first time, the name Uzumaki Naruto was recognized by others. The third Hokage, you are such a powerful brat. You Konoha ninjas are really not simple. The fourth Kazekage turned to look at the third Hokage, his sinister eyes flashing with cold light. The third Hokage did not answer, but just looked at Naruto. Unknowingly, Naruto's power had grown to this extent. In the second game, Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara will play, Shiranui Genma said. Naruto, here. Sakura saw Naruto and waved her hands happily. Naruto smiled slightly and sat next to Hinata. Congratulations, Naruto. Hinata was a little nervous and whispered with a blush. Thank you, Hinata. Naruto smiled softly and touched Hinata's little head. Sakura and Ino looked at each other, nodded in agreement, crowded around Naruto with smiles, hugged his arms and thanked him. As for Hinata, she was completely squeezed out by the two of them. She looked at Naruto and the three of them sadly. Naruto was helpless and had a headache. He didn't know how to answer. I can only focus on the playing field. Sasuke and Gaara were facing each other from a distance, and the atmosphere was solemn. Naruto frowned and looked at Gaara, whose body was shaking slightly, as if he was enduring pain, but Naruto could clearly sense the evil aura. It was definitely not Gaara's aura, and it was similar to Kyuubi. Shiranui Genma glanced at the two and announced, "The second game begins." Sasuke flashed his energy and struck first, throwing out 3 shurikens with his right hand at extremely high speed. Ding ding ding. The sand around Gaara automatically defended itself and blocked it. Sasuke came at a gallop, his speed could match that of Xiaoli. As soon as his figure flashed, the wind howled. He raised his right leg, with great force, and struck Gaara's head with a whip kick. Shasha responded hastily, blocking the blow. Bang, Sasuke's figure flashed again and appeared behind Gaara, punching him. The sand reacted quickly and barely resisted the attack. Sasuke's speed is not what it used to be, and Gaara's sand is having a hard time keeping up with his movements. Gaara lowered his head and couldn't see his face clearly, but his body was shaking more violently, as if he was crying. Around him, Sasuke kept attacking, and the sand's defense became increasingly unstoppable. Bang, Sasuke's speed increased a little more. He stood in the air and swept his right foot, enough to kick Gaara's neck off. The sand could no longer keep up at this time. Suddenly, a strong wave of air erupted from Gaara's body. Sasuke felt a repulsive force and was directly knocked 10 meters away. The debris and weeds on the ground were cleared away. With Gaara as the center, Sasuke was surrounded by everything as clean. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes wide open, his face ferocious, his mouth split open, revealing a maniacal smile. The terrifying aura emanated from Gaara's body, and Sasuke couldn't help but shudder, as if he was being stared at by a fierce ghost or beast. Why? Why aren't you Uzumaki Naruto? Why aren't you Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara yelled crazily, his voice hoarse and terrifying, like the cry of an animal. The sand around him danced wildly, turning into huge claws, killing Sasuke. Sasuke was startled and dodged left and right. The claws turned into sand-blasted huge craters into the ground. Sweat dripped down Sasuke's face, the sand seemed endless, and the beast's claws were sharp. The current Gaara is too crazy and there is no way to fight him. Fire escape Phoenix Immortal Fire. Sasuke formed a seal, spitting out several fireballs from his mouth, smashing a beast's claw into pieces, and quickly retreated. His face was very ugly because of the unprecedented difficulty. Sand bondage. Gaara's right hand turned into a claw, his voice was hoarse, the sand on the ground turned into palms, and they bounded towards Sasuke like snakes, and there were beast claws attacking from all directions. At this moment, Sasuke is like a turtle in a urn, unable to escape, on a thin line between life and death. Hateful, thick reluctance filled Sasuke's brain, and his blood-red Sharingan shrank to the maximum on the back of his neck. The originally sealed curse emitted a coquettish light, and the flaming curse climbed up Sasuke's body, and powerful power burst out from his limbs. Boom, Gaara's sand bombardment caused the sand and dust to fly, the ground was lifted up, gravel flew everywhere, and the terrifying power was undoubtedly revealed. Call out, a black shadow burst out from the sand, Sasuke's blood-red eyes flashed with a violent cold light, flaming spells covered his body, he formed seals with his hands, and chakra boiled in his body. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Raging flames spurted out from Sasuke's mouth, and the air was scorching and distorted, rushing towards Gaara like an overwhelming force. Roar. Gaara roared out, roaring like a wild beast, he held his claws in both hands, chakra surged, and the sand on the ground swirled and turned into a ferocious beast's head, roaring to the sky. In mid-air, 2 ninjutsu collided, causing sparks and yellow sand to fly. Both of them possess power beyond themselves. At this time, they can fight the Jounin alone. The heat wave rose, and Sasuke used this power to jump back, his feet clinging to the towering wall. He quickly formed a seal, curled the fingers of his left hand into claws, and held the wrist of his left hand with his right hand, chakra flowing into his palm crazily. Sisijiju. The palm of Sasuke's left hand flashed with blue-white light, like lightning, and he neighed like a bird. That is the nature of thunder attribute chakra, and the visible chakra energy is frightening. This is Chidori, also known as Reikari, Kakashi's own famous stunt, A-level ninjutsu. He became famous after he cut off thunder and lightning with this skill. That cry like 1,000 crows calls for death. Sasuke's body was half bowed, and the Chidori in his left hand shattered the hard rock. He kicked his feet, and his Sharingan stared at Gaara's figure, like a black lightning, rushing towards Gaara. Gaara felt something in his heart, and his ferocious face became calmer. The sand condensed into a hard shield in front of him, and the rest of the sand turned into sharp claws and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke's figure flashed, dodging black lightning left and right. The terrifying eye technique of the Sharingan allowed him to dodge all the attacks without any damage. Boo! A black shadow instantly appeared in front of Gaara, and Sasuke's right hand thrust out like lightning, like the cry of 1,000 crows. The blue-white lightning easily pierced the sand shield in front of Gaara. Noisy, with a soft sound, the sand that was dancing in the field stopped and fell apart as if it had lost its vitality. The entire venue was silent, with only a slight breeze. Blowing drops of bright red blood dripped. Suzuki stepped back, and the shield formed by the sand slowly disintegrated. Gaara's figure appeared in front of Suzuki's eyes. There was a blood hole on his left shoulder, which was injured by Chidori, and the blood continued to flow out. Gaara stretched out his right hand tremblingly and touched the wound. He looked at his palm blankly, the bright red blood stimulating his nerves, and something in his heart seemed to be broken. Blood. This is my blood. Gaara muttered to himself unconsciously. The sand around him seemed abnormal and ready to move. An evil aura spread, and the surrounding space became cold. I am going to kill you. Gaara looked up to the sky and roared. His delicate face was terrifying, his body underwent a huge change, and his right hand expanded into an earthy yellow terrifying beast claw, surrounded by purple patterns. Go to hell! Suzuki Uchiha. Gaara stretched out his right hand and extended it infinitely. A yellow shadow struck Suzuki, and the beast's claws drew a deep mark on the ground. Suzuki's Sharingan discerned the trajectory of Gaara's arm, and his body jumped out to avoid the blow. Boom. The cocky animal claws broke through the hard wall. All this was beyond the expectations of the audience, and it was a bit overwhelming, and the auditorium was completely silent. At this time, feathers began to rain from the sky, like dreamy feathers falling down. Naruto stood up, looked at the white feathers in the sky, gently caught one with his right hand, and dissipated like clouds of smoke. Illusion. Naruto was startled and looked around. The ordinary audience and some weak ninjas all fell asleep and fell into the illusion. Sakura, please release the genjutsu quickly. Things are already a little unusual. Naruto said loudly. Sakura, Hinata, and the others were stunned for a moment, and they quickly reacted and released the genjutsu. Naruto, what's wrong? Ino said worriedly. Sakura and Hinata also looked worried and looked at Naruto in panic. It's okay, I will protect you well. Naruto said firmly, giving a reassuring look. Two figures appeared next to Naruto. It was Kakashi and Akai. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Sakura asked. The Sound Ninja and Sand Ninja have rebelled. The situation is urgent. Please protect your own safety. Kakashi explained. The Sound Ninja and the Sand Ninja joined forces to break the treaty and betrayed Konoha. At this time, several black figures rushed out from the crowd, one of which rushed towards Naruto. Naruto stretched out his left hand, and the black shadow seemed to have crashed into Naruto's palm. It was a Sound Ninja, wearing a ninja forward protector, covering his face, holding a kunai in his hand, looking at Naruto in horror. Click. Naruto used a gentle force and directly pinched the attacker's neck, then spun his body and threw the Sound Ninja out, knocking over the two Sound Ninjas who were attacking Hinata's three girls. At the same time, Kakashi and the two also solved several other Sound Ninjas, temporarily easing the crisis. The third Hokage looked at the fourth Kazekage with doubts in his eyes and scolded. The fourth Kazekage, what's going on? Do you want to cause a war? A burst of thick smoke enveloped the attic, and the fourth Kazekage dodged behind the third Hokage. The kunai pressed against the third Hokage's neck, and he jumped onto the roof. The Umbu ninjas of Konoha hiding in the darkness appeared one after another to rescue the third Hokage. I didn't expect the Sand Ninja to tear up the peace treaty. The third Hokage said calmly. The treaty is just a fragile root system, the purpose is to paralyze the opponent. The boring competition game is over. The fourth Kazekage said. Don't you care about the village? War will only bring more suffering. It's too late to regret now. The third Hokage tried to persuade Kazekage to retreat. Haha, Sarutobi-sensei, it seems that you are becoming more and more cowardly as you live. The fourth Kazekage's voice became hoarse, and it was so insidious that it was terrifying. It's you, the third Hokage exclaimed, and his heart sank. He thought of his apprentice, one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru, I love Luo. Temari and Kankuro, who had long been worried about Gaara, immediately jumped into the field. Gaara held his head and screamed in pain. The entire place is dilapidated and full of potholes. This was all destroyed by Gaara. Gaara, who fell into madness, lost his humanity and was dominated by the evil in his body. Suzuki stood not far away, panting heavily and exhausted. Gaara's final explosion made him exhausted, unable to fight back at all, and his physical strength had been exhausted. Gaara's instructor, Jonin Maki, jumped down and said to Temari and the others, you take Gaara away first. The plan has already begun to recover him as soon as possible. Okay, teacher. Temari and Kankuro carried Gaara on their bodies and headed towards the Konoha forest. Maki turned his head, looked at Suzuki, showed a sneer, and shot out the shuriken in his hand. Ding. Shiranui Genma stepped in front of Suzuki, flicked the shuriken away, and said to Maki, your opponent now is me. Naruto saw everything below and frowned. Gaara's strange behavior made him very uneasy. He immediately said to Kakashi, teacher, I will chase Gaara and the others. Let's start here. It's up to you. Cardcassie glanced at Naruto. This student's strength made him a little confused. He remembered what Orochimaru said, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Be careful, that Gaara guy is not simple. Don't worry, leave it to me. Hinata, you guys stay with me. Naruto, Hinata and the three of them chased Gaara. The four of them flew on the roof, quickly approaching the exit of Konoha Ninja Village. Boom, suddenly, the wall protecting Konoha collapsed, and a huge three-headed python roared into Konoha through the gap, accompanied by countless sand ninjas and sound ninjas. The Konoha ninjas guarding were shocked and resisted. But the power of that giant python was so great that they, the Chunin and Genin, could not match it. Hiss, three giant pythons let out strange screams and squirmed their huge bodies close to Konoha's residential buildings. The art of psychic. Naruto formed a seal with his hands, and clapped his bleeding palms into the air, and the dark spell spread, thick white smoke dissipated, and a huge fiery red toad as big as a hill lay there. It was Gamabunta. Gamabunta, go and stop that strange snake. Naruto gave instructions and continued to pursue Gaara without slowing down, leading Hinata and the others. Damn brat. Gamabunta muttered, pulled out the sword from his waist, kicked off his strong hind legs, and a cold light flashed, and Gamabunta appeared behind the giant python. Boom, the left side of the head of the three giant pythons fell to the ground, and blood shot into the sky from the fracture. The three giant pythons screamed in an eerily shrill tone. The bodies of the 10-foot-long snakes twisted violently. Death was only a matter of time. Auditorium roof. The third Hokage looked at Orochimaru in surprise, with a cold murderous intent on his pale face. Orochimaru, why are you doing this? You are not a vengeful person, why do you treat Konoha like this? The third Hokage asked. Orochimaru let go of the third Hokage and walked aside. His amber vertical pupils looked at Konoha, who was in chaos, and he let out a cold laugh. I'm just for my own purposes, Orochimaru said. It's Sasuke. That's right, but there is another purpose. Orochimaru shook his head with a sneer on his lips. And you, the teacher who killed me. The guards of the fourth Kazekage rushed out quickly and stood in the blind corner of the roof, leaving their disguised attire in place. These are three men and one woman, with strange looks and wearing forehead protectors of sound ninjas. They are Orochimaru's hidden backhand this time, aiming at the third Hokage. The four people quickly formed seals, pulling chakra. Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation. A dark purple light curtain rose, covering Orochimaru and the third Hokage, forming an independent space. This is a barrier technique. It is extraordinary and requires multiple people to work together. Its power is terrifying. It is difficult to break it with external force. At least it is difficult for Konoha to find someone to break the barrier now. The third Hokage glanced at the barrier technique and took off the god's robe, revealing the black armor underneath. His eyes were calm and he had already made a plan. Today, I will kill my own students here with my own hands. Sarutobi-sensei, can you still move? Orochimaru said with a joking smile. I'm going to kill you here today with my own hands. Ninpo technique, Waka Shuriken technique. The third Hokage quickly formed a seal, and the tiles under his feet shot towards Orochimaru like arrows. Orochimaru rushed forward, jumped on his feet, and avoided the attack of the third Hokage. He also quickly formed seals and circulated chakra. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's long tongue turned into a python as thick as an arm and bit on the neck of the third Hokage like lightning. The battle between the two shadow-level experts began. In the Konoha forest, the four Narutos were running quickly through the woods, relying on Naruto's sense of the evil aura to slowly approach the three Gaaras. Hinata, look ahead with your Byakugan, Naruto said to Hinata beside him. Yes. Hinata nodded obediently, made a hand seal, and opened her pure white eyes. Roll your eyes. The veins in her eyes bulged, and Hinata's white eyes saw everything within a kilometer. With her eyesight exhausted, Hinata searched carefully, and there were three figures running away quickly within 1 kilometer of them. It was Gaara and the other three. I see, it's right in front. Naruto. Hinata turned to look at Naruto and said. Naruto nodded, in the same direction as he sensed. I will intercept them first, and you will follow later. Naruto followed Hinata and the others, and his figure instantly accelerated and took the lead in catching up. Gaara and the three of them were running away quickly. Temari looked at Gaara worriedly, with fear deep in her eyes. Gaara, are you feeling better? Temari asked worriedly. I'm going to kill Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara held his head with one hand, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with murderous intent. On his left shoulder, there was a bloody hole, which was extremely glaring. Don't think too much, Temari. Let's leave quickly. Now we can only wait for Gaara to recover on his own. Kankuro said eagerly. Temari had no choice but to run towards the outskirts of Konoha Forest with Kankuro and Gaara. I don't think you can leave. Naruto's figure appeared in front of Temari and the others, his eyes sharp. It's you. Kankuro stopped and looked at Naruto in horror. The person he least expected to meet actually appeared in front of him, and at this time, Temari, you take Gaara away first, and I will stop him. Kankuro made a prompt decision, removed the crow from his back, and said solemnly. But Temari hesitated. Naruto's strength was definitely not something that Kankuro could resist. If he stayed, he would only die. Naruto glanced at the two of them, his fierce aura dissipated, and said, You may have misunderstood, I am not here to kill you. What do you mean? Kankuro said with a frown in confusion. Temari also looked at Naruto with a puzzled look. Now they can be said to be mortal enemies, involved in the war between shinobi villages. I'm just here to fulfill the agreement. Naruto explained, and said to Gaara, who lowered his head, "Gaara, don't you want to fight me? I'm here now." Temari and Kankuro both looked at Gaara, and Hinata and the other three arrived just in time, looking at Gaara and the others warily. Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara raised his head and looked at Naruto crazily, the sand in the gourd gushes out crazily, and there was a fanatical killing intent in his eyes. His cold heart felt a little hot, and he desperately wanted to kill Naruto to prove his existence. "You all stand back," Naruto said loudly to Hinata and the other three. Hinata and the others reacted and immediately withdrew 100 meters away. Since Naruto said that, he must have a reason. "Gaara, now is not the time to fight. You can no longer continue fighting," Temari said worriedly, with a sad look on her face. She was afraid in her heart, not wanting to see the terrifying Gaara. "Don't mind your own business." Gaara waved his left hand and knocked Temari away, then kicked his feet forward quickly. He raised his right hand, which was an earth-yellow animal claw. It was terrifying, mixed with fierce wind, and stabbed at Naruto's chest. Naruto ducked back, easily avoiding it, and the beast's claws directly penetrated the tree as thick as a bucket. At the same time, the sand in Gaara's gourd turned into several huge palms and slapped Naruto in the air, overwhelming the sky and covering the sun above Naruto's head. The terrifying giant palm containing chakra can definitely beat Naruto into powder. Boom, the giant palm fell, directly breaking several large trees, like huge rocks, and the ground was shaking. "Naruto!" Hinata and Sakura exclaimed, looking worriedly, almost in tears. "It's okay, Naruto will definitely not lose," Ino said firmly. A piece of wood fell into the sand, and Naruto came out from behind a tree. He had just used the substitution technique to escape the disaster. "You can't defeat me like this, Gaara." Naruto's eyes were shining, and he had an invincible aura. Naruto stood in front of Gaara, and Gaara couldn't help but take a step back under the pressure of an invisible force. It was a kind of fear. In Naruto, he felt a fear he had never experienced before. The other party could really kill him. "Damn Uzumaki Naruto!" Gaara roared, and the evil aura made Naruto frown. His whole body has turned into a beast, looking very much like a civet cat, with an earthy yellow body, sharp claws, and purple patterns all over his body. The only thing that remains is the bright red hair and the love on his forehead. Character. Now Gaara can no longer be a human, but a beast. Shukaku, one of the nine-tailed beasts, the incarnation of sand, was sealed in Gaara's body, and now he is finally waking up. "Is it true? There is something similar to the 9 tails in your body. I really want to see the power of the so-called tailed beast," Naruto murmured to himself, his blue eyes filled with fighting spirit, and 4 1-foot-long chakra ribbons floated from his wrists. The crystal blue ribbons were filled with fluorescence, which looked exceptionally beautiful. "Hinata, please stay away from here. The current battle is no longer what you can bear." Naruto turned his head and said to the two Tamaris, "If you don't want to die, just leave here." "But Gaara," Temari shouted eagerly. As a sister, she cared more about her brother's life and death. "I won't kill him. I have no reason to take Gaara's life," Naruto said, not worried about himself. He had absolute confidence. This is a kind of momentum, an affirmation of one's own strength. "Temari, let's go. Gaara is completely crazy now, we can't resist it." Kankuro also persuaded. He glanced at Naruto and thought that Naruto would definitely die. The legendary power of fear was something that no one could resist. Hinata and his team stayed away from this area, and now he could fully exert his power without any worries. "So long, Gaara," Naruto said to the beast-turned Gaara. "Sand Shuriken Jutsu." Gaara didn't answer, and just threw his hands, and the flakes of sand shot towards Naruto like sharp blades, with enough power to pierce through the rocks. Unparalleled. Naruto whispered something, and 4 feet-long chakra ribbons danced in front of Naruto, forming a blue light curtain that directly neutralized Gaara's attack. "Why, do you still only have this kind of power?" Naruto said to Gaara. Gaara's fat tail swung behind him, and a large amount of sand flowed out of the bloated beast, covering the area where Naruto was in a moment. "Uzumaki Naruto, go to hell!" Gaara roared, and the sand on the ground surged like waves. Huge claws flew out of the sand, and the sharp claws went straight to Naruto's body. Naruto moved left and right, cleverly avoiding it. For chakras danced wildly, and each of the beast's claws was smashed into pieces. Within 100 meters, sand and dust were billowing, countless trees collapsed, and the entire ground was covered with sand. The turbulent sand crashed and rumbled like huge waves. Gaara's figure was like an arrow, running on all fours. His speed reached a whole new level, and he was even more at home in the sand-turned field. His sharp claws were as fast as lightning, and every blow cracked mountains and rocks. Naruto did not confront him head-on, and retreated. The 4 chakra ribbons continued to crush the beast's claws turned into sand. "Naruto Uzumaki, don't hide," Gaara roared, heartily and with a smile on his 4-pointed star-shaped eyes. His speed did not slow down, his strength remained the same, his claws tore through the air as fast as a shadow, and the fat tail behind him kept slapping at Naruto, causing the ground to explode from the bombardment. The two people collided together like lightning, strong winds blew up, the entire space was in chaos, and a whirlwind blew. Naruto grinned, his blue eyes shining brightly. Gaara's heart sank, the feeling of death made his whole body hairy, his beast face drooped, and the inexplicable throbbing made him unable to react. Naruto's right hand was printed on Gaara's beast face like lightning. The 10-foot-long chakra ribbon flowed with fluorescence, and Naruto's entire arm exuded a light blue luster. Unparalleled. A powerful shock wave struck Gaara's face, and the chakra threads spurting out from the meridians in his palms directly pierced the beast's face. At the moment of life and death, Gaara's tail blocked his body. Boom, the entire tail was shattered, and Gaara hit the ground like a meteorite, the surrounding sand rising more than a foot high. Gaara was lying in the pit, with not much sand left on his body. The animal claws turned into sand were hanging on Gaara's body, and his tail had been shattered and disappeared, revealing his true appearance. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, and he had no idea how many ribs were broken. He looked at Naruto with hatred, struggled to stand up, but could not move. "Oh, it seems like you're on the verge of death." Naruto walked up to Gaara and said with a teasing smile that he had his own purpose, to provoke Gaara to release the tailed beast within him. His heart is as high as the sky, and he wants to fight the legendary tailed beast to prove his strength. "Is this the power you are proud of? It doesn't look very good," Naruto said contemptuously. His condition has never been better, and he has a burning desire in his heart, and he can't wait. Naruto Uzumaki. Gaara gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated for the first time. He almost died just now, and now he still can't calm down. He was provoked repeatedly by Naruto, and his anger has gone to his head. He forced himself to take a breath and stood up tremblingly. He couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood as he moved his body, which made him even more furious. "Naruto Uzumaki, I will definitely kill you today," Gaara said with difficulty. He made a hand seal with both hands and closed his pair of panda eyes gently. In Naruto's perception, a monstrous evil aura emanated from Gaara's body. Gaara's body was expanding, like bubbles rising one after another, growing continuously. In a moment, it expanded to more than tens of feet tall, towering between the sky and the earth, with a huge demon raccoon standing there. This is a monster, with a tawny body covered with dark purple-violet patterns, a ferocious face, strong limbs, and a huge tail that is dozens of feet long, with sharp barbs shining with cold light, blocking out the sky and the sun. This monster stood in the Konoha forest, extremely conspicuous, and the originally huge trees seemed to have turned into grass. It opened its eyes, and like two cold moons, the power of fear swept across all directions. Its huge tail danced, stirring up gusts of wind, and its extremely evil aura startled countless beasts, who ran away in terror. Temari and Kankuro, who had fled several kilometers away, turned around in horror and looked at the monster, their eyes full of fear, their bodies trembling and feeling cold. One-tailed Shikaku, the incarnation of sand, belongs to the same group of 9 tails. He possesses power that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and has once plunged the Sand Ninja village into chaos. "Gaara, have you finally released that thing?" Kankuro said unnaturally, his throat dry. "What should Gaara do? He will die if this continues." Tamari's eyes were filled with tears. Even though her brother was ruthless, as a sister, she was still very worried about her brother. "Damn it! I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Shukaku's power is too great. We can only die if we go." Kankuro was helpless and unwilling. The 3 Hinata on the other side also looked at Shukaku in horror. The pressure brought by the huge body made them breathless. They had never seen such a monster before. "Naruto, he's still there," Hinata exclaimed, her voice rising with worry. Sakura put her hands on her chest, feeling at a loss and her heart almost beating out of her chest. She looked at Ino with tears in her eyes. "Can't go." Ino frowned, not worried about Naruto, but still said firmly, "If we go, we will only cause trouble for Naruto, and with Naruto's strength, we will definitely be able to escape. Now we can only go to Konoha to seek help. But, I'm very worried about Naruto." Hinata lowered her slender eyebrows, a sad look on her face, and her thoughts were written on her face. "Hinata, we are all worried about Naruto. But with the strength of the 3 of us, we will only cause trouble for Naruto. The top priority is that it is better for us to go to Konoha to seek help." Ino persuaded Hinata softly. Hinata looked at the direction where Naruto was, then at Ino, and finally nodded that it wasn't that she wasn't aware of the current situation, it was just that her worries about Naruto went to her head, and she understood it after she calmed down. "Then let's go quickly," Sakura said eagerly. The 3 of them stopping and sped up, heading straight for Konoha. Naruto looked at the huge Shikaku and his body couldn't help but tremble, not with fear but with excitement. He jumped slightly and stood on the top of a tree, with 4 chakra streamers dancing in the wind. "This is your true face. What a terrifying power." Naruto praised loudly. Shikaku's power is indeed very powerful, ranking among the cage-level powerhouses, comparable to Orochimaru, and even superior to Shikaku in terms of destructive power. Shikaku moved his huge body, and an unknown number of trees were broken. His square eyes looked at Naruto, with murderous intent surging. Above Shikaku's mouth, Gaara emerged from Shikaku's body, with a sneer on his lips, a hint of madness. "Naruto Uzumaki, I didn't expect you to be able to push me to this point. I have to admit that you are indeed very powerful," Gaara said, looking at Naruto fiercely. "Thank you for the compliment." Naruto smiled. "However, you will definitely die here today, so let's have fun." Gaara formed seals with his hands, looked at Naruto, and fell asleep. At this moment, Shikaku's square eyes began to move. "Hey, I'm finally out! I'm finally out!" Shikaku shouted in joy, his voice was sharp and harsh. He raised his hands high and his tail swayed happily. This is Shikaku's consciousness, awakened from Gaara's self-slumber. "Are you the so-called tailed beast?" When Shikaku was happy, a discordant sound reached his ears. He turned his huge head, looked left and right, but couldn't find the person speaking. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who is disturbing me? Come out." Its voice was loud and deafening, and it wanted to find out the person who spoke and beat him to death. Naruto felt a little embarrassed and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Smelly Tanuki, I'm here." Only then did Shikaku notice Naruto's presence. You can't blame it, Naruto is really too small compared to it, and it's hard to notice. Shikaku looked down, and a strong wind blew Naruto's hair flying. Its eyes flashed with cold light, and its aura was very frightening. It roared angrily, "Are you the little devil? Die." He raised his front paw and slapped it directly at Naruto. Boom! There was a loud noise, stirring up dust several feet high. Shikaku's left claw directly punched a large crater in the ground, and the crack spread hundreds of meters. It turned its head, a flash of light flashed in its eyes, its huge tail swept across the air, and let out a harsh hiss, targeting Naruto in the air. Naruto raised his hands, with 4 chakra ribbons in front of him. With a muffled sound, Naruto flew out like a cannonball, his energy and blood surging. He landed on the top of the tree and looked at Shikaku passionately. The opponent's strength made him full of fighting spirit, and he couldn't help but roar. "How about you, brat? I must be very powerful," Shikaku said proudly, showing his fangs. "It's really good. This gives me the motivation to defeat you." Naruto flicked his foot and rushed toward Shikaku. He clenched his right fist, blue fluorescence was flowing, and the chakra flame in his body was burning crazily. 4 chakra ribbons wrapped around the fist to form a fist seal, and blasted toward Shikaku. Crane too naive. Shikaku looked away with disdain, clenched his huge right paw into a fist, and smashed it at Naruto like a mountain. Boom! An invisible wave of air erupted in the fists of the two men. Naruto struck from bottom to top. His whole body was not as big as Shikaku's fist, and looked insignificant, like an ant. But he did not lose. Powerful power burst out from his fist, and the blue chakra vented, directly piercing Shikaku's fist and creating a big crater. "How could that be?" Shikaku screamed, unbelievably, his fist exploded, his entire right paw shattered into countless pieces of fine sand and scattered. A blue light appeared on Shikaku's chest, and Naruto's eyes exuded a sharp cold light. 4 chakra ribbons were stretched straight, like 4 sharp swords, more than 1 foot long. Unparalleled. Naruto roared angrily, waved his arms, and the chakra sword penetrated Shikaku's chest directly, and then slashed directly across his left shoulder. With a sizzling sound, a scar several feet long appeared from Shikaku's chest to his left shoulder. Roar! Shikaku roared, not in pain but in anger, and stretched out several feet wide claws on his chest, grabbing at Naruto with lightning speed. Naruto did not panic, and clapped several palms. The light blue shock wave directly shattered the incoming claws. The chakra ribbon automatically blocked the remaining claws, and sand rained down for a while. "Come on!" Shikaku made a low voice, and the drifting sand entangled Naruto like a poisonous snake, followed by huge waves of sandstorms. He raised his hands, blocking the sky and the sun, and slapped Naruto with all his strength. "Haha, happy?" Naruto laughed loudly. When he was in a dilemma of life and death, his eyebrows were beating wildly, but he was so heroic and invincible that he tensed his whole body, his muscles were pulsating, and his body strength exploded. The chakra flames turned into blazing flames and burned on Naruto's body. Unparalleled taijutsu was condensed like never before. The 4 chakra ribbons emitted intense light. The slender chakra ribbons became more than 1 meter wide and more than 2 feet long. They were like 4 huge tails flying around Naruto's arms. Boom! A strong light flashed, and the fearful wind swept everything within a mile. Countless trees were destroyed and broken, and the ground sank half a meter deep. Shikaku slapped his hands on the ground, huge cracks spread, the strata were destroyed, and large rocks were shattered. A dazzling blue light bloomed under his 2 giant hands, and a strong resistance prevented his hands from moving forward any further. Bang! Suddenly, a blue light pierced through its palm and rushed in front of it. That's Naruto. He was like a blue flame, exuding a terrifying aura, with more than 2 feet of chakra ribbons fluttering behind him. His pupils were dark, and the murderous aura in his body exploded at this moment. He raised his right hand, and a blue ball of light was spinning rapidly. Shikaku looked at Naruto in astonishment, his dark eyes made him feel cold, and he was in a daze. He wanted to dodge and kill Naruto, but he couldn't move. In an instant, Naruto's right hand was printed on Shikaku's chin, and the full force of the Rasengan directly smashed his mouth into pieces. At the same time, 4 2-foot-long chakra ribbons directly bombarded Shikaku's chest. With a bang, Shikaku's body, which was dozens of feet tall, fell directly to the ground, his chest was dented, and he screamed, truly feeling the pain. Naruto fell to the ground, breathing heavily, his hands dripping with blood. The Musa Taijutsu was released, and the chakra was exhausted. Now he has no power to fight anymore. In the previous battle, he had used all his strength. As expected of a tailed beast, it's really scary, Naruto said weakly. Even facing a strong man like Orochimaru, Naruto can fight for dozens of rounds, but not against a tailed beast like Shikaku, because the innate factors of his body are there. It's so huge, Naruto's power poses no threat to it at all. Only the strongest blow can hurt Shikaku, but only slightly. Damn you kid! Damn you kid! Shikaku regained consciousness and screamed. He touched his chest. The sunken chest had returned to its original shape, but the pain did not dissipate. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Shikaku stared at Naruto, filled with hatred, and his stomach swelled like a balloon. Wind escape practice empty bombs. Shikaku patted his belly and spit out a ball of air from his mouth, which contained a large amount of chakra, and blasted towards Naruto like a devastating blow. Naruto closed his eyes and did not give up. He was communicating with Kyuubi and needed to borrow Kyuubi's power. Naruto kept calling, and a pair of blood-red vertical pupils opened in the darkness, with fiery red energy surging. With a bang, like thunder, the air refining bomb directly blasted a huge pit on the ground, and the energy was raging. In vain, a fiery red light lit up in the pit. The fiery red chakra spread, and the air seemed a little hot. Naruto walked out of the pit, with a layer of fiery red chakra covering his body, 2 pointed fox ears on his head, and 2 slender chakra tails of more than 1 foot flying behind him. His eyes turned into a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, and then returned to their original shape. The pearl of life in his body bloomed with green light, repelling the erosion of the 9 tails. He once again relied on the power of the Kyuubi, this time on his own initiative. The amount of chakra he obtained was extremely huge, and there was endless power in his body. This is the smell of a smelly fox, Shikaku screamed, his tail wagging uneasily. It looked at Naruto solemnly, and the aura emanating from Naruto made it a little frightened. It was completely different from the Naruto just now, especially the 9 tails chakra made him a little frightened. Very disgusted. The power of the Kyuubi is really powerful. Naruto clenched his fists and praised. Although it was the second time to use the power of the 9 tails, Naruto could not help but sigh. Compared with the chakra practiced by ninjas, the power of the 9 tails was obviously higher and could provide more powerful power. This is a change in quality, like the difference between a stone and an egg, and the power of the 9 tails is the stone. I'm going to do it. Naruto smiled, eager to try. A flash of red light flashed, and Naruto disappeared instantly. Bang, Shikaku's abdomen sunk, and his huge body fell backwards. The red light flashed again, and Naruto appeared above Shikaku's head. He held his hands together and hit Shikaku directly on the back of the head. The entire space was shaken, Shikaku's head was deformed, and a dull loud noise spread. Roar, Shikaku roared, feeling pain and his brain was buzzing. Naruto did not stay behind and continued to attack. For fiery red chakra ribbons more than 2 feet long were flying around his wrists. He activated the Musa Taijutsu, an extremely powerful power was condensed in his arms. He struck from top to bottom, his fists emitting red heat. Each blow was carried out with all his strength, and each blow could smash a building more than 10 stories high into pieces. Shikaku protected his 2 giant claws above his head, where Gaara was. He could only defend passively and was disrupted by Naruto's speed. Bang bang bang, each attack burst out with bursts of fiery red energy, and Naruto's hands were as fast as shadows and extremely heavy. Shikaku's 2 giant claws were beaten to pieces, as if they were smashed down by hills one after another. The huge force made it feel uncomfortable. Roar, Shikaku let out a low cry and clenched his fangs tightly together. He felt humiliated, being pressed down and beaten by an ant made its heart almost explode and its anger surged to the top. It swung its giant tail behind it, and the giant tail, which was longer than its body, whipped towards Naruto. Mixed with the howling wind, it could destroy a mountain. The shadow covered Naruto, and Naruto felt something in his heart. For chakra ribbons were drawn on Shikaku's giant claws, turning into a blurry afterimage to avoid Shikaku's attack. With a bang, the giant tail hit the ground directly, destroying an unknown number of trees. Huge cracks spread for hundreds of meters, and dust billowed, covering Shikaku's body. In the thick dust, an air bullet broke through the dust and rushed towards Naruto in the blink of an eye. Naruto's eyes flashed, and 4 chakra ribbons flowed with luster. The nearly 2-meter wide ribbons twisted together and turned into a giant palm, directly smashing the air bombs into pieces. After the dust dissipated, Shikaku stretched his legs on the ground and stared closely at Naruto. It was very alert, its giant tail stood high, and it could burst out with powerful power at any time. Now he was even afraid of Naruto. This ant-like brat made him feel frightened. The aura of the 9 tails exuding from his body made Shikaku feel uncomfortable and his heart was restless. Why, you're not attacking anymore, Naruto said, the chakra tail dancing behind him. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You haven't seen my strength yet, Shikaku screamed, looking at Naruto fiercely. No fun, Naruto said something and rushed over, his arms glowing red, and he took the initiative again. Suffer to death, you little devil, Shikaku screamed. He slapped his bulging belly continuously, spitting out several air refining bombs, making a churning sound, and the giant tail behind him also slapped Naruto. Naruto dodged left and right, his figure turned into a red light very quickly, and the chakra ribbon directly shattered the air refining bomb. He jumped on Shikaku's tail, kicked off his feet, and was in front of Shikaku's head in an instant. Naruto clenched his right fist, the red light was condensing, and the chakra ribbon twisted and turned into a 10-foot-long fist, which directly hit Shikaku's nose. Shikaku was so frightened that his soul was dying, no one else, that is where Gaara is. Once Gaara is awakened, he will be sealed again. In desperation, a barrier suddenly rose from the ground. It was condensed from the sand on Shikaku's body. It contained a huge amount of chakra and had amazing defensive power. Boom. There was an extremely dull sound, invisible ripple spread, and the space was distorted. The chakra fist directly bombarded the barrier, and the fierce wind blew up several feet of smoke and dust. Click, a crack appeared in the barrier, growing and finally breaking down. Naruto stepped back and stood firmly on the top of the tree. His right hand was shaking. The force of the shock was so strong that his arm was numb. Shikaku was also frightened, and his huge and bloated body moved back. It was wary, fearing that Naruto would attack Gaara because the speed was too shocking. As a human being, there was nothing he could do. A man and a beast looked at each other from a distance, 100 meters apart, and no one made a move. The temptation had passed, and they all knew each other. They destroyed everything within a kilometer radius, completely changing the topography. The ground sank by at least 2 meters, with countless cracks crisscrossing it. There was no trace of life, and it turned into a desert, full of life. It was dazzling in the Konoha forest. Almost all of them were destroyed by Shikaku. It was too big and every attack was earth-shattering. As time passed, Shikaku broke the silence first. "Kid, you are already amazing for being able to fight with me for so long," Shikaku said sincerely in a high-pitched voice. Naruto was young and similar to Gaara, but he was able to fight it and even suppress it. Shikaku was frightened by this, even though his strength was not fully released and was subject to many restrictions. But the endless power and innate advantages of being a tailed beast are definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can fight against. Even a dozen Jounin Shikaku can make him unable to come back. "Oh, really? It feels weird when you say that." Naruto was stunned and then laughed. But Shikaku lowered his voice, his square eyes filled with murderous intent. He changed the subject and said, "You will definitely not be able to dodge my next attack." Shikaku's voice was firm, resounding and full of confidence. He was not joking, he had a sure-kill blow. Naruto looked solemn, frowned slightly, and raised his 12-point spirit. Knowing the power of the tailed beast, he would not doubt what Shikaku said. After all, he was a war machine on the same level as the 9 tails. Shikaku opened his huge mouth, and a black sphere was taking shape in his mouth. There were red and blue energy spheres floating around the mouth, and they were absorbed into the black sphere bit by bit, constantly absorbing it. Grow. Naruto was shocked in vain and felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the black energy ball, his scalp was numb, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and his eyebrows were tingling. He wanted to escape but found that he couldn't. He was locked and there was no point in escaping anywhere. "Is this your determination? Haha, watch me crush it." Naruto calmed down, but his invincible momentum remained, and he said passionately. He condensed all the 9-tailed chakra into his whole body, and the demon fox coat dissipated, burning red flames on the surface of Naruto's body. He used all the chakra to perform the Musa Taijutsu, and the chakra ribbon on his wrist extended to 3 feet. Flying like 4 fire dragons. He wants to make a desperate move and strike the strongest blow. The black energy ball absorbed all the red and blue energy balls floating in the void, expanded in size, and flowed with a mysterious luster. The terrifying aura made people feel that destruction was coming. Shikaku opened his mouth wide again, and his square eyes were extremely sharp. Tailed beast jade, with a loud bang, a strong beam of incandescent light erupted from Shikaku's mouth. As if it were devastating, the black-tailed beast jade was close to the ground, and the energy spilled out shattered the ground. The space around the tailed beast jade was distorting, and the energy of fear made the space sizzle. Naruto stood on the top of the tree. The black-tailed beast jade was 2 meters in diameter, enough to kill him to pieces. Naruto raised his hands, and the 4 3-foot-long chakra ribbons stretched straight, releasing scorching firelight, like peerless sharp swords. His eyes were covered with a layer of black, and his energy exceeded its limits. Drink, Naruto shouted, thundering. He rotated his arms and struck down directly. The sky was filled with red clouds, and all his strength was used. With a sizzling sound, the chakra sword directly split the tailed beast jade into 2 halves. The strong sword energy stretched tens of meters across, leaving a crack several meters wide on the ground. Boom. The tailed beast jade exploded on both sides of Naruto, and the aftermath rushed out 100 meters away, plowing a foot-wide mark on the ground. The power was evident. How could that happen? Shikaku screamed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The invincible tailed beast jade was actually split in half, and the destructive energy condensed by chakra was lost to an ant. Shikaku was stunned and couldn't recover for a while. However, Naruto was still moving, his power hadn't dissipated yet, and he could strike again. "Shikaku, take your life!" Naruto roared angrily, and with a flick of his foot, his figure turned into a ray of light, at a very fast speed, with lightning speed. He raised his hands high, and the 4 chakra swords were entangled together to form one, which was even sharper. Unparalleled. Naruto appeared above Shikaku, aimed at Shikaku's tail, and struck Shikaku's tail with his sword with all his strength. The power of unparalleled taijutsu exploded at this moment. Grumble. Shikaku let out a miserable cry, his huge body rolling on the ground. The huge tail behind him was cut off by 1/3, and one section fell to the ground, turning into sand and dissipating. The tail is the source of his power, and where his life gate is, it is the most vulnerable place. Now 1/3 of it was cut off by Naruto, and unbearable pain tore through its body and mind, and it couldn't help but scream. Shikaku's body was turning into sand, slowly disintegrating, and black energy poured into Gaara's body. It has no choice but to return to Gaara's body and automatically receive the seal. Now it will not be able to recover in a few years. Uzumaki Naruto, I will definitely kill you, Shikaku roared, and it stretched out its right paw for a final struggle. Unfortunately, its body had collapsed by this time. In the end, Shikaku disappeared completely, leaving only yellow sand on the ground. Naruto and Gaara both fell to the ground, both of their powers exhausted. Naruto struggled to stand up from the ground. His condition was not good. All his chakra was used up. His body was sore and weak. Using the power of the nine tails would have great side effects on the body. He would feel powerless and it would require a lot of energy. Ouch! Naruto sat down under the tree, feeling the pain in his body and couldn't help but exhale. He sat quietly, his body spasming and his muscles shaking, relieving the burden on his body. The pearl of life in his body was emitting green fluorescence, and streams of warm current flowed through his limbs and bones, restoring Naruto's physical strength. Ha ha ha! Naruto suddenly laughed out loud, heartily and joyfully as never before. The fierce battle between life and death made his whole body and mind tense, and the extreme battle made his blood boil. He won! He defeated the tailed beast and his strength was certified. After a while, Naruto stood up and walked to Gaara's side. Gaara was still lying on the ground. Summoning Shikaku consumed a lot of energy. In addition, he was injured by Naruto. His condition was worse than Naruto, but he was still conscious and not unconscious. He looked at the condescending Naruto with calm eyes and no resentment. Defeated, once and for all, he must accept his fate and face death. Naruto stretched out his right hand to Gaara, with a tired look on his face, but his eyes were bright and charming. You are a good opponent and I look forward to playing against you again. Naruto's voice reached Gaara's ears, like a dream. He opened his eyes wide and his lips trembled a little, thinking that Naruto was humiliating him. What do you mean? Do you still want to humiliate me? Gaara's face was filled with anger, his mood had changed greatly, and his body was trembling as he struggled to get up. His worldview is very simple. The winner lives and the loser dies. There is no next time. Why should I humiliate you? I just thought you would be a good opponent. Naruto blinked and said quite innocently, damn it, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara stretched out his right hand, and the sand was condensing, wanting to kill Naruto. Unfortunately, the chakra had been exhausted, and the fine sand floating around his hand had no deterrent effect. Strange guy. Naruto underestimated, grabbed Gaara's wrist with a snap, and lifted him up. Gaara staggered a few times, frowning at the pain involved in his body. He looked at Naruto with a complicated expression and couldn't help but said, why don't you kill me? Why should I kill you? Naruto asked. I lost to you. A loser has no right to live. Gaara said calmly, without any fear of death. I just want to compete with you, and I don't mean to kill you. Naruto said, stretching and making a crisp sound. His physical strength has recovered somewhat, and although the injury has not healed yet, it is no longer serious. I love Luo. I love Luo. Temari and Kankuro rushed over from a distance, looking at Gaara worriedly. They didn't go far, they kept observing from a distance. After they knew Shikaku disappeared, they rushed over to take Gaara back to the village. Are you okay, Gaara? Temari said softly. Gaara looked at Temari quietly, feeling a warm feeling that he had never felt before through his heart. I'm fine, Temari. Gaara said, his voice cold, but it didn't have the chilling feeling it had before. If you're okay, you'd better leave quickly. Naruto interrupted them and said. Only then did Temari and Kankuro notice Naruto. Their expressions changed drastically and their bodies trembled. They saw the battle between Naruto and Shikaku with their own eyes. The inhuman battle and the terrifying destructive power made them scared and frightened. He's still here, Kankuro shouted, and immediately took down the crow behind him, his hands still trembling, his eyes full of fear. Hey, there's no need to look at me like that. Naruto waved his hands repeatedly, and the fearful look the other party looked at the monster made him feel a little embarrassed. Temari, Kankuro, it's okay. Gaara said to Temari and the others. Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara in surprise, always feeling that Gaara had changed a bit. Hearing this, they looked at each other and put down their weapons. Gaara walked up to Naruto. He was much shorter than Naruto, so he could only look up at Naruto. I hope you will not regret today's decision, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara said. Naruto showed a faint smile, his blue eyes were extremely clear. He stretched out his right hand and said to Gaara, I look forward to fighting you again, the real you. Gaara was stunned for a moment, unable to see through Naruto. He slowly stretched out his right hand and held it with Naruto, acknowledging Naruto's existence. I won't lose next time. Gaara, Temari and the others left and rushed back to the Sand Ninja village. They needed to strengthen the seal on Shikaku. But they didn't know that Shikaku wouldn't be able to figure it out in the last 2 or 3 years. On the way, Gaara suddenly said, "I'm sorry, Temari, Kankuro." Temari and Kankuro looked at Gaara in surprise, with expressions of disbelief on their faces, but Kankuro was the first to react. "No, it's okay." Not long after Gaara and the others left, Hinata and the others also came, accompanied by Yui Kurane, Kakashi, and Suzuki. Naruto. Sakura choked with sobs and threw herself into Naruto's arms, hugging him tightly, her clothes wet with tears. Hinata and Ino also had tears in their eyes and gathered around Naruto. They were so worried about Naruto that they couldn't wait to come, with their whole hearts in their hearts. Naruto comforted Sakura in his arms and gave Hinata and the others a reassuring look. Kakashi and Yui Kurane looked around vigilantly, and were shocked in their hearts. The area within a kilometer radius was completely destroyed. The scope of this battle exceeded their imagination. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle would cause this. "It's like this." Kakashi and Yui Kurane looked at each other and towards Naruto. Thinking about the terrible power hidden in the body of this 12-year-old kid with an apologetic face, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. "Naruto, what is going on here?" Kakashi asked. Naruto explained to Kakashi and the others about the tailed beast Shikaku. Kakashi and the others listened quietly. The more they listened, the more frightened they became. They looked at Naruto in horror and gasped. "Air conditioning. What a terrifying power." Kakashi looked at Naruto, not knowing whether he was talking about Shikaku or Naruto. Suzuki looked at Naruto absently, a little absent-minded, not knowing what he was thinking. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Naruto, but I still thought you were a brat." Yui Hong opened her cherry mouth wide, her red eyes very curious. In the end, Naruto, Hinata and the others returned to Konoha together. The current crisis has not been resolved yet. Kakashi and the others have to go back quickly. The plan to collapse Konoha is still in progress. Before leaving, Hinata held Naruto's hand and said timidly, "Naruto, don't take such risks in the future. I'm very worried about you." Hinata's voice was very soft, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment, and her pure white eyes stared at Naruto. Naruto smiled slightly, held Hinata's little hand tightly, and pulled Hinata back to Konoha. Another battlefield. The battle between the third Hokage and Orochimaru entered the final stage, and they were stalemate there. The battle between shadow-level masters is very thrilling. Unlike Naruto and Shikaku, who win with brute force, they are more of a confrontation between ninjutsu, which is more dangerous and full of dangers. Orochimaru used the second Hokage's forbidden technique, the reincarnation of the earth, summoning the souls of the first Hokage and the second Hokage to assist in the battle. He posed a huge threat to the third Hokage. He himself had entered old age and his strength had declined, unable to compare with his heyday. In the end, he was determined to die and use the sealing technique, Ghoul Seal. He wants to die together with Orochimaru, make up for the mistakes of the past, and deal with Orochimaru himself. The two had the closest master-disciple relationship, but due to their different ideas, they came to opposite sides and had to fight to the death. The third Hokage grabbed Orochimaru's hands, his eyes were broken, and the breath of life was dissipating, but he was still holding on. There was a shadow behind him, with a green face and fangs, holding a short sword in his right hand. He looked at the third Hokage and Orochimaru mockingly, and stretched out his slender tongue to lick the exposed fangs. This is death. The phantom of death can only be seen by the caster. The third Hokage stretched out a claw from his abdomen to grab Orochimaru's soul and kept pulling it out. The pain from the soul made Orochimaru scream in agony, and cold sweat continued to drip. "Old man, let me go," Orochimaru shouted angrily. He could only move his fingers, and the Kusanagi sword penetrated the third Hokage's chest and came out. The third Hokage's psychic beast, the monkey demon, held the Kusanagi sword tightly, blood dripping from his palm, and refused to let go. Now they don't have much strength anymore. The fierce battle has exhausted their physical strength, and the rest can only rely on will. "Old man, let me go, I don't want to die with you," Orochimaru shouted viciously, his eyes filled with fear. He definitely felt the breath of death, and his eyesight seemed dimmed. He moved his fingers, and the grass pheasant sword advanced a little further. With a wow sound, the third Hokage spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression relaxed. The claws of the god of death lost some strength, and Orochimaru's soul returned to part of his body. "Zetsu, I will never let you go again," the third Hokage said weakly, and his firm will caused the claws of the god of death to pull out part of Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru snorted and cursed, "Damn old man, I will definitely destroy Konoha. I will make this place barren of grass." The third Hokage looked at his disciple, smiled, and finally laughed. "Why are you laughing, old man?" Orochimaru felt humiliated and had murderous intent on his face. "You can't destroy Konoha. Even if I can't kill you, you absolutely can't do it." The third Hokage gasped, his eyes covered with a layer of deathly gray, and the life force was exhausted, but his voice was firm and unquestionable. "Konoha has hope. Konoha has inheritance. Uzumaki Naruto. He is the child of the fourth Hokage, the new hope of Konoha. Orochimaru, you cannot destroy Konoha." The third Hokage said it all in one breath, weakly. "It's out of shape." The shadow of death behind him was dimming, and the power sealed by the corpse was about to disappear. Damn old man, you go die first. Orochimaru no longer struggled with this issue, moved his fingers, and the Kusanagi sword penetrated the third Hokage's body bit by bit, consuming the life force. Sande, the monkey demon exclaimed, he was about to lose his grip. There is no other way. It's a pity that I can't die with you. However, I will take away all your ninjutsu. Orochimaru, your ambition will never be realized again. Don't even think about it, you can't stop my ambition. Orochimaru shouted, his eyes were bloodshot and death was approaching. The third Hokage made a last-ditch effort, and the claws of the god of death directly pulled out the soul of Orochimaru's hands. There was a trace of sneer on its ferocious face, and the right hand holding the short sword directly cut off Orochimaru's soul. What? Orochimaru screamed, his hands lost all feeling and disappeared. Seal, the third Hokage said, a white light flashed in his abdomen, and the sealing technique appeared in his abdomen. Orochimaru's soul and his soul were sucked into the mouth of the god of death, and fell into eternal suffering. Finally, the shadow of the god of death dissipated, and the third Hokage's life breath was exhausted. Orochimaru, my stupid disciple, I'm waiting for you in another place. The voice of the third Hokage rang in Orochimaru's ears. He looked at his own pair of hands that had lost their luster, withered and blackened, and felt an overwhelming amount of hatred in his heart. The monkey demon pulled out the Kusanagi sword from the third Hokage's body, glanced at the third Hokage with nostalgia, and released the psychic spell with a bang. The battle is over. There is no need for a barrier. You can go back. Orochimaru lowered his head and said hoarsely. The four sound ninjas lifted the barrier and left Konoha with Orochimaru. At the same time, the coalition forces of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja also ended in failure, and the Konoha collapse plan ended. Afterwards, a group of Konoha ninjas stood in front of the body of the third generation, silently mourning. The third generation's face was peaceful. At the last moment of his life, he was still fighting for Konoha. The Chunin examination ended with the collapse of Konoha that shocked the entire ninja world, but a bigger conspiracy swept across. The Sand Ninja surrendered unconditionally. After Orochimaru's defeat, they suffered heavy casualties and had to surrender to Konoha. However, Konoha did not take advantage, and both sides suffered heavy losses. The third Hokage on Konoha's side died in the battle, and the fourth Kazekage on the Sand Ninja side was also plotted and killed by Orochimaru. There was no winner in this war. The death of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage spread throughout the ninja world, and the whole world was shocked. In an era without war, the death of two powerful shadow-level men was so shocking. There was a sense of crisis about to come, and everyone was in danger. The Konoha collapse plan was like a fuse, and the peaceful ninja world that had been silent for a long time was broken. On this day, 3 days after the collapse of Konoha, the sky was gloomy and it was drizzling. All the ninjas of Konoha stood in front of the hero's monument. Everyone was wearing black mourning clothes, with frowning faces and lack of energy. They were mourning the third Hokage and mourning for the dead heroes. The third Hokage died. He was a hero worthy of respect. Although he was a little lustful, he had a fearless heart in the face of justice and fought for Konoha at the last moment of his life. Konohamaru cried very sadly. The third Hokage was his only relative, but now he left him. Although sometimes I hate my grandfather who is the Hokage of Konoha, in my heart I still long for the recognition of the third generation and respect and love my grandfather. Naruto patted Konohamaru's back, not knowing what to say to comfort him. This is the choice of the third Hokage and cannot be changed. Life itself is like this and will one day dissipate. After calming down, everyone left. Ninjas need feelings but can't indulge in them too much. Konoha needs to restore its vitality. They have more important things to do. Like the third generation, they are the guardians of Konoha. The darkness of the leaves, the tissue of the roots. Danzo stood in the dark, thinking about something, and there was no sound for a long time. He already knew that the death of the third Hokage had a lot to do with Orochimaru's ability to take action. He has his own ambitions and beliefs, and is unwilling to settle for the position of leader of the Umbu. He also wanted to contribute to Konoha, but no one knew the contribution Danzo made as an Umbu. People only knew the greatness of Hokage, and Hokage's prestige was supreme. He really wanted to become Hokage and had been working hard for it, but it was a pity that the teacher chose Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of him. For this reason, he has always held a grudge and was unwilling to do so, developing his own power in secret, hoping to one day win the title of Hokage. Now, the third Hokage is dead. He should have taken this opportunity to establish his prestige, but when he should be happy, he couldn't be happy. He was worried about gains and losses, and had thoughts in his mind that he couldn't understand. What a sad era, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo sighed, looking up to the sky, looking at the boundless darkness with one eye. At this time, behind him, a gust of wind blew, and an Umbu member wearing a cat face mask was half kneeling there. Danzo-sama, we have the latest news, the Umbu member said. Danzo turned around and said, well, let's hear it. This is news about Uzumaki Naruto. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto went to chase Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Ninja. The Umbu member reported the battle between Naruto and Shikaku to Danzo verbatim. The more he spoke, the more frightened he became, and his tone became unnatural. It was hard to believe that the news was true. After all, this was too shocking. A 12-year-old genin who had just graduated actually fought Shikaku alone and finally won. It is hard to imagine what this would be like. Thinking of the depths, the Umbu ninja couldn't help but shudder. Danzo listened quietly, one eye looked very calm, and there was no wave in the ancient well. As early as the beginning, he had an uneasy feeling about Naruto. On the night when the Kyuubi broke out 6 years ago, he had the intention of killing Naruto. It was only the third Hokage who repeatedly stopped him that gave up the idea. Unexpectedly, in just 6 years, Naruto seemed to be completely transformed, and his strength reached a level that even shocked him. Fighting one-tailed Shikaku alone was something even a shadow-level expert would hesitate to do, and yet he actually won. Have all the people arranged been gone? Danzo asked. It's time to start, but relying on their strength is no different from dying, Umbu Ninja said respectfully. As long as he doesn't mess up my plans, Danzo said, walking into the darkness. Naruto was walking in the forest. Today he did not while practicing, he couldn't calm down his mind, and the death of the third Hokage was still a bit of a blow to him. Because of the rain, the quiet forest exuded a slight chill, and a light mist floated in the air. Naruto stopped, looked around sharply, and said, "Come out, you can follow me as long as you can." There was silence all around, and Naruto's voice echoed back into the forest. "Why don't you come out?" "Then I have to leave," Naruto said, turned around and left. With a few whooshing sounds, 3 figures appeared in front of Naruto, no more than 10 meters apart. They wore dark clothes and covered their faces, with only a pair of eyes exposed. They were full of murderous intent, and the smell of blood was astounding to their nostrils. These are 3 rebellious ninjas, with strength close to that of Jounin, wandering in the Konoha forest. The purpose of this trip is Naruto. Where did you ninjas come from? How dare you enter Konoha's territory? Naruto said sternly. They didn't bring the forest protectors from the ninja village, and Naruto didn't know where the ninjas came from. That's the kid, he looks very weak, the ninja on the right said. Don't be careless. This kid seems to be a perceptive ninja. It's unusual for him to be able to find our traces, the ninja in the middle said, but he didn't look serious at all. He was very casual. Kid, it's just that you offended someone you shouldn't have offended. However, your bounty is really large, which makes me a little excited, hee. The ninja on the left smiled sinisterly, his eyes extremely wide. Fierce, with a flash of blood. He could hardly wait any longer. He was extremely bloodthirsty and crazy about blood. It seems that you are very confident in your own strength, Naruto said playfully, his blue eyes shining inexplicably. The 3 of them looked at each other, laughed loudly, and almost burst into tears. They decided to play with Naruto more and not let him die so quickly. Naruto ignored the 3 of them and stretched his muscles. He looked at the 3 of them like dead people, his eyes were shrouded in black, and on his wrists, 4 blue chakra ribbons danced wildly, a full foot long. Terrifying power radiated from Naruto's body, the fog in the forest was shaken away, and a faint black filled the forest. The 3 of them were like ducks that had their necks strangled. Their voices suddenly stopped. Their eyes were wide open and almost popped out. Their nerves were destroyed by the murderous fear, and their minds were in chaos. Warm liquid seeped out of their clothes and filled their trouser legs. They were incontinent, his whole body was trembling, and his face was frighteningly white. I have no place to vent my worries. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He was filled with murderous aura, with a faint black gas lingering on the surface of his body, like a bloody god of death. A gust of wind blew, and Naruto appeared in front of the 3 of them. Too fast, in an instant, less than the blink of an eye, a monstrous murderous aura struck the thin body. His pupils did not react until 2 or 3 seconds later, and they shrank sharply. Bang! Naruto slapped the 2 ninjas on the left and right with both palms. The terrifying chakra shockwave destroyed them instantly, and 2 huge potholes were blasted in the ground behind them. It seems that your strength is very average. Naruto smiled evilly, and his black pupils made people feel cold inside. The ninja in the middle fell to the ground, trembling, breathing air desperately, his face turned red, and he wanted to beg for mercy, but unfortunately he couldn't say a word. He regrets it. The world is crazy, this is a monster, why should you accept such a commission? It's your turn, Naruto's cold voice made him shiver. No, he roared, his voice distorted and very harsh. There was a loud bang, and the forest fell silent, still as quiet as ever. The Musetaijutsu was released and Naruto yawned. He suppressed the murderous aura raging in his body and returned to Konoha. Shortly after Naruto left, 2 Umbu ninjas wearing catface masks appeared. They carefully inspected the battlefield, and all took a breath of cold air. They looked at the 3 potholes in front of them with fear. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the murderous aura had not dissipated. What a terrifying power. Is this the ninjutsu Shikaku fought against? An Umbu ninja shuddered and said in horror, there are no whole bodies left. Another ninja said in a trembling voice, hurry and report to Lord Danzo. The 2 looked at each other and left as if fleeing. Several days passed. The last rebellion of the Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja caused a lot of losses to Konoha, especially the 3 giant pythons that destroyed a large number of private buildings, which are now under construction. Naruto was wandering the streets, bored. He had nothing to do recently, and Hinata and the others were not free either. They were staying at home with their parents. There are many pedestrians on the street, life goes on, and there is an endless stream of business and people shouting, hoping to attract more customers. The impact of the third generation sacrifice has gradually faded away, and two old advisors in Konoha are worrying about the succession of the fifth generation Hokage. Of course, these had little to do with Naruto. He was at ease. A figure caught Naruto's eyes. It was Ui Kurane, jounin, sexy and charming, with the aura of a mature woman. "Hello, Ui Kurane sensei, long time no see." Naruto came forward and greeted him warmly with a smile on his face. "It's Naruto, long time no see." Kurane Ui's eyes lit up and she said happily. The two walked together and chatted. "Teacher Kurane, I wanted to ask you about Genjutsu last time." Naruto smiled, with some evil intentions. Last time Ui Hong got drunk straight away, and she kept drinking like crazy. How could she still remember these things? Disgusting. Ui blushed, pushed Naruto, and said angrily, "Don't laugh at the teacher." As soon as she woke up the next morning, Ui Kurane recalled what happened that day, and she was never embarrassed to meet Naruto and the others. After all, it was too embarrassing. She was drunk in front of the students, which made her feel ashamed. Usually I feel a little uncomfortable when I see Hinata. Then, "Thank you for that day, Naruto." Kurane Ui said her thanks in a hesitant and rather embarrassed manner. After he finished speaking, he turned his face to the side and felt a little embarrassed to apologize to the students. "It goes without saying thank you. I just hope that the teacher can tell me about Genjutsu," Naruto said to Ui Kurane. "Naruto, are you like learning Genjutsu?" Kurane Ui looked at Naruto with her beautiful big eyes and asked. Naruto is already very powerful, and being able to fight against the tailed beast Chikaku is absolutely extraordinary. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will be invincible in 100 battles. In the future, you may encounter ninjas who are proficient in Genjutsu, and you have to be on guard. And I am also very interested in Genjutsu, Naruto said sincerely. "No wonder you are so powerful, it's not unreasonable." Ui Hong was greatly encouraged and couldn't help but sigh. It's rare for a genius ninja to work as hard as Naruto, and Ui Kurane was also moved by Naruto's efforts. "Okay then, let's talk as we walk. I will explain some basic theories of illusion to you in detail." "That's great, thank you, Hong sensei," Naruto said happily. The two of them wandered around and slowly left the busy city. Kurane Ui taught Naruto the knowledge of Genjutsu. Genjutsu is a mental attack that disrupts the normal flow of the opponent's chakra and causes it to fall into a world of illusion. The power of the Genjutsu depends on the strength of the spirit, and the relationship between chakra is not very big. Of course, some special Genjutsu must be excluded. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu focus on strength, while Genjutsu expresses itself in the spirit. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu are energy-based forces that are visible to the naked eye and can be traced, but Genjutsu is different. It is invisible and formless, and it is a spiritual attack. The Uchiha clan is the master of Genjutsu. The powerful blood inheritance possessed by the innate Sharingan makes them have a natural fit with Genjutsu. And the powerful Genjutsu inherent in Sharingan makes them even more powerful. The practice of illusions is actually not complicated. It can be done through systematic sealing and chakra release. Of course, these are just simple illusions, and some illusions that are powerful enough to kill people invisible require superb skills and powerful talents. Naruto carefully considered Ui Kurane's words and had a general understanding of Genjutsu. For example, during the previous Chunin exams, the feathers floating in the sky were part of the Genjutsu, which could make people fall into a deep sleep. General illusions have no effect on Naruto. His mental power is very powerful. The fusion of the two souls makes Naruto's mental power far beyond that of ordinary people. Compared with ninjas like Ui Kurane who are proficient in illusions, they are much stronger. This is a natural advantage, which is beneficial to Naruto. Even Naruto's ability to be powerful at such an age has a lot to do with his powerful soul. "Naruto, do you want me to teach you Genjutsu? You must know that in Konoha, outside of the Uchiha clan, my Genjutsu is the most powerful," Kurane Ui said proudly, puffing up her plump breasts and bright eyes. Looking at Naruto expectantly. "No need for now, I have to slowly explore on my own to see if I can create my own illusion." Naruto refused seriously. "Ha ha." The corner of Yuri Hong's mouth twitched, saying that she couldn't understand the genius's train of thought. On the other side, two people wearing red cloud robes and hats walked into Konoha. "Stop, who are you?" The guarding Konoha ninja stopped them and asked. The two of them waited in silence, just standing there, their faces unclear under their bamboo hats. The guarding Konoha ninjas looked at each other, feeling a little guilty. The other party's behavior made them wary. "Report to the Jonin," the ninja on the right said. "Oh, it seems I can only kill you." Wearing Hongyan, the tall man in black robe spoke. He raised his head, revealing a blue-white shark face under the hat, with marks on his cheeks similar to fish gills, and a mouth of sharp teeth, full of murderous intent. "No, Kisame, I'll take care of it," another person said. He took a step forward, with a pair of blood-red eyes in his bamboo hat, and three jet-black Megatama stars spinning around. Naruto was chatting happily with Ui Kurane, and Ui Kurane let out clear laughter from time to time. Being with Naruto made her feel very comfortable. Naruto made her feel very good and she couldn't help but want to get closer. This made her feel blushing and her heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, Naruto hugged Yui Kurane's slender waist and rested his head directly on her pink shoulder. The charming fragrance rushed into Naruto's nose. But he didn't have a trace of lust, his eyes were solemn, and he looked around vigilantly. Naruto, what are you doing? Let me go. Yui Kurane was stunned, and immediately reacted. Like a cat with explosive hair, she pushed Naruto hard, her eyebrows stood up, and she was very angry. She was very disappointed, she misjudged Naruto and thought he was a pervert. Teacher Kurane, there is danger here. You leave here first and I will stop them. Naruto said softly against Yui Kurane's ear. He felt that something was locked on him, giving him a very bad feeling, just like Orikimura back then. He was worried that the other party would launch an attack, so he took such a move. Yui Hong stopped struggling, her body froze there, her big red eyes blinked, and she said uncertainly, "Are you lying to the teacher? There are no enemies here." She somewhat believed Naruto's words and felt that Naruto's behavior was unusual and shouldn't be like this. There is absolutely nothing wrong, Hong-sensei. You should leave here first and seek support. I will stop them first. Naruto lowered his voice and said firmly. Yui Kurane looked around. As a master of illusions, she had very good mental strength, but the surroundings made her feel uncomfortable, just as Naruto said. But if you are alone, it's no problem, I'm very good, Kurane-sensei. Naruto let go of Yui Kurane, smiling brightly, his eyes exuding confidence. Since you're not leaving, then just stay here. The arrogant voice reached the ears of the two of them. On the lake on one side, two men wearing red clouds and black robes were standing. Their faces could not be seen clearly with their hats on. Naruto blocked Yui Kurane behind him, his eyes like swords, staring at the two of them closely, and said, "It's you two, where are you ninjas from? What sharp eyes make my hands itch." The man named Kisame took off his hat and looked at Naruto with a smile, his sharp teeth shining coldly. He had short, sleek hair and wore a rain ninja forehead protector on his forehead. There was a deep mark in the middle, indicating his identity as a rebel ninja. "Long time no see, Yui Hong." Another person also took off the bamboo hat and said to Yui Hong that he had long black hair, handsome appearance, and looked very gentle, but Naruto's whole body was tense. This man was very dangerous. "It's you, Uchiha Itaki." Kurane opened her mouth wide, very surprised. She didn't expect to meet Uchiha Itaki here. Uchiha Itaki. Naruto looked at Uchiha Itaki and said doubtfully, "This person is Uchiha Itaki who Sasuke always wanted to kill. What are you doing in Konoha? Uchiha Itaki, you are already a traitorous ninja of Konoha, do you still dare to show up in Konoha?" Kurane said sternly, "If there is anyone she least wants to meet, it must be Itaki Uchiha, the famous genius of the Uchiha clan who has mastered the Sharingan. The owner of the Sharingan has the ability that all Genjutsu ninjas fear, the ability to see through all Genjutsu, the nemesis of all illusion ninjas. Itaki Uchiha looked at Naruto and said calmly, "We have no intention of attacking Konoha, we just hope that we can all get the 9 tails in this kid." "You want the power of the Kyuubi," Naruto said. "Naruto, I'll stop them. You run away quickly and go to the Hokage building." Kurane stood in front of Naruto. As a jounin of Konoha, she had to fight, even if she knew she would die. "I don't think any of you should leave." Bang! The lake surface exploded, water splashed everywhere, and Kisame's figure instantly appeared beside Kurane. His face was cruel, his eyes were bloody, and he took the giant weapon behind him and smashed directly at Kurane. The air rubbed against him and made a sizzling sound. Hong was stunned, unable to react at all, his body was getting cold, the gap between the two was too big, death was approaching. Unparalleled. Naruto's voice reached the ears of the 3 people clearly, and 4 blue chakra ribbons danced in the air, like tails, and twitched towards Kisame like lightning. Kisame suddenly felt a sense of crisis that was stronger than ever before. His figure retreated inconceivably and returned to Uchiha Itaki with an afterimage. With a sneer, the ground was like tofu, and 4 chakra ribbons cut into it easily. Naruto pulled Kurane behind him and looked at the two of them warily. Musa Taijutsu was fully activated and chakra ribbons were flying. He had no reservations and was going to fight to the death. "This is going to be tricky," Kisame said solemnly as he looked at the chakra ribbon visible to the naked eye. In Konoha territory, by the lake and river, 4 people were facing each other. It seems that the organization's intelligence will sometimes make mistakes. Itaki Uchiha glanced at Naruto in surprise and said, "Isn't it more interesting this way?" Kisame Kisaki smiled ferociously, his sharp eyes shining with blood. "Don't make too much noise, we are in Konoha after all." Uchiha Itaki said. Naruto looked at the two of them solemnly, and said to Hong without looking back, "Teacher Hong, I'll block them both, and you can take the opportunity to leave." "No! As a jounin of Konoha, how can I let my students take risks?" Kurane retorted and said firmly. "She looks gentle, but she is actually strong inside and has her own principles. If she leaves here now, she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. But the strength of the two opponents is not ordinary, I may not be able to protect you," Naruto argued fiercely. "I don't need your protection." Hong stood next to Naruto, with firm eyes, and took out the kunai he carried with him. "She is not afraid of death, she has long been aware of it as a ninja. This is the dried persimmon Kisame moving. He galloped on the water, dragging the water splash with him, and in an instant, the giant weapon wrapped in bandages slashed at Naruto from the waist, blowing a strong wind. Naruto jumped up, in midair, and kicked Kisame with a powerful kick. Kisame Kisaki raised his arm to block it, and a strong wind spread. At the same time, four chakra streamers were drawn towards Kisame Inigankeki like tails. Kisame showed a sneer and held the weapon above his head. For chakra ribbons struck Kisame's weapon and slowly dissipated, as if being swallowed by something. Naruto's heart froze, and he pinched his fingers with his right hand, and a star shone from his fingertips. Kisame's eyebrows jumped sharply, and goosebumps stood up. Before he had time to think about it, his body turned into an afterimage and returned to Uchiha Itaka's side in an instant. The starlight was like a shooting star, piercing through Kisame's black robe, making the front and back translucent. Fortunately, it escaped quickly, otherwise he would have been killed or injured. It was so late, so fast, but in just a few blinks, the two had already fought for several rounds. It seems like you can't fight this brat up close, Kisame Mikagaki said to Uchiha Itaka. The weapon in his hand squirmed, stretching out the bandage, revealing its true face, a dark blue blade, covered with barbs, the tip of the blade protruding from an open mouth, full of fangs, and a long tongue sticking out, shaking like a living thing. This is one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja, Same Hata Dato. It can absorb the enemy's chakra and convert it into physical strength to heal the owner. Naruto's chakra ribbon was swallowed by it just now. Naruto stood firmly on the water, chakra ribbons flying. He looked at the Same Hata sword in Kisame's hand with great curiosity. It must have been this weapon that absorbed my chakra just now, Naruto said. It seems that you have a very good sense. This is Same Hata, and it is very satisfied with your chakra. Kisame Mikagaki smiled ferociously, his sharp gaze like a blade. What a nice weapon. Naruto praised that he had never seen this magical weapon before, and it looked very unusual. Don't think that I will let you go just like this, Kisame Mikagaki said. Stop talking nonsense, Kisame, solve it quickly. Uchiha Itaki, who had been watching coldly, reminded. There is no other way, I still want to play with you more, Kisame Mikagaki said regretfully, putting Same Hata behind him. He formed seals with his hands, and his chakra flowed into the water. Water escape, water shark bullet technique. There was a turbulence in the water, and a ferocious shark formed from water broke out of the water, opened its huge mouth, and bit Naruto. Teacher Kurane, be careful, Naruto told Kurane, and the 4 chakra ribbons directly shattered the water bombs. Water escape 5 food sharks. Kisame Kisaki slapped the water with one hand, and the 5 ferocious sharks continued to bite at Naruto. Naruto dodged, but unfortunately the sharks formed by chakra were not afraid at all, and surrounded Naruto and kept tearing them apart. Bite. Unparalleled, the 4 chakra ribbons around Naruto were dancing wildly, crushing the sharks one by one, and rain continued to fall. Flying chain cut, a black shadow broke through the water curtain and hit Naruto's chest, that Same Hata, and the handle of the knife extends several meters. Naruto felt something in his heart, his body flashed, Same Hata muscle passed through Naruto's chest, and the barbs directly cut Naruto's clothes. It's not over yet, Kisame suddenly pulled the hilt of Same Hata's sword, passed over Naruto's Same Hata and suddenly retreated, and the gleaming barb went straight to Naruto's waist. Naruto flicked his feet, jumped up high, and dodged. This is the moment you have been waiting for. Water release, great shark bullet jutsu. Kisame quickly formed seals with his hands, clasped his hands together, and his chakra burned crazily. The calm water surface boiled, and with a bang, a water curtain several feet high was stirred up. A shark that was several feet long jumped up, let out a silent roar, and bit Naruto. Sharks with a large amount of chakra condensed have terrifying destructive power. They can smash a hill into pieces and are full of ferocity. Breaking the empty palm. Naruto shouted loudly, his arms were filled with blue light, and he slapped several palms boldly. A powerful shock wave hit the shark's body and exploded directly. With a bang, the huge shark exploded, and a large amount of rain poured down. Naruto landed on the undulating lake, facing off against Kisame Nikazaki, his momentum undiminished. Hong on the side was stunned and deeply shocked. Such a battle was completely unimaginable to her, beyond her cognition. It seems you can't deal with him, Uchiha Itaka said calmly, and he has never made a move since then. He doesn't look like a kid who just graduated, Kisame Mikagaki said impatiently, and he felt the aura of a strong man on Naruto's body. It's better for me to take action, otherwise it will be very troublesome, Uchiha Itaka said. Kisaki Kisame spat dissatisfiedly, but still stopped. Uchiha Itaka took a few steps forward and looked at Naruto, his pupils were blood red, and the 3 Megatama were spinning. Why, isn't that shark-faced guy coming? Naruto said teasingly. That's it for me. Itaki Uchiha had no expression on his face, and a kunao appeared in his hand, filled with murderous aura. Naruto felt a sudden chill in his heart, and suddenly stamped his feet. Strong winds burst out, and several water arrows were scattered. Unparalleled. Naruto struck first, for chakra ribbons flying, shooting towards Uchiha Itaki, as fast as lightning, directly piercing Uchiha Itaki. Killed. Hong on the side couldn't help but exclaim. Uchiha attack had dissipated like smoke, and what he just hit seemed to be a clone. It's a genjutsu. Naruto! Kurone shouted, reminding Naruto. Monthly reading. Uchiha Itaka's figure rushed out of the water, his blood-red eyes looked closely at Naruto, and a powerful invisible force invaded Naruto's spirit. Naruto was in a trance for a while, and his vision went dark. When he regained his vision, he found that he had entered a strange world. In a blood-red world, with a blood-red full moon, Naruto was tied to a cross, as if he was about to accept punishment. The whole world was silent, lifeless, and filled with a strong smell of blood. The figure of Uchiha Itachi appeared next to Naruto, 1,000, densely packed, looking at Naruto with an expressionless face, all holding long swords in their hands. The leader, Uchiha Itachi, said, "This is the world of Tsukuyomi. Everything is controlled by me. Time, space, and quality are all under my control. Is this the illusion of the Uchiha clan?" Naruto asked, without a trace of fear. He looked around calmly and curiously. This kind of illusion is completely different from the knowledge taught by Ui Hong. It is too real and all the senses are normal. Tsukuyomi is not a simple illusion. Uchiha Itachi said. He pierced the long sword in his hand into Naruto's body, and then pulled it out. Blood flowed from Naruto's abdomen, and the pain of tearing the flesh was clearly transmitted to Naruto's nerves. He couldn't help but hum, his brows knitted together. It was so real. Nourish another Uchiha Itachi thrust his sword into Naruto's body, causing pain. A famous Uchiha Itachi pierced the long sword in his hand into Naruto's body. The real pain made the determined Naruto couldn't help but scream, and his will was dizzy. There are still 72 hours. Uchiha Itachi's voice was like a nightmare, pushing people into the abyss. Naruto opened his eyes, and his own figure appeared in front of him, tied to a cross. Itachi Uchiha, a few meters tall, pierced his body with a long sword, and blood flowed all over the ground. There are still 72 hours. Uchiha Itachi in front of him stabbed his sword into his body. After experiencing the pain and torture, Naruto returned to the starting point and continued. In Tsukuyomi's world, time seems to have become eternity, the blood-colored sky is surging, and a blood moon is flying in the sky. I don't know how long it took. Naruto opened his eyes. He was already very weak, his smoke was covered with bloodshot eyes, his energy was listless, and his body was almost unconscious. There are still 72 hours. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of Naruto, holding up his sword as usual, hateful. Naruto roared angrily, with a strong anger, struggling violently, unwilling to be tortured. "It's useless, everything here is under my control," Uchiha Itachi said expressionlessly. "Not reconciled. I am not reconciled." Naruto roared in his heart, bursting with rage, and his eyes were dark, like eternal night. A faint black energy emanated from Naruto's body and condensed behind him, forming a shadow, with teeth and claws bared and roaring to the sky. "What is this?" Uchiha Itachi took a step back, shocked inside. He felt that Tsukuyomi's world was a little unstable and trembling. Click, a subtle voice reached Uchiha Itachi's ears. When he looked up, a crack appeared in the blood-red sky, and then continued to expand, slowly covering the entire space. "This is impossible!" Uchiha Itachi exclaimed, his face changed drastically, he could no longer calm down. Tsukuyomi's world was disintegrating. Click, in the end, Tsukuyomi's world completely collapsed, like a broken mirror, annihilated in the void. The spirits of Naruto and Itachi Uchiha returned to their bodies. Uchiha Itachi rushed out of the water and stared at Naruto closely. Suddenly, his face turned pale and he staggered back. Naruto's face turned pale, his unparalleled taijutsu was disbanded, his body was in severe pain, and cold sweat continued to flow down. He watched Uchiha Itachi forcefully support his body. Kurone looked at the two of them in confusion, not understanding what was going on at all, but she still jumped to Naruto's side and supported him sympathetically. "What's wrong with you, Naruto? What's going on?" she asked in confusion, and she could see that Naruto was in a very bad state. Kisame Mikigaki, who knew everything, held Uchiha Itachi's weak body and asked, "How could you do this?" He knew Uchiha Itachi's strength, but he didn't expect that he would become like this. Could it be that Tsukuyomi failed? Tsukuyomi failed. Uchiha Itachi said weakly. His eyes were stinging, and he was in a bad state due to Tsukuyomi's backlash. His chakra was confused and he needed time to recover. How is it possible? Tsukuyomi actually failed. Kisame Kisaki was shocked and his eyes widened. The illusion that was said to be unbreakable actually failed. Although he had thought about this reason, it was still difficult for him to accept it from Itachi's mouth. Uchiha Itachi looked at Naruto, panting slightly, and his vision was a little blurred. This nine-tailed Jinchuriki made him feel terrified that it's not about strength, it's about an inner sixth sense. Naruto leaned against Hong's body, his face pale and his head aching. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough and he did not faint. But Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu still made him extremely afraid, and for the first time he personally experienced the extraordinary power of genjutsu. Tsukuyomi is truly extraordinary. Two figures walked quickly in the distance and landed in front of Naruto and Kurone. They were Kakashi and Akai. The two of them were wandering around, heard the movement here, and rushed over immediately. Konoha had just experienced a war, and their spirits were still tight, not daring to make any mistakes. After seeing Naruto, Kurone, and the unknown person confronting each other, he was even more sure of what he was thinking. It's you! Uchiha Itachi and Mist Ninja's dried persimmon Kisame. Kakashi looked at the two of them warily and said in surprise, "It seems that this time the opponent is unusual." Akai said seriously with a straight face that they were all very familiar with Uchiha Itachi, a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan who later massacred the Uchiha clan and became Konoha's S-level rebel ninja. As for Kisame Kisaki, what Naruto calls Shark Face, he was originally a ninja of the Mist Ninja and one of the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja. He later became an S-level Mist Ninja because he was suspected of killing the daimyo of the Land of Water, rebellious ninja, and then disappeared. I didn't expect that these two completely unrelated people would actually come together, and they seem to have joined some kind of organization. Kakashi-sensei, Akai-sensei, don't look into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Naruto reminded them and stood up. His spirit has recovered somewhat, and the pearl of life in his body is nourishing his body. This mysterious power of life has an extraordinary effect. Naruto, what happened here? Kakashi asked, opening the Sharingan in his left eye. They are here for the Kyuubi. Don't look into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. The moment you look into his eyes, you will fall into his illusion. Naruto reminded again. Don't look into his eyes, then I'll just stare at their feet. Akai said, moving his eyes downward, staring closely at the other person's feet. His physical skills are very powerful, and his 5 senses are extremely sharp. He can't defeat him without using his eyes. What should we do now, Itachi? It seems that this mission will be difficult to complete. Kisame Mikagaki raised his same hata to prevent Kakashi and the others. Akai is here too. Itachi Uchiha glanced at Akai solemnly, and said to Kisame Kisaki, let's leave it like this for this mission. At least we have collected some information. And my eyes are a little bit too. If we don't get used to it, if we continue to fight, we may not be able to leave. There's nothing we can do. Kisame Mikagaki retracted same hata and said helplessly. The variables of this mission were too great. I didn't expect that the 9 Tails Jinhyuriki had such terrifying strength. Even Tsukuyomi was cracked. Naruto Uzumaki, our Akatsuki will definitely catch you next time, Uchiha Itachi said to Naruto, and the two of them jumped away quickly and disappeared into the leaves. Kakashi and the others did not pursue them, let alone whether they could be left behind. Even if they were left behind, it would be of no benefit to Konoha. The combat power of those two people is not weaker than that of the shadow-level experts. If they fight, they will cause great damage to Konoha. Akatsuki? What kind of organization is it that would be interested in Kyuubi? Naruto frowned, feeling a crisis for the first time. Even strong men like Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Nagaki are members of Akatsuki, so how powerful and terrifying this organization will be. Naruto was more focused on improving his own strength than ever before. He was so comfortable these days that he had forgotten his original determination. The strongest is what Naruto pursues. Akatsuki's arrival alerted Naruto. Looks like it's time to go out, Naruto secretly thought. Naruto, how are your injuries? Kakashi said. Uchiha Itachi and Ingekaki Kisame's retreat made him relieved. Konoha was not suitable for fighting now, and Uchiha Itachi's blood succession limit completely restrained his Sharingan ability. Well, there is nothing wrong with my body. I have almost recovered. Naruto smiled. His spirit has almost recovered, but the actual physical damage is nothing. This is the mental damage caused by Tsukuyomi Genjutsu. Naruto, don't force yourself, Kurone said worriedly said. It's really no problem, Kurone-sensei. Naruto smiled at Kurone and patted his chest. But Uchiha Itachi's Genjutsu Tsukuyomi is indeed powerful. It is completely different from the Genjutsu that teacher Hong mentioned. It is not like an attack on the spiritual level, but more like a dual attack of the spirit and the body. Naruto frowned, he said solemnly. He now has no resistance to Tsukuyomi. Although the murderous aura in his body broke out in time and cracked Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi, the murderous aura was beyond Naruto's control, and he might not be so lucky next time. Itachi Uchiha is a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. He has mastered the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan and his strength is unfathomable, Kakashi explained. But Naruto, you are on par with both of them. Your strength scares even a teacher like me, Kakashi continued. Naruto's strength has always been a mystery, and a vague sense of oppression emanated from Naruto, which even frightened Kakashi. My strength is still too weak. What Uchiha Itachi said about the Akatsuki organization makes me very worried, Naruto said in a low voice. After all, you are still young, and your strength is not achieved overnight, Akai said. Okay, we have to report the news. Itachi Uchiha has returned to Konoha. The problem is too big, and he is here for the Kyuubi, Kakashi said. Saying goodbye to Naruto and Kurone, the two headed directly towards the Hokage building. Konoha was currently on guard, and 2 advisors were discussing with Jiraiya the selection of the 5th Hokage. Teacher Kurone, let me take you home first. Naruto said to Kurone. Then I'll bother you, Naruto. Kurone smiled. On the way, Hong said to Naruto, Naruto, I haven't been able to help you much today. Is the teacher too weak? She frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. As a jounin of Konoha, she was actually being protected by a genin, and she felt very useless. No, if teacher Kurone hadn't explained the concept of genjutsu to me, I wouldn't have been able to escape from Uchiha Itake's genjutsu, Naruto said seriously. Although he was lying, it was a white lie. Moreover, Ui Kurene's ability to teach illusions to Naruto is indeed worthy of Naruto's respect. Puffed, Hong looked at Naruto's serious look and burst into laughter. He was so beautiful and in a good mood. Thank you, Naruto, Ui Kurene said to Naruto. No. Just as Naruto was about to speak, a pleasant fragrance hit his face, and there was a feeling of wetness on his forehead. This is your reward for today, giggle. Ui Hong smiled like a flower, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she let go of Naruto. Naruto stared at Ui Kurene blankly, not reacting yet. In the Konoha forest, two figures were flying past. Itaki, why did you give up? Kisame Kisaki said to Uchiha Itaki, that nine-tailed brat is very unusual. My eyes can no longer cast illusions like Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itake said calmly. What's going on? How could Tsukuyomi be cracked? Asked Kisame Inigansaki. Murderous intent. Uchiha Itake said. What murderous intent? You want to say that it was that kid's murderous intent that broke Tsukuyomi? Kisame Mikagaki was stunned and said in disbelief. It's not an ordinary murderous aura. The murderous aura in Uzumaki Naruto's body is very terrifying. Rather than being a murderous aura, it's more appropriate to say it's a kind of blood inheritance limit, Uchiha Itake said in a shocking way. Naruto's murderous aura shocked him so much, it was terrifying. I thought it was an easy task, but unexpectedly it turned out to be very difficult. Kisame Mikagaki looked at Uchiha Itake and said, don't think too much, go back to the organization quickly. There are too many variables in Kyuubi's plan, and it needs to be replanned. Uchiha Itake said. The two of them headed towards the Kingdom of Rain, their figures moving very fast. A few days have passed since Uchiha Itake retreated, and Konoha's top brass tried to persuade Jiraiya to inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. Naruto has been asking Kurone Ui about the theory of genjutsu in the past few days. He has some ideas in his mind. Unfortunately, just a few ideas cannot create a new genjutsu. What is needed is a more solid theory of genjutsu. Uchiha Itake's Tsukuyomi undoubtedly opened a new door for Naruto, and the use of power has new developments. Ui Kurone deeply admired Naruto's persistence. Perhaps this was the fundamental reason why Naruto was able to master powerful strength. But at the same time, she was a little shy. After all, she kissed Naruto for some reason that day, and she still felt a little unnatural that every time Naruto came to her house, his face would be red. Later, when she saw that Naruto had no intention of thinking about it, her mood stabilized, and she enthusiastically explained the concept of genjutsu to Naruto. For 3 days, Ui Kurone felt deeply powerless against Naruto's terrifying talent. It was only now that she finally understood the meaning of genius. Now she has nothing to teach Naruto. Naruto can even draw inferences from the idea, she said, find another way, and have his own understanding and opinions. These are things that Hong herself could not imagine. She always feels that illusion has opened a new door for her. In the end, she seems to have become a student. It seems I have nothing left to teach you, Naruto. Kurone rolled her beautiful eyes at Naruto and said rather resentfully. By now, she had become a student, accepting Naruto's teachings and gaining a new understanding of genjutsu. No, it's mainly because you teach well, Mr. Hong. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment and laughed. Now as long as I give you the sealing technique for performing illusions, you can master it skillfully. Hong continued without dwelling on this issue. Ordinary illusions are useless to me, and in a real battle, the effect of ordinary illusions is still too low. Naruto said distressfully. Now he had an idea, but unfortunately he had no clue. He always felt like something was missing. Indeed. Hong nodded. In the past few days, she not only taught Naruto the concept of illusions, but also used actual illusions on Naruto. Unfortunately, her illusions had no effect on Naruto. Whether it was charm or illusion, Naruto could see through it at a glance. As if he was born immune to illusions, it was a pity that Uchiha Itake's Tsukuyomi was able to affect Naruto. Ui Kurone thought about it, and finally decided that Naruto's soul power was too powerful. General illusions had little impact on Naruto. Only an illusion master like Uchiha Itake with a unique blood inheritance limit could deal with Naruto. People make an impact. Teacher Kurone, I'll leave first. I've been disturbing you recently. I'm very sorry. Naruto stood up and bowed deeply to Kurone. These past few days have had a huge impact on him, and he has become more certain about the path he will take in the future. He is very grateful to Ui Hong in his heart. It's nothing. Hong helped Naruto up, feeling a little embarrassed, and her face was red. After all, It seemed like she was listening to Naruto's explanation in the end, completely reversed. Then I'll leave first, Hon-sensei. Naruto opened the door and turned back to face Mr. Hong. Naruto, will you come again in the future? Korone asked quickly. No, I've been bothering you recently, I should also practice. Naruto said to Korone, closed the door and left. Hong looked a little lonely, sitting on the sofa, and the room became deserted. Naruto returned to his residence, and after having a big meal, he came to the Konoha forest. Before he could see that he was training, Jiraiya came to the door. Naruto! Naruto! Jiraiya shouted to Naruto from afar. Naruto was a little confused and said to Jiraiya in front of him, "What's wrong, Lord Jiraiya, what's the matter?" "I have a task for you," Jiraiya said. Oh, Naruto became more energetic, his eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "What kind of mission is it? Is it B level or A level?" Speaking of which, Naruto has not carried out missions since the Chunin exams. Now that he heard Jiraiya talking about missions, his hands were itching. Jiraiya pretended to be mysterious and hummed, with a mysterious smile on his lips, and said, "This mission is not ordinary. You should note Tsunadeheim, who is called the Princess of Konoha." Tsunadeheim? Is she Senju Tsunade, who is also a Sunin with you? Could it be that our mission is Tsunade-sama? Naruto said in surprise that he had promised teacher Akai to bring Tsunade back to Konoha to treat Xiao Li's injuries, but he didn't expect that it would come so soon. The Sun and Tsunade and Naruto were also very interested, and NBSP, that's right, our mission this time is to bring Tsunade back to Konoha and inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya said. Konoha's top brass asked him to succeed the Hokage, but he firmly refused. They proposed that the first generation's granddaughter, Tsunade, who was also a Sunin, should succeed the Hokage, and Konoha's top brass unanimously agreed. After all, Tsunade was justified, and it would be perfect for her to inherit the position of Hokage, but at the same time, she was worried. After all, Tsunade's whereabouts were erratic, and Konoha did not have any trace of Tsunade. Jiraiya, who was able to get rid of the trouble of being the Hokage, happily accepted the task of finding Tsunade and proposed to take Naruto with him. On the one hand, it was to protect Naruto. After all, he had heard about the arrival of the Akatsuki organization. So what's going on? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with disdain. "Kid, what's that look in your eyes? You brat." Jiraiya blushed and said angrily, "If that's the case, then where should we look for Tsunade?" Naruto asked. "According to the latest news I got, Tsunade should be in the famous Tansha Street now. As long as we go there and look for her, we should be able to find her," Jiraiya said. "If that's the case, then I'll go back and get ready." After Naruto finished speaking, he was about to turn around and go back, but was stopped by Jiraiya. "I heard that the Akatsuki organization attacked you." Jiraiya frowned and said solemnly. Naruto turned around and said to Jiraiya, "That's right, those men wearing red clouds and black robes are very powerful. Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame had such a great influence on Naruto that they are still fresh in his memory. I'm surprised that you escaped from their hands." Jiraiya glanced at Naruto. Naruto had strength that was inconsistent with his age, which shocked him. The Akatsuki organization is a newly formed mercenary organization, and Orochimaru is one of them. Their strength is unfathomable. It seems that they are beginning to be interested in Kyuubi, Jiraiya said solemnly. "Itachi Uchiha also told me that their goal is the Nine Tails," Naruto said. "But what makes me more curious is Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. That kind of weird illusion doesn't seem to be in the category of ninjutsu." Naruto continued, having a high opinion of Tsukuyomi. "The power of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is not as simple as it appears. Especially Uchiha Itachi, who is a famous genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, has extraordinary strength," Jiraiya said. Jiraiya explained to Naruto the terrifying aspects of the Akatsuki organization, and repeatedly emphasized that when encountering the Akatsuki organization, try to avoid it. The information they have about the Akatsuki organization is only the tip of the iceberg, and it is very threatening. Naruto and Jiraiya returned to Konoha, got ready, said goodbye to Hinata and the others, and set off. At the same time, in Orochimaru's lair. Orochimaru's hands were crippled and severely rotted, and the meridians in his arms were completely useless. "Damn third-generation old man," Orochimaru roared hoarsely, enduring severe pain, with a sickly blush on his pale face and cold sweat constantly flowing down. The terrifying aspect of the corpse ghost seal makes him still feel fear. His current soul and body are incomplete and he may die at any time. After all, he is a famous ninja doctor. It is normal for him to be able to use such ninjutsu, Kabuto the pharmacist said. "Is there any news about Tsunade?" Orochimaru said. "Yi Jing has some information, it's probably in Tansha Street," Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully. Although Orochimaru's current situation is very bad, he still maintains a humble attitude as always. He is well aware of the horror of Orochimaru and does not dare to have the slightest intention of disobedience. "Let's go, I can't wait," Orochimaru said, with an expectant look in his amber vertical pupils. "But, I heard that the Sun in Jiraiya is looking for Tsunade, and Uzumaki Naruto is also there." Kabuto Yakushi hesitated, but finally said, just one Jiraiya can be tolerated, but an additional Uzumaki Naruto is difficult to deal with. After all, he had heard about Uzumaki Naruto's solo fight with one-tailed Shikaku. Naruto Uzumaki. He should have been killed at the beginning, it would have been over. Orochimaru frowned, feeling troubled. Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto's strength developed so quickly that he was caught off guard. I can't wait any longer. It's a pity that Kimimaro hasn't recovered yet, otherwise he could still resist. Orochimaru finally decided to take a risk. Then I'll get ready first, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto Yakushi retreated respectfully, leaving Orochimaru alone in the dim light, enduring the pain from his soul. Duanza Street is a relatively famous town with an endless stream of merchants, vendors shouting constantly, and a large flow of people. It looks very prosperous. Naruto and Jiraiya were not very fast, but they arrived at Tangsha Street at noon. After finding a hotel to stay at, Jiraiya, under the guise of looking for clues about Tsunade, walked into the place of feasting with a wretched look on his face, hugging him from left to right and feeling very comfortable. Naruto was helpless, really disappointed and contemptuous of Jiraiya, so he put his belongings in the room and went to look for clues about Tsunade. Alone. Before coming, Jiraiya gave Naruto a detailed explanation of Tsunade's characteristics, including golden hair, a gambling sign behind her, and large breasts. As for appearance, since Tsunade can freely change her appearance, there is no exact standard. Tangsha Street is still very big. Looking for a person in a sea of people alone is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack, and it is not sure whether the sun and Tsunade is in this place. Naruto was a little tired of searching aimlessly, so he simply stopped looking and wandered around the short book street. There are still a lot of delicious food here, which is very attractive to Naruto. Taking out the tickets he had saved for a long time, Naruto went back and forth in front of various snack vendors. It was better to enjoy it when it was time to enjoy it. It would not be too late to wait until Jiraiya got tired of looking for it. After eating the meatballs in his hand, Naruto nodded with satisfaction. Although these snacks were not enough for him to fill his teeth, he still felt a different kind of satisfaction. The world of ninjas is very cruel. There are not many opportunities to enjoy a good life like Naruto, so you should cherish it even more. At this moment, a pink shadow shuttled through the crowd at a very fast speed. It kicked off its hind legs and pounced directly on Naruto. Only then did I see its true face clearly, a pink piglet wearing a red dress and a pearl necklace around its neck. It made a sound of dolphin dolphin, its black eyes were shining, and its front legs were spread out, and it hugged Naruto eagerly. Naruto was stunned and couldn't figure out the situation, but he still reacted and held the pink piggy in his arms. Porpoise the piglet arched into Naruto's arms with a look of enjoyment, put two hooves on Naruto's shoulders, and narrowed his eyes. This scene was not unfamiliar to Naruto. Kiba's Akamara dog had been lying on Naruto's shoulders like this before, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Now that Naruto knew what was going on, he didn't find it strange. The surging vitality and natural aura emanating from the pearl of life in his body had a natural irresistible attraction to animals with certain intelligence. Attraction. This is why Akamaro and this little pig are so attracted to Naruto. Porpoise, the piglet squirmed in Naruto's arms, changed its position and continued to enjoy it, its tail wagging happily. Hey, come down first. Naruto was unhappy, grabbed the piggy with both hands, and pulled him forcefully. Porpoise. Piglet yelled dissatisfied, grabbed Naruto's arm with two hooves, and looked at Naruto pitifully. Dolphin, it was shouting, excited and shaking its body from side to side. The main idea was that I would be very good and let me lie down for a while. That's not okay, little guy, go back to your master quickly. Naruto decisively refused. He put the little pig on the ground and turned to leave. Porpoise. Piggy hugged Naruto's thigh like lightning and cried out quite miserably, with a few tears squeezing down. Then there was a funny scene on the street. A young boy was entangled by a little pig and couldn't break free. Pedestrians on the street gave out kind smiles and looked at Naruto and the little pig curiously. It was rare to see such funny things. Dodo, where are you? Dodo, Dodo. An urgent voice came from the distance. Porpoise, the pink piglet, shouted with its head held high, hugging Naruto's thigh tightly. Here. The voice was full of surprise. A young woman wearing black and gray clothes ran over. She had short black hair, a delicate appearance, and looked quiet. Dolphin. Zayazu called to the young woman, not knowing what he was talking about. The young woman seemed to understand and looked at Naruto. She had long golden hair tied behind her head and bright sky blue eyes. She was wearing black clothes and a fiery red coat, giving her a sunny and handsome look. It feels very inviting and approachable. Well, hello, the woman said softly, bowing slightly to Naruto. You are the owner of this pig, get your pet away quickly. Naruto said quickly to the young woman. Porpoise, Zayazu hummed dissatisfied. Finally, after some good words and coercion, the pink pet pig named Dodo reluctantly let go of Naruto. I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. The young woman hugged the aggrieved Dodo and kept saying sorry to Naruto. It's nothing, it's not the first time this has happened to me anyway, Naruto said with a smile. I really didn't expect that Dolphin would treat a stranger like this. It seems that it likes you very much. The young woman touched the piglet in her arms and said in surprise, maybe it's because I like small animals more. Naruto thought for a while and gave an answer. But the young woman didn't think so. She knew very well what kind of character Dodo was. It was impossible for him to be so close to a stranger. There must be some reason. I haven't asked you your name yet. My name is Shizun. The young woman bowed her head slightly, showing her virtuousness, and said respectfully, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. If you don't mind, you can just call me Naruto. Naruto extended his right hand to Shizun and introduced himself. Thank you so much for today, Naruto. Shizun stretched out her little hand and shook it with Naruto, saying gratefully, if Dolphin was lost today, I wonder how the adult in the family would be furious. Fortunately, I found it, and I should really thank Naruto. I didn't do anything, so I don't need to thank you, Shizun-san. Naruto smiled naturally. The two walked together and talked happily. Shizun knew that Naruto was a ninja of Konoha. She glanced at Naruto but didn't say much. Naruto didn't ask too much about Shizun's situation. After all, the two of them had just met, so it would be too abrupt. In order to thank Naruto, Shizun insisted on inviting him to eat ramen. Naruto thought about it and agreed, and he also felt hungry. In the ramen restaurant, after Naruto finished the 10th bowl of extra-large ramen, Shizun paid the bill decisively. With the clerk and customers stunned, the two left. Naruto touched his stomach. To be honest, he was still a little hungry. Both Shizun and Dodo looked at Naruto as if they were looking at a monster. They had never seen anyone with such a huge appetite. It's a pity, it's only % full. Naruto said regretfully. Shizun and Dodo had black lines on their faces and were already speechless. Towards dusk, the sun sets. Naruto and Shizun said goodbye. Dodo hugged Naruto's thigh, with tears in his eyes, but still couldn't resist Shizun's lust and left sadly. Shizun came to a women's hotel. At the door, a mature and sexy beautiful woman stood there, with her hands around her proud breasts and her eyebrows furrowed. Tsunade-sama, you've been waiting for a long time. Shizun trotted over quickly and said with a smile. Shizun, how long have you been gone? The sexy beauty said with a clear voice. Master Tsunade, okay, come in first and accompany me to the casino here later. Tsunade interrupted Shizun and turned around and walked into the hotel. Shizun quickly followed. At another place on Chuanza Street, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto also came here. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure it's okay? Kabuto Yakushi asked. I've thought of a good way to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru sneered. He will definitely take the bait. The next morning, licious old man, let's go find Tsunade-sama together today. Naruto said to the wretched Jiraiya. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto, frowning, as if he was in trouble, but stopped talking. Finally, he said it. Not today, Naruto. I still have to collect material for my novel. After all, I also have to live. Jiraiya said in embarrassment, looking distressed. Naruto shrugged, the expected answer. Okay, I won't bother you to get the materials. Naruto said understandingly. Yoshi, I'll leave it to you, Naruto. Jiraiya cheered, his old face turned red with a flush. He was so excited. Which one should I go to today? Jiraiya thought to himself, his mouth watering as he quickly walked out of the room. Naruto shook his head and continued to look for Tsunade. After wandering around the streets, he found nothing at all. Naruto also went to the casino to check and inquire, but there were no clues. After searching for a long time to no avail, Naruto also had some doubts about whether Tsunade was here, and his eyes turned to a tall building. There is the castle of Tainsha Street, located at the highest point, where you can have a panoramic view of Tainsha Street. Just go there and have a look. Naruto said to himself and walked up to the castle. Inside the castle, Shizun and Tsunade stood walking. Did you say that Dodo is very close to that guy named Uzumaki Naruto? Tsunade said to Shizun. Well, that's right, Tsunade-sama. Shizun nodded affirmatively. Dolphin. Dolphin also shouted excitedly, and his two hooves kept swinging. That's interesting. I really want to meet that kid. Tsunade touched her smooth chin with a curious look on her face. He is still a ninja of Konoha, Tsunade-sama. Shizun continued. The ninjas of Konoha, I really miss them. Tsunade said with emotion. She has also left Konoha for more than 20 years, and her impression of Konoha only remains in the past. At this time, there was a vibration on the ground, and the house in the center of the castle collapsed. A burst of dust filled the air, and a huge python could be vaguely seen spitting out its core. In front of Tsunade and Shizun, two figures appeared. It was Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru greeted Tsunade in a hoarse voice. The atmosphere became solemn. The uninvited guest was not a good one, and Dodo put on a ferocious look towards Orochimaru and the two of them, making a low voice. It turns out it's you, Orochimaru. It's been a long time since we last saw you. Tsunade said calmly. Tsunade was also very afraid of this former companion. I had such a hard time looking for you, Orochimaru said, tears streaming down his pale face. His bandaged hands were trembling slightly, enduring great pain. You wouldn't come to me just to talk about the past, Tsunade said. Judging from Orochimaru's condition, Tsunade has a rough understanding of Orochimaru's physical condition, and he has suffered a lot of damage. I just have a small request. Orochimaru said with a smile. At this time, Yakushi Kabuto took over Orochimaru's words and continued, I think you should have understood. You can find someone else, I no longer practice medicine. Tsunade refused. That's not possible. You should know very well that this injury is very serious. No one can treat it except Princess Goat, one of the 3 ninjas who is famous as a medical expert. Kabuto Yakushi said, the injury on your hand is not an ordinary injury. How was it caused? Tsunade asked. Through the naked eye, Tsunade was able to determine that the injury on Orochimaru's hand was unusual and should be a terrible injury caused by some kind of sealing method. How did it happen? It was just caused by accident when killing the 3rd generation. Orochimaru said calmly. What? Tsunade was stunned and couldn't believe this was true. Shizun looked at Orochimaru in horror, unable to imagine it. The wind picked up, blowing away the dust, revealing collapsed buildings, and the air became a little colder. Orochimaru. A voice came into the ears of the 4 people. The eyes of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto became serious, and the worst plan emerged. Shizun looked surprised, and Dolphin also pricked up his ears and screamed happily. A figure landed on the ground and stood firmly in front of Tsunade and Shizun. It was Naruto. It's Naruto. Why are you here? Leave quickly. Shizun immediately reacted and said urgently. The current situation is very unclear. After all, the Sunin's Orochimaru is here, and they may not be able to protect Naruto. Once they fight, it will be a disaster. Naruto did not respond to Shizun, but stared closely at Orochimaru. He noticed Orochimaru's hands and sensed that Orochimaru was in a bad state at this time. Uzumaki Naruto, I didn't expect to meet you here. Orochimaru said to Naruto. The pharmacist Kabuto on the side stood ready and took out a scalpel. I haven't seen you since the Chunin exams, Orochimaru, Naruto said. Tsunade and Shizun were a little confused about the relationship between the two, and stood there in a daze. Naruto, do you know Orochimaru? Shizun asked. Well, during the Chunin exam, Orochimaru pretended to be a candidate and attacked us, and finally killed the 3rd Hokage, Naruto said. Is that true? Tsunade behind her murmured to herself, somewhat unable to accept the death of the 3rd Hokage. Orochimaru, it seems that you are in a very bad state. Naruto looked at Orochimaru's hands and smiled. Have you discovered it? You are so sharp, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru seemed to admire. With a bang, the wall behind Naruto suddenly collapsed, and Tsunade punched it, causing damage comparable to Naruto's Musetaijutsu. Naruto looked back and noticed the person next to Shizun. She has long golden hair, a beautiful face, smooth and supple skin, and is wearing green clothes. Especially her breasts look very magnificent. Naruto was stunned and then asked, excuse me, are you Tsunade-sama? Get out of the way, kid, I want to teach this nasty guy Orochimaru a lesson. Tsunade lowered her head and pushed Naruto away angrily. Tsunade, don't worry, let me talk to Uzumaki Naruto first. Orochimaru said he had new ideas and wanted to conquer Naruto once and for all. The torture of his hands made him lose his patience and wanted to take over Naruto's body. Tsunade stopped and looked at Orochimaru suspiciously. She had no idea what Orochimaru had to say to a genin brat. Become my disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru said astonishingly, his amber vertical pupils shining brightly. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru in surprise. He was shocked. He didn't expect that the countermeasure Orochimaru mentioned was actually like this. Your talent is the only one I have ever seen, and your future achievements will definitely surpass mine. Become my disciple, and I will teach you everything I have. You will definitely become the strongest person in the ninja world, and master the strongest great power. Orochimaru's seductive voice echoed in everyone's ears. His eyes were full of enthusiasm, and his pale face was a little excited. He was very impressed by Naruto's talent. At the same time, he was very curious about Naruto's body, looking forward to what kind of powerful power he would get after occupying Naruto's body. Naruto was a little confused about Orochimaru's thoughts, but he still decisively refused. I refuse, Naruto said calmly. A master is a teacher, Orochimaru, you obviously don't have this. Naruto said sarcastically. Don't refuse in a hurry, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled mysteriously. I have some offers you can't refuse. What? Naruto asked curiously. Kid, don't believe what Orochimaru says. Tsunade frowned and said to Naruto. She knows very well what kind of person Orochimaru is, a person who can sacrifice everything for his own interests. There is nothing more cruel and cunning than this. You will also be very interested in this condition, Tsunade. Orochimaru turned to Tsunade and said, I know you very well, do you think I will be fooled by you? Tsunade said confidently, that's not necessarily true. Orochimaru turned to Naruto and said, Naruto, as long as you are willing to become my disciple, I will help you resurrect your dead parents. Naruto was startled. Orochimaru's words were undoubtedly beyond Naruto's expectations. He didn't expect that the conditions Orochimaru said would be like this. Although he knew who his parents were, he had never seen them with his own eyes. Orochimaru's words undoubtedly shocked Naruto, and he could not recover for a long time. Both Tsunade and Shizen looked at Orochimaru in surprise, not expecting that the other party actually mastered the forbidden technique. Forbidden techniques such as resurrection and rebirth are the most difficult to develop. Even Tsunade, who is known as a medical expert, has not mastered the technique of resurrection. How about it, Uzumaki Naruto? Don't you want to be with your parents? Don't you want to see what your parents are like? The opportunity is only this once. Orochimaru said seductively. Don't believe what Orochimaru says, kid. There's no way he can master the art of resurrection. Tsunade shouted loudly. It is unimaginably difficult to develop ninjutsu such as resurrection. Even the first Hokage of Konoha, who mastered the would-escape ninjutsu, has not yet developed it. It is impossible for Orochimaru to develop the resurrection jutsu, Tsunade said firmly. Oh, what if it's the second Hokage's Earth reincarnation technique? Orochimaru said slyly. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, that is a forbidden secret technique that plays with the souls of the dead. How can you use such a ninjutsu, Orochimaru? Tsunade was furious. As a medical ninja, she was very familiar with the reincarnation of the earth and was very resistant to it. The second Hokage felt that such a forbidden technique was against the will of heaven, and had just been listed as a forbidden technique that could not be learned. Then what if you can resurrect your two dearest people, Tsunade? Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Tsunade's heart jumped, her eyes widened, and her mind was confused. In her life, there are two closest people, one is her brother and the other is her lover. But they all died and disappeared in her life, which is why she left the sad place of Konoha. As long as you are willing to heal your hands for me, I can resurrect your two dearest people. Orochimaru said the same to Tsunade. The five people fell silent, and none of them spoke. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and Tsunade quietly, waiting for their answers. He already had his answer in his mind. Maybe Naruto would not agree to him, but Tsunade had a great chance. He was very aware of Tsunade's weaknesses. It seems we have nothing to say, Orochimaru. Naruto raised his head, his eyes like swords, and decisively refused. He had his own ideas in his heart, and at the same time he had no trust in Orochimaru. Don't you want to resurrect your parents, Uzumaki Naruto? Orochimaru said calmly, and Naruto's answer was within his expectations. I won't bother you anymore, Orochimaru, Naruto said. What a pity. Orochimaru sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. Now he can no longer use force to force Naruto. After all, his hands are disabled, so he can only give up. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi called and looked at Orochimaru. He felt a little uneasy, and the danger was coming, making him feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, and his palms were covered with cold sweat. His feeling was correct. Naruto now had a pressure in his chest that needed to be vented. Tsunade, have you thought about it? Orochimaru ignored Yakushi Kabuto and said to Tsunade. Tsunade lowered her head and did not respond, but Shizen beside her said to Tsunade with strong emotions, Tsunade-sama, don't fall for their sweet words, your brother and uncle won't want this either. Moreover, you also know the cruelty of the reincarnation technique, then this will only harm you. Tsunade remained motionless, trapped in the tragic past and unable to extricate herself. Orochimaru, if you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude. Naruto took a step forward and threatened that he was in a bad mood. Orochimaru brought back memories of the past. He was very depressed and needed to vent, and his breath became terrifying. Kabuto Yakushi tightened his grip on the scalpel in his hand as if facing a formidable enemy. Chakra was circulating in his body. It seems that there is no way to talk about it today, but Tsunade, I will wait for your good news, Orochimaru said with a sneer. He and Kabuto Yakushi jumped up to leave, but then Naruto spoke. How can I let you go back so easily? Naruto pinched his fingers with his right hand, chakra condensed between them, and a little starlight shone brightly. With a whoosh, as fast as a meteor, it pierced the foreheads of Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. The two of them hit the ground and turned into soil, but they were two earth clones. Tsunade and Shizen left, and Naruto quickly followed. His mission finally got better. All he needed to do next was to persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha and inherit the position of Hokage. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi stood on the house, watching the three people leaving. Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now? With Uzumaki Naruto here, we may not be able to take away Tsunade. Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully. Naruto's strength made him feel scared and unfathomable. I have other ways to deal with Uzumaki Naruto. The Akatsuki organization will definitely be interested, Orochimaru said in a conspiratorial tone. That's it. Kabuto Yakushi suddenly woke up. What a wonderful idea. Night falls, in a restaurant. Naruto's table was already filled with plates, stacked high, but Naruto was still devouring the food, pouring the plates of food directly into his mouth and swallowing it quickly. Tsunade, Shizen, and Jiraiya all stopped moving their hands and looked at Naruto intently. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. I honestly have never seen anyone with such a big appetite. It's incredible. Jiraiya's face was pale, with cold sweat running down his face. Because I haven't seen Tsunade for a long time, in order to celebrate, he specially treated her today. But he didn't expect that Naruto's appetite made him despair, and he even doubted his life. The guests all around stopped. They wanted to know how long Naruto was going to eat. Fortunately, Naruto didn't make Jiraiya feel like he wanted to hang himself. After eating the next 2 plates of food, Naruto stopped and patted his stomach with satisfaction. Jiraiya, thank you so much. Naruto sincerely thanked Jiraiya. Ha ha, ha ha. Tsunade and Shizen couldn't help laughing when they saw Jiraiya's expression of grief that was greater than the hope of giving up. Jiraiya adjusted his condition and said seriously to Tsunade, Tsunade, Naruto and I are here to find you to return to Konoha and inherit the position of the 5th Hokage. You should also be aware of the situation in Konoha. The death of the 3rd Hokage has caused an unprecedented decline in Konoha's national power. The surrounding ninja organizations are ready to move, and there are Umbu roots like Danzo who covet the position of Hokage. The urgent I need you to succeed me as Hokage. Isn't it different for you to be Hokage? Tsunade said after taking a sip of sake. That's different. After all, you are the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. You have the absolute prestige to become the Hokage of Konoha, which is enough to stabilize the current situation. Jiraiya explained. I'm not interested in becoming Hokage, so don't look for me. Tsunade refused. Tsunade-sama, I think Jiraiya-sama's tip is very good. After all, we don't have much money. Shizen said to Tsunade. She also felt that it would be good for Tsunade to return to Konoha. After all, she couldn't run away every time being chased for debt. Stop talking, Shizen, let's go. Tsunade stood up and walked out of the restaurant. Shizen quickly followed with Dodo in her arms. Jiraiya and Naruto looked at each other and followed. In the end, Jiraiya took the bill that was 3 to 4 meters long and followed Naruto and the others with a heart filled with despair. On the 3rd day, Jiraiya went to collect materials for his novel again, while Naruto came to the hotel where Tsunade and the others were staying. He wanted to ask Tsunade about the concept of Kaijujutsu so that he could perfect his own unparalleled taijutsu. As early as a long time ago, Naruto had a great interest in strange power techniques. The sky-breaking palm was created based on the concept of strange power techniques. With the further opening of Wushu and Taijutsu, Naruto felt that weird strength technique would be of great help to him. The unique method of condensing chakra is what Naruto urgently needs to learn. Because it was a female hotel, the service staff prevented Naruto from entering. After Naruto tried his best to prove to the service staff that he was only a 13-year-old child, the service staff made a weird exception and let Naruto in. You can't blame him. After all, Naruto's current height and temperament are very unsuitable for a 13-year-old kid. Naruto is now 1.6 meters tall. He looks like a handsome young man of 16 or 17 years old. It is hard to believe Naruto's actual age. Naruto came to Tsunade and the others' door and knocked loudly. Are Tsunade and Shizen here? Naruto asked. Because Tsunade was too young, it was impossible to tell that she was an old woman in her 50s. Naruto thought about it and just called Tsunade's sister. Shizen opened the door and said in surprise, Naruto, why are you here? Come in and sit down. Naruto nodded and walked in. Tsunade was sitting by the window looking at the scenery outside. Her exposed jade arms were glowing and stunningly beautiful. Naruto brat, if you are here to persuade me, there is no need at all, Tsunade said without looking back. I'm not here to persuade you, Naruto said to Tsunade. Oh, what is that? Tsunade turned her head and asked curiously. I want to ask you about the practice concept of strange power technique. Naruto bowed slightly and said sincerely. Strange power technique? How do you know strange power technique? Tsunade said slightly surprised that you must know that her strange power technique has never been shown to Naruto. Naruto should be completely unaware of it. I once watched the history of Konoha, which contains records of your strange power techniques, and a taijutsu I created was also created based on your strange power techniques, Naruto said. The taijutsu you created yourself? Tsunade said in surprise. Naruto nodded, his eyes clear. Then I'd like to take a look. Tsunade smiled, feeling very curious. She wanted to see what kind of physical skills a 13-year-old kid could create. 3 people and 1 pig walked out of the hotel and came to an open forest. Naruto, show me the taijutsu you created, Tsunade said to Naruto. Naruto nodded and said to Tsunade, my sky-breaking palm was created based on the principle of your strange power technique combined with the method of the Hyuga clan's chakra meridians. It compresses a large amount of chakra into the arm and combines it with the body. Power explodes from the veins of the palm, and chakra will form chakra threads as thin as hair in the meridians, causing huge damage in the form of shock waves. Naruto explained the principle and stretched out his right hand. The arm swelled in a circle, and blue chakra ribbons coiled around the arm. The extremely compressed chakra contained terrifying destructive power. Tsunade was shocked and her face became serious. She knew very well that Naruto's attack was extraordinary. Boom. The huge rock 3 meters away from Naruto exploded, and debris flew into the air. The destructive power caused by the sky-breaking palm was terrifying. Shizen and Todo gasped and stared at Naruto in shock. It's really terrifying power, but it also causes a lot of damage to oneself, and it requires extremely high physical fitness. It's difficult for ordinary people to practice such physical skills. Tsunade touched her smooth chin and analyzed. That's right. The power of the sky-breaking palm is great, but the damage it does to oneself is also significant. It can kill 1000 enemies and damage 800, just like a double-edged sword, Naruto said with his eyes shining. Tsunade was able to identify the potential weaknesses of the sky-breaking palm with just one look, giving Naruto a lot of confidence in the skill. Do you want me to help you deal with the damage caused by the sky-breaking palm? Tsunade asked. Naruto shook his head, walked to Tsunade's side, rolled up his sleeves, and there was a layer of fine blood beads on his refined arms. There is no way to eliminate the damage caused by the breaking sky palm to the body. The stronger the body's strength, the greater the power of the breaking sky palm, but the damage can never be eliminated. The force acting on the meridians will strongly repel the flow of blood. It forcefully squeezes blood out of the body, causing damage to blood vessels. Tsunade stretched out her small white hand and grabbed Naruto's arm directly. There was green chakra exuding on her palm. Then she let go of Naruto's arm and nodded. Indeed, the extremely compressed chakra expands in the meridians, and the overflowing chakra pricks the blood vessels of the arm like sharp needles. But because of your terrifying body, these injuries are insignificant to you. If I were to use it, it might cause irreparable damage to my arm. What a terrible body, Tsunade secretly thought. Naruto pulled down his sleeves and said to Tsunade, so I came to you this time for other reasons. What is it? Both Tsunade and Shizune looked at Naruto curiously. After meeting powerful ninjas like Orochimaru, I began to doubt my own strength. The body of a ninja is too weak, and even with the enhancement of chakra, it cannot reach the state of invulnerability, so I thought of it. Physical skills. Taijutsu? Does this matter? Shizune asked. The taijutsu I am talking about is not ordinary simple taijutsu, but a forbidden taijutsu similar to the 8-gate Dunjia, Naruto explained. Did you practice the 8-gate Dunjia? Tsunade interrupted. Naruto shook his head. No, the first 5 gates of the 8 gates Dunjia did not increase my strength too much, so I gave up the practice of the 8 gates dungeon and instead create my own taijutsu. Naruto's voice reached the ears of Tsunade and Shizune, and it was like a bolt from the blue. Creating a physical technique similar to the 8-gate Dunjia requires not only extremely high talent but also a long period of understanding and improvement. It's not something that happens overnight. You can't be already, Tsunade exclaimed. That's right, I finally created my own taijutsu based on the sky-breaking palm, Naruto said calmly. Tsunade and Shizune were speechless. It was really hard to imagine what that scene would be like. In fact, Tsunade's strange power technique is not bad compared to the 8-gate Dunjia. Both are physical techniques from the Steel Fist series, and they pursue terrifying destructive power. However, the combat power increased by opening each of the 8 doors Dunjia is incomparable to the magic power technique. It has already involved the realm of body secrets and cannot be compared to the monster power technique. The strange power technique also has a continuous power that is incomparable to the 8-gate Dunjia. The damage done to the body by 8-gate Dunjia is terrible. Forcibly stimulating the body's power is undoubtedly consuming its own potential. Moreover, the training of 8-gate Dunjia is very demanding, and it is difficult for ordinary people to open the 3rd gate, let alone the most terrifying 8th gate. Come and see what kind of physical skills you have created, Tsunade said impatiently. Shizune on the side also looked at Naruto eagerly. Naruto nodded, and 4 slender blue chakra ribbons stretched out from the wrists of his hands, a full foot long, flying in the air. This is the taijutsu I created unparalleled, Naruto said. Washuan? Tsunade frowned slightly. She didn't feel any powerful power emanating from Naruto's body. It looked ordinary, but at most it was very gorgeous in appearance. Will you fail? Tsunade finally said. Naruto smiled mysteriously, and 4 chakra ribbons swept across the trees 2 meters away, gently and without a trace of sound. With a roar, dozens of trees that were as thick as one person's surroundings were all broken at the waist, and the cuts were as smooth as mirrors. How could that happen? Tsunade and Shizune shouted, completely losing their composure. Their backs felt cold and goosebumps stood up. This silent and terrifying attack force made their scalps numb. This is just a characteristic of Washuan Taijutsu. It has the characteristics of wind-type chakra. The 4 chakra ribbons can change their forms freely with my thoughts. With a thought in Naruto's mind, the slender chakra ribbon expanded like 4 full petals, then it turned into a fist and smashed holes into the ground, then it straightened like a sharp sword and cut. The forest was cut in half. Free to change, as your arm dictates, unparalleled taijutsu, perfect for Naruto. Tsunade and Shizune were completely stunned. This kind of physical skill that they had never seen before made their minds a little dizzy. Is this really the taijutsu you pioneered? Tsunade asked again. Yeah, Naruto nodded affirmatively. No wonder even Orochimaru thinks so highly of you. Your talent is indeed unsurpassed by ordinary people, Tsunade said with emotion. She had to be convinced. She already felt heart palpitations just from the unparalleled physical skills, and the potential power made her feel the breath of death. She could no longer evaluate this kind of physical skill. My strange power technique may not be of much help to you. Tsunade rarely showed weakness. No, Washuan Taijutsu is still under development. What is needed is to draw on the strengths of hundreds of schools. The concept of Wei Li Jutsu is very suitable for the subsequent development of Wushu and Taijutsu, Naruto said sincerely. It's still in the development stage. Tsunade was stunned, finding it even more incredible. Well, according to my idea, the use of Musa Taijutsu should be developed to the whole body, but now only the hands can perform Musa Taijutsu, and there is still a big gap between the goal. Naruto looked at the chakra ribbon on his wrist and said, "Your ambition is so great," Tsunade exclaimed, feeling terrifying for the first time in a 13-year-old boy. The world of ninja is not simple, only strong strength can survive, Naruto said. Okay, I can teach you the concept of strange power. In the end, Tsunade agreed to Naruto's request. In the following time, Tsunade imparted all the concepts of Kaijutsu to Naruto without reservation. Naruto accepted the advice with an open mind and listened carefully to Tsunade's explanation. Kaili Jutsu was developed by the first Hokage. It is a type of physical jutsu that uses the most profound chakra and requires excellent chakra control and explosive power. The strange power technique can use a small amount of chakra to condense on a certain part of the body, exerting terrifying destructive power like shattering the sky and breaking the earth, and can cause devastating damage to the recipient. The physical requirements of Wei Li technique are not very high. Compared with the 8-gate Dunjia, the starting point is already very low, and it is even more incomparable with Naruto's Wushu and Tai technique. Basically, as long as you master the chakra principle of strange power technique, anyone can use it. Of course, the premise is that you must have excellent chakra control and explosive power. After Naruto listened to Tsunade's words, some of the previous problems were instantly solved, and he became more confident in the potential of Wushu Taijutsu. The principle of Wushu and Taijutsu requires a strong physical quality that can withstand the damage caused by a large amount of chakra compression. According to Naruto's opinion, after opening 5 doors of the 8-gate Dunjia, he should be able to practice his Wushu and Taijutsu. At the same time, Musa Taijutsu has great requirements on the amount of chakra. If it can reach half of the chakra that Naruto can use, it can be practiced. If both requirements can be met, you can try to practice Wushu and Taijutsu. If you want to use Wushu and Taijutsu in actual combat, the conditions are even greater. What you need is tough body meridians. There is a pearl of life in Naruto's body that can automatically nourish Naruto's body and repair the hidden dangers within Naruto's body. Therefore, Naruto can maintain the operation of Musa Taijutsu for a long time until the chakra is exhausted. It can be said that the difficulty of practicing Wushu and Taijutsu is unprecedented, enough to make everyone blush. Even masters like the Sunin are not able to meet the requirements for practicing Wushu and Taijutsu. Maybe Tsunade can. The strange power technique can be activated in any part of the body, and the amount of chakra required is not large. This is the most valuable thing for Naruto. The two sat on the floor, discussing the secrets of physical skills. Shizen sat quietly next to the two of them, watching silently. Tsunade taught Naruto all his ideas about strange power techniques, and Naruto also taught Tsunade all the principles of his unparalleled Taijutsu. Tsunade is very curious about Naruto's Musa Taijutsu. It can be said that after knowing the difficulty of practicing Musa Taijutsu, she has always had a sad face. Such harsh and even hopeless training difficulty made it impossible for her, one of the 3 ninjas, to start. The dimension of chakra is definitely achieved, but the strength of the body cannot be helped. That cannot be solved by the increase of chakra. What is needed is the physical strength of true consciousness. Maybe Tsunade can forcefully use the Musa Taijutsu, but the result is not worth the gain. Naruto focused on the use of strange power techniques and the use of chakra to raise questions to Tsunade. These 2 points are what he needs most now. Tsunade patiently explained everything to Naruto, quite like a good teacher. Naruto listened attentively, his eyes flashing brightly from time to time, and he saw the sun in his heart. Many thoughts were faced face to face, and the follow-up path of Wushu and Taijutsu became more and more obvious. Later, the two also discussed their own opinions about physical skills. It can be said that both of them are second to none in terms of physical skills. As a medical ninja, Tsunade mastered the terrifyingly powerful strange power technique and was ranked among the 3 ninjas. Naruto created the original sky-breaking palm and developed unprecedented unparalleled Taijutsu. His insights into Taijutsu are not necessarily comparable. Tsunade is weak. The discussion between the two was very intense. You said something, and I said something. Sometimes they would argue with each other for their own unique opinions, and they would almost start fighting a few times. Shizen was so frightened that she quickly tried to persuade her. After their minds cooled down, the two discussed it together again. When they had the same ideas, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for each other, which even shocked Shizen. At dusk, the sky is filled with red clouds. It wasn't until Shizen reminded them that the two of them stopped, still feeling a little unfinished. After sending Tsunade and Shizen back to the hotel, Naruto also said goodbye and said that he would trouble them tomorrow, and Tsunade happily agreed. What a good kid. Maybe the ninja world will be shocked by him in the future, Tsunade said with emotion as she watched Naruto's retreating figure. In the next few days, Naruto will come to Tsunade to deepen his understanding of strange power techniques. Tsunade will also explain patiently. At the same time, Naruto will add all his understanding of strange power techniques to Wushu and Taijutsu. I hope can further perfect Wushu and Taisha. As for Jiraiya, who was drunk every day and had no idea what he was doing, Naruto stopped paying attention to him and let him do whatever he wanted. On this day, there will always be rumbling sounds and vibrations in the southwest of Tuanshu Street. Everyone is confused and there are some rumors that it was said that the mountain god was angry and wanted to punish Duanzuja, which made people panic. Several strong young people decided to take the risk to confirm the situation, but they all fled back to Dansha Street with pale faces. Some people say that there are mountain spirits and ghosts causing trouble, and some people say that the gods are angry. In short, the entire area has been destroyed, turning into a desert within a kilometer radius, with big pits everywhere. As a result, the southwest has become a taboo place on Tanshu Street, and everyone is prohibited from setting foot there. Naruto stood on the ground, surrounded by desolation and large pits everywhere. His body was burning with blue flame-like energy, the muscles all over his body were pulsating, and 4 chakra ribbons on his wrists were nearly 2 feet long, flying in the air. The terrifying aura emanated from his body and turned into strong waves of air. Countless gravels were pulled by the force and floated in the air and then annihilated. Cracks spread from Naruto's feet, and the ground was deep. The deep depression goes down several inches. Unparalleled. Naruto opened his eyes, a solid blue light flashed, opened his hands, and slammed them on the ground. With a loud bang, the ground exploded directly and was annihilated into nothingness. Waves of air rose into the sky. The land within 10 meters disappeared, replaced by a pit 1 foot deep. However, it did not end. The 4 chakra ribbons expanded, extending 3 feet long and 1 foot wide, shining with blue light, turning into 4 giant palms, and slapped the ground boldly. There was another roar, invisible air waves erupted, and 4 huge potholes appeared on the ground. Tsunade and Shizun, who were far away, were completely stunned, shocked by this destructive power. Okay, what a terrifying power! Shizun exclaimed in surprise as her tongue was unable to move. No, it is more terrifying than ordinary destructive physical techniques. This kind of destructive physical techniques mixed with a large amount of chakra is incurable and will cause double internal and external damage to the body. Tsunade said solemnly. Even if it didn't have such characteristics, it would be impossible to survive being hit by such a terrifying power. Tsunade secretly thought. Is it more powerful than your strange power technique? Shizun asked. More than that, there's no comparison at all. Tsunade said. The chakra ribbon dissipated, and Naruto took a deep breath. His chakra consumption was not serious. After integrating the concept of strange power technique, the consumption of chakra by Wushu and Taijutsu was reduced. Chakras it is more convenient to use and avoids excessive loss of chakra. In 5 days, the progress of Musa Taijutsu has been greatly improved. Although it has not been further developed, the results have made Naruto very satisfied. During these 5 days, Naruto has been doing ideological work on Tsunade. After all, Konoha still needs Tsunade to treat Xiao Li's injury. At first, Tsunade was very resistant to Naruto's words and was not willing to listen at all. Later, Tsunade gradually relaxed her heart. After all, Konoha is her hometown and has an indelible mark on it. It seems that I have nothing to teach you anymore, Tsunade said to Naruto. I still have to thank you, Sister Tsunade. Naruto smiled slightly and bowed deeply to Tsunade. He was really grateful to Tsunade and admired Tsunade's bold personality. There was no better hero among women than this. Tsunade seemed very happy and led Naruto and Shizun to the restaurant. In the restaurant, Naruto's appetite for food once again shocked everyone. Although Tsunade and Shizun had already seen Naruto's appetite, they still couldn't help being surprised. In the end, Tsunade took the long bill and left with a heart filled with despair. She even had the heart to die. She kept scolding herself in her heart for being rude and shouldn't have invited Naruto to dinner. Treating Naruto to a meal is not as good as gambling. This is Tsunade's true inner feeling. At the door of the hotel, Naruto once again proposed his intention to come to Tsunade. I hope that Sister Tsunade can carefully consider my previous request, Naruto said solemnly. Tsunade smiled and walked into the hotel, and the voice reached Naruto's ears. I'll think about it, kid. The Kingdom of Rain, in a cave in the dark and damp cave stands a huge statue, dozens of feet tall. On the 9 fingers of the statue are 9 mysterious people wearing red clouds and black robes. 2 of them have taken off their hoods. It is Aki, Itaki and Kisame the dried persimmon. What's wrong? Did your mission fail? The leader, a guy whose figure could not be seen clearly, asked with a faint layer of clouds covering his surroundings. The strength of the 9 Tails Jinhyuriki is unfathomable, and the organization's intelligence seems a bit unreliable. Uchiha Itaka said calmly. Ha ha, a genin brat who just graduated makes Uchiha scared. The sneer came and resounded throughout the cave. It seems that Uchiha is not very powerful. This was a calm voice, coming from the opposite side of Uchiha Itaki. Kisame, tell me. The leader said. Everyone fell silent, looking at Kisame Inikasaki under his hood. Itaki is right, the strength of the 9-tailed Jinhyuriki is indeed very unusual, Mikigaki Kisame said. He seems to have a blood inheritance limit that can break my Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Itake continued. What? The leader let out a light sigh, obviously surprised by what Itake said. In this case, it is true that the organization did not collect enough detailed information on the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, he said. If that's all it is, then it's not that difficult. He looked into Itaka's eyes, feeling an invisible sense of oppression. Itaka was calm and said softly, he also has a ninjutsu that has never been seen before. In terms of speed and strength, he is not weaker than any of us. Especially the strength, it cannot be fought against. Uchiha Itaki, isn't it a bit sensational? How much power can a little brat have? Zhang Yang's voice came. If you go alone, you may not come back alive. Itaka said calmly. What? Do you want to fight? The man was angry and his voice became much louder. I'm just telling the truth. Itaka said expressionlessly. Damn it, came the voice of the man gritting his teeth, but he still couldn't get angry. Okay, stop arguing. The leader said. I got the latest news. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki went to Tansha Street to look for Tsunade in Konoha. Itaki and Kisame, you go there again. We can't let go of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. He said to Itaka said Kisame. Okay. The two said. That guy Orochimaru is also there, please try to be careful. The man ordered. Itaki and Kisame nodded and disappeared. The leader looked at the remaining 6 people and said, this is the end of this meeting. You must complete your respective tasks as soon as possible, so let's break up. After saying that, the 6 people disappeared from the spot one after another, and the leader also turned into a shadow and disappeared, leaving only a huge statue dozens of feet high. In the short book street, the night market is bustling. Uchiha Itaki and Orochimaru met. Orochimaru, are you coming to see me for anything? Uchiha Itaka said. Orochimaru, you look very weak. Kisame Kisaki glanced at Orochimaru's hands and laughed. Orochimaru's pale face was dripping with cold sweat, but there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He was not affected by the dried persimmon Kisame at all. Kabuto Yakushi stood vigilantly beside Orochimaru, guarding him. Long time no see, Itaka, you are still so strong. The Sharingan is such a good thing. Orochimaru said hoarsely. What happened to your hands? Uchiha Itake looked at Orochimaru's hands with his blood-red eyes. I accidentally did it when I killed the 3rd generation. Orochimaru said casually. I know what your purpose is. After all, I used to be a member of Akatsuki, right? Orochimaru continued. You're not going to stop us, Orochimaru. Kisame Mikagaki said with a ferocious smile. No, on the contrary, I want to help you. Orochimaru shook his head and smiled. The 4 of them fell silent. At this moment, a middle-aged man smelling of alcohol walked out from the corner of the alley. Uchiha Itake looked back, and the 3 black Megatama were spinning in his blood-red eyes. The invisible power made the middle-aged man feel dazed for a while, and then fainted on the ground. Tell me your plan, Uchiha Itaka said. Hey, we can start tomorrow. I will help you hold down that guy Jiraiya, and you have to help me hold down Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru said with a smile. That guy Jiraiya's strength is not simple, you should know it very well. After all, he is one of the 3 ninjas. It will be good if he can't match up. This way our mission will be more certain, Mikagaki Kisame said. That's it, Orochimaru, Itaki Uchiha said, and then he and Kisame Kisaki disappeared into the alley. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure Tsunade will come? Kabuto Yakushi said. It's no problem, I know her very well, Orochimaru said confidently. But how do you deal with Jiraiya? He is very strong after all. It might not be easy for us to deal with him alone, Kabuto Yakushi said, holding his eyes. It's easier to solve Jiraiya, I've already made arrangements. Orochimaru smiled mysteriously. At this time, Naruto and the others were eating dinner in the restaurant, unaware that danger was approaching. Next day Naruto got up early, but Jiraiya didn't know why. He looked listless and his face was very pale. Naruto had to wonder if it was caused by this guy's excessive indulgence. Licious old man, are you okay? Naruto said with concern. Jiraiya was lying on the bed, his whole body was limp and unable to muster any strength. He opened his mouth and said weakly, I think I might have been poisoned. Naruto had a dark look on his face, and an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of Orochimaru. Could it be that Orochimaru guy did it? Naruto said with a frown. Jiraiya closed his eyes, feeling a bit drowsy and wanting to fall asleep. At this time, there were rapid footsteps in the corridor, and Shizune opened the door fiercely, with a panic look on her face. Naruto, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama is missing, she shouted in panic. Naruto was startled and became more sure of his thoughts. Tsunade might have gone to find Orochimaru. What's going on, Shizune-san? Naruto asked. On weekdays, I get up at 7 o'clock, but today I didn't know what was going on. I didn't get up until 8 o'clock. When I found out that Tsunade-sama was missing, I realized that something was wrong. Tsunade-sama was probably looking for Orochimaru. Got it, Shizune said. She must not have given up her obsession. Jiraiya said weakly. Naruto made a quick decision and said, I'll go find Tsunade first. Sister Shizune, you need to treat the lecherous old man's injuries first. But, Naruto, can you find Tsunade-sama? Do you want Totoro to go with you? Shizun suggested. No problem, I'm very familiar with Orochimaru's aura. Naruto smiled, then he jumped out of the window without stopping, and quickly jumped on the roof, rushing towards the castle on Donsha Street. Naruto's speed was very fast, and his ears were filled with the sound of howling wind. Every jump he made could cover a distance of 10 meters, as graceful as a giant. Suddenly, Naruto sensed that danger was approaching, and he quickly stopped his progress. An aqua blue shark crashed in front of Naruto, and the chakra filled with it contained destructive power. With a bang, the big shark, which was 10 feet long, smashed a house into pieces, sending smoke and dust everywhere. Two figures appeared in front of Naruto in vain, no more than 5 meters apart. They were wearing red clouds and black robes. They were Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame from Akatsuki. Naruto stood ready, his heart solemn, and he opened his mouth and said, "It seems that Orochimaru has reached an agreement with you." Naruto Uzumaki knows it's too late now. Kisame Mikagaki said with a ferocious smile that he was holding a shark sword. His green-blue shark face was very ferocious, and his tiny eyes were filled with murderous intent. There is no other way. If you want Kyuubi, just follow him. Naruto flicked his feet, and his figure quickly rushed in the opposite direction with heavy afterimages. Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame were chasing after Naruto closely. Within a moment, the three of them left Donsha Street and entered an endless dense forest. The direction Naruto chose was just opposite to where Tsunade was. Now Jiraiya's strength could not be fully exerted, and Orochimaru was still around. With the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame, Naruto, it is difficult for people to protect them. This can draw the two of them away, hoping that Tsunade can change her mind. Naruto landed firmly on the ground, looking at the two Uchiha Itachi who were facing him from a distance, with murderous intent surging. He can't fight, on the contrary, he has great strength, not inferior to either of the two, and has an invincible momentum. Even if he is facing two people, he is fearless and wants to compete. Naruto took a deep breath, adjusted himself, calmed down, his eyes were like swords, and his physical condition reached its peak. "Come on!" Naruto roared, like thunder exploding. A wave of air would erupt, making Uchiha Itachi's long hair fly. The two put aside their contempt and decided to join forces in pairs to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. For 1 foot long chakra ribbons were flying around Naruto's wrists. He flew forward and kicked off his feet. The ground exploded. The 4 chakra ribbons turned into 4 blue glowing fists and hit the two of them. Itachi Uchiha dodged in front of Kisame Kisaki, quickly forming seals with his hands, and chakra boiled in his body. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A huge ball of fire erupted from Uchiha Itachi's mouth. Compared to Sasuke's, it was more majestic and had a diameter of 1 foot. The surrounding air was distorted and the temperature was terrifyingly high. With a bang, the fireball was shattered by the chakra fist, and Naruto's attack also slowed down. Water Escape Blast Water Rush. The dried persimmon Kisame seal was formed and slapped on the ground. A large amount of chakra was consumed crazily. His chakra capacity is much greater than that of Naruto now, and he is known as the Tailless Beast. He is a rare ninja with a huge amount of chakra. A large lake was formed out of thin air within a radius of 1 kilometer, submerging the towering woods. Huge waves surged. The water attribute chakra was naturally blessed, and its power was extraordinary. This was a tactic they had long thought out, to use all their strength to capture the Kyuubi. Naruto jumped back, stood on the water, and then rushed forward. He wanted to use close combat and take advantage of his unparalleled taijutsu. He has absolute confidence and is very optimistic about Wushu and taijutsu. Only close combat can he have a chance of victory. Naruto's figure changed like a flash of lightning, his speed reached the extreme, and his body strength and chakra were perfectly combined. Unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Nikigaki. His fists turned into palms, his arms flashed with blue light, and a strong shockwave destroyed everything in front of him. Kisame Kisaki reacted instantly, clasped his hands together, the water surface boiled, and a 10-foot-long shark crashed into Naruto, looking up to the sky and roaring. With the blessing of water, the power has reached an unprecedented level of terror. Boom, the shockwave collided with the shark, and powerful force exploded. The big shark exploded directly and scattered like a heavy rain. 4 chakra ribbons penetrated the rushing rain curtain and extended to more than 2 feet, like 4 sharp swords piercing the golden cavestone. With a sneer, he directly pierced the chests of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Uchiha. Naruto's eyes flashed, he swung his arms, and the chakra sword swept across. The space seemed to be cut open, leaving a white streak. Uchiha Itachi and Inagaki Kisame quickly stepped back, and the invisible sword energy broke the water surface, causing waves several meters high. The two people just now were just 2 water avatars, and their real bodies were already hidden in the water. They wanted to sneak attack on Naruto, but Naruto's perception was very sharp and it was useless. "You can't get in like this, Itachi," Kisame Mikagaki said to Uchiha Itachi. "Naruto Uzumaki's mental power is very tenacious. My genjutsu has no effect on him, and neither can Tsukuyomi," Uchiha Itachi said calmly. "These are big troubles," Inakasaki Kisame said with a bitter smile. "I can only rely on you. If it doesn't work, I can only use Amaterasu," Uchiha Itachi said. The two were talking secretly, and Naruto was no longer attacking, but thinking about how to deal with these two people. I may not be able to deal with this brat, Kisei Mikagaki said to attack it. But he still rushed towards Naruto, holding the same Hada sword in both hands. He wanted to use same Hada's ability to block Naruto's Musa Taijutsu and absorb Naruto's chakra. Kisame Kisaki was very fast, galloping across the water, and jumped up. The handle of the same Hada sword extended for more than 10 meters, like a chain, and the blade covered with barbs roared towards Naruto. Do you still want to use this thing? Naruto shouted, and the 4 chakra ribbons emitted a dazzling blue light and stretched straight, like a magical weapon. There was a clang of metal, and the chakra sword struck Same Hada's blade. Same Hada's broadsword was directly ejected, and several barbs were chopped off and fell into the water. How could it be? Kisame was shocked. The same Hada sword returned to his hand, and his open mouth made a mournful sound. The blade of the blade lay on Kisame's body. His body seemed to be telling something. Is this all you have? You disappoint me so much. Naruto laughed, kicked off his feet, and rushed toward Kisame, dragging heavy after images with him. What an arrogant brat. Inukasaki Kisame laughed ferociously, quickly formed seals with his hands, and slapped the water with one hand. Water escape rained 4 sharks. 4 shark-shaped water bombs rushed out of the water, speeding up and biting Naruto with a huge mouthful of fangs. Naruto kept his feet on his feet, turned his hands into fists, and his chakra-coated fists directly shattered the water bullets. Kisame showed a successful sneer, and the scattered water droplets turned into densely packed small water bombs and attacked Naruto again, thousands of them. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and the 4 chakra streamers automatically defended themselves, dancing in the air, cutting into pieces one after another shark-shaped water bombs. At this moment, Kisame Kisaki formed another seal, and slapped his other hand on the water. Water escape 5 food sharks. 5 sharks nearly 1 foot long broke out of the water and bit into Naruto. Naruto was surrounded by chakra-filled sharks with powerful destructive power, and even his physical fitness could not withstand several attacks. Naruto could only defend passively and stop the offensive. The 4 chakra ribbons danced into a circular protective shield, which could resist all the attacks of Kisame Kisaki. 1 shark after another, fearless and fearless. These are shark-shaped water bombs formed by chakra, possessing explosive power. As long as Kisame Kisaki's hands don't leave the water, he can attack continuously. Unparalleled. Among the heavy sharks, Naruto's voice came. The sphere originally wrapped by the shark expanded, and then exploded suddenly. Countless sharks were impacted and turned into rainwater, falling into the lake, and Naruto's figure flew up. You underestimate me, kid. Kisame's ferocious voice came from above Naruto's head. Naruto's heart sank as the dried persimmon Kisame that was originally on the water turned into a puddle of water and flowed into the lake. Naruto looked up and saw Kisame Kisaki holding the same Hada sword high, with a victorious smile on his face, and his small eyes filled with murderous intent. Go to hell. Kisame roared angrily, and smashed down with all his strength with both hands. The same Hada sword turned into a black shadow, with a sharp wind sound, and he smashed it head-on. Naruto reacted immediately, placed his hands in front of his eyes, and the chakra ribbon expanded like 4 petals, protecting Naruto inside. With a loud bang, Naruto crashed into the water like a meteorite. Under the strong pressure, the water surface dented for tens of meters, and then exploded, sending waves rising several feet. The dried persimmon Kisame landed on the water surface. Without stopping, he quickly formed seals again, slapped his hands on the water surface, and invisible air waves spread. Water escape, infinite shark. Naruto was thrown into the water, his energy and blood surged. He underestimated Kisame Kisaki and was injured to a certain extent. Fortunately, Wushu and Taijutsu played a great role and withstood most of the damage, otherwise Naruto would have been in trouble this time. Before Naruto could recover, thousands of shark-shaped water bombs attacked Naruto. Their speed and power were greatly improved in the water. Naruto held his breath. His strength was greatly restricted and he did not dare to relax at all. His figure quickly swam toward the water. At the same time, chakra ribbons continued to resist the attacks of water bombs around Naruto. However, just as Naruto reached the water, a dozen black shadows rushed towards Naruto. They are the clones of Uchiha Itachi, who have been hiding underwater in order to give Naruto a fatal blow. Naruto's blue eyes were as narrow as needles, and the premonition of danger was stronger than ever, and his scalp was numb. Clone explosion. Uchiha Itachi's clone exploded when it was 2 meters away from Naruto. Fierce firelight shone in the water. The water surface with a radius of 1 kilometer expanded, and a huge bubble bulged. Terrifying power was raging inside, destroying everything. Boom, there was a loud noise, like thunder, and the buzzing in the ears could be felt several kilometers away. The strong wind spread, blowing fierce winds, and the big trees were bent. In that area, it rained heavily, and all the rainwater within a radius of 1 kilometer poured down. The terrifying power of the clone explosion was shocking to the world. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Mikagaki stood on the top of the tree, letting the rain wash over their bodies, staring closely ahead, trying to find Naruto's figure. It's really powerful. The 9 tails Jinhyuriki may be dead. Kisame sneered. He was still in good condition, with plenty of energy in his body, and the consumption of chakra was not serious. The amount of chakra in his body was too much to squander. It's not that simple. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. His Sharingan carefully searched the surroundings, and he could see clearly even in the thick mist. Sure enough, he caught Naruto's figure. There, he said. Naruto stood on the ground, breathing heavily. His clothes were torn, revealing his muscular upper body. His body was stained with blood, which flowed to the ground and was diluted in the water. At the most dangerous moment, Naruto unleashed the maximum power of his Musa Taijutsu and resisted most of the damage, but his body was still injured and his internal organs ached. He underestimated the other party. Both of them were shadow-level warriors. If they joined forces, Naruto would be in trouble. Especially Uchiha Itachi, whose strength Naruto has never seen before, is extremely hidden. He paid a heavy price for this, and his body was injured. As expected of the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, it's really not that easy to deal with. Inukasaki Kisame said loudly. He felt the difficulty. Uchiha Itachi's chakra volume was not as huge as the two of them. After the powerful clone explosion, there was not much chakra left, making it difficult to use powerful ninjutsu. What to do next? Kisame Mikagaki said to Itachi. Uchiha, hold him and I'll use Amaterasu. Itachi Uchiha said expressionlessly. Kisame Kisaki didn't say any more, jumped up, raised his same hata high and struck at Naruto. Naruto was prepared and dodged the blow with a flick of his foot. With a bang, same hata smashed a hole in the ground, and cracks spread. Then Kisame Kisaki twisted around, dragging the huge same hata, and slashed diagonally towards Naruto. The blade full of barbs was enough to tear Naruto apart. Naruto endured the pain in his body, retreated continuously, dodged left and right, and refused to resist Kisame. His condition was not good now. The power of the Pearl of Life and Ninetales was repairing the wounds on his body, which would take a certain amount of time. The dried persimmon Kisame wielded same hata's muscles, causing the tiger to generate wind, which was very powerful. At the same time, he was using a series of water escapes to fight with Naruto and prepare for Itachi's ninjutsu. The two fought, and both sides had rich combat experience. For a while, no one could do anything to the other. In the woods, two figures were constantly intertwined. The same shark sword chopped off the big trees one after another, and the water bombs made holes in the ground. Both of them were moving very fast, and the naked eye could hardly keep up. Naruto was passively defensive and kept dodging. The more Kisaki Kisame fights, the more frightened he becomes. He doesn't look like a 13-year-old kid at all. He has too much fighting experience and can always avoid his attacks cleverly. The 2-meter-long same hata sword is completely useless and cannot play any role. At the same time, he also felt that Naruto's speed was increasing, his face looked more and more rosy, and his condition was slowly recovering during the battle. This frightened Inukasaki Kisame, who always felt that all his previous efforts would be wasted. Hurry up, Itachi. He couldn't help but urge loudly. However, Itachi ignored him. He closed his eyes and was preparing for a fatal blow, while his chakra was slowly recovering. In the end, Naruto recovered. His chakra consumption was not serious, but his body suffered internal and external injuries in the big explosion, and he recovered with the power of the Pearl of Life and the Ninetales. Unparalleled. As soon as Naruto drank, 4 chakra ribbons appeared on his wrist and swept towards Kisame Giganta. Kisame Kisaki was frightened. He was very aware of the power of this weird physical technique, so he didn't dare to use its edge and quickly retreated. With a sneer, the chakra streamer cut off the row of trees behind Kisame Kisaki. With a flick of Naruto's feet, the ground cracked, and his figure flew into the air, carrying the sound of wind, and hit Kisame Ingaki. The situation between the two of them was reversed. Naruto turned from defense to offense. He was very domineering and attacked fiercely. His hands sent out shock waves one after another. Chakra was consumed desperately, and under Naruto's thoughts, the 4 chakra ribbons stretched straight, shaped like sharp swords, and slashed at Inagaki Kisame. Kisame Kisaki defended passively, standing with same hata in front of him to resist the attack of the Sorapong, and quickly dodged to avoid the chakra sword. There were beads of sweat on his face, and he was completely suppressed by Naruto. The powerful force made his body tremble, and his energy and blood were a little unstable. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes. A pair of strange pupils appeared in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. A large black windmill replaced the 3 black Megatama, spinning in his eyes, and unpredictable power was generated in his eyes. This is the deep evolution of the Sharingan. It is an eye that can be awakened by a rare extremely talented person in the Uchiha clan, called the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the ultimate power beyond the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and it is the embodiment of the secret of the Uchiha clan. The power of eye surgery has reached unprecedented levels. He has touched the power beyond ninjutsu and mastered the 2 essential eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu. That's enough, Kisame. Uchiha Itachi's voice reached the ears of the two of them. Kisame was delighted, and immediately jumped away. Standing next to Uchiha Itachi. Naruto was alert and jumped to the top of the tree to look at the two of them from a distance. He noticed Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and was surprised and felt danger. Those weird eyes gave him a bad feeling, and the aura of destruction made him very uncomfortable. What kind of eyes are these? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Naruto knew the Sharingan very well, but he had never seen Uchiha Itachi's eyes, which were more oppressive than the Sharingan. Sharingan, this is the highest form of Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi replied. The Mangekyo Sharingan? The Uchiha clan is really blessed with the natural blood limit. It's really powerful. Naruto was stunned and then sighed. The unique blood successor limit of the Sharingan is shocking even to Naruto. To a certain extent, ninjas who have mastered the blood successor limit are indeed feared. Your talent is something I have never seen before. Compared with previous Hokage, you are no worse. Uchiha Itachi rarely praised other people's talents. He himself is a genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. When he was the same age as Naruto, he became the captain of the Umbu team and became a special jounin with strong strength. But compared with Naruto, it pales in comparison. I have to admire Naruto's talent and strength. But it's a pity that you can't survive today, Uchiha Itachi said coldly. Oh, Naruto came with great interest. Although he was flanked by two powerful men, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he wanted to compete and defeat them. That's not possible, Naruto said loudly. His chakra ribbons extended to 3 feet, like 4 long dragons, flying around Naruto. His heart was solemn, his whole body was tense, and he was very alert. Uchiha Itachi was by no means aimless, he had to take it seriously. The Mangekyo Sharingan possesses the powerful pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. One is an unbreakable illusion, Tsukuyomi. The other is a flame that can burn everything and cannot be extinguished, Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi's blood-red eyes frosty. Amaterasu is the most powerful physical attack. You can't dodge the jet-black flames that can even burn water. Itachi Uchiha was very confident and was extremely optimistic about Amaterasu. This super powerful pupil technique was difficult for even him to master, and it took time to accumulate strength. Inukasaki Kisame just bought time for him. Naruto frowned and braced himself to the tune of 12 points. Chakra was burning in his body and he could burst out with powerful power at any time. Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes, which were covered with dense bloodshot eyes. 2 blood streaks flowed out of the right eye, and the eye technique Amaterasu was activated. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi let out a soft sound, and a terrifying force was activated. Naruto felt chills in his heart, his hair stood on end, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He was filled with great fear, and the aura of death was approaching. Unparalleled. Naruto roared suddenly, blue chakra flames ignited on the surface of his body, endless chakra was released, 4 chakra ribbons were inhaled into the body, and blue light emitted from Naruto's body. Pity, it's still too late. Amaterasu's activation comes by sight. Amaterasu is as far as the eye can see. On Naruto's chest, a small ball of dark flame burned on the surface of his skin. Instead of feeling the heat, he felt a kind of coldness, and bursts of burning pain came from his chest. Naruto's eyes were evil and murderous, and he roared angrily. Chakra exploded on his body surface. The terrifying air wave destroyed everything around him. Countless trees were broken and the ground was lifted up. Unfortunately, it's still useless. This pitch-black Amaterasu was like a gangrene attached to the bone, motionless, still burning, scorching Naruto's body. This is an inextinguishable black flame that will not disappear until it burns Naruto completely. It is the most powerful physical attack technique. Uchiha Itachi stumbled and almost fell down. He had exhausted all his chakra. Amaterasu's activation required a large amount of chakra. With his amount of chakra, he could no longer use ninjutsu. At the same time, his eyes were blurry for a while, and it took him 5 or 6 seconds to recover. Now he is still unable to use Amaterasu freely, which has caused great damage to his eyes. He will no longer be able to activate Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu for at least a month. Photo taken. But everything is worth it. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is bound to win. Itachi, are you okay? Kisame Uchiha said as he supported Uchiha Itachi. It's okay, Uchiha Itachi said weakly. The two of them distanced themselves from Naruto and looked at him quietly to prevent Naruto from counterattacking. Naruto's face was covered with sweat. He endured the burning of Amaterasu and gritted his teeth without screaming. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu exceeded Naruto's expectations. It was a thin line between life and death. The black flames had expanded to the size of a fist. If this continued, Naruto would soon be burned out. He was anxious in his heart and forced himself to calm down. His thoughts were like lightning. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, hoping for some way to solve Amaterasu. Slowly, Naruto opened his eyes and jumped to the ground. The art of psychic. Naruto quickly formed seals with his hands. Chakra was consumed crazily. He slapped his hands on the ground, and a dark spell spread. With a bang, a large amount of smoke came out and then dissipated. 3 huge toads were lying there, like 3 hills, and one of them was Toad Bunta. Is it Naruto, brat? Why did you summon the 3 of us? Gamabunta said with a rumble. Isn't it Jiraiya? Next to him, a fiery red toad holding a pot lid-shaped shield and a glowing scepter said that he is one of the 3 toads, taken, and the younger brother of Toad Bunta. The other one carried a pair of swords, and the green toad looked at Gamabunta. No, he is Jiraiya's disciple, just a brat, Gamabunta said, minding his own business. The 2 toads looked at Naruto with huge eyes and noticed the Amaterasu black flame on Naruto's chest. What is this? The Toad brothers said in unison. Gamabunta looked at Naruto with an intention of asking. This is Amaterasu, an unquenchable flame, the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan. Naruto said with cold sweat on his face, holding back the pain. He pointed at Uchiha Itachi and said, "Help me block those two guys. They are Akatsuki's people and want to take away the Nine Tails." The three big toads looked at Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Kisaki, squinting their eyes slightly, their murderous aura spreading, and they couldn't help but want to take action. "Let me kill them." Toad Guan pulled out his two swords and said fiercely. "No." Naruto quickly stopped and said, "They too are very strong. Just don't let them get into me. There's no need to do anything. Boss Toad, please," Naruto said to Toad Bunta. Humph! Gamabunta grinned, pulled out the tachi from his waist, and pointed it at Itachi Uchiha and Kisame and Akazaki. "Toad Guan, Toad Jiun, stop them. I'm too clumsy, I'd better listen to my elder brother," Toad Jiun said in a simple and honest voice. "There is no other way." Tomohiro tightened the two swords in his hands and stared at Uchiha Itachi and Mikagaki Kisame. "I didn't expect that brat to learn psychic skills," Kisame Mikagaki said. He looked at the three huge toads and his eyes became serious. "Do you want to do it now, Itachi?" Kisame Mikagaki said. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were calm and he said slowly, "No need, Amaterasu's flame will not go out." The 2 and 3 toads faced each other, but no one made a move. Naruto sat cross-legged, his mind united, his whole body relaxed, and he contemplated everything around him. He couldn't feel the pain in his body, and his thoughts were silent in the pearl of life, hoping to stimulate the power of life. He is not worried that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame and Aragaki will come over. He has absolute confidence that he can drag someone into the water and try the terrifying power of Amaterasu Black Flame. Besides, there are still 3 Toad brothers here, who can resist for a while. So he was not worried, but Amaterasu's terrifying power left Naruto at a loss. He placed all his hopes on the Pearl of Life, hoping to use the power of the Pearl of Life to offset Amaterasu's black flames. The power of life is a mysterious force that even Kyuubi cannot predict. Judging from Kyuubi's expression, it is absolutely extraordinary and must be unique. Naruto didn't know whether the power of life could dispel the black flames of Amaterasu, but he could only give it a try. Little green light spots rose in the woods, like fireflies, emerging among the flowers, plants and trees, swaying and flying in the air. This is a grand scene, with dreamy colors, the air seems to be purified and fresh, and you will feel refreshed after taking a breath. The entire forest was glowing with misty green light, an unprecedented spectacle. Uchiha Itachi and Inokaki Kisame looked at all this in shock. This was completely beyond their understanding and they didn't understand what was happening. Green light spots were flying around the two of them, which was very strange. They stretched out their hands to touch, but they couldn't feel the touch at all. The two of them were shocked and confused. "What's going on? What happened?" Kisame Inokasaki exclaimed in shock. The surging breath of life made his body relax, and his physical strength was slowly recovering. Even if he did nothing, he was benefiting from the power of life. This is the power of nature. 3 Toad opened his eyes wide and looked at the green light spots in the sky in disbelief. "No, it's not the same, but it's very similar, and its vitality is very strong." Gamabunta said. The power of nature is Myomushin's unique training method. It absorbs the power of nature and can exert a power more than 10 times greater than chakra. It is an immortal technique, but the power of nature is invisible. It is not like the power of life, which has visible green light energy. Moreover, the life breath contained in the power of nature is not strong, and it is not as strong as the power of life. It's refreshing. It's incredible how many secrets this kid has. Gamabunta looked at Naruto meditating and thought to himself. This time, the range of activation of the power of life is very large, and it has something to do with Naruto's thoughts. It has a lot to do with it. He is sending messages for help to all around, begging for the help of the power of life. As the first being who can absorb the power of life, Naruto has an innate advantage. The power of life actively helps him, responds to Naruto, and provides great help. The surrounding flowers, plants and trees were swaying and making rustling sounds, making it seem very quiet and leisurely. Little green light spots constantly floated from their bodies, gathering in the air. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Kisaki were both stunned. They both felt like they had seen a ghost. There was no sound of wind, and all the trees, flowers and plants were swaying. They looked very happy, but it gave them a very weird feeling. Horror. The 3 toads were extremely shocked. The power of nature at this moment was so intense that it was comparable to Mount Miyamu. "What the hell happened?" Kisame Inagangaki shouted again. He was very nervous and felt a sense of oppression. He even held the same Hata sword in his hand. Uchiha Itachi was also surprised, his face changed, and he observed the surroundings carefully. In the eyes of the Sharingan, everything around him had changed. The whole world was filled with green light and full of life. He noticed Naruto and his eyes narrowed. "It's Uzumaki Naruto." Uchiha Itachi said. He saw Naruto absorbing the green light spots between the sky and the earth. The process was slow, but the speed was accelerating. Amaterasu's black flames were burning in Naruto's chest, constantly burning his skin and spreading to his entire chest. The situation was not optimistic. In the entire forest, all the flowers, plants and trees within a kilometer were swaying, and a little bit of green light floated out, flying in the air, converging in the direction of Naruto. Naruto's consciousness was completely silent in the power of life, feeling the warmth. His whole body was warm, the beads of life in his body were beating, the green light was generous, absorbing the power of life between heaven and earth. As time passed, Naruto absorbed the power of life faster and faster, forming a green vortex above his head. The pure power of life merged into his body and strengthened the pearl of life. Naruto's body surface was emitting green fluorescence, and that area was wrapped in the rich light of life, making it difficult to see clearly. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan couldn't see clearly, his eyes were filled with green light, and Naruto was completely invisible. What's going on, Itachi? Kisame squinted his eyes. The strong green light made his eyes uncomfortable and painful. I don't know. My Manjikyu Sharingan can't see clearly. Itachi Uchiha frowned and said solemnly. Maybe it failed. He finally said doubtfully. Can't Amaterasu do the same? Kisame was stunned, beyond his imagination. It's very possible. Uchiha Itachi replied. We have no choice but to take action. Inukasaki Kisame made up his mind. Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, the situation has been reversed now. I have very little chakra left and my Sharingan cannot be used. With you alone, those 3 toads are enough to stop it. For the first time, Uchiha Itachi felt powerless in his heart. The 9 tails Jinchuriki was beyond imagination, and Amaterasu might even be useless. Then what should we do? Are we going to fail again? Those guys will definitely laugh at me. Kisame Mikagaki gritted his teeth and said angrily. Just wait and see what happens, Amaterasu may not have any effect. Uchiha Itachi said. The 3 toads looked at Naruto, who was heavily wrapped in green light, in shock. Naruto's figure was no longer visible in their eyes. Only the strong green light was flashing there. The aura of life was terrifyingly rich. The ground was covered with several feet of grass. The tall grass is swaying. A smile appeared on Naruto's lips, and his body was very relaxed. In his chest, a large part of the Amaterasu black flames had been eliminated, leaving only a small group of black flames like a candle in the wind. The power of life is indeed as powerful as Naruto expected. When Amaterasu black flame encountered the power of life, it melted like ice cubes under the scorching sun, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. In the end, the black flames completely melted away, leaving nothing behind. The power of life was repairing Naruto's chest. Within a moment, it was intact as before, with no trace of burns, smooth and rosy, and flowing with luster. The strong green light dissipated, and all the green light spots in the air were absorbed by Naruto. Everything returned to its original state, and all the flowers, plants and trees stopped, no longer emitting green light spots. Naruto opened his eyes, and a green light flashed in his eyes. He stood up from the grass several feet high. The luster flowed on his strong body, and there was a fragrance exuding from his body. The power of his physical body reached a whole new level. This time, on the thin line between life and death, Naruto will benefit a lot. The benefits are unimaginable. He jumped on top of Gamabunta's head and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha with burning eyes. Chakra ribbons were flying around his wrists, and terrifying power was hidden and could explode at any time. I want to thank you this time, Naruto said. Indeed, great crises are accompanied by great opportunities. This time, Naruto can be said to be completely reborn, and his strength has once again increased. This kid is so weird, you bastard. Kisame Kisaki took a sip and said viciously. Let's go, Kisame, there's no need to keep fighting, we are no longer opponents. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. He and Kisame Kisaki jumped back together, escaping quickly through the woods. Want to go? It's not that easy. Naruto's eyes flashed, and his figure bounced up. The 4 chakra ribbons expanded like 4 pairs of huge wings, accelerating Naruto. With a hiss, Naruto's figure changed, like a fleeting shadow, traveling thousands of miles in an instant, approaching Kisame in the blink of an eye. He held a Rasengan in his right hand and pressed it against Kisame's back. A chill ran down Kisame's back, and with his strong fighting instinct, he stretched his muscles across his back. With a bang, chakra exploded, blue and white light balls exploded in the air, and a strong wind blew the figure of Kisame away. With the help of this force, Kisame and Naruto were instantly pulled together by 3 feet distance. How can I let you get what you want? Naruto's eyes contained murderous intent, blackness flashed in his eyes, chakra ribbons entangled in the air, forming a chakra sword as wide as a palm, and struck down with force. Die! The chakra sword spanned a distance of 3 feet and slashed down in the air, forming a screen of light. The sword was so sharp that it stung both eyes. Kisame's body was cold and he was filled with great fear. He was sweating coldly. He felt very strong about death and his body was weak. He wanted to avoid it, but his body couldn't react and he was stunned, dying. Kisame, get out of the way! Uchiha Itachi shouted, almost roaring. Kisame woke up suddenly, his body was full of strength and he twisted his body incredibly. The chakra's sharp sword cut off Kisame's left arm. The cut was smooth and blood splashed out, dyeing the space red. Ah! Kisame screamed, his face turned pale, his body staggered, and he was about to fall. Itaki Uchiha quickly grabbed his body, holding the severed arm of Kisame. Kisame, his body was changing, turned into a shadow, and fled from here. Naruto stood firmly on the top of the tree, suppressed the desire to kill in his heart, and turned back. This battle ended with Xiao's defeat. Naruto, Jiraiya summoned me. As soon as he arrived here, Gamabunta said to Naruto, "You go first, you must be facing Orochimaru." Naruto nodded and said. With a bang, Gamabunta turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. "Excuse me," Naruto said to the two Toad brothers. Untie. Naruto formed a hand seal, and the two Toad brothers turned into smoke and returned to Mt. Miyama. Next is the Orochimaru. Naruto jumped up and galloped quickly through the woods, heading towards the direction where Tsunade and the others were. Opposite Naruto, there is a vast plain. The four of them faced off. Shizen fell to the ground, was injured by Yakushi Kabuto, and lost her ability to fight. "Tsunade, since you refused, the only option is to use force." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with cold light. Tsunade had wounds on her body, and her physical strength was very exhausted. She refused Orochimaru and fought all the way from the castle to here, all the while using strange power techniques. Now only Yakushi Kabuto is still in sufficient condition. His strength is very extraordinary and he has been hiding it. Now it has exploded and he is fighting with Tsunade. Tsunade raised her fist, activated her strange power technique, and rushed towards Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto jumped and dodged away. With a bang, a hole was made in the ground. Tsunade quickly moved forward, followed closely, and punched out both fists with a sonic boom, hitting Yakushi Kabuto's body. Yakushi Kabuto dodged again and again. His body was very agile and his reactions were quick, allowing him to dodge in a thrilling way. "Don't hide, kid," Tsunade said softly, raised her eyebrows, and instantly used her strength to kick Yakushi Kabuto away. With a wow sound, Yakushi Kabuto covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of hot blood, which cracked his bones. The force was terrifying. Tsunade was panting heavily and her physical strength was severely exhausted, so she simply ended it. She slowly walked towards Yakushi Kabuto to kill him here. Kabuto Yakushi leaned against the rock. He was proficient in yin healing and destroying injuries. He spread chakra throughout his body in advance, and the inner injuries were being repaired. "You are Nana's child, I didn't expect to follow that guy Orochimaru." Tsunade looked at Kabuto Yakushi and clenched her fists, gathering strength. Kabuto Yakushi lowered his head, his lenses shone coldly, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Tsunade. "I know your weakness." He picked up the kunao and cut his palm open, blood flowed down, and the smell of blood spread. Tsunade opened her eyes wide and her face was very pale. She looked at Kabuto Yakushi's bleeding palm in horror and fell into fear. She staggered and fell to the ground, her body trembling, thinking of her brother and lover, falling in a pool of blood. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen struggled to get up and shouted worriedly. Kabuto Yakushi walked up to Tsunade, raised his bleeding right hand, and showed a successful smile. "It seems that what I thought was right, you are indeed hemophobic." Medicine Master Kabuto said with a smile. Tsunade looked at Kabuto Yakushi's right hand in horror, her eyes trembling, and her fear of blood made her unable to exert any strength at all. "No, don't come over," Tsunade said tremblingly, hugging her body tightly with her hands and shrinking into a ball. "Tsunade," Jiraiya called out worriedly, leaving Orochimaru to go to help. "It's a pity that Orochimaru blocked him firmly and refused to leave, unable to move at all." Bang, Kabuto Yakushi kicked Tsunade away and hit Shizen, causing the two to fall together. "Tsunade-sama." Shizen endured the pain, helped Tsunade up, and asked with concern. Tsunade muttered something, her body was still trembling, her eyes were frightened, and the fear of blood had not yet dissipated. "Tsunade-sama, please wake up, now is not the time to be sad, everyone still needs your protection." Shizen shook Tsunade and shouted loudly, trying to wake up Tsunade. I can't do it, I can't do it." Tsunade shook her head unconsciously, tears streaming down her face. "I can't protect anyone. I can't protect anyone," she said sadly, falling into grief. Kabuto Yakushi watched this scene amusingly, and slowly walked towards the two of them, condensing a chakra scalpel in his hands, intending to inflict some pain on the two of them. Although he could not kill Tsunade, he still wanted to make Tsunade lose her ability to fight. "In that case, I'm here to get to know you," Kabuto Yakushi said coldly. Shizen struggled to stand up, holding the poison-quenching silver needle, and rushed towards the pharmacist's pocket. "Then let me protect Tsunade-sama." Shizen's voice was unyielding and firm, without fear of life or death. Shizen flicked her hand, and several silver needles pierced Yakushi Kabuto. The poison on the needle points shone brightly in the sunlight. Yakushi Kabuto smiled disdainfully, turned his head slightly, and dodged away. At this time, Shizen was already there. She held a kunao in both hands and stabbed Yakushi Kabuto in the heart. Yakushi Kabuto ducked sideways and slapped Shizen's left arm directly with her right hand. "Ah!" Shizen screamed, and the right hand with a scalpel condensed with chakra cut off the meridians and muscles of Shizen's left arm, causing tearing pain. Shizen's left arm was stretched, she gritted her teeth to support her body, and her right leg swept towards Yakushi Kabuto's legs. Stupid. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes froze, he bowed his body slightly, and struck Shizen's abdomen with both palms like lightning. Wow. Shizen spit out a mouthful of blood and felt a cramp in her abdomen. Her internal organs were damaged and her injuries were extremely serious. She fell to the ground, her body twitching, and she vomited out mouthfuls of blood. She looked very miserable. Kabuto Yakushi ignored Shizen and walked towards Tsunade. At this time, a hand grabbed Yakushi Kabuto's ankle, and Shizen raised her pale face, her eyes were firm, and she had a fearless air. "You are not allowed to come near Tsunade-sama," she said weakly, holding her hands tightly. Kabuto Yakushi looked at her coldly, expressionless, and kicked Shizen away. When he was about to turn around, Shizen grabbed his ankle again. She hugged him tightly with both hands and would not let go. "You are not allowed to get close to Tsunade-sama." Shizen said the same thing, unwaveringly. What a loyal servant. Orochimaru looked at all this from a distance and sneered. Damn it. Jiraiya clenched his fists, and his nails dug into his flesh. He was feeling aggrieved. He was slowly recovering chakra, and now he could only watch. Yakushi Kabuto showed no mercy and kicked Shizen away again. Shizen was already scarred and her internal injuries were very serious, but there was a belief that supported her trust in Tsunade. She hugged Yakushi Kabuto's feet again and said the same words. "You are not allowed to come near Tsunade-sama." Yakushi Kabuto stopped, held his eyes, condensed the blue chakra scalpel in his hands, and patted Shizen on the back. "Ah!" Shizen let out a shrill scream, her eyes went blank, a drop of blood spat out, and she fainted on the ground. Her body was riddled with holes, the injuries she suffered were almost devastating, and she finally couldn't survive it. What? Shizen's screams were very shrill in the plane. Tsunade came back to her senses and watched Shizen fall to the ground. Shizen's body was bleeding, and her body's functions were about to stop. The damage caused by the chakra scalpel was too serious, beyond imagination. Shizen, Tsunade muttered to herself. The pain in her heart was so intense that it felt like it was about to tear her apart. Her thoughts went back to the past, when the well-behaved little girl had always been by her side, giving selflessly and taking care of everything she had. Whether in Konoha or after leaving Konoha, for more than 20 years, I have never had any complaints. I still remember how sadly this helpless little girl cried when Kato-dan died. Ever since he was adopted by her, he has always been well-behaved and cautious, as if he was afraid that he would abandon her. Even when she left her hometown of Konoha, she didn't complain. She always stayed by his side. Every time a creditor came to collect money, she would drag her away. She is very kind and gentle. She resists all grievances by herself. She is friendly to everyone and speaks softly. Shizen, Tsunade shouted and ran over. She held Shizen in her arms, not caring about the blood on her body. She condensed green chakra in her hands and placed them on Shizen's chest. She was using palm magic to heal Shizen's injuries. "Wake up, Shizen." Tsunade had tears in her eyes, blaming herself, biting her lips, trying to wake her up. Chakra is being released desperately, the green light is bright and generous, the injury is too serious, it is difficult to recover, and the hope is very slim. "Wake up, Shizen." Tsunade's voice changed, and she buried herself in Shizen's arms, crying heartbreakingly, feeling that Shizen's body was getting colder. She was no longer afraid of blood and got rid of hemophobia, but the price she paid was too high. She lost the only person she loved most. Cough cough. The sound of coughing shocked Tsunade. She raised her head suddenly and saw Shizen opening her eyes and coughing blood from her mouth. "Shizen!" Tsunade cried with joy, placed her hands on Shizen's chest, and used her palm technique with all her strength. Tsunade-sama. I knew you wouldn't admit defeat," Shizen said weakly, showing a smile. "Stop talking, Shizen." Tsunade's eyes were red and she was treating Shizen's injuries seriously. "Haha, it seems that Orochimaru, you also make miscalculations sometimes. Tsunade is not that weak." Jiraiya laughed, very comfortable, and mocked Orochimaru to his heart's content. "Kabuto, what are you still doing? Get rid of those two people quickly," Orochimaru said with a gloomy face. Things went beyond expectations and were about to get out of control. Kabuto Yakushi had already started, taking a long step forward and stabbing Tsunade's back with his right hand like lightning. "Go to hell, kid." Tsunade hugged Shizen and stomped her feet so hard that the ground within a few meters dented and exploded. Tsunade turned around suddenly and hit Kabuto Yakushi's abdomen with a fist blessed by strange power. With a bang, Yakushi Kabuto flew out like a cannonball, smashing several rocks, and fell to the ground, spitting out the bits of his internal organs. The sun are so powerful. Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, I'm going to kill you. Tsunade frowned, and quickly formed seals with her hands and slapped them on the ground. The art of psychic, a large cloud of smoke dispersed, and a huge, blue and white slug, dozens of feet tall, appeared at Tsunade's feet. "Kabuto, come here quickly." Orochimaru shouted loudly. Yakushi Kabuto endured the severe pain, jumped to Orochimaru's side, bit his finger, and smeared the blood on Orochimaru's arm, leaving a mark. The art of psychic, with a bang, a large amount of smoke dissipated, and a huge python with purple and black stripes appeared at the feet of the two people. It was dozens of feet long, and its dark eyes looked very scary. Seeing this situation, Jiraiya also bit his finger, and the chakra was consumed crazily, and he slapped it on the ground. A huge toad with a sword attached to its waist was lying on the ground, holding a pipe in its mouth. It was none other than Toad Bunta. Jiraiya breathed a long sigh of relief, adjusted his posture, and looked at Orochimaru with sharp eyes. The legendary Sannin finally started a war at this moment. As expected, it's Orochimaru. What Naruto said is right. Even 10,000 snakes have been summoned, and slugs are also here. It's been a long time since we last seen each other. Gamabunta looked at this scene and said, Naruto, you know where Naruto is? Jiraiya said in surprise. Oh, that guy was attacked by Akatsuki's people and is coming over now. Gamabunta said, is that so? That's great. Jiraiya felt happy, squinting and smiling. Orochimaru's heart sank, a little surprised. His worst plan came true. I really didn't expect that even Itachi and Kisame failed. The existence of that brat is really infuriating. Orochimaru said viciously. Lord Orochimaru, there is no point in staying here. Once Uzumaki Naruto comes, we may not be able to leave. Kabuto Yakushi whispered. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, feeling unwilling to do so. The hope of treatment with his hands was right in front of him, but it seemed like there was a chasm between them, which really made Orochimaru feel aggrieved. Tsunade, you really don't want to see your brother and lover anymore, Orochimaru said again. He was very anxious and reluctant to give up. Orochimaru, stop trying to confuse me, I will kill you today. Tsunade jumped up, raised her fist, and hit Orochimaru. She faced her own heart. No longer trapped by Orochimaru, she wanted to kill him here. Wand snakes, stop them. Orochimaru said to the wand snakes at his feet. Don't forget my 100 sacrifices. One, she said in a dull voice. It twisted its huge body, wrapped around Gamabunta, opened its mouth full of fangs, and bit Gamabunta's head. I want to see if you have made any progress. Gamabunta was not afraid. He pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed at the incoming snakes. Wanshi's body was very agile. The huge snake had dodged the sword, bent in the air, and hit Gamabunta. At this time, a white shadow hit Wanshi's body, knocking Wanshi staggering. It was Tsunade's slug. 3 powerful psychics were fighting together, and they were fighting together. The ground was shaking, sand and rocks were flying, and the scene was very shocking. On the other side, Tsunade was chasing Orochimaru, and every punch cracked mountains and rocks, with terrifying power. She had murderous intent in her heart, showed no mercy, and really wanted to kill Orochimaru. Jiraiya and Kabuto Yakushi were fighting each other. The two were now of equal strength, and they were inseparable from each other. As time passed by, Orochimaru's heart became more and more impetuous, and he felt that the crisis was approaching. He held the Kusanagi sword in his mouth and deflected Tsunade's attack. Tsunade still pressed forward, her eyes as cold as ice and murderous intent surging. He looked at the 3 major psychic arts. Wanshi was inserted into the mouth by Gamabunta's sword and nailed to the ground. The winner was decided. Leave, Kabuto. Orochimaru shouted to Yakushi Kabuto, and his figure quickly disappeared into the plain. Kabuto Yakushi didn't want to fight for a long time. As soon as he heard Orochimaru's words, he immediately left Jiraiya behind and followed Orochimaru. Damn Orochimaru, you deserve to die. Wanshi looked at Orochimaru's retreating figure resentfully, then turned into smoke with a bang and returned to Ryokai Cave. Tsunade and Jiraiya did not continue to pursue, and their condition was not good, so it was difficult to determine the winner. Gamabunta and Slug lifted the psychic spell. Tsunade gently placed Shizun on the ground and was treating her carefully. Jiraiya stood aside, not knowing what to do. The battle of the 3 ninjas has come to an end. Orochimaru's plan has obviously failed. Now he urgently needs to get Sasuke's body and restore his hands. In the distance, a figure quickly approached and stood beside them a few seconds later. It was Naruto who had arrived. What's wrong, Shizun's sister? Naruto said immediately after seeing the bleeding Shizun. She has multiple meridians and muscle injuries in her body, and her internal organs are damaged. In this environment, it is difficult to deal with and requires surgery. Tsunade's eyes were filled with tears, and she unleashed all her palm skills. Shizun's situation was not optimistic and she needed immediate surgery. Unfortunately, in such an environment, surgery would undoubtedly aggravate Shizun's injuries. Tsunade was worried and afraid of losing Shizun. Let me do it, Naruto said to Tsunade. Come here. Tsunade raised her tear-stained face and looked at Naruto in confusion. Then she grabbed Naruto's collar and shouted, "Are you kidding me, little devil?" She was in a bad mood, thinking that Naruto was entertaining her and making fun of Shizun's life. "Tsunade, why don't you let go first and see what Naruto says?" Jiraiya waved his hands repeatedly to persuade Tsunade. Tsunade calmed down, but she still looked at Naruto with unkind eyes, unable to explain why. She just wanted Naruto to look good. She released her hands on Shizun's chest again, maintaining her palm sensibility to relieve Shizun's injuries. "I have a way to treat Shizun-san. I'm definitely not lying to you, Tsunade-san," Naruto said sincerely. "I hold the power of life and can completely heal Sister Shizun's injuries." Naruto squatted down and stretched out his right hand. There was a green ball of light in the palm of his hand. The power of life was so abundant that the grass on the ground felt tall and straight. Situation. Tsunade and Jiraiya looked at Naruto's right hand in shock. As they breathed, a coolness flowed through their bodies, and their chakras seemed to become more active. What is this? Jiraiya frowned and said solemnly. This is very similar to the power of nature. He practiced in Miyama Mountain and learned the method of absorbing the power of nature. The light ball in Naruto's hand gave him a feeling very similar to the power of nature. That it should be said that it is more pure, and the breath of life is so rich that it is incomparable to the power of nature. I cultivated this by accident. Sister Shizun's injury is not optimistic. I hope Sister Tsunade can believe me. Naruto looked into Tsunade's eyes sincerely, very firmly. This breath of life is richer than Grandpa's Mudan. As the granddaughter of the first generation, she has naturally experienced Mudan. She placed her right hand on top of the green ball of light, feeling the difference in this power. The warm current flows along Tsunade's palm into the limbs and bones of the body, repairing the damage in the meridians, and the cells have a feeling of rebirth, as if they are several years younger. The body functions are accelerating, and the body is filled with strength. Tsunade opened her eyes in shock. This was not wooden chakra, but a brand new and unknown power that could repair wounds on the body. The strength of the body was extraordinary. Shizun is counting on you. Tsunade stood up, stepped aside, and said to Naruto, "Okay." Naruto nodded sharply and squatted next to Shizun. "Well, please avoid the lecherous old man." Naruto turned his head and said to Jiraiya, What's the problem?" Jiraiya asked, not knowing why. "During that treatment, I might have taken off Shizun-sensei's clothes. It would be bad if the lecherous old man was here," Naruto said righteously. "What?" they both shouted together. "Great, I have to protect your integrity here." Jiraiya's face turned red, he was in a very excited mood, and he looked like a pig brother. "Get away!" Tsunade punched Jiraiya directly into the sky, and he didn't know how far he flew. "You didn't tell me to take off my clothes." Tsunade's brows twitched, trying her best to suppress the anger in her heart. "There is no way. I am not yet proficient in mastering the power of life. I may not be able to achieve the healing effect through clothes." Naruto untied the belt of Shizun's clothes and spread out the black kimono. Shizun's snow-white body was exposed to the air, with her towering breasts, smooth pink shoulders, and slender waist. Naruto did not take off Shizun's obscene clothes. This was enough. "Kid, don't make any weird moves, or I want you to look good." Tsunade on the side warned Naruto. Naruto didn't answer, he was concentrating on Shizun's flat belly with 2 purple palm prints, and there were many large and small wounds on his body, and the internal damage was even more serious. He stretched out his hands and placed them on Shizun's belly, closed his eyes, and mobilized the beads of life in his body. In the battle with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Ingekeki, Naruto used the power of life to fight against the black flames of Amaterasu. It can be said that he was recognized by the power of life in a real sense and had mutual contact with the pearl of life in his body. During the Chunin examination and Orochimaru's battle, Naruto's anger and despair caused the power of the Nine Tails to leak out. The resentment and evil thoughts of the Nine Tails invaded Naruto's thinking. At this time, the power of life automatically protected Naruto and carried out a new evolution has become the Pearl of Life. From that time on, the power of life truly recognized Naruto, but it was limited to repairing Naruto's body and was a passive use. Naruto could not control the power of life. And this time in the battle with Uchiha Itachi, after being hit by Amaterasu's black flames, Naruto placed all his hopes on the power of life, and received the help of the power of life, proving that Naruto is the only one who can absorb the power of life. Existence of people. When Naruto's consciousness was silent and in the Pearl of Life, the Pearl of Life taught Naruto a simple way to master the power of life, allowing Naruto to actively use the power of life. A little bit of green light floated out from the grass, flying like fireflies. In Naruto's body, the Pearl of Life sent out ripples and was transported into Naruto's palm. Tsunade looked at this scene in surprise and reached out to touch the power of life. Unfortunately, she didn't feel it. She didn't get the recognition of the power of life and couldn't feel the power of life. When Naruto can truly use the power of life, the first thing he masters is the ability to heal. In fact, as early as when the life force in Naruto formed the Pearl of Life, Naruto had already mastered an ability, that is, perception. Naruto can sense the evil atmosphere, or some kind of crisis, within 100 meters of himself. This is the ability given to Naruto by the power of life. The second ability that Naruto now has is healing. This is very different from the medical skills of ninjas. The healing effect given by the power of life is based on the source of life contained in the human body, which is a fundamental cure. Regardless of internal or external injuries, as long as the power of life that Naruto can control is strong enough, resurrection and rebirth will not be a problem. The real living dead, flesh and bones, it's a pity that the life force that Naruto can use now is pitifully small. It can only heal some basic internal and external injuries. For injuries like Shizun's that damage internal organs, Naruto can only prevent them from getting worse. Complete treatment depends on Tsuna. Hand healing skills. The free life force was drawn by Naruto and gathered into Naruto's palm. Through Naruto's palm, it merged into Shizen's body, repairing the damage to internal organs and damaged meridians. The green light was shining, Shizen's pale face gradually turned rosy, her breathing slowly became steady, and the external wounds visible to the naked eye were healing. It's really amazing. Tsunade stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help but exclaim. This is very similar to the creative regeneration technique she created, but the essence is completely different. Her creative regeneration technique stimulates the regeneration of cells to achieve the miraculous effect of healing trauma, while Naruto's life force is extracted from the human body. The origin of life involves areas that she cannot understand. The green light dissipated, Naruto opened his eyes, tied Shizen's clothes, and said to Tsunade, "Okay, I'll leave the rest of the treatment to you, Tsunade-san. This is done." Tsunade was stunned. This was too fast, less than half a minute. Sister Shizen's injury has not fully recovered yet and requires more systematic treatment. I have only alleviated the deterioration of the injury, but cannot completely cure it, Naruto explained. Tsunade knelt down and put her hands on Shizen's chest. She activated the palm senjutsu and a burst of green light shone as she checked Shizen's injuries. Then Tsunade picked up Shizen and said to Naruto, "It's true, the deterioration of the injury has stopped. Thank you, Naruto." She could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She really couldn't imagine how she would live without Shizen. This well-behaved female disciple was her only relative now. "It's nothing. Sister Shizen is also very kind to me, and I also want to know if the healing power of the power of life is powerful." Naruto smiled. "No matter what, thank you." Tsunade put her head in front of Naruto's face and pressed her red lips on Naruto's forehead. Got kissed again, Naruto roared inwardly. After Ui Kurane, Naruto was kissed again. He even doubted whether he had a fatal attraction to mature women. "Why, you brat, you're not happy yet." Tsunade's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing Naruto's unhappy expression, she was very unhappy and shouted angrily. On a whim, she decided to reward Naruto, but she didn't want to be disliked. After all, she was also the princess of Konoha. "No, it's just a little too sudden." Naruto put his hands behind his head and said casually, "Explain it to me, you brat." Tsunade carried Shizen behind her back and caught up with Naruto. As for poor Jiraiya-sama, he was forgotten. A few days later, Shizen recovered from her injuries and was in better spirits than ever before. When she learned that it was Naruto who undressed her and treated her, she blushed. Every time she saw Naruto hesitant to speak, she felt very embarrassed. That guy Jiraiya has been sighing all the time. He has been in a very bad state of mind these past few days. He can't even eat food and is sulking at Tsunade. Naruto didn't care about this lecherous old man. He would practice the power of life every day, hoping to master the magical use of the power of life as soon as possible and strengthen his own strength. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the power of life does not happen overnight, and the progress is extremely slow. The power of life that can be mastered and used is still too little, and it is difficult to detect the increase at all. However, Naruto was not discouraged by this and continued to practice as before. On this day, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was exceptionally clear. Naruto and Jiraiya packed their things and were about to return to Konoha to deliver this mission. They also asked Tsunade about her wishes, but Tsunade did not give them a certain answer. The two of them were helpless. They could not force Tsunade and could only go back to Konoha to talk. "Have you packed it up?" Jiraiya asked. "That's it." Naruto held large and small bags in his hands. These were gifts prepared for Hinata and the others, and they were rarely given out once. The two walked together towards Konoha. "Hey, I don't know what to say to those two old ghosts." Jiraiya sighed. Thinking of Konoha's two old advisors, Koharu and Mito Kadoyan had a headache when they moved to bed. It was too troublesome. "I don't know what to do with Xiao Li's injury. Although my life force can play a little role, I still need Sister Tsunade's help." Naruto also had a frown on his face, and really didn't know how to explain to Akai. The two of them suddenly felt hopeless, gloomy, and their spirits were gone. "Hey, can you two hurry up?" A crisp voice reached their ears. Naruto and Jiraiya suddenly woke up, raised their heads, and saw Tsunade and Shizen standing in front of them, looking at Naruto with smiles on their faces. Naruto rubbed his eyes to make sure it was not an hallucination, then jumped up and down with joy, finally letting go of the stone in his heart. Jiraiya simply cried. His future was bright and he could freely draw material for his novels. "Sister Tsunade, why are you following me?" Naruto trotted to Tsunade's side and asked happily. "Humph, I am the princess of Konoha, the fifth Hokage." "You brat, how dare you talk to me like this?" Tsunade raised her head proudly and raised her fist to hit Naruto. Naruto covered his head and was speechless. This was a public revenge. Jiraiya put an old face on his face and moved closer to Tsunade. Tsunade punched him away and ignored him. As for Shizen, whose face was red the whole time, she had not recovered from the incident of the last treatment. Now it's fine, everyone is happy, this time the task has been successfully completed, and Xiao Li's treatment is also expected. A group of 4 people walked leisurely towards Konoha. Near noon, the group successfully arrived at Konoha and arrived at the gate of Konoha. "I'm finally back, Konoha hasn't changed at all." Tsunade looked at the gate of Konoha and said with emotion. The two ninjas on guard looked at each other when they saw the group of 4. Isn't that Uzumaki Naruto, said the man on the right. Well, there is also Jiraiya-sama, but who are those two people? The man on the left looked at Tsunade and Shizune and said in confusion. I heard that Uzumaki Naruto went to find the legendary Tsunade-sama, so it couldn't be Tsunade-sama. The man on the right said in surprise. The two of them looked at Tsunade carefully, and felt more and more that Tsunade had an extraordinary temperament. She was definitely the princess of Konoha. Tsunade, among the Sunin of Konoha. At that moment, he straightened his spine and carried out his work without blinking an eye. Go in, Tsunade-sama. Naruto said to Tsunade. Tsunade nodded, and the four of them walked into Konoha. Tsunade and the others were going to meet the senior officials of Konoha, so Naruto waved goodbye to them and returned to his home. After getting everything ready, Naruto went out to look for Hinata and the others. In a forest, Team 8 is undergoing training. The current situation in Konoha is still unstable. The succession of the 5th Hokage has not yet been confirmed, so the number of outing missions has been reduced. They need to wait for the 5th Hokage to succeed. Only then can we recover. After all, Naruto is the spiritual sustenance of Konoha and the outward force of influence. It represents the powerful strength of the ninja village and is indispensable. Akamaru, hurry up. Kiba jumped in the woods and said to Akamaru behind him. Wang Wang. Akamaru responded, his figure spinning in the air, and bits of crystal water splashed out from Akamaru's body, dripping on the tree, leaving a strong smell. Well done, Akamaru. Ya looked at all this and praised Akamaru with his fists clenched. They are practicing new ninjutsu and have perfected it to the final step. Shino, who was looking for insects, was distracted by Akamaru's urine. He really didn't want to search anymore. He stood silently under the tree, looking at Kiba and Akamaru, not knowing what he was thinking. Hinata was also practicing pom-pom hard on the side, sweating like rain, panting slightly, and the thick tree body was covered with palm prints that were many inches deep. She wanted to gain enough strength and hoped to be by Naruto's side all the time. This was her only luxury wish. Drink, drink, Hinata shouted tenderly, and slapped the tree with both palms quickly. Chakra followed the meridians of the palms to perform soft fist techniques. Every attack was very particular, and the tree body would shake slightly, and leaves fell one by one. Hinata's palm did not hit the tree, and the blue chakra palm prints penetrated 3 inches of the body, leaving palm prints on the tree one by one. In addition, Hinata's shooting speed was very fast, creating a visual illusion that the palm of her hand has become as pure as fire and has reached a very profound state. Even Naruto has to admire it. Hinata, I'm back. At this time, Naruto's voice reached Hinata's ears. Naruto. Hinata was startled and muttered to herself, looking at the boy who suddenly appeared in front of her, somewhat unresponsive. Kiba and Shino saw Naruto, walked over and said hello. Hey, Naruto, long time no see. Ya waved towards Naruto and said reluctantly. Woof woof. In contrast, Akamaru was very enthusiastic and jumped directly into Naruto's arms, sticking out his tongue in a fawning manner. I knew it would be like this. Yahoo secretly thought. Shino nodded to Naruto with a cold look. Naruto, didn't you go out to look for Tsunade-sama? Hinata blushed and said softly. Tsunade-sama has followed you back. This time I brought some red bean paste that you like to eat. Try it. Naruto smiled and put the bag in Hinata's hand. Thank you, Naruto. Hinata was extremely moved and said shyly, her face getting hot. You saw that Naruto still had 2 bags in his hands, and said with a smile on his face, this is probably not prepared for us. Naruto glanced at him and Shino and said, oh, no, this is for Sakura and Ino. Ya looked embarrassed. She really felt like she was short of mouth and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Shino raised his eyes and felt a little unnatural. At this time, Naruto held Hinata's hand and said to Kiba and Shino, well, I will take Hinata away. You can train well. After saying that, he ignored Kiba and Shino and pulled Hinata away, who was blushing. Next, Naruto and Hinata went to find Sakura and Ino. They were very happy to see Naruto and hugged Naruto's arms and refused to let go. After Naruto gave them the gift, he was even more moved and liked it very much. Later, the 4 of them went to a barbecue restaurant to celebrate before returning home. In the next few days, something big happened in Konoha. The 5th generation Hokage succeeded to the throne, and the granddaughter of the 1st generation Hokage and Princess Konoha, one of the 3 ninjas, Senju Tsunade, inherited the position of Hokage. The people of Konoha cheered, and all the Konoha ninjas felt like they were bearing a heavy burden. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Konoha was finally on the right track. Although the Konoha collapse plan and the death of the 3rd Hokage dealt a great blow to Konoha, as long as the 5th Hokage succeeds to the throne, Konoha will still be the most powerful ninja village among the 5 major ninja countries. There is no doubt about this. Because of the past few days of rest and recuperation, Konoha's documents have accumulated to a certain extent. The piles were piled high, making Tsunade dizzy and wishing she could escape from Konoha. Now that there was no choice but to burn the midnight oil and fight. Fortunately, Shizen's help saved Tsunade a lot of energy, so she was still busy. Similarly, Konoha has accumulated a lot of tasks, most of which are C-level and B-level tasks, which require genin like Naruto and the others to take charge. Since the last Chuunin exam was cancelled, they are still genin. Although their strength has reached the level of Chunin, it is still empty talk without being recognized, and they can only perform simple tasks obediently. Naruto and the 7th team have been performing some simple tasks these days. Although it is very boring, there is nothing they can do about it. Kakashi and the other Jonins needed to perform A-level and S-level missions, so they were pushed out and no longer followed the Genin to act as a protector. This made Naruto very envious, and he also hoped to perform S-level missions to challenge more powerful ninjas. After all, his current strength has surpassed that of Kakashi and the other first-class Jonins. Doing some C-level and B-level tasks is really not challenging, and there is no sense of crisis at all. It made Naruto miss the time when he fought with Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Nagaki. This also made Naruto's thoughts about leaving Konoha even deeper. Staying in Konoha does hinder the growth of Naruto's strength. Only after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire can his own strength be enhanced. Only by fighting between life and death can he have perseverance. Naruto's strength has reached a terrifying level, and it is no exaggeration to say that he can compete with a shadow-level powerhouse. But there was still a potential sense of crisis in his heart, and there was something controlling everything. Naruto trusted his intuition. This was the union of two souls, a feeling derived from deep memories. It was the basis for his survival in his previous life. On this day, they came to the Hokage's office. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, personally gave their 7th class an A-level mission. According to what she said, Konoha is currently short of manpower, and Naruto's strength has reached the level of a Jounin, and he is fully qualified for the A-level mission. I hope they be able to complete it well and pay attention to your own safety. The 3 of them accepted it gladly and went out happily. The mission this time was to kill Yamazawa Mamoru, a Jounin rebellious ninja in Konoha. The mission was not very difficult, it was just average for Naruto. The Jounin is no longer his opponent. Even a strong shadow-level warrior like Uchiha Itachi who possesses the Sharingan, Naruto can win. It is easy for him to deal with a Jounin. When they arrived at their destination, Naruto did not rush to take action, but let Sasuke and Sakura fight each other first, so that they could have an idea of their own strength. The other party had a ferocious expression on his face. He was very disdainful and very arrogant towards the 3 brats who came to take his life. Sakura is not suitable for fighting. She is very weak. Between Genin and Choyunin, she has been protected under Naruto's wings. She does not have a good understanding of her own strength, and she loses easily. When she was about to be hit by the opponent's punch, Naruto took action to save Sakura. Only then did the other party look squarely at Naruto, thinking that Naruto's strength was unusual and a bit tricky, but he still didn't take Naruto seriously. Next is the battle between Sasuke and Yamazawa Mamoru. Sasuke's fighting talent is very good, and he also masters powerful ninjutsu, and he has the blood inheritance limit of Sharingan. Although there is a gap in strength between him and his opponent, the winner can't be determined for a while. Yamazawa Mamoru was surprised that Sasuke could fight him for dozens of rounds. He thought that Sasuke should be the most powerful among the 3, so he used all his strength to kill Sasuke. Sasuke was instantly at a disadvantage and could only passively defend, being completely suppressed. He clenched his teeth and glanced at Naruto, who was calm and composed. He felt very unconvinced and unwilling. The power of the curse seal was inspired by him. Later, with the blessing of the curse seal, Sasuke's combat power doubled, and he used Chidori to kill Yamazawa Mamoru in the eyes of disbelief. This time the task was successfully completed. It's finally over, Sasuke, don't be controlled by the curse seal. Naruto jumped down from the tree and said to Sasuke. Sasuke's face was covered with flaming black spells, his blood-red eyes staring with a cruel sneer on his lips. The powerful power made him feel a little elated, and he said cruelly immediately, I haven't had enough fun yet, Uzumaki Naruto, I want to duel with you. Sasuke held his head high, with a look of arrogance on his face. Naruto held his forehead, the last thing he wanted to happen happened. Then he moved his feet, and his figure instantly appeared behind Sasuke. With a hand knife, he knocked Sasuke unconscious, and the curse seal receded like a tide. Naruto carried Sasuke and Sakura back to Konoha, and in BSP, that night, there were a few stars. Sasuke leaned against the tree and recalled what happened during the day. Naruto's strength made Sasuke feel powerless and hated him for not fighting. He was burdened with a blood feud and had always been very concerned about his own strength. He wanted to kill Uchiha Itachi himself. He gritted his teeth and reached out to touch the curse mark on the back of his neck. The thing Orochimaru forcibly gave him could give him powerful power. He recalled what Orochimaru had said, and his heart was touched. If you want to pursue power, come with me. Orochimaru's seductive voice seemed to echo in his ears. Sasuke sat quietly on the tree, looking at the dim moon, the darkness in his heart growing infinitely. In the distance, there were 4 strange figures looking at Sasuke. They were Orochimaru's 4 sound ninjas. They were ordered to come to Konoha to capture Sasuke. Orochimaru's injuries had deteriorated very seriously. They urgently needed Sasuke's body to use the technique of immortal reincarnation and have a rebirth. For this reason, after returning from Tansha Street, Orochimaru couldn't wait to send the 4 sound ninjas to Konoha, and they were bound to capture Sasuke back. Is this the kid? He looks very weak, the fat Jirobo said. No matter what, let's solve it quickly. Don't forget Lord Orochimaru's instructions. The guy named Uzumaki Naruto is not simple. Seikan Yukan, who has 2 heads, said. The 4 people flashed and disappeared. With a hiss, the four people appeared next to Suzuki, surrounding Suzuki in an angle, looking at Suzuki with disdain. Who are you? Suzuki was on guard, aware of the danger. For sound ninjas. East Gate, Kidomaru. Kidomaru with 6 hands said with a ferocious smile. Same as above, Zaimen Seikan. Seikan said with a haughty expression. Same as above, South Gate Jirobo. The fat Jirobo said. Same as above, North Gate Teiwia. The only woman, a relatively normal Teiwia, said coldly. The four of them announced their homes, and then their figures changed, surrounding Suzuki, and they moved very quickly, intending to attack. Kidomaru was the first to take action, kicking his feet, rushing towards Suzuki, and punched him. Suzuki reacted immediately, put his hands on Kidomaru's body, and jumped into the air. At this time, Seikan's figure appeared behind Suzuki. Before he could make a move, Seikan's feet kicked Seikan's chest. The huge force directly caused him to hit the tree hard. Jirobo roared, and punched Suzuki in the face with a powerful punch. Suzuki was in danger and blocked it with his left hand. Then he grabbed Jirobo's arm tightly with both hands and threw him and Kidomaru away with all the strength of his body. Seikan and Teiwia. Soon enough, in the blink of an eye, the four people's offensive collapsed. With a bang, a burst of smoke dissipated, and 4 wooden stakes appeared in place. The figures of the 4 sound ninjas appeared behind Suzuki, looking at him with disdain. Suzuki suddenly shook, his Sharingan opened instantly, the dark double Megatama rotated, and his eyes looked at the 4 people with murderous intent. I'm not in a good mood right now. If the fight continues, I won't show mercy. Seikan sneered, looked at Suzuki with his eyes, and mocked, you are so weak, so don't show off with your mouth. He hooked his fingers at Suzuki and said provocatively, come here, let me use your ribs to play the scales. Suzuki couldn't bear it anymore, jumped up, took out the silk thread he had with him, and rushed towards Seikan. Let me do it. Seikan blocked Kidomaru, stepped forward, and kicked Suzuki. With a bang, Suzuki caught Seikan's kick with his left hand and swung his right hand. The steel wire was directly wrapped around Seikan's foot. Then Suzuki stepped forward, tightened the steel wire with both hands, and kicked Seikan sharply. Seikan half knelt on the roof and raised his left hand to resist. Suzuki turned his body and kicked him again. Seikan continued to defend with his hands in front of him. Suzuki showed a sneer and punched Seikan. Let's hear a nice voice, do. Unfortunately, Seikan is not easy to defeat. His attacks are very weird and difficult to defend. Bang, an invisible force knocked Suzuki away, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Seikan shouted again. Bang, another invisible force blasted Suzuki away and hit a tree directly, causing severe pain all over his body. He was horrified, completely unable to understand the opponent's attack pattern, and was defeated due to carelessness. He was unwilling to give up, and anger filled his chest. The curse seal broke out, and the dark flame spells covered his body. The powerful power was regenerated, even better than before. At this time, the 4 sound ninjas jumped in front of Suzuki, and their faces were covered with dark curses. They had the same curse seal as Suzuki, and the evil aura exuded. You are not the only one recognized by Lord Orochimaru, Seikan said arrogantly. Suzuki looked astonished and had no idea what to do. He felt powerless. Do you want to defeat Uzumaki Naruto? Uchiha Suzuki. At this time, Seikan put his face in front of Suzuki's eyes and said seductively. Suzuki was stunned, his blood-red eyes trembling, and a figure kept enlarging in his heart. It is Naruto Uzumaki. Early the next morning, Naruto and Tsunade arrived at Konoha Hospital. Opening the door of Xiao Li's medical room, Xiao Li was lying on the hospital bed, with teacher Akai and his team beside him. Xiao Li, sister Tsunade is here, Naruto said to Xiao Li. The 4 of them looked at them. Xiao Li was excited, clenched his fists, and nodded fiercely, with tears in his eyes. He has been practicing for the past few days without interruption. He has a firm belief and is unwilling to bow to fate. It should not end like this. Everyone saw Xiao Li's persistence and were impressed by such a tenacious ninja. Unfortunately, they all shook their heads and sighed secretly. The injury was too serious and it was difficult to have a chance to recover. After all, becoming a ninja again was a luxury. It's different now. Tsunade is back. She is recognized as the authority of medical ninja in the ninja world, creating a prosperous era of medical ninja, and her medical ninja skills are admired by everyone. In the Third Ninja War, he cured many people who were on the verge of death. He is so skilled in medical ninjutsu that it is not difficult to heal Xiao Li's injuries. Thank you so much, Naruto. Akai's eyes lit up and he was extremely emotional. He gave Naruto a bear hug and his eyes filled with tears. He was very touched and couldn't help himself. He had been blaming himself for the past few days and was very confused. Now he could finally relax. There was hope for Xiao Li's injury, and he immediately exploded. Niji and Tiantian were also very happy, with smiles on their faces, happy for Xiao Li. That Mr. Akai, you don't have to do this. Let me go first, let me go. Naruto was a little embarrassed. It was too awkward to be held by a big man like this. I'm so excited, sorry. Teacher Akai let go of Naruto and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade raised her eyebrows and glared, making Akai tremble in fear and step aside. Let me take a look at the injury. Tsunade walked to Xiaoli and said, Ma, please, Tsunade-sama. Xiaoli said excitedly. Tsunade stretched out her right hand, green energy wrapped the palm, and placed it directly on Xiaoli's back. Chakra flowed into Xiaoli's body and was transformed into images and transmitted to Tsunade's mind. Then she removed her right hand and placed it directly on Xiaoli's back. Put it on Xiaoli's chest and repeat this process, checking Xiaoli's limbs. Everyone watched quietly, for fear of making any noise. Akai's heart was almost in his throat and beating non-stop. Okay, Tsunade said as she took her right hand back. How's it going? How's it going? Akai asked quickly. The injury is more serious than I thought. Many bone fragments are deeply embedded around important nerves. Even if it is me, the chance of being cured is less than 50%. Tsunade frowned and said dully, Can it be cured, Tsunade-sama? Akai asked quickly. Xiaoli also looked at Tsunade nervously, with a look of hope on his face. Haha, there is no problem. Fortunately, Naruto is here. I think the problem is not big. Tsunade changed her attitude and said with a smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Akai hugged his head and cried, constantly talking about youth and youth. Tsunade-sama, please don't surprise me. Naruto glanced at Tsunade and complained. However, there are still certain dangers, and preparations are needed. I also need to read some relevant information carefully. Tsunade said immediately. It's no problem, Tsunade-sama. As long as my dearest disciple can be cured, everything will be at your discretion, woohoo. Teacher Akai cried that he was so happy that he cried with joy and finally let go of a stone in his heart. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Xiaoli also cried and nodded heavily towards Tsunade. At this time, a figure pushed in the door and said to Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Sasuke has defected. What did you say? Naruto looked at him suddenly and said in surprise. Orochimaru's figure appeared in his mind. What exactly is going on? Please tell me clearly. Tsunade also realized that things were unusual and asked immediately. Today we were in the village and saw a ninja who fell asleep. According to what he said, Uchiha Sasuke followed 4 sound ninjas and left the village overnight. The man said, Sound ninja, it's that guy Orochimaru. Tsunade thought of Orochimaru, frowned, and felt troubled. At this time, Naruto had already grabbed the window and disappeared into the distance. This guy is really annoying, Tsunade said bitterly, gritting her teeth as she watched Naruto disappear. Immediately summon the genin that can be used. Akai, please come here too. Tsunade ordered the man, and then led Jingyan and Kai return to the Hokage building. Naruto shuttled between the houses very quickly, gradually approaching the gate of Konoha. Hey, Naruto, you can't find Sasuke like this. Kakashi's figure appeared in front of Naruto and said to Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you also know about Sasuke. Naruto stopped and said, I didn't expect that Sasuke would still reach this point. The temptation of power is still too great for him, Kakashi said with emotion. Are you going to stop me too, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Kakashi waved his hand, formed a seal with his hands, and summoned a brown ninja dog. This is Parker. He has memorized Sasuke's scent. Just follow him and you can find Sasuke, Naruto. Kakashi said to Naruto. Parker is his psychic. He has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. He is a tracking psychic beast and his own combat power is extremely low. Hello, kid. Parker raised his front paws and said coldly. Naruto had no intention of saying hello to him, so he directly grabbed Parker's raised paw, kicked off his feet, and the figure quickly disappeared into the distance. I will definitely bring Sasuke back, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice reached Kakashi's ears. On the other side, 20 kilometers away from Konoha, Sasuke and the 4 Oto ninjas stopped. In a forest, Sasuke-sama, you must die first. Seikan said to Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly and said in confusion, die first. Seikan took out a small bottle of pills, which contained red-eye pills, and said, this is the Xingzin pill. Please take this. Xing Xianwan, what is it? Sasuke asked. Teiwa on the side said, Xing Xianwan can forcefully awaken the curse seal to the second stage. Sasuke looked at Seikan. He was still a little wary and didn't really trust the 4 of them, but after reaching the second state, the speed at which the curse seal erodes the body will be greatly accelerated. If you leave it alone, you will die immediately. To control the power of the second state, you need to stay in the state for a long time in order to get used to the second state. Seikan said that he walked to Sasuke's side, put the Xingzin pill in Sasuke's hand, and said, however, you will definitely die after a few minutes in the awakened state, and we are here to alleviate your real death into a false death. By then your power will surpass Uzumaki Naruto. Seikan looked into Sasuke's eyes and sneered. Don't mention that guy in front of me again. Sasuke's eyes turned cold, and he poured out a Xingzin pill and swallowed it. He needed strength, and he couldn't just die like this. He also wanted revenge and killed Itachi Uchiha. A sharp pain swept through his body. Sasuke's eyes turned gray, his heart almost stopped beating, and he couldn't maintain his breathing. Ah! Suzuki screamed and fell to his knees directly on the ground. Suzuki-sama is really going to die if we don't hurry up. Seikan immediately took out a scroll, spread it out, and stamped his right hand on the magic circle. With a bang, a wooden barrel painted with strange spells appeared on the ground. Jirobo picked up Suzuki and put him in it. Everyone is in position, Seikan shouted, and the 4 people stood in all directions, with different marks on their hands. Chakra was drawn out, and then they raised their hands. Black mist emitting dark purple light floated out from the palms of the 4 people and merged into the top of the barrel, forming a black cloud. For black mist formations, the 4 people made a pressing gesture with their hands, and the black cloud poured directly into the barrel, filling the entire barrel. Seal the black seal. Seikan took out several pieces of talisman paper, quickly drew incantations, and then threw them towards the barrel, sealing the barrel, and everything was done. Okay, now we just need to safely transfer Lord Suzuki to Lord Orochimaru, Seikan said. Jirobo carried the wood behind him and the 4 of them rushed to the Oto ninja village without stopping. In the leaf forest, Naruto's figure shuttled quickly, and the surrounding scenery turned into shadows. Parker lay on his shoulders and firmly grasped Naruto's clothes with his 4 feet to prevent himself from being thrown away. Hey, kid, don't be so fast. Parker, I can't stand it anymore. Parker opened his mouth, the strong wind poured into his mouth, and tears were about to come out of his eyes. How far is it from Suzuki? Naruto asked Parker, walking quickly and completely unaffected. Come on, the smell is getting stronger and stronger, Parker replied. Naruto building Tsunade sat on the chair, and in front of her were a group of Konoha ninjas, Niji, Shikamaru, Kiba and Koji, and Konoha Jonin Metkai. You must go all out for this mission and try to bring Uchiha Suzuki back to Konoha, Tsunade said to everyone. I never thought that guy Suzuki would defect to Konoha, Shikamaru said lazily. Naruto has been chased out. You should be careful. After all, Orochimaru is difficult to deal with, Tsunade continued. Akai, if something goes wrong, we must bring Naruto and the others back safely, Tsunade told Akai. Don't worry, leave it to me, Tsunade-sama. Akai patted his chest and promised. Then let's go now. Yes, the 5 people took the order and walked out of the Hokage building. Tsunade also walked out. She wanted to seek help from the Sand Ninja village. She felt uneasy and felt that something big was going to happen. In the Konoha forest, Naruto's figure was galloping rapidly, and the distance between him and Suzuki was gradually getting closer. Suddenly, Naruto stopped. He landed on the ground, looked around, and then squatted down. He was keenly aware that there were spider threads as thin as hair entangled in front of him. This is a trap, Naruto secretly thought. He remained calm, planning to go around and make a surprise attack to catch the opponent off guard. Finally, the wait is finally over. Parker jumped off Naruto's shoulder, swaying and feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. He raised his front paws and stepped on the spider thread in front of him. Everything stopped, and Parker felt murderous intent, and turned to look at Naruto in horror. What do you want to do, little Naruto? Parker was scared and quickly changed his words, raising his paw innocently. Naruto looked at him quietly, expressionless, which made Parker feel even more uneasy. His short tail was wagging wildly, showing a cute and pitiful expression. It's okay, let's keep going, Naruto said softly. I was scared to death. I thought you were going to eat me. Parker breathed a sigh of relief, his body went limp, and he jumped onto Naruto's shoulder in panic. He stretched out his front paws, pointed directly ahead, and said with certainty, that's right, it must be in front, I'm sure. He seems to be claiming credit and wants to prove his role, so he can't be eaten just yet. Wind arose under Naruto's feet and turned into an afterimage, rushing forward. In front of Naruto, the 4 sound ninjas were rushing on their way. They couldn't relax yet. They were still in Konoha, and there would be danger at any time, and it was full of changes. Suzuki was sealed in the barrel and undergoing transformation, which took a long time. The power of the curse was slowly generated and strengthened in Suzuki's body. Someone is chasing you, Kidomaru behind Seikan shouted loudly. He sensed the message transmitted by the spider thread. The enemy was very close to them, less than 10 kilometers away, and would soon catch up. Do you know who it is? Seikan asked. I don't know, it should be a ninja from Konoha. I didn't expect to catch up with him so quickly, Kidomaru said. It's best not to be that guy Uzumaki Naruto. Seikan thought of what Orochimaru said, feeling uneasy and unwilling to face this enemy he had never met before. You and Jirobo stay and kill them directly. With your strength, you can face the Jounin of Konoha without any problem. You must stop them. Lord Orochimaru's plan cannot be allowed to go wrong. Kidomaru and Jirobo nodded, turned back, and headed towards Naruto. They were also confident that both of them could activate the second stage of the curse seal, and they could kill even if they were Konoha Jounin. Let's go quickly, Suzuki-sama still needs some time, we can't delay any longer, Seikan said to Teiwa. The speed of the 2 increased again and disappeared into the dense forest. Kid, why are you in such a hurry to rescue Suzuki? Parker said to Naruto. He felt very confused. Although he also knew that Naruto and Sasuke were teammates, the relationship between the two was very subtle and not too close, as if there was a gap. I just don't want that guy Orochimaru toits just as you wish. There's nothing wrong with pursuing power, but there's nothing you can do about it by following Orochimaru. Naruto looked at Parker, with a cold light in his eyes. That guy Orochimaru just wants Sasuke's eyes. Parker shrank his head, not daring to look at Naruto's eyes. He always felt that Naruto was in danger now, and felt frightened out at this time. A huge log flew from in front of Naruto, with the sound of howling wind, and hit Naruto's body. Naruto smiled, his eyes gleaming coldly. It finally appeared. He stretched out his right hand and struck out with a palm. The light blue shock wave hit the log about 10 feet long and exploded, sending countless wood chips flying. Tweet. At the same time, several arrows with a metallic sheen were shot from Naruto's side, piercing several large trees with a harsh tearing sound. The power was still the same, and it was shot at Naruto's back, enough to where gold travertine. Naruto twisted his body, turned around in the air, locked his eyes on the arrow, and shot out both palms. The light blue shockwave covered the front, and the endless chakra threads annihilated everything in front. With a bang, countless big trees crumbled, and the metal arrows broke directly and fell to the ground, with the arrowheads deeply inserted into the soil. Naruto landed steadily on the branch, his eyes narrowed slightly, and with a flash of light, he was observing the surroundings, looking for hidden enemies. Hey, Parker, it's better to hide. The next step is up to you. Parker said fearfully, jumped off Naruto's shoulder, climbed quickly along the tree, and hid far away. Call out. Several more arrows struck, like lightning. Naruto jumped back, and the arrows pierced the trees at Naruto's feet. Secret technique: spider binding technique. A figure jumped out and stood on the branch, with his hands forming seals and chakra circulating. A huge spider web formed, covering Naruto. Immediately afterwards, Kidomaru transformed his hands into a bow, and pulled the bow to the full moon. A metal arrow was like a shooting star, tearing the air apart and piercing Naruto's chest. Naruto did not retreat but advanced, and slapped his left palm in the air. The chakra shock wave directly crushed the large spider web. He stopped his feet, turned his body sideways, the muscles of his right hand bulged, his eyes flashed, he raised his right palm and struck a blow. Hold the metal arrow in your hand. What? Kidomaru exclaimed, his worldview completely shattered and his heart beating rapidly. I grabbed it with my hands. How is it possible? What kind of body does this person have? Monster, give it back to you. Naruto laughed ferociously and swung his right hand with all his strength. The metal arrow turned into a ray of light, and it was faster than before. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Kidomaru's eyebrows stung and his body felt cold. Too done. Tulu returns. Jirobo appeared in front of Kidomaru, slapping his hands on the ground, and a stone slab over 1 meter wide stood in front of the two of them. Kidomaru also reacted and moved in front of Jirobo instantly, holding his hands in front of him to resist. There was a loud bang, and the thick stone slab exploded. Countless gravels flew, and the metal arrows continued to speed, piercing Kidomaru's arms. A huge force struck, and the two bodies were thrown away directly. They could not resist it at all, and they hit a big tree heavily. Click. The big tree made a harsh sound, and the tree body broke directly, falling to the ground with a roar, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. The skin on Kidomaru's body was falling off, he spit out a mouthful of blood, his hands seemed to be broken, he lost consciousness, and his chest felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, he still had a layer of gold stick armor on his body, which protected his life at the critical moment, otherwise he would have been able to see the King of Hell this time. What kind of monster is that guy? Kidomaru moved his hands and said angrily. Jirobo stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and said tentatively, could it be the Uzumaki Naruto that Lord Orochimaru mentioned? Kidomaru was speechless, not knowing what to say. At this time, Naruto walked up to the two of them, his blue eyes flashing with black. There was a sneer on his lips and murderous intent. Do you want to die? The murderous aura was surging, hitting their bodies like a tide, and the air turned cold. Their faces turned pale and their eyes widened, as if they saw a demon shadow behind Naruto, grinning and roaring at them. What the hell? The murderous intent dissipated in an instant, and Kidomaru's face was covered in cold sweat. He was frightened, and for a moment he seemed to have fallen into the netherworld. His body was still a little cold now. Jirobo swallowed his saliva, always feeling that this time there was no life or death, and his heart was tingling. Aren't you going to do it yet? Naruto played with the kunao in his hand, looked at each other with a disdainful smile. His state was so unusual that he didn't even notice it. He was completely different from the previous Naruto. He had an arrogant attitude and was extremely conceited. Kidomaru spat and said to Jirobo, show your strength and kill him no matter what. Jirobo nodded heavily and rushed towards Naruto. On his body, a black spell like a sharp cone climbed onto his face. His strength and speed were increased several times, and an evil aura was exuded. Kidomaru jumped back, opened the distance, and wanted to carry out a long-distance sneak attack, using his own advantages. There were also spells spreading like patterns on his body. Both of them activated the power of the curse seal and used all their strength to kill Naruto. They are all orphans, adopted by Orochimaru, and taught ninjutsu and curse seals. They are very grateful. Finally, there is someone who can accept them and recognize them, and can give everything for Orochimaru. Even if you risk your life, you will have no regrets. Jirobo was very powerful, the most powerful among the four. He was confident and rushed directly towards Naruto, raised his fist and hit him. Naruto tilted his head slightly to avoid Jirobo's punch. He showed mockery and hooked his hand provocatively at Jirobo. Damn it! Jirobo cursed secretly. His heavy body was extremely agile, his hands turned into fists, and he pressed Naruto tightly. Naruto dodged left and right, very casually, his figure kept retreating, and he could always avoid it just right. Is this your fist? It's too slow. The power is so small. Can it kill an ant? Naruto taunted without restraint, with his hands behind his head and eyes filled with contempt, and he dodged Jirobo's punch again. With a bang, a thick tree was pierced by Jiro Fang. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were blood red, and he was furious. Then he formed seals with his hands and slammed them on the ground. Chakra was consumed crazily. Tu dun tu ling tuanzi. The ground cracked open, and a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms hit Naruto hard. Did you use ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes lit up, he stepped forward with his feet, and his chakra-coated fists directly smashed the rock into pieces. Tu dun Tulu returns. Jirobo slapped the ground again, and a stone slab about 10 feet high exploded. Countless gravel spattered towards Naruto, forming a black curtain. The surrounding trees were affected and pierced by the spurting gravels. Broken palm, Naruto turned his hands into palms and shot them out in the air. The powerful shock wave shattered all the gravel and turned it into dust. With a whoosh, a golden light struck Naruto's chest, as fast as lightning, the air was torn apart, and the power was extremely terrifying. Naruto's eyes flashed, and he kicked his feet with such force that the ground cracked, and his body turned into an afterimage and jumped to the side. With a muffled bang, golden light penetrated a big tree, and the powerful force directly caused the tree to explode, and fierce winds surged. Earth Dungeon Barrier Dungeon Hall. Jirobo's tall body appeared behind Naruto, and slapped his hands on the ground. Chakra poured into the ground, and the ground cracked open. The rocks enveloped Naruto, and they were tightly sealed, forming a sealed space. Trapped, Jirobo and Kidomaru secretly looked surprised. They are well aware of the immeasurable defensive power of the dungeon. This hard stone wall can absorb the chakra of the trapped enemy and automatically repair the rock wall, forming an endless cycle. It is a unique barrier ninjutsu that can forcefully consume people to death. An enemy several times more powerful than the caster himself. Unparalleled. Naruto's voice came from the rock wall, and with a bang, the hard rock wall exploded directly. The surging energy lifted Jirobo several meters away and fell heavily to the ground. As expected, Kidomaru gritted his teeth in the dark, spit out a goldstick arrow from his mouth, pulled the bow to the full moon, chakra condensed in the arrow, and then let go. With a hiss, the arrow broke through the air like a meteor, arrived in the blink of an eye from 100 meters away, and shot towards Naruto's head. Ding, in the smoke, a crystal blue chakra ribbon swept away the goldstick arrow, and the sharp edge directly cut the arrow into two. Naruto walked out of the smoke, with 4 chakra ribbons flying around him. A powerful aura was released, and the smoke was washed away. Ha ha, what's wrong? Is this all you have? That guy Orochimaru is not reliable either. Naruto mocked, stretching out his right hand, with stars shining on his fingertips. Then Naruto flicked it lightly, and the starlight flew out like a shooting star, trailing the flame tail. Kidomaru was so horrified that he broke into cold sweat. Starlight magnified in his eyes and his heartbeat almost stopped. He couldn't resist it. Even the gold-blued armor was useless. He would die under this blow. Roar! At the moment of life and death, Kidomaru roared angrily, like a wild beast, and his image changed drastically like an evil spirit, with a vertical eye growing out of his forehead, horns growing on his head, his whole body red, green face and fangs, and a strong evil aura. He opened the second stage of the curse seal. The curse seal eroded the whole body, and the life force was consumed rapidly. The corresponding strength and speed of the body increased dozens of times. He kicked off his legs and jumped out in an instant. His speed was a few steps faster. He flicked his fingers to dodge the spiral and turned into a red shadow that fell in front of Naruto. At the same time, Jirobo also got up from the ground, and also started the second stage of the curse seal. His body was red, and there were bumps on his body. His eyes were dark, his momentum was violent, and his muscles were all strong. Every step could break the ground, leaving footprints several inches deep. The two people surrounded Naruto, forming an angle, and their momentum was very scary. They looked at Naruto coldly. They were fighting for their lives, burning the power of life, vowing to stop Naruto and be loyal to Orochimaru. Oh, this is Orochimaru's cursed power. It looks very good. It's really interesting. Naruto looked at the state of the two of them and was very curious. He felt that the life force of the two was draining, consumed little by little. No matter how powerful you are, it's useless. There's no way you can defeat us in this state, Jirobo said, clenching his fists. They admired the curse seal very much and knew how terrifying the second stage of the curse seal was, even if they faced Naruto. Come on, Jirobo, kill this kid as soon as possible. Kidomaru jumped back and opened a distance of tens of meters. His 6 palms formed seals and a large amount of chakra condensed in his body for the final blow. Jirobo's figure was like lightning, cracking the ground with every step he took. He approached Naruto in the blink of an eye. He raised his right fist and hit Naruto's face like a cannonball. Bang! The energy exploded and the ground cracked. Naruto stretched out his right hand and easily grabbed Jirobo's fist. Knee raise, Jirogang's eyes darkened, he stepped forward, raised his right foot, and pressed his hard knee against Naruto's abdomen. Bang! There was another burst of energy, the ground exploded, and rocks collapsed into the air. Naruto raised his right foot slightly and blocked it again. It's so disappointing, your power is still so weak. Naruto looked at Jirogang with disappointment, shook his head, and decided not to play anymore. He looked at Jirobo, a flash of black flashed in his eyes, and the terrifying murderous aura made Jirobo tremble all over. Go to hell. Naruto laughed ferociously, and he stretched out his left hand. Blue light flowed on his arm, and a huge amount of chakra poured into his palm. Bang! With a muffled sound, Naruto slapped Jirobo on the head, and blue chakra overflowed. Jirobo's whole body trembled slightly, his eyes lost their luster, and the power of the curse dissipated and he returned to his original appearance. He fell softly to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and lost the breath of life. What a pity! Naruto shook his head regretfully, looked at Kidomaru, and showed a strange smile. You're the only one left. His eyes were covered with a layer of black, and his whole body was filled with murderous aura, with a faint black energy overflowing from his body, like a bloody god of murder. It's you who deserve to die. Kidomaru's heart felt cold and he yelled. He held a glowing golden arrow and made a bow with both hands. The other hand pulled the bow full of the moon. The arrow was like a golden light, flying with lightning. A distance of tens of meters, a snap of a finger. Ha ha ha, die. Naruto laughed wildly, feeling more joyful than ever before. Chakra was boiling and his body surface was covered with a layer of blue light. 4 chakra ribbons were entangled, wrapped in goldstick arrows, and the sharp edges directly cut the arrows into pieces. Spiral snap, Naruto flicked his right finger, and a starlight flashed like lightning, piercing Kidomaru's eyebrows. With a pop, Kidomaru fell straight to the ground, returning to his original appearance, with no breath of life left. The gap is too big to be bridged and can be easily solved. Everything was over, the breeze blew up a puff of dust, and the 2 corpses lay quietly on the ground. The black energy in Naruto's eyes dissipated. He held his forehead and suppressed the boiling murderous aura in his body with all his strength. Parker jumped down from the tree and looked at Naruto in fear, not daring to take a step closer. He saw everything that Naruto had just done. The other party's terrifying murderous aura almost stopped his breathing. He was very frightened and had great fear. Woof, he groaned, uncontrollably and very uneasy. Let's go, continue to lead the way, Naruto said to Parker. Parker nodded fiercely and stopped lying on Naruto. He followed the direction and accelerated with all his strength. Naruto followed closely behind him, running the power of life and suppressing the boiling murderous aura in his body. Naruto's soul in his previous life came from a blue planet. He was a special missioner hidden in the dark. He performed assassination missions. His hands were stained with blood. It can be said that he walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had a strong murderous aura on his body. There's no way to get close. When he performed a special mission and died together with the enemy, the remaining soul broke through the dimensional barrier and retained the murderous aura. Even more so when the soul traveled through time, the murderous aura underwent profound changes and became a mysterious and unpredictable force that remained in the world. Inside Naruto's body, while performing the mission to the Land of Waves, the murderous aura in Naruto awakened under the stimulation of Kakashi and Zabuza. The power was released and turned into a light black murderous aura visible to the naked eye, which was extremely terrifying. In the subsequent battle with Orochimaru and Akatsuki, Naruto's murderous intent continued to explode, his power became more condensed, and his murderous intent became more abundant. However, at the same time, the erosion of Naruto became more and more intense, inducing Naruto's murderous intent all the time. Heart, arousing the desire to kill in Naruto's heart. Fortunately, Naruto's soul consciousness was strong enough to forcibly suppress the desire to kill, so these times were peaceful. At the same time, the strengthening of the power of life made Naruto more able to suppress the desire to kill, and he put aside the murderous intention in his heart. However, I never expected it, the murderous intent broke out at this moment, and the power was unprecedentedly powerful. It was like breaking out of the cage, forcibly breaking through Naruto's will, and eroding Naruto's mind during the battle with Kidomaru and Jirobo. This also caused Naruto to become more crazy and arrogant, and his heart longed for the baptism of blood. The murderous intent is so terrifying that even the power of the 9 tails cannot match it. Even the power of life cannot absolutely suppress the murderous intent. Only with Naruto's consciousness can the suppression effect be achieved. What a terrifying power! Naruto looked at his hands, trying his best to suppress the raging murderous intent. He frowned, feeling strongly uneasy in his heart. Then he shook his head to dispel his random thoughts, grabbed Parker, increased his speed several times, and moved forward quickly. He wanted to resolve the matter quickly to prevent unnecessary changes. The murderous aura in his body made him very passive. Naruto, you have to think about it carefully, I am Kakashi's psychic beast. Parker screamed out in fear, and his body struggled violently. His voice was pitiful, with a sense of desperation, and he mistakenly thought that Naruto wanted to kill the dog to prevent the secret from being leaked. You're too slow. Naruto was speechless. Such a small body was not big enough for him to squeeze between his teeth, so there was nothing to be afraid of. In the Kingdom of Sound, Orochimaru's secret base in the bathroom, Orochimaru leaned against the wall, his hands rotted, pus and blood continued to flow out, and the hot pain devastated his soul. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, letting the water wash over his body, his face twisted, he couldn't bear it anymore. On the other side, in a dark laboratory, a figure was lying on a hospital bed with tubes inserted into his body. The pharmacist was fiddling with medical instruments beside him, concentrating on him. I'm going to bring Sasuke back, the man said. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned, turned to look at him, and said, your current body is not suitable for fighting, otherwise you will die immediately. For Lord Orochimaru, I am willing to give everything, even my life. The man turned his head, with a handsome face. He was very calm, and his green eyes were very determined. Kabuto Yakushi watched quietly and smiled. Okay, but I need to ask Orochimaru-sama for instructions. In the dark hall, Orochimaru was wearing a large yukata, sitting on a big chair, with Kabuto Yakushi standing next to him, very respectful. The man was wearing white clothes and had a calm face, standing in front of Orochimaru. Kimimaro, have you thought about it? Orochimaru said. The boy named Kimimaro bowed slightly, and it was obvious that he respected Orochimaru. I am willing to devote my last life to Lord Orochimaru, he said softly, looking directly into Orochimaru's eyes. It's a pity that you are terminally ill, otherwise you would have become a good body for me. Orochimaru sneered, without the slightest scruple, looking greedily at Kimimiro's body with a trace of regret. He didn't hide his thoughts. Go and bring Sasuke back to me, Orochimaru ordered. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro bowed deeply and walked firmly. Went out. He is a very good subordinate, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto Yakushi sighed. He couldn't help but admire Kimimaro, and he was very touched by the other party's loyalty. Kabuto, bring those people here. Orochimaru gasped, sweating, his hands trembling, bright red blood overflowing from the bandage and dripping on the ground. Lord Orochimaru, you don't have to wait for Sasuke, we are still just a little short of success. Kabuto Yakushi said in surprise as he supported Orochimaru. Orochimaru screamed, his voice trembling and urgent, hurry up. I can't wait any longer, damn the third generation. Orochimaru cursed, his amber vertical pupils glowing with hatred. Lord Orochimaru, let's go. Kabuto Yakushi quickly carried Orochimaru and walked into the darkness. Seikan and Teiuya ran quickly, their paces non-stop, their hearts tense, they didn't dare to look back and kept going with all their strength. Why haven't those two guys come here yet? Teiuya couldn't help shouting. Haha, do you need to say this? Don't you still know it in your heart? Seikan looked at Teiuya and said that Teiuya was shocked and a little disappointed. She gritted her teeth and turned her head away dissatisfied. Don't think too much, completing this mission is the key. Seikan glanced at the barrel behind him, and there was a force brewing, which made him a little scared. Sasuke-sama is coming out soon, and our mission will be completed soon, he said, feeling relaxed. I think you can't complete your mission. The voice came from all directions. The two of them were startled, cold sweat broke out, and they stopped and were on guard. Naruto's figure fell in front of the two of them, looking at them coldly. The terrifying aura made the two of them breathless. Hand over Sasuke and I can let you go. Naruto said calmly that he is still suppressing the murderous intent in his body, and does not want to kill anymore. He is very afraid that the murderous intent will explode. You must know that even the power of life is useless, and the consequences will be terrible. Naruto Uzumaki. Seikan lowered his voice and looked at Naruto with fear. Teiuya on the side was stunned, took out a flute, and chakra circulated throughout his body. Now that you know my name, I think that Orochimaru guy told you, let go of Sasuke quickly. I don't want to kill you. Naruto said again with a sharp look. Seikan put down the barrel behind him and concentrated on it. He said to Teiuya, go ahead, even if you know you can't win, you have to do it. He was still lucky and didn't want to believe that Naruto's strength would exceed too much. Kidomaru and Jirobo should have consumed most of Naruto's chakra. There is still a chance for the two of them to join forces. However, there was a gust of wind, and Naruto instantly appeared in front of Seikan. He raised his right hand, grabbed Seikan's neck, and snapped Seikan's neck with a click. At this time, the head behind Seikan moved, and it incredibly emerged from Seikan's body, taking another body with it. This is Yukan, the same origin as Seikan. He activated the second stage of the curse seal, with a red head, a single horn, fangs exposed, disheveled hair, clenched his fist, and whizzed at Naruto's head. Bang, Naruto punched out with his left fist, taking advantage of the situation beforehand. With a fierce punch, Yukan's head exploded, killing him. Everything happened in an instant. Teiuya opened his mouth wide, his body was trembling, his face was pale, and he couldn't react at all. Naruto took a deep breath, his blue eyes flashed with black, he turned to look at Teiuya, his voice was as cold as ice. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Teiwaya was frightened, and was struck by murderous intent. His mind was in chaos, and he fell to the ground, without any thoughts of fighting. Naruto ignored her and walked towards the barrel. 10-finger piercing. There was a soft shout and a sharp sound, and several white shadows seemed to pierce through the thick tree body and attack Naruto's back. Naruto turned around and chakra ribbons floated out from his wrists, shattering Shiro. A man stood on a branch, looking down at Naruto. He has a shawl of white hair, a handsome face, and 2 spots of bright red on his forehead. He is wearing plain white clothes, with a hemp rope wrapped around his waist. His face is expressionless, and his green eyes are very calm. Kimimaro is coming. It must be Orochimaru's men again. Naruto looked at him and said, "You are the Uzumaki Naruto that Orochimaru-sama calls you. You are indeed very powerful." Kimimaro spoke with a clear voice. "It's you, Kimimaro." Teiwaya was stunned and exclaimed, "Are you the only one left? The 5 of us no longer exist." Kimimaro seemed to be sighing, but his voice was very calm. He knew his physical condition best, and he was determined to die. He never thought about returning alive and fighting for Orochimaru until the last moment. "I'd no need to reminisce about old times." Naruto interrupted the two of them, took a step forward, and the chakra fluctuation stirred up a whirlwind. "Let's think about how to die." His voice was cold, like a bone-chilling cold, which made Teiwaya shivered. He could no longer suppress his murderous aura, and the desire to kill was affecting his thinking. "You go back first, I will deal with Uzumaki Naruto." Kimimaro jumped to Teiwaya's side and said coldly. Teiwaya was startled and looked deeply at Kimimaro. Her hands were shaking and she could hardly hold the flute. "Even if I leave, can I still live?" Finally, Teiwaya gritted his teeth, put the flute to his mouth, and started playing. The melodious flute sound came, Teiwaya's chakra was burning, and the invisible sound wave spread, extremely sharp and harsh. She knew Orochimaru's true nature and would never care about her life or death. It would be even worse to die if he escaped from the battlefield. She wanted to give it a try and put a glimmer of hope in it. Naruto frowned, and the chakra ribbons on his wrists extended and turned into streaks, with the sharp points piercing Teiwaya's eyebrows. With a bang, the flute fell to the ground. Teiwaya's eyes collapsed and she fell straight to the ground, her fragrance disappearing. From beginning to end, Kimimaro looked at Naruto calmly without making the slightest move. Teiwaya's life had nothing to do with him. What a cold heart. Are all the people around Orochimaru like this? Naruto sneered, very arrogantly. The murderous aura affected his thinking and was changing his personality unknowingly. "Your heart is very cold," Kimimaro said softly with a calm face. Naruto was stunned and looked deeply at Kimimaro. His blue eyes regained a trace of clarity. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air to calm his heart. The power of life temporarily suppressed the murderous intention. "When dealing with enemies, you must kill them with thunder." Naruto said that he is very decisive. This is how the soul in the previous life acted. There is no room for relaxation. Everything is subject to change and must be strangled in the cradle. "You look very much like one of my friends. I really can't bear to kill you," Naruto said to himself. Looking at Kimimaro, he felt more and more that he looked very similar to Shiro, and his eyes were very clear. This was a perception, originating from the soul, that made Naruto reluctant to mention the killer. Kimimaro shook his head and said firmly, "Master Orochimaru needs Uchiha Sasuke, and I will not let him go." He didn't have much life left, he no longer cared about life or death, he only did one last thing for Orochimaru. "It's a pity. We have killed enough people today. I really don't want to be infected with murderous intent anymore." Naruto sighed, not wanting to do anything. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength, but worried about the murderous intent in his body. There was a hidden danger that made Naruto tremble, worried about unknown situations. 10-finger piercing. Kimimaro stopped talking. He stretched out his hands, his finger bones broke through the flesh and blood, and shot out. The 10-finger bones were like bullets, with greater strength, faster speed, and shapes like lightning. Naruto jumped slightly, backed up, avoided it, and stood on the branch. With a bang, his finger bones pierced the thick tree, and he quickly the speed did not decrease, and it penetrated 3 big trees in succession. Kimimaro raised his hands, pulled out 2 Qilong white bone swords with a cold light from his shoulders, and rushed towards Naruto. His physical skills are very powerful, and he is on par with Xiao Li. His soft body, combined with the hard and sharp bone knife, can exert several times the threat. Naruto dodged again and again, retracting the chakra ribbon, and defended purely with the power of his body. He was testing the opponent's strength, and was very interested in Kimimiro's blood inheritance limit. There was a hiss, a flash of white light, and a cut was made in the clothes on Naruto's chest. Kimimaro chased after him, his hands turned into after-images, and attacked Naruto's vitals. The bone knife shone with cold light and could easily cut off even rocks. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he raised his hands, and with a snap like lightning, he grabbed Kimimiro's wrist like an iron hoop. Kimimaro frowned, pain came over him, and the bones in his wrist were about to deform. The opponent's power was terrifying. He looked at Naruto coldly and opened his mouth. Bone Vein Dance of Tang Song. Naruto felt a chill in his heart, with a sharp edge on his back and goosebumps on his back. He exerted his strength in his arms, and chakra circulated throughout his body, directly sending Kimimaro flying away. Hiss. The clothes on Naruto's chest bloomed, and a long bloody streak appeared on his chest. Sharp bone spurs sprouted from Kimimiro's body, surrounding his entire body like a hedgehog, and the white bone spurs shone with a cold light. Fortunately, Naruto reacted in time, otherwise the situation would have been more disastrous. What a weird ability. Isn't this also the limit of blood inheritance? Naruto's eyes lit up and he said immediately. The blood marks on Naruto's chest were slowly healing. The power of life and the healing ability of the Nine Tails cooperated with each other, which was very shocking. This is the corpse vein, the bloodline limit of the Kagaya clan. Kimimaro looked at Naruto's chest and frowned. This was the first time he met such an opponent. Both of them stopped, the temptation was over, and now it was time to fight to the death. The breeze blew, and the wooden barrel that sealed Sasuke exuded a dark purple aura. It exploded with a bang, and Sasuke's figure stood there. He completed the second stage of awakening of the curse seal, and his strength has been qualitatively improved. Abundant power is flowing in his body, and the chakra flame is burning. He looked at his hands, clenched them tightly, and smiled. Sasuke, you wake up. At this time, Naruto's voice reached his ears. Sasuke's expression changed and he looked up, only to find Naruto and Kimimaro. Why are you here, Naruto? Sasuke asked, frowning. He was very reluctant to go back to Konoha and tasted the temptation of power for the first time. He wanted to be by Orochimaru's side and master more powerful power. Come back to Konoha with me. Orochimaru is not suitable for you. He just wants to get your eyes. Naruto advised. This shows the powerful relationship between them. He knows Orochimaru very well. His evil aura is too strong and he is extremely vicious and cunning. Why should I go back to Konoha? In that comfortable place, I will never be able to take revenge. Sasuke yelled excitedly, rejecting Konoha very much. Revenge is his foundation. Kimimaro ducked to Sasuke's side, blocked Naruto, and said, I am a subordinate of Lord Orochimaru. You should leave here first. I will deal with Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, jumped up, and disappeared into the forest. Just as Naruto was about to chase after him, a bone knife stabbed deeply into the ground at his feet. He looked at Kimimaro with cold eyes and asked, Do you still want to stop me? You have very little life left and you won't survive today. Why do you persist? Kimimaro pulled out the white spine from his own spine. The sharp joints shone with metallic luster. He waved his hand gently, and the spine danced, making a whirring sound. Everything is for Lord Orochimaru, he said firmly, moving forward without hesitation, not caring about his own life or death. Bone spurs appeared on his body, and with a flick of his foot, he lifted his spine and rushed towards Naruto. Kimimaro came forward, splitting his spine with a double shadow that could cut through steel. This is due to the blood inheritance limit of the corpse bone veins, which greatly enhances the density of the bones, comparable to steel, and is a natural weapon. Naruto dodged to the side, his figure avoiding, and his spine pierced the ground. The powerful force caused the ground to explode, creating a crater. Kimimiro's offensive did not stop. He bullied himself up, and used the bone spurs on his body to fight close to Naruto. He waved his right hand, and his spine was like a whip, turning into an airtight white shadow, shrouding Naruto, and tearing it apart with sharp points. The air and space were all chaotic, and there was a chaotic wind. He raised his left hand, and the white bones gushed out with blood and flesh, wrapping around his arm, forming a bone spear that pierced Naruto's chest like lightning. When the crisis struck, Naruto was very calm and confident in his own strength. He figured out Kimimiro's attack, and it was not a high threat to him, not enough to compete with him. Unparalleled. He shouted softly, and 4 chakra ribbons were flying, forming a circular protective circle around Naruto. Kimimiro's spine attacked it, making a harsh sound and sparks flying. Naruto stretched out his right hand, a blue raisnon was generated, and he shot it at the bone spear that was stabbing him. ZZ, the powerful spinning power consumed the sharp bone spear, and the pure chakra energy attack was comparable to the powerful physical attack for a while. The two were wrestling, evenly matched, and a dark cursed seal appeared on Kimimiro's chest. His strength and speed had been greatly improved. The cursed seal had taken effect at this moment. Your life force is being consumed. There is no need to keep fighting. That way you can live for a while longer, Naruto advised. He didn't want to kill this person here. He didn't use all his strength and kept hiding. It's useless, just let me fight for Lord Orochimaru one last time. Kimimaro was very calm, without the fear of death, and recounted a normal thing. The bone spurs on his body swelled and suddenly exerted force, piercing Naruto's body. This was a surprise attack, aiming to kill with one strike. Unfortunately, it was still useless. The difference in strength was too big, and everything was under Naruto's control. He stretched out his left palm and faced Kimimaro, and a light blue shockwave erupted. Bang! Kimimaro was knocked into the air and stuck to the ground, leaving a long mark as his energy and blood surged. He stood up, his pale face was flushed, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His physical condition was very poor, and he was expected to die soon. You are just struggling like this in vain. Naruto looked at Kimimaro without ridicule. He recognized him very much, and he was a respectable opponent. The same was true in his previous life. He had been fighting for the justice in his heart. His hands were stained with a lot of blood, but he never hesitated. In the end, he died together with the enemy. Kimimaro is very similar to him in his previous life. He is absolutely loyal, regardless of everything, and does not care about his own life or death. You are very powerful, Uzumaki Naruto, but I will never let you take Uchiha Sasuke away, Kimimaro said as his body changed dramatically. It started the second stage of the curse seal, its body turned bronze, black lines spread on its face, and a tail grew from behind. Sharp bone spurs spread from the spine to the tip of the tail. The evil aura surged, and its strength and speed were superimposed dozens of times. He is burning with life force, his strength has greatly increased, and a belief is maintaining his body. Call out, he moved, the figure disappeared, running on the ground, his tail swaying, he took out the bone spear, and instantly appeared, the powerful afraid, he stabbed Naruto's neck like lightning. At the same time, his tail swept across, disturbing the air, and slapped Naruto on the top of his head from top to bottom. Snapped, Naruto reached out and directly grabbed Kimimoro's tail, holding it firmly. His eyes were cold, and the chakra ribbons turned into 4 giant palms, holding the bone spear. Kimimoro's eyes shrank sharply, and his body was lifted up by a strange force. Naruto grabbed Kimimoro's tail, swung it, lifted Kimimoro's body, and suddenly smashed it to the ground. Wow, with a bang, the ground cracked, and the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. Kimimaro spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was convulsing. He reacted, jumped away quickly, and distanced himself from Naruto. On his tail, there was a deep handprint, and the surrounding flesh and blood were necrotic, turning brown and purple, with blood beads emerging from it. It's over. Naruto's feet moved, and his figure was like the wind. He instantly appeared in front of Kimimaro, turned his hands into palms, and slapped Kimimoro's chest brazenly. Click, a light blue shock wave erupted, and Kimimoro's chest was sunken and cracked, revealing bright red flesh and blood. His whole body flew out and fell to the ground, with all the internal organs vomited out. Cough, cough. Kimimaro struggled to get up, breathing uncomfortably. He felt his life was draining away. He felt powerless and could no longer hold on. It's time to end, he said weakly, his eyes turning gray. Drink. He burst out with a roar, and his strength regenerated like a flashback, and his chakra was boiling, burning with the last brilliance. He jumped up, his hands turned into bone spears, and drilled into the ground. Dance of the early cave. A weak voice came from the cave, and Kimimaro burned the last of his life force. Huge bone spurs sprouted up like bamboo shoots after a rain, piercing the hard ground and spreading for several kilometers. The sound of bang 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 was heard endlessly, and the landform was changing, forming a forest of bones. Unparalleled. Naruto drank softly, and the chakra ribbon expanded, wrapping Naruto like 4 huge blue petals. The huge bone spurs touch the chakra petals and melt directly. There is a translucent film on the edge of the petals. It is wind-like chakra. It has strong cutting power, crushing the bone spurs and turning them into powder. After a few seconds, the bone spurs stopped growing and covered a 2-kilometer radius, forming a forest of bones. Kimimaro completed his solo dance at the last moment of his life. The chakra petals dissipated, and Naruto felt lost, sighing secretly. Kimimaro is undoubtedly a suitable opponent. The relationship between his hands is really antagonistic, otherwise he should be able to become friends. The bone forest was silent. Naruto was about to leave when a roar came from him. Uzumaki Naruto, don't even think about stopping Lord Orochimaru. Kimimoro's body emerged from the bone spurs on the side, holding up the bone spear, and stabbed Naruto. Naruto looked at Kimimaro calmly, as if he was expecting it, without any movement, and his blue eyes were very calm. In the end, the bone spear stopped just inches away from Naruto, and Kimimaro died in the true sense. Naruto walked to Kimimaro, hugged him gently, leaned him against the bone spurs, turned and left. This is a respectable opponent who has gained Naruto's approval. In the leaf forest, the 5 people in Konoha were rushing forward, and a Kai in front suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Mr. Kai? What's going on? Shikamaru asked. Niji on the side opened his Byakugan, observed the surroundings, and found 3 figures approaching quickly. They were dressed as Gaara and the other 3 sand ninjas. The sand ninja reinforcements have arrived, he said softly. Sure enough, 3 figures appeared in front of them. It was Gaara, Kankuro and Temari. Everyone in Konoha, long time no see. Kankuro greeted, looking in a good mood. Temari rolled her eyes, as if she was observing something, and after a while, she looked back with some disappointment. Akai looked at me closely, the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and everyone closed their mouths. I apologize to you about what happened last time. Finally, Gaara bowed deeply to Kai and said sincerely. Akai and Konoha Xiaoqiang were both stunned. They really couldn't imagine that the other party would actually apologize. It was a bit unreal. The other party's attitude changed too much. No, it's nothing. The decision made by my disciple is correct. Akai came back to his senses, gave Gaara a thumbs up, and showed a bright smile. He didn't blame Gaara in the first place. Ninja battles were so cruel and neither of them made mistakes. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they were teammates now and couldn't really start fighting among themselves. Naruto Uzumaki, why didn't you come? I asked Leluo, a little surprised. After all, the other party was very strong. With him here, this mission would undoubtedly have a lot more guarantees. Naruto, that guy, set off as soon as he heard the news about Sasuke. He should be in front of us now, Shikamaru explained. When Temari heard this, her eyes lit up and she looked very happy. Kankuro curled his lips, a little uncomfortable, and still had a shadow of Naruto. Yoshi, since everyone is here, let's hurry up and try to bring Sasuke back. Akai shouted and took the lead to rush out, full of enthusiasm. Everyone looked at each other and followed suit. On the way, Shikamaru approached Kankuro and asked, "What happened to Gaara, your sand ninja? His attitude has changed so much. He doesn't look as scary as before." Kankuro glanced at Shikamaru and said, "I don't understand either. It must have been that little brat Naruto who said something to Gaara, but Gaara looks a bit like a younger brother like this." Kankuro sighed, looking very pleased. Since being defeated by Naruto last time, Gaara has completely changed. He is more willing to approach people, and his attitude towards him and Temari has become better and better. He is usually willing to communicate with them. Although he is still a little cold, it is gone. Senyan's murderous aura before. "He is your brother," Shikamaru said in disbelief with his eyes wide open. "Why, doesn't it look like it?" Kankuro said doubtfully. "It really doesn't look like it," Shikamaru said, comparing Kankuro's rough face with Gaara's. Naruto was galloping through the dense forest. He saw Sasuke's figure, not far away from him, and he could catch up soon. "Stop, Sasuke!" Naruto shouted to Sasuke. "What Orochimaru wants is your eyes and your body. He won't teach you his power in vain." Naruto was still admonishing, not wanting Sasuke to go astray. Sasuke ignored it and hurried on without looking back. His speed gradually increased, closing the distance between him and Naruto. Naruto also increased his speed and kept pace with Sasuke. He looked at Sasuke and asked, "Why do you want to go to Orochimaru? Isn't it good to stay in Konoha? You should know Orochimaru's true intention." Sasuke frowned, and with a flick of his foot, his figure flew up and stood on top of a huge statue. Naruto also jumped and stood on top of another statue. The two came to the Valley of the End, a huge waterfall where the river roared down and merged into the lake below. On both sides of the waterfall stand huge statues, which are hundreds of feet high and magnificent. They are the statues of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. This is where the legendary first Hokage and Uchiha Madara fought. This place is very famous in the ninja world. "Why do you want to stay in Konoha? Such a comfortable place cannot bring me any strength at all. How can I take revenge like that?" Sasuke said coldly. He desperately needed strength to achieve his goals, so he was willing to go to Orochimaru's side. "But Orochimaru only wants your eyes and body. You may die if you leave. Then there will be no need to talk about revenge," Naruto said. "Now I have no way out. Even if it means betraying me to Orochimaru, I won't hesitate. How can someone like you understand my thoughts?" Sasuke roared excitedly, and the dark flame spell climbed up his cheek. "Sasuke, you have plenty of time to realize your revenge plan, and I won't disturb you, but I must stop you from going to Orochimaru's side," Naruto said firmly. "Ha ha ha ha." Sasuke looked up to the sky and smiled, tears almost coming out. He stared with blood-red eyes and said sarcastically, "Is it just because of that ridiculous companionship? You would be too ridiculous like that." Naruto was unmoved, his eyes were firm, and he was not affected by Sasuke's words. "If you want to leave, then defeat me." He said it without moving. Sasuke's face changed, he was very angry, his face turned red, and he rushed over, raising his fists. "I hate your attitude," he shouted, chakra burning. Sasuke threw a punch, but Naruto dodged it very casually and easily avoided it. Unwilling to give in, Sasuke moved his fists and feet together and got close to Naruto's body. With the blessing of the curse seal, his strength and speed were doubled, but it was still useless. Naruto easily dodged it. He didn't want to fight Sasuke, and was still suppressing his murderous intent, hoping to exhaust Sasuke's energy and bring him back to Konoha. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke was unwilling to give in, his face was distorted, and his Sharingan eyes widened, hoping to see Naruto's movements clearly. His speed is faster, his body is almost turning into an afterimage, and his speed is unprecedentedly fast, but it was still useless, still couldn't touch Naruto at all. It's like going back to that moment in the Forest of Death, how similar it is to that time. Why am I always inferior to you?" Sasuke roared angrily, and the curse mark spread all over his body, and powerful power regenerated. He jumped up high, like a ray of light, raised his right foot and kicked it down. Naruto's feet moved, his figure changed, and he appeared a few meters away. With a bang, the hard rock cracked, and he followed closely, forming seals with his hands quickly. The art of fireball. Sasuke took in a sharp breath and then exhaled it. Chakra was boiling, and a huge fireball was generated. The air around him was distorted, and it rushed toward Naruto with hot light. Naruto's eyes widened, he stretched out his right hand and slapped it in the air. The light blue shock wave dispersed the fireball and exploded, causing sparks to scatter in all directions. "Naruto Uzumaki, why don't you want to fight me? Do you look down on me?" Sasuke roared, feeling humiliated and grievances in his heart. He would rather have a real fight with Naruto than just avoid it. Naruto shook his head and did not mean to look down on Sasuke. He told the truth, my situation is not optimistic and I am not suitable for fighting. Unpredictable things will happen. Maybe you and I will both die. He said solemnly that he did have such concerns, so he never took action. Sasuke naturally didn't believe it, so he formed a seal with his hands, stretched out his right hand, curled his fingers into claws, and chakra condensed in his hand. Squeak, the piercing sound was like the neighing of 1,000 crows. Sasuke's hand flashed with white lightning, and the chakra of a nature visible to the naked eye was held in his hand, like thunder and lightning in his hand. Do you think I would believe such big words like yours? Sasuke lowered his voice was very gloomy, his blood-red eyes flashing with cold light. He raised his right hand and rushed towards Naruto quickly, the Chidori in his hand making a shrill scream. In the valley of the end, on the sculpture of the first Hokage, Sasuke's figure was as fast as the wind. He was roaring, venting his dissatisfaction. Don't look down on me, Uzumaki Naruto. He stepped forward and stabbed Naruto's chest with his right hand like lightning, and the white electric light reflected Naruto's calm face. When the Chidori was about to hit, Naruto's figure became illusory and disappeared from the place. Sasuke's eyes shrank, but it was too late to stop. Snapped, Naruto appeared beside Sasuke, grabbed Sasuke's wrist with his right hand, and imprinted Chidori on the hard rock. Bang, the ground exploded, debris flew, and a hole more than 2 meters deep was created. Naruto let go of Sasuke's wrist and stood there quietly. Sasuke ducked away and looked at Naruto fearfully. The breeze blows and the waterfall makes a rumbling sound. The lake below is very calm, like a mirror, reflecting everything above. Sasuke, I have never meant to look down on you. I have always regarded you as a friend. I hope to have more friends. Hinata, Sakura, Ino, you, and Shikamaru are all my best friends. Naruto looked into Sasuke's eyes and said sincerely, you are a descendant of the Uchiha clan and have absolute talent. There is no need to ask for help from Orochimaru. He will only lead you into the abyss. Give up. As a companion, I have an obligation to stop you. Naruto advised that he was still unwilling to fight Sasuke, his murderous aura was still boiling, and he had no intention of stopping. He needed time to suppress it. If you leave it alone, something big will happen, and the consequences will be hard to imagine. Sasuke looked at Naruto complicatedly, and then his eyes became cold again. He had no way out, and the desire for revenge was affecting his thoughts. Stop hiding, Uzumaki Naruto, fight me openly and honestly. Sasuke looked at Naruto with burning eyes. The awakening of the curse seal made his strength increase greatly and his self-confidence exploded. Naruto was dejected, with disappointment in his eyes. In the end, he failed to persuade Sasuke, and the battle seemed inevitable. Then come on, I still say the same thing. This is the power I have cultivated. Naruto said seriously, his eyes like swords. Everything seemed to be back to the battle in the forest of death. They were continuing, and they were finally going to compete. Sasuke moved, jumped, and crossed the distance of the waterfall. He took out the silk thread, flicked his right hand, and several shurikens struck from 4 different angles. This is a very profound shuriken technique, learned from his elder brother Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's eyes rolled, and his body moved slightly. Like an illusion, the shuriken passed through Naruto's body and pierced the ground. Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto was so fast that his Sharingan couldn't even catch him. He approached Naruto's body, opened the silk thread with both hands, and threw the silk thread binding the kunai towards Naruto, wrapping Naruto tightly. With a strong steel wire, Naruto struggled, unable to move, and the quality of the steel wire was very good. Sasuke smiled, formed seals with his hands, took a sharp breath, and the hot flames followed the steel wire like a long flame snake and burned towards Naruto's body. Bang, the flames enveloped Naruto and burned fiercely, the ground was scorched black, the smoke dissipated, and a piece of wood appeared in the flames. Substitution, Sasuke's eyes widened, his back felt cold, and he was sweating. At this time, a fist hit Sasuke's abdomen, and his whole body arched up. The fist was sunk deeply, and his eyes almost burst out. There was a cramp in his abdomen, and unbearable pain hit him. He was blasted out, in midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his whole body was weak, and he completely lost control of his body. With a bang, he fell into the lake, causing a splash of water. Sasuke's body slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. How so? He stared blankly at the shimmering lake, his body unwilling to move, and his face was distorted by the unspeakable pain. This is the power I have gained through my own cultivation. Naruto's words echoed in his mind. Difficult am I so unbearable? Sasuke asked himself, with anger igniting in his heart, hating his own incompetence, and being very unwilling to do so. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi's pitiful eyes, he gritted his teeth. On the back of his neck, the dark curse mark was emitting dazzling light, and the flaming spell melted into his body. His eyes stung, and he felt an itching sensation, and chakra flowed into it along his meridians. Naruto stood on the statue, with sweat dripping from his forehead. The chakra in his body was like a fuse, and every time he used it, it would lead to an explosion of murderous intent. He was suppressing it with all his strength, and the pearl of life was blooming. It seemed that the pearl of life knew the seriousness of the matter and had been releasing the power of life without interruption. Bang, the lake surface exploded, the rain splashed, and a black shadow rushed out, standing on the statue of Uchiha Madara. He has long dark blue hair, a cross-shaped mark between the bridge of his nose, and his eyes are dark, with a blood-red 3-Magatama Sharingan inside. Especially on his back, there is a pair of huge flesh wings shaped like palms, evil. The strong aura was terrifying, even more so than Kaimimaro's. I should thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. Otherwise, I wouldn't have such huge power. Sasuke smiled evilly, his dark lips split, and the surging power accumulated in his body, and he couldn't wait to vent it out immediately. Why don't you believe in your own power, Sasuke? Naruto looked at Sasuke now, feeling disappointed and asked, "This is my power, Uzumaki Naruto?" Sasuke replied, clenching his fists and looking confident in his eyes. "Then let me wake you up." Naruto's eyes were steady and flashing with sharp light. He rushed over, his body strength pumping. The air was broken. Naruto was very fast and appeared in front of Sasuke in the blink of an eye. He clenched his fist and smashed it into Sasuke's face. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Sasuke sneered. The 3-Magatama Sharingan saw Naruto's figure clearly. He raised his arm and directly grasped Naruto's fist with his right hand. There was a bang, a dull sound, and Naruto's fist was blocked. "You are too weak now," Sasuke mocked. The flesh wings on his back flapped, and a burst of power blasted Naruto away. Naruto turned his body in the air, adjusted the angle, and landed steadily on the statue. Then he flew up again and attacked Sasuke. Sasuke sneered and rushed out as well. The two of them ran on the lake, fighting with each other. Every collision made the lake surface surge, and the figures were flying. The fists hit the flesh, and the strong energy spread, and every blow could cause the lake to explode. Sasuke punched Naruto in the face, and Naruto blocked it with both hands. The huge force made his arms tingle. "Humph, Naruto Uzumaki, is that all you can do?" Sasuke mocked, and the flesh wings on his back flapped again, sending Naruto flying away. Naruto slid several meters on the water, causing a splash of water. He stood on the water. The injuries he suffered were not serious. His physical body was very strong, and they were all superficial injuries that he didn't want to use chakra and was trying his best to suppress it, which led to this situation. Otherwise it would have been over long ago. Sasuke took the initiative to attack again, his figure changed, and the flesh wings on his back accelerated, as fast as the wind, arriving in the blink of an eye, and kicked him. Naruto blocked and his body was knocked away. Sasuke smiled evilly, very cheerfully, and followed instantly, making fists with both hands, and directly bombarded Naruto's back. Boom, Naruto crashed into the lake like a meteor, causing a splash of water several feet high. Sasuke stood on the fingers of Uchiha Madara's statue, with his hands folded across his chest, a look of defiance on his face. Boom, after a while, the lake exploded, and Naruto rose into the sky. He stood on the lake with an expressionless face, and 4 chakra ribbons appeared from his wrists and flew in the air. Akai and his group were galloping out of the Konoha forest, gradually approaching the place where Naruto and Kidomaru were fighting. There is a situation ahead. There are 2 people lying on the ground. They look dead. Niji opened his Byakugan and observed the situation within 1 kilometer. He saw the bodies of Kidomaru and Jirobo and reported immediately. "Speed up, it's probably Naruto and the Sound Ninja who are fighting each other." Akai made a prompt decision, and the group's speed increased again. They came to the bodies of the 2 men. Akai observed the surroundings. There was a battle here and the ground was severely damaged. It was definitely Naruto who took action. His strength was terrifying, far beyond that of the average jounin, and he could easily deal with the 2 Sound Ninjas. "Keep going." The group of people kept moving forward without stopping, relying on Akamaru's sense of smell. They came to another battlefield, where the bodies of Seikon and Teiwaya were also lying. Seikon's death was tragic, his whole head was exploded, red and white were scattered all over the floor, everyone's expression changed, the attack was too cruel. This is really what Naruto did. Yeah, I couldn't help but ask. It's hard to imagine Naruto taking action like this, it's not like his style. Wow. Akamaru murmured listlessly, feeling the residual aura of terror and the biting coldness. Akai also frowned. Things had changed. Naruto's attack was too heavy and inconsistent. Even if Sasuke was caught, he shouldn't have used such a heavy attack. "We'll find out when we find Naruto," Akai said again. The group of people continued on their way, with heavy hearts and worries about Naruto. Temari frowned, unwilling to imagine that the sunny boy would behave like this. They came to the bone forest, where Naruto and Kimimaro fought. What is this?" Shikamaru's expression changed and he exclaimed. It was so spectacular. A forest of bones appeared in the middle of the forest, and the cold atmosphere made people shiver. Everyone was shocked. It was very abrupt, too dazzling, definitely not naturally occurring, very unreasonable, and had the aura of chakra. It should be left by the Sound Ninja who fought with Naruto. Akai said that he remembered the legendary blood inheritance boundary, the corpse bone vein from the Mist Ninja village, and had fought with them. He used the bones of his body and was a natural warrior. But this bone forest was so huge that it frightened him and sent chills down his back. He knew the horror of corpse bone veins, so he naturally understood that such a scale of ninjutsu was a nightmare for the enemy. Niji, look inside with your Byakugan. Kai said. Roll your eyes. Niji formed a seal, and the meridians in his eyes surged, and everything within a kilometer radius was transmitted into his eyes. Through the thick forest of bones, he finally saw a person leaning in the forest of bones, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. There are people in the bone forest, but Naruto is not found, Niji reported. I didn't expect that even corpse bone veins would not be Naruto's opponent. It's really scary. Akai sighed, once again impressed by Naruto's strength. Too young, the unreasonable increase in strength would have been normal during the war years, but in such a peaceful period, it would be surprising. Go on, we must find Naruto and Sasuke. Akai had an ominous premonition, and the sixth sense from a strong man made him very restless. The group continued on their way towards the Valley of the End. The land of sound, Orochimaru's headquarters. I didn't expect to be forced to this point. What a pity for the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. Orochimaru waved his hands and said unwillingly. He used the fuchsia reincarnation and took other people's bodies. He really couldn't hold on anymore. His soul was being eroded. He might die before Sasuke arrived. There is nothing we can do about it. As long as we wait another 3 years, Uchiha Sasuke's body will still belong to you, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto Yakushi said respectfully. Orochimaru glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, with a cold light flashing. You're happy, Kabuto. Don't dare. Yakushi Kabuto was half kneeling, very respectful, and there was no hint of disloyalty. At this time, the candle on the table was floating quietly, then went out, and the room became dim. That guy Kimimaro may be dead, Orochimaru said with a slight regret in his eyes. His body can't hold on anymore, and the battle with Uzumaki Naruto is already doomed. Kabuto Yakushi's eyes were also a little gloomy. I'm going to bring Sasuke back. You can take care of me here. It's time to abandon this place. Orochimaru walked out of the room and disappeared into the corridor. On the other hand, within the kingdom of rain, it rains here all year round, the whole country is humid, the sky is gloomy and there is no sunshine. Uchiha Itachi stood on a building, looking at the drizzle, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, a figure emerged from the ground, wearing a red cloud and black robe, with only its head exposed. Around the head, huge pitcher plants protected the head bag. His head is very special, with clear black and white colors, evenly separated from the middle, which is very strange. There is news. As you thought, Uchiha Sasuke was captured by Orochimaru, but the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has been chasing him. The man said, his voice seemed to be gloating. He grinned, looking so terrifying that it made people's heads tingle. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him indifferently, expressionless, and asked, how is Kisame? The broken arm has been reattached and is intact as before. But your strength is really terrifying. Even Amaterasu was defeated. You are really restrained, Itachi. The man smiled with a mocking look in his eyes. You will know when the time comes, Zetsu. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. I'm not a fighter. After all, I don't have the ability to fight. The man named Ju waved his hands repeatedly, and the giant pitcher plant trembled. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him and said, take me there. Oh, you have to think clearly. Ju said with a smile in his eyes, fearing that the world would not be in chaos. He naturally knew Uchiha Itachi's thoughts, but this was not allowed by the organization. The organization still needs me, and that stupid brother shouldn't die at this time. Uchiha Itachi said firmly. He has his own ideas, and he is not loyal and only doing things for Akatsuki. All the mysteries will be solved, and Sasuke cannot die yet. Let's go. Zetsu glanced at Itachi, and then he galloped quickly, leading Itachi to find the direction and rushed to where Naruto was. After they left, 3 figures appeared on the spot. They all wear red clouds and black robes and are part of the Akatsuki organization. One person is a woman, who looks cold and beautiful, with blue hair and a paper flower in her hair. One person is a male with fiery red hair. His eyes are very strange, with circles of threads. Strange power is generated inside, making it impossible to look at him. There was another person wearing a spiral-shaped orange mask, with only one right eye exposed. His face could not be seen clearly, and he had no idea what kind of person he was. Uchiha Itachi, do you want to deal with it? The cold beauty said. No, we still need his power, and if we really take action, the losses will be huge. The red-haired man shook his head and said, however, what concerns me is the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Next to him, the masked man said cheerfully. His personality tends to be optimistic. He is jumping around without feeling a trace of rigor. Let's wait until the meeting to talk about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The red-haired man said. The figures of him and the cold beauty disappeared. What a humorless man. The mysterious man in the mask said angrily, twisting his head. Then his figure became illusory and was sucked into his right eye until he disappeared. Rain, still falling. In the Valley of the End, the sky is dark, a storm is about to hit, and a strong wind is blowing. Naruto stood on the lake, ripples were spreading, and chakra was surging. He used his unparalleled skills, chakra ribbons were flying, blue eyes flashed with black, and murderous intent was ready to move, constantly bombarding Naruto's defense line. Is this your ninjutsu? It looks very good, Sasuke said proudly. He is arrogant about everything. This is what he is like now. The powerful power makes him extremely swollen and arrogant. Sasuke, I can't guarantee that I will still be merciful, but I will solve it quickly. Don't blame me. Naruto looked at Sasuke and suppressed the murderous aura in his body. His eyes were cold, and murderous intent was affecting his heart. There was no other way. Sasuke was stronger than expected. The power given by the curse seal was similar to Kimimura's, increasing his strength and speed dozens of times. Furthermore, Sasuke is in very good condition and his power can explode %, but Kimimaro cannot exert his strength to the extreme due to his own reasons. Relatively speaking, Sasuke is more difficult to deal with. Are you still acting like that, Uzumaki Naruto? Sasuke frowned, his expression ugly. His feet moved, like an arrow, turned into a black shadow, rushed towards Naruto, made fists with both hands, and hit Naruto's cheek. Boom. The surface of the lake exploded with great energy, causing a splash of water 10 feet high. Naruto was very calm, stretched out his hands, and easily grabbed Sasuke's wrist. His body was very stable, motionless and difficult to shake. The power of the Wushu and Taijutsu appeared, and it was extremely terrifying. Naruto was completely different from before. Chakra was surging and burning, all over his body, especially his hands. Chakra was abundant in his meridians, and blue light was flowing. Sasuke's eyes lit up, and the flesh wings on his back clenched and turned into fists, carrying a huge force and blasting towards Naruto's head. Naruto didn't move, and the chakra ribbons formed a pair of crystal blue giant palms, catching the incoming fist. He did not use the sharp nature of the chakra ribbon, not wanting to cause too much damage, otherwise Sasuke's flesh wings might be directly shattered at this moment. With a bang, chakra exploded, and the lake water was repelled, causing huge waves to surge. Naruto looked at Sasuke coldly, exerted force on his waist and spread all over his body, grabbed Sasuke with both hands and threw him suddenly. Sasuke was thrown directly, his body was sliding against the water, and finally hit the rock wall. With a bang, the rock wall split open and the crack spread. Damn it! Sasuke cursed, gritting his teeth, his figure flew away, and he came to kill again. He didn't want to believe this ending, the change was too big. Naruto turned sideways, and he could clearly see Sasuke's speed. He raised his foot and kicked Sasuke away. Do you still want to persist, Sasuke? I said you have to believe in your own strength. Naruto looked at Sasuke and walked over slowly. Stop being so sentimental, Uzumaki Naruto, you don't understand anything at all. Sasuke roared excitedly. His face was distorted, and he stretched out his right hand. Chakra was condensing crazily, and dark electric light was generated. This was a more powerful Chidori, mixed with the power of the curse seal, and more destructive. The entire right arm was covered by pitch black Chidori, black lightning was roaring, and the lake under his feet was surging, affected by the power. He charged forward, exerting all his strength, breaking through the speed limit, turning into a black light, and the lake was exploding. Go to hell! Sasuke opened his Sharingan eyes wide and stabbed Naruto's heart with his right hand like lightning. Snapped, Naruto stretched out his right hand, grabbed Sasuke's wrist, and raised it high. The dark Chidori screamed and arcs of electricity flashed randomly. Sasuke, please use this move of mine. Naruto roared angrily, black energy gathering in his eyes. In his left hand, there is light gestating, and blue chakra is rotating, forming an energy ball. Spiral pills. He imprinted on Sasuke's abdomen, and the power of rotation exploded, shredding his clothes and twisting his flesh and blood. Boom, the Rasengan exploded, forming a huge ball of light, and Sasuke's figure appeared in the air. It spun around and was knocked out. He bumped into Uchiha Madara's statue, sinking deeply into it. The cracks were spreading. With a loud sound, he spat out a mouthful of hot blood. His body was convulsing and blood was flowing from his abdomen. Naruto was half kneeling on the lake, sweating constantly. Black mist floated out of his body, and murderous intent was boiling, interfering with his thinking. It aroused the killing desire in his body and aroused the murderous intention. A little bit of green light floated and swam into Naruto's body. The pearl of life was blooming and suppressing it. Finally, temporarily suppressed, Naruto stood up, his face a little pale, and his murderous intent exceeded expectations, and he wanted to take Sasuke away as soon as possible. He jumped up, stood in front of Sasuke, walked in, and wanted to take him away by force. Sasuke's situation was not optimistic. Neither the curse seal nor the Sharingan could be maintained. He suffered huge damage and his internal organs were ruptured. What was even more seriously damaged was his self-confidence, which was completely defeated by Naruto. Don't come over! Sasuke shouted excitedly with tears in his eyes. You have no idea what I'm going through. How can a fatherless guy like you understand my pain? You have no idea the pain of having your parents die in front of you. Sasuke roared, struggling to get up. Blood flowed and stained the rocks. Naruto's eyes froze as he touched the dark side of his heart. Stop talking, I'll take you back to Konoha. Naruto's voice was low and arrogant. Why should I go back? Am I still living in a dream with you guys? I forgot, you don't even have parents. Why are you so passionate about Konoha? Don't they all hate you? Why? Children like you who have no parents, don't talk nonsense. We are all the same, revenge is our goal. Sasuke told, with emotion and hatred in his eyes. I'm different from you. I want everyone to agree. I want to be Hokage. Why don't you try to accept it? Everyone is worried about you. Naruto yelled, arguing with Sasuke. Ha ha ha. Uzumaki Naruto, I hate you like this. Sasuke laughed crazily and stretched out his right hand to point at Naruto in embarrassment. You are just an abandoned child. Everyone has given up on you and hates you. You still persist like this. You are so stupid. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain, his eyes piercing deeply into Naruto like sharp needles. Human mind. You're just a guy without parents. What qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? Rumble, the sky exploded, a thunderbolt exploded, the lightning was dazzling, and huge raindrops poured down, covering the entire space. Naruto lowered his head, and dark murderous aura erupted from his body. The light black murderous aura spread and enveloped the entire valley of the end. The air became cold, and it was bone-chilling. Sasuke shuddered, his face turned pale, he was about to collapse in the murderous aura, and his mind was as chaotic as paste. Naruto raised his head, his eyes were dark, like an abyss, and if he looked at them, he would sink deeply into them, and his soul would be torn apart. Roar. He looked up to the sky and roared angrily, making a sound like a beast, covering up the thunder, and the sound shook 10 miles. Light black murderous aura crazily poured into his body and gathered behind him. A faint shadow formed, like a demon, roaring up to the sky. Don't say fatherless and motherless. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto looked at Sasuke with dark eyes, and the cold voice made Sasuke feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his body was shivering. The chakra ribbon floated out from Naruto's wrist and flew in the air, extending infinitely to a length of 3 feet. It really makes me angry. Naruto's mouth cracked with murderous intent. He stretched out his right hand, and chakra streamers poured into his hand, forming a sharp sword, which was held tightly by Naruto. In Naruto's body, the murderous aura enveloped his danchin, and the pearl of life was dimmed. Deep in the huge cage that sealed Kyuubi, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils opened. Kyuubi looked at the light black murderous aura floating around, the 9 tails were dancing wildly, and his heart was throbbing. What is this? Kyuubi's voice echoed in the sewer. The chakra sword is 3 feet long, crystal blue and translucent, with a halo flowing. There is a translucent power splashing on the sword body, and the air is distorted and sizzling. This is wind-like chakra, which increases the sharpness and destructiveness of the chakra sword, making it very terrifying. Under the influence of murderous intent, Naruto's power exploded in full, squandering it desperately. This scene is terrifying, affecting the whole world. The temperature in the valley of the end has dropped, the lake is boiling, huge waves are rising, and there are strong winds, lightning, and thunder. This was not just caused by Naruto's power, but by murderous intent. It seems as if it has been condemned by heaven and is not allowed to exist. God is condemning and roaring. This is a magical power that is exactly the opposite of the power of life. It represents destruction and trauma. Let's do it, kill him quickly, a seductive voice echoed in Naruto's mind. He is humiliating you, intolerable, kill him, the voice roared, vibrating in Naruto's mind, exploding like thunder. Naruto's dark eyes flashed with blood, as if they were real, very conspicuous in the gloomy valley of the end. He breathed heavily, clenching the chakra sword with both hands, and the seductive voice kept echoing in his mind. Kill! 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 Naruto roared angrily, and thunder exploded in the sky. The incandescent light was dazzling, illuminating Naruto's murderous face. He jumped up high and rushed towards Sasuke, with his hands clenched and raised high, and the 3-foot-long crystal blue chakra sword was held behind his back. With the strength of his physical body, his shirt burst into pieces, revealing his lean body with strong muscles. His eyes were stern, glistening with blood, and filled with murderous intent. Unparalleled sword slash. Naruto roared angrily, the world was still, silent, and Sasuke fell to the ground, his black eyes were lifeless, his body was cold, and he was trapped between life and death. At this time, a figure emerged from the ground. He grabbed Sasuke's clothes and disappeared from the statue like lightning. In the darkness, Uchiha Itachi and Zetsu arrived. They looked at Naruto in astonishment, and the blue light-emitting sword made their hearts palpitate. Uchiha Itachi immediately became aware. He opened his eyes wide, and the big windmill-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning rapidly, and a strange force was being generated. Monthly read, invisible power hit Naruto's mind, and with a bang, a vibration from the soul, Uchiha Itachi staggered back, a wisp of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were blurred. As he invaded Naruto's mind, a demonic shadow roared at him, crushing his mental attack. On the other side, Akai and his team finally arrived, but it was too late. The murderous intention had completely eroded Naruto's consciousness. Now he was the incarnation of the god of death, and the only way to kill him was to kill him. Come on! Naruto cut off his hands and was slightly stunned. He was affected by Tsukuyomi and was not completely immune to it. After all, this was not an ordinary ninjutsu, and it involved a much deeper field. A blue light burst out, expanded continuously, and then dissipated. The entire forest was dyed blue, like dazzling starlight. Here, with a harsh sound, the 3-foot-long unparalleled sword slashed at the huge statue. The translucent wind chakra was activated, like vertical and horizontal sword energy, penetrating the neck of the statue. The power was not reduced, and it cut off a piece of the mountain. With a sound, I don't know how deep it goes into the ground, boom, the statue of Uchiha Madara was breaking, and a crack was expanding from the neck. The head, as huge as a hill, fell directly into the lake. There was a loud rumbling sound, and the ground was shaking, as if an earthquake had occurred. The lake water under the valley of the end exploded, scattering the trees in the surrounding areas. Everyone was stunned, including Orochimaru, who rescued Sasuke. They all swallowed their saliva and their throats became dry. This scene was so terrifying, it was tantamount to destroying the world. The damage caused by this blow has exceeded the scope of ninjutsu. Even S-level ninjutsu may not be able to cause such horrific devastation. The statue of Uchiha Madara is 100 feet long and is no different from a mountain peak. Naruto's blow is equivalent to cutting off a mountain peak and also cutting off the mountain beside it. It is so powerful that it cannot be competed with. Naruto landed on the fallen statue's head and stood in the lake. His body exuded a faint black energy, and there was an extremely dim shadow behind him, as if he was roaring up to the sky. "Did you run away, haha?" Naruto laughed, his dark eyes very penetrating. "It's not enough at all." He was talking to himself, with a sneer on his lips, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. Naruto flicked his feet, and the black shadow flashed past. He found his target and rushed towards Akai and his group, coming. Akai's eyes were serious, reminding everyone, his whole body was tense, his body strength was stirring, and his chakra was boiling. "Hey, this is Teacher Akai. Even Gaara is here. It's so great." Naruto came over and showed a big smile. It was very strange and made people feel cold. The smell of blood was spreading, and the cold murderous aura was slapping everyone's bodies like needle pricks. Gaara and the others' bodies trembled, and their backs were soaked. Only Akai was not affected. He had a firm will, practiced physical skills, had a fearless spirit, and had experienced many scenes, so he was not greatly affected. "Naruto, how did you become like this? What happened?" Akai frowned and said seriously. The feeling of Naruto now was too weird, full of terrifying murderous aura, completely different from before. "Isn't this bad?" Naruto tilted his head, showing a puzzled expression, and then he smiled coldly, his dark eyes shining with blood. "Now I just want to kill you." His figure flashed and disappeared, and a light black murderous aura erupted, covering the entire area. He wanted to kill Akai, felt the aura of the strong in Akai's body, and wanted to baptize himself with the blood of the strong. Akai's eyes narrowed slightly, his energy flashing, and he punched, powerful power erupting. Boom, Naruto appeared in front of Akai, and their fists collided. This was a pure physical collision, making a dull sound, and Akai's body was knocked out. Compared with Naruto's physical body, there is still a gap between Akai's body. After all, Naruto has the power of life and is strengthening his body every moment. "Open the door, open it." Akai roared, his body's potential was stimulated, and his strength and speed skyrocketed. He moved his feet like wind, raising his fist and hitting Naruto's arm. Naruto was knocked out, his body moving backwards quickly. "Shut the door, open it." Akai's body erupted with invisible fluctuations, and his abilities surged. He followed closely, leaned against Naruto, raised his foot, and kicked Naruto hard in the abdomen. "Life gate, open." Green energy exploded on Kai's body, his whole body was red, and his chakra was boiling and surging. With a kick of his feet, a strong wind blew up, and his figure flew out like a cannonball. The ground was cracking, and the terrifying power destroyed everything. Unparalleled, Naruto landed steadily, his whole body exuding black energy, and a 10-foot-long chakra ribbon stretched out from his wrist. He charged forward, blue light flowing in his arms, and chakra ribbons flying like a flying dragon. Boom, the two fisted each other, and the turbulent air waves destroyed the ground, and they were blown away, exposing the wet earth. Naruto sneered at the corner of his mouth, the blood in his dark eyes surged, and the 4 chakra ribbons straightened, turning into chakra swords and stabbing Akai like lightning. "Open the wound." Akai roared, terrifying power erupted, his body was dazzling with green light, his blood vessels bulged, and strong air waves swept across. He took a step forward, and a huge force hit him, knocking Naruto away. Naruto was knocked out again and hit the rock wall, sinking deeply into it with blood flowing from his chest. "Ha ha." Naruto laughed, he couldn't feel the pain at all, and fell into some kind of crazy state, only knowing about killing. He rushed over again, with even greater strength, a blue halo emitting from his body, chakra ribbons turning into fists, and bombarding Akai. "Open Duman." Akai roared, his potential opened, and the unparalleled power shattered the ground. Boom, the two fists collided, powerful force exploded, and air waves swept across. They jumped up, their figures changing, standing in the air, driving the whirlwind. In the fierce fight, their figures turned into 2 rays of light, and their speed was terrifying. The roaring continued, and the ground was affected, cracking and cracking. The cracks continued to expand. Potholes appeared one after another, and they were devastated. Gaara and others on the side were stunned, unable to see the two figures at all. The speed exceeded their perception, and the strength was so powerful that it was despairing. This didn't look like a battle between Jounin at all. It was completely a physical fight between 2 monsters, which was enough to shake the world. Is it really Naruto? Koji stopped talking, let go of the snack, and opened his mouth wide, unwilling to believe the reality. Everyone in Konoha was silent, deeply shocked, and Gaara and the three of them were dim and absent-minded. Now Naruto has left them far behind, and he can only look up at the height he has reached. Boom, in the battlefield, two lights collided fiercely, air waves swept across, kicked up thick dust, and countless gravels flew. The two bounced away, 10 meters apart, their invincible momentum unabated, looking at each other with burning eyes. Naruto was breathing heavily. Although he was controlled by murderous aura, his body's physical strength would still be depleted, and his chakra was gradually depleted after experiencing several battles. There was blood flowing on his body, and his body was covered with large and small wounds. Due to the closure of his senses, he could not feel the trauma to his body at all. Akai's situation is not optimistic either. His body is also covered with wounds, blood is dripping, and he is breathing heavily. The green energy is still bright, and the power of 8-Gate Dungia is still blessing him. He was unwilling to use more powerful power, fearing the dire consequences, so he never opened the remaining 8 gates of Dungia. Naruto, stop it. Are you still the Konoha ninja who wants to become Hokage now? Akai shouted, hoping to wake Naruto up and not willing to fight fearlessly. Naruto was stunned, his eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, the black energy in his body surged, and the demon shadow behind him was close to Naruto's head, roaring and roaring, the blood in his eyes surged, and murderous intent once again took control of his body and mind. Do you want to disturb me like this, Teacher Akai? You are too naive. Naruto sneered, his voice cold, as if he was not the one speaking. The demon phantom looked at the two of them mockingly, with black murderous aura lingering around it. Naruto, where is your will? Akai roared angrily, looking at Naruto with hatred, eyes wide open. Why do you have to be controlled by messy things? Are you willing to do this? Akai's voice echoed in the Valley of the End, like thunder in the sky, resounding through the sky. Naruto was stunned, his mind exploded like a thunderbolt, and it was chaos. The darkness in his eyes faded, and blue pupils appeared. He raised his hands, trembling slightly. Behind him, the demon roared, and black murderous aura poured into Naruto's body, echoing the murderous aura in his danchin, erupting with more violent power, eroding Naruto's mind. Ah! Naruto screamed in pain, his soul was being torn, his mind was roaring, and he fell to his knees on the ground, covered in black murderous aura. Cold sweat kept dripping from his face. He was trying his best to endure it, resisting the erosion of murderous aura, communicating with the pearl of life in his body, and bursts of life brilliance appeared, suppressing the murderous aura in his body. Naruto. Akai and his group looked at Naruto's condition and ran over worriedly. Do not come. Naruto lowered his head and his voice sounded hoarse. Don't come to me, otherwise everything will be in vain. You've recovered, Akai said in surprise, smiling brightly. He was indeed right. He was a determined ninja. Thank you, Teacher Akai. If you hadn't consumed my energy before, I wouldn't have found the opportunity to suppress the murderous intention in my body. Naruto said, raising his pale face and looking towards everyone showed a bright smile. I am the man who wants to become Hokage. How can I be controlled like this? His eyes were filled with confidence, and he never lost confidence in himself even in the most difficult moments. Naruto sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and controlled the pearl of life in his body to communicate. Little green light spots floated out from the trees and flowers, swaying in the air. Green light spots rose throughout the Valley of the End, as if they were in a dreamy phone call. The dark sky became brighter, and the breath of life was full and extremely rich. When I took a deep breath, I felt comfortable and full of energy. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise, completely beyond their understanding. It was so amazing that it made people feel like they were in a dream. So beautiful. Tamari's eyes shone brightly, she stretched out her white hands to touch the power of life and exclaimed in admiration. Naruto's consciousness fell into a deep sleep, and the scenes with Hinata and the others appeared in his mind, as if he had experienced it all over again. His whole body relaxed and felt warm, as if he was in his mother's arms, and his whole body was warmed. Inside the body, the green light spots were absorbed by Naruto and merged into the pearl of life, emitting a dense mist that dispersed the black murderous aura. The surface of the body emitted bursts of green light, purifying the murderous aura outside the body. Behind Naruto, the demon phantom roared silently, looking very painful. He took a deep look at Naruto, wrapped in thick black murderous aura, and penetrated into Naruto's body, following his meridians, hidden in the murderous aura. The green light dissipated, and Naruto opened his eyes, which were clear, and the murderous intent before was completely gone. He stood up and moved his body. The wounds on his body were basically healed, and the healing effect of the power of life was very obvious. Finally, this incident was over, and Naruto found his true heart and was freed from his murderous aura. Everyone is okay. Naruto waved to everyone with a smile on his face. Akai and others were overjoyed and trotted over. Akai patted Naruto on the shoulder, showed a bright smile and gave Naruto a thumbs up. I knew you were a determined ninja, Naruto, and I was right about you. He blinked, his teeth shining brightly. Everyone gathered around Naruto to congratulate him, and at the same time they felt relieved. Otherwise, if the fight went down, it would definitely be a disaster for them. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Gaara rarely took the initiative to speak, looking up at Naruto. Naruto looked at Gaara, put his hand on his head and stroked it, and smiled. "You can do it too, Gaara." His voice was gentle, as if he was treating his younger brother. Gaara's face turned red and he suppressed his anger, always feeling that he was at a disadvantage. "It's finally over. You can go back to Konoha." Shikamaru rested his hands on his head, feeling lazy for a while. Finally he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a pity that Suzuki was still taken away by Orochimaru, and I still couldn't bring him back to Konoha," Naruto said with dim eyes, disappointed. In the end, he failed to fulfill his agreement with Kakashi and the mission failed. "There's nothing we can do about it. After all, Orochimaru is here." Akai said. He saw Suzuki being rescued by Orochimaru with his own eyes. The situation was very complicated and he had no way to stop it. In the end, Naruto calmed down and stopped thinking too much. He could only resign himself to fate. He tried his best. It can be said that he was the most benevolent and did everything he should do. "Naruto, I hope we have a chance to fight again. I will not show mercy when the time comes." The separation was imminent, Gaara said to Naruto. He held his hands, and under his feet was a cloud made of sand. Looking down at Naruto. "No problem." Naruto smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Well, Naruto, I'm looking forward to meeting you again." Temari stood up, coquettishly, blushing, and said softly to Naruto. Naruto extended his right hand to Temari and said with a smile, "Well, we can definitely meet again." Temari's pretty face turned red, her heart beating like a deer. She stretched out her catkins and gently held them with Naruto. Kankuro on the side snorted coldly and turned away. He still didn't like Naruto, and the shadow of the original was still there. "Goodbye." Naruto waved to Gaara and the others, and followed Akai and the others back to Konoha. "Stop looking, everyone is gone." Kankuro looked at Temari and snorted coldly. "None of your business." Temari rolled her eyes at Kankuro and impatiently jumped to Gaara's side. "Do you talk to your brother like this?" Kankuro was unhappy and shouted excitedly. He quickly followed the two of them. Back in Konoha, Naruto and his team came to the Hokage building. Dong dong, Akai knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. "Come inside," Tsunade's clear voice came out. Akai opened the door and a group of people walked in one after another. "Naruto, you are finally back." As soon as they entered the door, Sakura and Ino trotted to Naruto's side and said happily. Hinata on the side was also very happy, looking at Naruto with concern, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since they knew that Naruto went out alone to look for Suzuki, they had been worried and stayed at Tsunade's place, hoping to know the news about Naruto as soon as possible. After all, the opponent this time is Orochimaru, the dangerous man who single-handedly planned the collapse of Konoha and the killing of the third Hokage. Now that Naruto is back safely, everything is happy, and I can finally feel at ease. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Naruto apologized sincerely, feeling warm inside and feeling good about being cared for. "Naruto, how was the mission this time?" Tsunade sat upright and said loudly. She glanced at everyone and already had the answer in her heart, but she still had to beat Naruto and not weaken the majesty of her own Hokage. Naruto was too presumptuous this time, completely ignoring her status as Hokage, not listening to advice, acting on his own, and making everyone worry about him. It was really outrageous. "Sister Tsunade, this mission failed, and Suzuki was captured by Orochimaru." Naruto lowered his eyebrows and said in disappointment. Snapped, Tsunade slammed the table hard and raised her eyebrows, showing a calm but intimidating attitude. "I told you not to act on your own a long time ago. It's okay now." Suzuki was still captured by Orochimaru and all the clues were lost. "Naruto, you must reflect on yourself and don't be so reckless next time," Tsunade shouted. He scolded and glared at Naruto, as if he hated iron for not being able to turn into steel. Naruto lowered his head obediently, blaming himself in his heart. The three Hinata girls looked at Naruto worriedly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Akai and others also felt guilty and lowered their heads silently, looking like they were being taught. "Tell me about the situation this time. Are you sure it was Orochimaru?" Tsunade sat down and calmed down. Akai stood up and said it was indeed Orochimaru's fault. The four sound ninjas who induced Suzuki were the ninjas who appeared next to Orochimaru during the Chunin exam, and Orochimaru himself was also present. "Has Orochimaru arrived too?" Tsunade glanced at Naruto and the others and ordered, "You guys can leave here. Naruto can go back and reflect on himself. Don't worry about Suzuki. I will send someone. Investigate this matter." After saying that, she glared at Naruto. Xiao Qiang took the order and retreated. On the streets of Konoha, Naruto and the three Hinata girls walked together. "Naruto, don't be sad. After all, you have tried your best. There is nothing that can be done about Suzuki. After all, Orochimaru is also there." Sakura came to Naruto and comforted him. "Yeah, Naruto, don't be depressed anymore, you have done your best regarding Suzuki." Ino also comforted Naruto. Hinata blushed and wanted to comfort her, but she couldn't speak and was anxious inside. Naruto glanced at the three women and gradually smiled. Being with them would always make people feel relaxed and the gloom would disappear. "I'm not depressed. I believe Suzuki will not die like this. We will definitely meet again." Naruto said firmly that he had a feeling that Sasuke wouldn't end like this, and they could meet again in the future. Ha, that's good. We've been worried for nothing. Sakura and Ino rolled their eyes at Naruto, crossed their waists, and were very unhappy. Well, that Naruto, that's not good. Hinata blushed and scolded in a low voice. Then let me treat you to something to eat, red bean paste, red bean soup balls and pudding. Naruto looked at the three of them with a smile. Let's go. The three said in unison. Naruto office Akai, please tell me in detail what happened this time. Tsunade frowned and said solemnly. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Akai responded respectfully, and then told Tsunade about the battle process with Naruto and Naruto's murderous aura. Unexpectedly, if Orochimaru's matter is not settled, a big problem will arise on Naruto's side. Tsunade leaned on the chair, feeling irritable. I believe that Naruto is a person who will not do anything harmful to Konoha. Akai said seriously. He believed in Naruto and saw in Naruto a firm will and an upright heart like Xiaoli. Why don't I know? The problem now is no longer about the Kyuubi, but it still involves areas that none of us know about. Who can possess the kind of murderous intent that is visible to the naked eye like you said? Tsunade, he said helplessly. I also possess murderous intent, but it is unheard of to be able to use murderous intent visible to the naked eye. If Naruto is controlled just once, what will happen to Konoha? Tsunade said. Akai was silent and speechless. Even if he opened the first 5 gates of the 8 gates, he could not suppress Naruto. In Konoha, there are no more than 5 fingers who can fight Naruto. If it was true as Tsunade said, it would indeed be a disaster for Konoha. Tsunade-sama. Shizun said anxiously. I know what you want to say, Shizun. I won't do that. After all, he saved our lives. Tsunade turned her head to look at Shizun, smiled slightly, and nodded. Akai, don't announce this matter to the outside world yet. Let's take a look at Naruto's situation first, Tsunade said. Well, I will definitely keep it a secret, Tsunade-sama. Akai showed his white teeth. Tsunade-sama, when will Xiao Li's injury be treated? Akai said carefully with his face close to his face. Oh, that brat, in 2 days, I will go to Konoha Hospital with Naruto to treat Xiao Li. Tsunade said. Thank you so much, Tsunade-sama, woo woo woo. Akai cried excitedly, wiping his tears and saying gratefully. The corner of Tsunade's mouth twitched and she immediately told Akai to go back. She really didn't want to see Akai like that. Konoha dark part, root, is the news accurate? Danzo said, looking at the 2 Umbu members half kneeling in front of him. That's right, Lord Danzo, there is indeed something wrong with Uzumaki Naruto. He seems to have some unknown blood inheritance limit. The person on the left said. I really didn't expect that in just a few months, Uzumaki Naruto's strength would become so terrifying. Danzo sighed and sighed. It was only a few months before the Chuunin examination, and Naruto's strength was growing like a rocket, even he was caught off guard. Don't cause trouble for Uzumaki Naruto now. Let's lurk for a while. This news will definitely be useful by then. Danzo ordered, walking into the darkness. The 2 took orders, turned into smoke, and disappeared. When Naruto returned home, Kakashi was standing at the door of his house, holding a copy of Intimate Paradise and reading it with relish. Kakashi-sensei, I'm really sorry for not bringing Sasuke back. Naruto bowed slightly and apologized sincerely. It'll be great if you can come back safely. I will continue to investigate Sasuke's matter. Don't blame yourself too much. Kakashi said slowly. It was Sasuke's choice to follow Orochimaru. Naruto had no fault. How could he blame Naruto? But, although Naruto thought Sasuke would not die like this, he was still worried. After all, they were companions together, and he cherished this friendship. When the time comes, I will go with Master Jiraiya to look for clues about Sasuke. Trust Sasuke, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded, bid farewell to Kakashi, and returned home. Next day before dawn, Naruto was practicing. After running around Konoha several times, it took less than 10 minutes. His current speed was very fast, and his physical strength was terrifyingly strong. Normal training was just a matter of cultivation. It's just a habit, it has no effect on the growth of strength. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated, his will silent in the pearl of life, communicating with all things and absorbing the power of life. A little bit of life light floated out from the flowers, plants and trees, swaying in the air, emitting green light, illuminating the dark Konoha forest. All the light points were sucked into Naruto's body, followed the meridians, swam into the danchan, and merged into the pearl of life, strengthening the life force in Naruto's body. The pearl of life was trembling, looking very happy, spurting out bursts of misty green clouds, penetrating into the limbs and bones of Naruto's body, enhancing Naruto's physical strength. Time passes, and on the horizon, a fiery red cloud shines, shining with warm sunshine. Everything revives, shining with crystal light, and full of life. Naruto was still absorbing the stray points of life, and his whole body was exuding a green halo. Around his body, the lush grass was growing, and in a short while, it was more than a foot tall, dancing in the wind. Suddenly, Naruto opened his eyes suddenly, showing shock. He jumped up directly, took a sharp breath, and stretched out his right hand tremblingly. On the palm of his hand, a ball of light black gas swirled like a swimming dragon. A cold breath swept around and spread, and the grass on the ground hung their heads dimly, as if they were shivering. This is murderous. Just now, when he was controlling the power of life, the murderous aura on the side was shaking, and following Naruto's control, it turned into a line of light black gas and escaped from the body. What's going on? Naruto murmured, asking himself, somewhat confused about the current situation. After a long time, he calmed down and found that the murderous aura did not interfere with his thinking. He tried to control the murderous aura, and he was able to do so. The murderous aura was floating around, coiling along Naruto's arm, and was controlled by him, like chakra. This is a kind of energy, similar to chakra, but it gives Naruto a terrible feeling, extremely dangerous. This is an extremely dangerous energy, thousands of times more terrifying than chakra, and can swallow other people's thoughts as if they were living creatures. This was the message fed back by Naruto's control. He frowned and looked at the obedient murderous look with fear, feeling a little hard to choose. He really wanted to understand the specific function of murderous aura, but he was worried that he would be controlled by murderous aura again. Although he was in good condition now, he knew that the murderous aura had also increased, and he might capsize in the gutter. After weighing things up, Naruto decided to take the risk, trying to completely control the murderous aura and eliminate this hidden danger as soon as possible. Of course, he did not make no plans, and communicated with the power of life at any time to prevent counterattack. After deciding, Naruto sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let the light of life float and breathe into his body. He focused his attention on the murderous aura within his body and rushed directly into it. Roar. There was a shocking roar, and the surroundings were dark, but a huge figure could be clearly seen. The green face and fangs exude a rich black energy, and the eyes are like the sun and the moon, emitting blood-red light. There is a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This demonic statue is 100 feet high, its face is blurry, and it is changing, making people trapped in it, and their souls will be torn and shattered after a twist. Kill! The demon statue roared, shaking the sky. He raised his huge palm and tore the sky above his head directly. Kill! The demon statue roared again. He clenched his giant fist and slammed it on the ground. The earth is shattered, the world is collapsing and disintegrating. The golem raised its head and looked at Naruto with its blood-red eyes. Boom, Naruto was shocked, and his soul and body were about to dissipate. In this look, he seemed to have experienced destruction for countless epochs. A stream of information filled his mind, almost to the point where his head would burst off. Naruto screamed, holding his head, his soul and body were dim and about to melt. In the distance, a huge demonic statue showed a ferocious smile, and a rich dark murderous aura enveloped its 100-foot-long body. At this time, a green light penetrated the murderous aura and shone in, wrapping Naruto's soul body in quickly, pulling him out. Roar. The golem was roaring, waving its giant claws, as if destroying the world. All previous efforts were wasted, the only chance was lost, and such a sudden change was not expected. Fortunately, he had been on guard and communicated with the Pearl of Life, saving Naruto's life at the critical moment. Naruto's consciousness returned. He was breathing heavily, his face was pale, his body was soaked, and he experienced a horrific scene he had never seen before. He really didn't expect that there would be a 100-foot demon statue inside the murderous air mass. This was beyond Naruto's expectation. He almost couldn't come back. It was so scary. Now he was frightened and his heart was beating wildly. After a long time, Naruto was able to calm down. He exhaled a long breath. His body was still trembling slightly. He had to adapt slowly. After all, his soul was traumatized this time. He stood up, stretched out his right hand, and light black murderous aura floated out from his palm. Unfortunately, it did not have the slightest power. The current murderous aura was too weak and needed to be continuously absorbed and strengthened. And the only way to strengthen is to kill. This is the information that Naruto just got when he entered the murderous group. The demon tried to seize Naruto's body, but did not want to be intercepted by the power of life. It failed completely. Instead, it took an advantage of Naruto and made him understand the murderous spirit. Application. This is a kind of spiritual energy, similar to the illusion among ninjas, but the effect is more terrifying. It can hurt the soul. If it is powerful, it can directly destroy the human soul. It is very terrifying. Naruto controlled the murderous aura, turned into a knife, and controlled the laser to shoot towards the big tree on the side. The black light flashed, and the murderous aura knife disappeared. It's a pity that it has no effect at all, and no trace can be seen. This is a spiritual attack, and there is no physical attack at all. At the same time, the power of the murderous knife is pitifully small. It has too little murderous intent and cannot achieve the effect of controlling the enemy. It's a pity. The power is pitifully small. If it can be combined with chakra, it might make a difference. Naruto said to himself and tried it, but there was no reaction at all. He needed time to think about it. He then tried the combination of life force and murderous intent, which was obviously very stupid. It almost exploded in his body, making Naruto break into a cold sweat and almost capsized the ship. The time came in the afternoon, and before he knew it, Naruto had been here for several hours. Grumpy, his stomach howled unsatisfactorily, and a feeling of powerlessness came over him. Naruto rubbed his suppressed belly and walked into the depths of the forest. He decided to get a big wild boar and have a good meal. Ever since he ate wild boar in the Death Forest, Naruto had been obsessed with this delicacy. Naruto and Tsunade spent the next 2 days preparing for Lee's injury. Originally, according to Tsunade, Xiao Li's injury was difficult to cure. Even if she came to perform the operation, there was less than a 50% chance of success. However, after seeing Naruto's life force, Xiao Li's injury was treated badly. Tsunade had full confidence. On this day, outside the operating room of Konoha Hospital, Akai and Konoha Xiaoqiang were all waiting anxiously. After waiting for several hours, the door to the operating room finally opened, and Tsunade and Naruto walked out. "Did you succeed, Tsunade-sama?" Akai rushed to Tsunade's side and said anxiously. "Well, with Naruto's help, everything went smoothly." Tsunade smiled and nodded. "Xiao Li will be able to practice normally in the future." Naruto smiled. "Wow, Tsunade-sama, Naruto. I'm so grateful to you." Akai shed tears and choked with emotion. Xiaoqiang also showed happy smiles, and it was certainly worthwhile to be happy that his companion could recover. A few days after Xiao Li's incident, Kakashi and Jiraiya went out. They heard that Orochimaru had disappeared and was heading to the land of sound. Konoha Street. Naruto was wandering around, putting his hands behind his head, looking left and right, and slowly left the busy market and came to a quiet forest. The scenery of Konoha is very good, with greenery everywhere and a strong natural atmosphere. This is because of the unique characteristics of this world, which is why ninjas have developed such powerful beings. Admiring the beautiful scenery, Naruto slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The power of life was wandering around his body, getting close to him. After Naruto went through 2 transformations, his body was completely adapted to the power of life, and his whole body exuded a fragrance. Naturally, he would go out of his way to get close to Naruto. That's why only psychic beasts with certain intelligence like Akamaru and Tanda would be willing to do so. Get close to Naruto. Walking slowly, we came to an open area, where we could have a panoramic view of Konoha and take everything in sight. At this time, Naruto saw a figure sitting there painting, and the painting had already depicted the scene of Konoha. Naruto slowly walked up to the man and admired the painting. He looked at the artist. She was a young girl with long hair and a kimono. Her face was peaceful and her skin was white. She had the kind of paleness that comes from not seeing the sun all year round, making her look weak. She was very serious, looking straight ahead, and was not disturbed by Naruto's arrival at all. She was extremely serious and spiritual every stroke. Naruto did not disturb her and stood quietly aside, enjoying the atmosphere. He did not speak and watched the girl finish her painting. Time passed little by little, and the girl's painting was completed. "It's really wonderful." At this time, Naruto praised. His eyes were bright as he looked at the girl's painting. The ink had not yet dried, and the scenery of Konoha appeared on the paper. It was very lifelike, just like a photo, even more perfect, with an indescribable meaning. The girl had an expressionless face, put her things away, and looked like she was leaving, with no intention of saying hello to Naruto. "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am a genin of Konoha." Naruto looked at the girl, bowed slightly, and introduced himself. The girl was completely indifferent and ignored him. She slowly packed her things as if she couldn't see Naruto. "The paintings you drew are really great. I have never seen a better painting than yours." Naruto didn't care and said enthusiastically. He took the initiative to help and pack the girl's things. "Stop." The girl finally spoke in a cold voice. She looked at Naruto coldly and refused forcefully. She didn't need help. Maybe she didn't want to get close to anyone. That's not okay. You just let me appreciate such a beautiful painting. I have to answer you no matter what. Naruto smiled, moved his body closer, took the things in the girl's hands, and placed them carefully and neatly. "Stand up." The girl's face turned a little red. She was not disgusted with Naruto. On the contrary, the natural aura exuding from Naruto made her feel very comfortable. This was a feeling I had never felt before, not even with that person. This made her a little uncomfortable and conflicted, so she was unwilling to talk to Naruto, not wanting to interact with Naruto. "Can I know your name?" Naruto asked while packing his things. He hopes to get more friendship. This is Naruto's dominant thought and has been affecting him. "Yakumo, Kurama Yakumo." The girl hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Yakumo, that's a really good name." Naruto raised his head and smiled. "Are you also a ninja from Konoha?" "Not really." "Oh, so have you ever thought about becoming a ninja?" "Nor." "Who did you learn your painting from?" "It's so beautiful." "It has nothing to do with you. Can you teach me?" "I don't want to. I get out of here if you keep nagging me." In the end, Yakumo couldn't stand Naruto anymore. His chest heaved and he suppressed his anger. His pale face turned red and he roared. Naruto closed his mouth wisely and packed his things seriously. He was very happy. He met another friend today, and he was also a good painter. On the forest path, Naruto took out Kurama Yakumo's things and followed Kurama Yakumo closely. "Yakumo, where are you going now?" Naruto asked. "I didn't want you to follow me, idiot." Yakumo rolled his eyes at Naruto and turned his head away. "Aren't I afraid that you will meet a bad guy? As your partner, I have the obligation to protect your safety." Naruto said righteously. In fact, he didn't know what to do. Hinata and Ino went on a mission, while Sakura was learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Naruto had to hang out alone, which was really boring. Moreover, Kurama Yakumo alone in this barren mountain is a bit dangerous after all. Yakumo blushed, the word companion made her feel a little dazed, she turned around and glared at Naruto fiercely. Arriving near a waterfall, Yakumo stopped. Okay, this is it. She looked around and decided. Naruto quickly placed the things and stood quietly aside. In a short while, Yakumo completed a painting, which was as good as last time. In this way, Naruto has been following Yakumo today, acting as a small follower. Yakumo also acquiesced to Naruto's behavior and allowed him to follow. The two of them walked in the woods and stopped when they saw beautiful scenery. Naruto was responsible for playing with the painting tools, and Yakumo was responsible for painting it. As dusk approached, Naruto said goodbye to Yakumo. Yakumo, will you come tomorrow? Naruto looked at Yakumo hopefully, his eyes looking at her expectantly. No, I won't come here anymore. Yakumo said coldly with no expression on his face. That's it. Naruto felt lost for a while, shrugging and listless. It was rare that he made a partner, but it seemed like the other person didn't want to socialize with him. If there's nothing else, then goodbye. Yakumo glanced at Naruto with complicated eyes, turned around and walked into the woods. Yakumo walked alone, feeling heavy in his heart. He always felt that his nose was a little sore, and he had the urge to cry. She did not reject Naruto, she even felt very relaxed when she was with him and liked the fresh and natural smell of Naruto. At this time, she felt something she had never felt in many years, making her panic and scared.